Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story began near the gate of a small town. The guard looked closely at the sign in his hand. He raised his head looking at the guy from the Raymond family. He did not understand how a person with the surname of the founding family of the kingdom ended up here. Russell stood in shabby clothes and waited silently. His cloak and outerwear were slightly torn and dirty. His hand was wrapped in a dirty bandage. The appearance of the guy in the passage did not look like a member of the founding family. Soon the man handed the sign back saying that he could now pass. His partner looked after the guy and loudly said who he was. The crowd of people screamed looking at the torn cloak, not understanding what happened to his clothes. The protagonist looked at his shadow while people said that the founding families turned out to be nothing special, and it looked like he came to the White Tower as a mercenary. Russell soon came out into the light. His hood began to come off him. He grinned mentally, telling people to get out of his way. Russell stood on a hill and looked at the capital. The boy walked along the streets of the city. He stopped near the huge Tower of Magicians, the place where all the guards of the empire gathered. The protagonist chuckled. There was a time when he also tried his best to get there in order to prevent the destruction of the family. The warriors screamed, drops of blood sprayed from their mouths. Father Russell died right on the battlefield, pierced by the sword of the enemy. His mother had no choice but to leave their lands and castle. They fled, and in order to regain their territories, they needed to get to the Tower of Magicians. Little Russell cried when he was taken away by servants. The ring of his mother on his neck twitched while the boy said that his mother was still alive. For the boy, getting to the bathhouse turned out to be only a dream, because he was kicked out of the academy before he applied to the Tower of Magicians. He then stood in front of 3 judges of the academy. The boy bowed his head when his name was announced. The bald man told the boy that he was the first student at the academy to receive a cash reward for excellent studies. Then he frowned, saying that no matter how good he was in theory, he couldn't even reach the second circle. The second judge chuckled and told Russell that with his limited mana channel, it would be difficult to become a second circle mage. It would be better for him to find another way other than becoming a mage. The protagonist clutched his chest, realizing the desperation of the situation. Too thin and weak a mana channel was the greatest punishment that the heavens could impose on a mage. The second circle was simply torn right through the heart. The protagonist's mana projection seemed to be in chains. He could not receive or send more mana. Now the protagonist was sitting in the middle of the street. Thanks to his luck, he managed to form a second circle. The guy looked at his hands and smiled. He understood that even having reached the second level, he was still trash. The gate of the tower opened. The mage who came out through them raised his hand and announced that he was no longer hiring workers for the day. People frowned and got angry when they heard his words. They had been standing there all day, but they got such an answer. The protagonist, who was sitting to the side, silently looked at the tower. People passing by him said that they could now go to the museum. They said that they were looking for temporary mages there to clean. The guy's cloak trembled. Looking at the top of the mage tower, he said that it was just creepy. Russell sat motionless for a while. He sadly raised his eyebrows and sighed. The guy put his hand in his pocket. From it he took out a small bag of money. The events take us to the Rubrium Museum. The head of the museum, walking along the corridors, said that their museum was the largest museum in the kingdom. He bent his hand, saying that this week there would be an excursion for the children of aristocrats, so they should clean up properly. Then he extended his hand to the side using magic. The protagonist, who was walking behind him, narrowed his eyes. The man raised his hand and told the workers to pay attention to the strength of the wind when using the wind purifier. He frowned at the workers and told them that if they accidentally damaged the exhibit, the punishment would be very severe. Looking at the book and the vase to the side, the protagonist mentally said that this was all a fake. Realizing this, he continued walking along with the others. His eyes suddenly widened. He stopped in front of the doors. This place seemed familiar to him. Looking closely at the sign, he realized that this was the Kingdom of Illusions. The protagonist raised his head reading the sign. He abruptly lowered his head looking to the side. Something in his pocket vibrated. Russell put his hand in his pocket trying to figure out where the sudden vibration came from. Soon he picked up the ring. Looking at the ring in his hand, the guy did not understand why his mother's ring was vibrating. He raised his head again and read the sign. Russell stood motionless looking at the door. He opened the doors, his legs moving on their own as if he was being led by fate itself. So he walked forward. His companions walked forward without noticing his disappearance. After a while, the protagonist found himself in front of a huge dragon skeleton. The ring in his hand vibrated stronger. A weak stream of mana was released from the ring, while the boy asked his mother to tell him what she wanted to tell him. The protagonist closed his eyes. He remembered how he came here with his mother as a child. He smiled and had fun walking through the hall. Then the boy's eyes suddenly opened wide. Surprised, he pointed to the side. Russell was looking at the corner of the room. Now the eyes of an adult Russell opened in shock. He immediately went around the corner. In the display case was an ancient dragon heart. The protagonist looked at the ring in his hand again. Russell stood in front of the display case trying to understand why the ring led him to the dragon's heart. The ring in his hand looked like the dragon's eye itself. Putting on the ring, he asked it why he was crying. The eye in the ring sparkled as the boy asked him why he brought him here. Russell's body was shaking slightly, but now the ring itself on his hand stopped shaking. The boy looked at the dragon's heart again. Then he looked at the skeleton of this dragon. An invisible pressure fell on the protagonist. His ring sparkled in the darkness. Russell chuckled. For him it all seemed like an illusion. Looking down sadly, he wondered if he had reached his limit. Suddenly, arcs of electricity flashed on the ring. The dragon's wings spread. Now that the heart and the eye met, another eye opened. The majestic dragon stood in front of the protagonist. Its mouth opened as it said that this would be enough to become the cornerstone of a new myth, and for the sake of this myth, he would give him another chance. Russell looked at it with his mouth open, amazed. In the complete darkness of the world, the system panel began to appear, the eye of the dragon god checking him. Soon a ray of light appeared in the darkness. Someone was persistently calling the protagonist. When Russell opened his eyes, he saw a classroom and a professor in front of him. Everything seemed familiar to him. The professor hit him on the head. The protagonist jumped up in indignation. Hubert gritted his teeth in anger, saying that no matter how excellent his grades were, sleeping in his class was too insulting. Russell, like a fool with a bump on his head, stared at the professor. Veins appeared on the smiling man's face. The protagonist glanced sharply to the side, remembering that Hubert was supposed to be dead. In front of him, he saw a student of the academy. The guy immediately looked in the other direction. There he saw students laughing at him. The protagonist suddenly froze, examining himself. He began to feel his face. His body trembled from the realization of what was happening. The guy sharply hit the table, realizing that he had returned to the past. Bright rays of light illuminated the academy building. Through the window, one could see the protagonist standing next to the professor. The guy bowed his head, not fully believing what had happened. He turned his head back to the professor. Hubert massaged his face and told the guy that he was not acting like he usually did, and yet he should be punished. After a while, the guy was kicked out of the office. The guy's feet stepped onto the floor of the hall. Looking at his mana projection, Russell said that returning in time could not be called magic at all. The guy remembered how the dragon's wing opened. This huge monster was standing right in front of him. The protagonist looked down at his hand. The ring on his finger was gone, leaving only a tattoo. While the guy thanked his mother for the chance, Hubert left the office. The professor frowned and called the student, telling him that he was not like himself since he slept in class. The protagonist bowed to the professor, asking for forgiveness. Hubert put his hands behind his back and said that he needed to talk to him, so he would need to come to him at lunchtime. Turning around and walking away, the man told the guy that he would wait for him. The protagonist straightened up and smiled. He hadn't been scolded like that for a long time, but he liked it. Russell silently watched the man leave. Suddenly, someone hit him on the back of the head. The protagonist, cursing, began to turn around. Behind him was a member of the Frederick family, laughing with his friends. The fat guy raised his hand to hit. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by someone else's. Frederick said, smiling, that the professors were looking at them now. He frowned and looked at Russell, saying that he had already told him to fill everything out for him earlier. The protagonist looked at the guy with wide eyes of shock. The guy looked at Russell with disdain and told him that if he didn't want him to beat him up here, he should follow him to the toilet. After saying that, the group turned around and walked away. Russell grinned. His mouth dropped open in amazement. A system window appeared right in front of him. The system gave him a task to deal with Frederick's gang. Russell's hand passed through the system window when he tried to check if it was real. The guy froze with his hand outstretched. While Russell's eyes were shining, Frederick was yelling at him. Turning to the protagonist, he told him that running was useless because they were all inside the academy. The guy grinned widely and suggested that Russell try to run. The protagonist frowned at the boys. Looking at the backs of the laughing hooligans, he said that whether it was a mission or not, he had to beat them up once. When he was a mercenary, he had to be on the battlefield. Various monsters exuded a terrifying killing intent. Compared to them, the three were just cute kittens. Now the three hooligans stood in front of the protagonist. Holding a smoking pipe in his hand, Frederick said that the slug had finally arrived. The protagonist grinned and greeted him, calling him a bug. Leaning on the counter behind him, the guy told Russell that he had completely lost his mind. The two guys silently looked at each other. The fat man raised his hand to strike and said that he himself had chosen the words to get beaten. The protagonist easily dodged the attack. His face was near the fat man. A moment later, he hit him in the stomach. The enemy's body fell back. He fell to the floor, shocking his friend. He rushed forward with a cry of anger. The protagonist hit him in the face. Frederick watched silently as his second servant fell. He chuckled, saying that it was very interesting. Throwing down his smoking pipe, he asked Russell if he had really decided to learn martial arts since magic had failed, although this was to be expected from a man of a fallen family. Russell bowed his head, feeling anger. Putting on his brass knuckles, Frederick said that magic was strictly forbidden in the school. Smiling widely, he said that even with the ban, no one would know anything if he used a small artifact. A moment later, he rushed to attack the protagonist. His hand rushed towards the guy. Russell easily blocked his hand with his own. Frederick's hand trembled from the effort he had put in. The protagonist bent his opponent's wrist. Frederick screamed as if struck by electricity. He fell to his knees, trying to free his hand. Looking at the smoking pipe to the side, Russell told Frederick that he was an incompetent child. Even his family had given up on him, and his brothers had long since overshadowed him. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked how a scumbag like him dared to mention his family like that. The guy's eyes changed, and his hair was disheveled. Frederick was sweating heavily from fear. The protagonist clenched his fist, preparing to punch. His fist was in the opponent's face in an instant. Approaching the exit, Russell told Frederick to behave normally from now on. Looking at the guys lying on the floor, he said that next time, he would kill them. Russell walked through the academy hall. He sat down on the floor. Closing his eyes, the guy mentally said that he was too overexcited. He lowered his hand, not understanding why his eyes hurt. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the guy, reporting the receipt of a low-level magic stone. A crystal fell into the hands of a joyful Russell. The guy stared at the red crystal in his hand. Looking at the note edible, Russell's eyebrows rose in disbelief. Looking at the crystal in his hand, the protagonist could not believe that he needed to swallow the crystal. He understood that even primitive people did not eat stones. The protagonist looked at the system window again. Russell brought the crystal closer to his mouth. A moment later, the system notified about the use of a low-level magic stone. Chewing the crystal, the guy mentally said that apparently this is possible here, as well as returning to the past. Mana gradually enveloped his body. Suddenly, a huge amount of mana burst out of his body. He received magic from the magic stone. Mana began to concentrate in the guy's gurdy. The protagonist hit himself on the chest. He closed his eyes, realizing that the magic from the magic stone was passing into him. The mana of the circle increased, and it was absorbed by the circle in the heart. The mana in the guy's chest calmed down slightly and glowed brightly. Soon the mana began to dissipate. It completely stabilized. The protagonist looked at his hands. He smiled, realizing that he could finally overcome the limitations of his mana channel. He involuntarily remembered how he escaped with the servants, how he stood in front of the academy judges before his expulsion. So he became a third-rate mercenary in a shabby robe. Now, walking through the hall, the protagonist understood that he could change his fate. Soon Russell entered the professor's office. Hubert, sitting in a chair, told the student to sit down. He obediently sat opposite him. Looking at the sweets on the table, the professor told Russell that he did not look like himself. The protagonist looked at the man in amazement. Hubert, holding a cup of tea in his hand, asked the student if he had any difficulties. While drinking tea, he said that he heard that he was being bullied by other students. Hearing his words, Russell mentally said that this professor in his past life did not give up on him until the end, so he was grateful to him. His lips stretched into a smile. He always wanted to tell the professor something. His lips parted when he told Hubert that he had nothing to worry about, then he thanked him. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the smiling protagonist, he said that caring for students is something he should do as a professor. Putting a book on the table, Hubert said that in any case, he slept in class, so he should be punished. Opening a page, the professor said that it will not be easy, but it is better for him to write a report from page 62 to 74 on the initial enhancement of magic. Closing the book, Hubert said that this part is difficult even for older students. Then the system issued a task to complete this building. The protagonist looked at the system panel in surprise. Hubert smiled and raised his hand and asked if this task seemed too difficult. Looking at the book on the table, Russell said that it was not difficult. Smiling widely, Russell said that he would do everything. Sitting at the table, the guy stretched. Looking at the sheets of paper on the table, he said that the task was not difficult at all. In his past life, in order to make up for his worthless abilities in magic, he studied all the theory like crazy. He sat at the table studying books. The guy stood up and looked out the window. Looking at the street, he said that there is something as important as studying. In the past, the protagonist ran through the desert. The mana channel was the path through which mana circulated, and mana moved with breath. Russell was running away from the desert scorpion. He opened his mouth while he inhaled air evenly. Mana circulated through the mana channel and accumulated in his heart thanks to his breath. The guy barely managed to dodge the monster's blow. He jumped to the side, dodging the scorpion's second blow. Russell turned around, frowning at the monster. The protagonist used fire magic using the reverse order of releasing magic. A powerful explosion thundered in the desert. The monster, not seriously injured, came out of the smoke. The protagonist raised his hands, using a shield. The monster's tail suddenly appeared near the guy's face. With one blow, he threw the guy's body into the nearest boulder. The monster stared at the column that the guy crashed into. The guy's body was pressed into the column, his channels were too small and narrow. The ground beneath the guy cracked. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. A moment later, he fell into the abyss. Whether the heavens had mercy or not, but the guy, thanks to luck, found himself in ruins. He slowly stood up. Raising his head, he realized that these were previously unknown ruins. There were 2 magic books hidden inside the ruins. The protagonist stretched out his hand. A bright light illuminated the entire cave when Russell touched Overroad and Wizard Body. Russell was now running around the academy grounds. The boy ran around the square. Overroad allowed him to expand his mana channel through physical training. Soon, the protagonist began to do push-ups Wizard Body, forcing his muscle tissue to replace part of the mana channel. Now the stronger his body was, the stronger his mana channels were, so he was now hanging on a branch. With an adult's body, the range of changes was small, but now that he was in the body of a growing organism, the effect was completely different. Thinking about this, the protagonist remembered how the mana in his chest raged. Sweat flowed down the boy's face. He believed that this time he would definitely be able to overcome the limitations of the mana channel. After a while, the sun began to hide behind the academy buildings. Russell leaned against a tree from extreme fatigue. He wiped his sweat and smiled, saying that this should be enough for today. Suddenly at that moment the system gave him a mission. Now he had to run 5 kilometers. Russell lowered his hands and asked, very upset, why there was nothing before and only now appeared. Suddenly, 3 system notifications appeared one after another saying that this mission was daily, and also that the distance would change all the time. The guy raised his hands in shock. He smiled nervously, deciding to run these 5 kilometers after all. Russell became serious and started running. The protagonist quickly ran 1.5 kilometers. Sweat was pouring down his face when he had already run 2.5 kilometers. His legs were shaking from the effort. Russell barely ran the last kilometer. His whole body was shaking. Calling up the system panel, he looked at the remaining distance. The guy leaned his hands on his knees. A moment later, he closed his eyes and continued running. When the sky became dark and the stars appeared, the protagonist completed his task. He lay on the grass, unable to take a step. Someone standing nearby was watching the guy. Anton grinned and said that it was all just useless efforts. Hubert looked at the report on the table and mentally said that it was amazing to make such deep conclusions only from academic-level textbooks. Raising his hand, he asked the guy if he really wrote everything himself. Putting his hand to his chest, Russell said that he could swear on mana. The man frowned when he saw how calm the protagonist was. Looking at the smiling Russell, he wondered if he was too confident in himself. Hubert closed his eyes and said that he was pleased with the report. Then the system notified the protagonist about the task being completed. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement at the reward. When the professor gave him permission to leave, the guy shuddered and turned to the man. He opened his eyes and looked puzzled. The protagonist's lips parted when he said that he wanted to ask him for something. Looking at the bookcase, Hubert asked the guy why he wanted to access the professor's library. Raising his hand, he said that the student library had all the necessary materials. Russell, standing in front of him, said that he had already read all those books. The man's hand trembled when he asked if he had really read such a huge number of books. Leaning back in his chair, he said that it was incredible, but even if he was telling the truth, they had another problem. Interlacing his fingers, Hubert said that he had to make sure that he was worthy of this. Russell agreed with a wide smile. Now standing under the tree, the protagonist received numerous notifications from the system that he needed to complete the professor's task. He could not imagine that the professor would give out so many tasks. Stroking his chin, Russell thought that the higher the understanding of theory, the stronger the magic. He lowered his hand, realizing that he really needed the knowledge of magic from the professor's library. Opening the lid of the elixir, the guy said that it was a little burdensome. While drinking the elixir, he said that by completing missions, he also received magic stones, so it was doubly beneficial. Someone's shadow appeared near the guy. Its owner asked him if he really decided to focus on sports since his mana channels were weak. Anton grinned and said that his younger brother was beaten by him. The protagonist turned to Anton and asked him if he wanted to avenge him. The blonde raised his hand and laughed. Grinning, he said that no one would take revenge on a bug like him. He would just step on him and crush him. Russell frowned upon hearing his words. Pushing the guy with his shoulder, Anton said that they would see each other at class. The protagonist looked after the guys who did not want to beat him, simply because there were no spectators here. The wind swayed the hair and towel of the thoughtful protagonist. Practice of combat magic. This class in which students were assessed by sparring them using magic. It was a class in which the protagonist was always humiliated and lying on the ground. Most often, Anton was in front of him. He grinned looking at him. Russell, looking into the distance, said to himself that he should prepare. Then the system gave him a mission. He had to reach the second circle before sparring with Anton. So the days went on. Russell wrote various dissertations on magic. He ran using every bit of strength. He brought all his reports to Hubert, shocking him, so the system notified him about the completion of tasks. The protagonist stood in his room. He looked at the magic stones on the table. The guy reached out his hand to them. Russell froze and thoughtfully asked himself if he could, with his magic channel, withstand the magic of these stones. His pupils involuntarily dilated from excitement. Closing his eyes, the guy told himself that he had no choice but to trust in the training he had completed so far. A moment later, he had shredded the magic crystals. For a second, the guy's body simply froze. A second later, mana burst out of his body. A huge amount of energy enveloped Russell. The guy's eyes lit up. He felt like he was burning in fire. The guy's legs trembled. He understood that he needed to quickly continue the path for the mana. Russell hit himself in the face with his hand, trying to form a mana flow. He put his hand to his chest. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist tried to direct the flow to draw a new circle. A magic circle appeared near his heart. Streams of mana raged around him. If he did not cope now, his heart simply would not withstand it. Soon, a second circle of mana began to form. The protagonist's lips parted. He had already been through this. Closing his eyes, the guy began to control the flow of mana. The mana in his chest glowed brightly. A moment later, a bright light was released from the window. Russell's eyes widened in surprise. A second magic circle formed on his chest. The boy's eyes began to close. He fell to the floor of his room. Then the system reported the mission was completed, due to which the understanding of the properties of fire was increased. A bright light with a weak wind passed through the window. Hubert clasped his fingers and said that he would ask the last question. The professor frowned mentally, saying that this question was closer to the fundamental truth than the questions he had given before. The protagonist's cloak fluttered when the professor asked him which of the 4 structures of magic was the most important. Russell froze for a few seconds, thinking about the answer. Hubert frowned, realizing that he had asked the student a question, the answer to which he himself had learned only recently. He slammed the table and said that he would ask another question. The protagonist bowed his head, saying that he knew the answer. Then the professor and the student froze, looking at each other. Surprised, Hubert's mouth opened in shock. The guy calmly looked at the teacher and said that the most important thing was the mental image. The professor clenched his fist when he heard the answer. He adjusted his monocle, asking the student why he thought so. Russell narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and answered, "Magic is the use of mana to cause a phenomenon in this world using a magic circle." The world brightly illuminating the universe divided this development process into 4 stages. The first was understanding, to realize the logic of natural phenomena thanks to books. The second was a mental image that drew a conscious logic. A person closed his eyes imagining the finished result of magic. The third was building a form to create mentally transformed phenomena in reality. The fourth was the transformation using magic formulas and circles so that magic existed in the world. Everything could be improved except the mental image. A person who closed his eyes was limited by his imagination. Fantasy and how a person imagined magic was something that could not be trained. Only the courage to break the framework and go free of imagination set the level of mental images. Then the magician became the highest being in space. The small flame in the protagonist's hand could change. He could close his eyes and make an arrow of this flame. Then, turning the flame into an arrow, he would create the magic of the second circle. But if he gave free rein to his imagination and conceived, for example, not an arrow, then the flame would rage. A completely different fire magic would appear right above the person. If you impose restrictions on mental images like tree roots, then you will not achieve anything. Even the dragon's eyes will crack from using such magic. But if you implement everything, you can break reality. You can even create a small fire dragon, thereby creating something that does not exist in the world with the help of magic. Professor Hubert did not move, mentally confirming the protagonist's conjectures. He formed a flame on his hand. He sharply clenched his fist, mentally saying that all powerful force comes from understanding the world, although they distorted its laws. The guy smiled, standing with a clenched fist. Hubert, looking at the guy's narrowed eyes, mentally said that this is the essence of magic. The student and the professor stood opposite each other. Smiling, the professor told Russell that the student library would be too small for him. Then the protagonist received a notification of a completed mission. The protagonist walked through the library. Stepping forward, he said that even if it was 1 floor, it was huge. Looking at the huge bookcases, the guy said that the professor's library was on another level. The guy collected several books to read. He sat down at the table, deciding to read everything. Looking carefully at the book, he told himself that he could not miss the information about the fundamental principles of magic. The woman approached the guy from behind. Looking at the book in the boy's hands, she said that he was reading a rather interesting book. The guy's eyes widened in shock and fear. He turned around abruptly. The woman appeared in front of the guy and called out to him. Daria, wearing a white dress, raised her hand. Seeing the smile on her face, the protagonist immediately recognized her. He immediately stood up and bowed, expressing respect to the mistress of the tower. Beads of sweat were running down his face due to nerves. The Daria standing in front of him was a mage who had reached the 8th circle. Even at the age of 80, she had maintained herself in her prime. Her flame tower was one of the strongest towers. The woman smiled and told the protagonist that he did not need to worry so much. She handed the lollipop to the guy, saying that she was also his colleague, walking the same path as him. Pointing to himself, the protagonist asked if it was him. Daria, walking along the corridors, asked the protagonist how the student got into the library for professors. Licking the lollipop, the guy said that Professor Hubert had given him permission. The old woman grinned, asking if it was that picky old man. Imagining the professor, Russell laughed. The lips of the head of the tower stretched into a smile. For her, an interesting thing had just happened. She saw that the guy's mana was extremely pure. Even the mana array was pure and his condition was stable. The woman's pupil sparkled. The protagonist froze, not understanding if Daria noticed something. The head of the tower abruptly turned around, telling him not to worry so much. When the guy turned his head in her direction, she said that it was not some special kind, so she was not going to scold him. Russell bowed and thanked Daria. She hit the floor with her cane. The protagonist opened his eyes. Disappearing in the bright light of mana, Daria wished the guy outstanding growth and magic. Russell's eyes shone with admiration while he watched everything. Leaving the library, the guy said that he could not even think that he would meet Daria here. While he was looking at the door with a smile on his face, someone behind his back started talking about him. The guy next to Anton asked why Russell left the professor's library. Anton grinned and said that he probably complained to the professor again, although most likely nothing could save him. Walking away, the guy told the protagonist to try hard. Afterwards, he turned around and with a grin on his face, said something to Russell. The protagonist heard his words and grinned. The events take us to the arena, to the practice of combat magic. The professor stood in the arena, saying that the first person whose name was called went down to the ring and called the name of the student he wanted to fight. People were sitting in the stands. These were students. Usually professors first of all pointed out the weakest students. This was care. They gave the opportunity to personally choose an opponent of a similar level. The protagonist sitting in the stands was always first. The students sitting in front said that Russell would most likely be first again because he had a limited channel. The protagonist calmly looked at the stands, listening to how many demanded to choose him so that his grades would improve. The professor standing in the arena shouted, demanding silence. Many students with smiles on their faces looked at each other, understanding who would be first. Suddenly, they stared at the professor in shock when they heard him call Anton first. As Anton walked down the stairs, many tried to figure out why he was the first. Soon, the guy passed by the professor. He smiled and thanked the professor. The professor narrowed his eyes and said that it was a trifle compared to the favor of the Frederick Trade Guild. The protagonist, who was watching everything carefully, understood everything. Soon, Anton stood in the middle of the arena. He raised his head and called the protagonist. Russell crossed his arms over his chest, looking at him. Hubert, sitting on the couch, told the teacher that she should have warned him before her arrival. Daria, standing by the window, said nothing. Her foot turned when she told the student to forget everything. Sitting on the couch, she asked what was so great about the master coming to visit his student. Reaching out for a cup of tea, she said that he seemed to have given Russell a pass to the library. The man frowned and asked if he had accidentally made some kind of mistake. Daria smiled, saying that this did not happen, except for a rare observation. The professor bowed his head, saying that the narrowing of the mana rod is a rare disease even on the continent. He raised his head sharply when the teacher called him stupid. Hubert put his hand on his leg when Daria said that the boy dealt with the problem himself. After she took a cup of tea in her hand. Raising her hand, she said that Russell had already created a second circle of mana. The events take us to the arena. A system panel appeared in front of the protagonist, giving him a mission. He needed to win a sparring match. Seeing the subspace as a reward, Russell smiled, because it was magic that rich wizards used. Anton adjusted his hair and told the protagonist that if he wanted to live, he should start begging. After saying this, he frowned, waiting for an answer. The guy grinned. He released his mana, asking if he looked like someone who would beg. Anton looked at the mana cover and was surprised. Then from the top of the marble balcony, the professor's voice was heard about the start of the duel. Anton put his hand behind his back, concentrating the flame. He gritted his teeth, not understanding how Russell reached the second circle of mana. The stream of flame rushed towards the protagonist. In a second, the stream of fire was in front of the guy. Russell raised his hand, forming a shield. The shield formed at an angle, redirected the fire upward. The protagonist frowned. The man clapped his hands, saying that it was a great move. The professor, standing to the side, opened his mouth in shock. Anton's hand trembled when he asked the opponent if he could withstand it. Suddenly, the power of the fire decreased, turning into a ball of flame. The protagonist's eye opened wide when he saw the opportunity. He immediately concentrated the fire in his hand, forming an arrow. A moment later, he threw the fire arrow at the opponent. It cut through the stream of flame and aimed to hit Anton. The guy crossed his arms over his chest to block the attack. A powerful stream of flame collided with the barrier. Anton's hands trembled from the tension. He frowned deeply when he saw something. Russell had already formed a second arrow and was about to throw it. The arrow rushed towards the enemy. Many arrows flew after it. The professors standing on the balcony were amazed by the double throw. One of them, watching the protagonist form a new pilgrim arrow, said that this was not a double throw, although it looked like a double throw due to its greater speed. Anton, who was standing inside the barrier, cursed. The edges of his barrier began to change. The guy created a polygonal fireproof shield. Russell, who was holding the fire arrow, grinned. He had been waiting for this moment. Anton also smiled, saying that if he waited with the help of this until the others fell and counterattacked, he would win. Wind mana began to gather in Russell's hand. Powerful streams of air rushed towards his hand. Anton screamed in shock and fear. The wind arrow pierced the barrier. Anton screamed in pain and lost consciousness for a moment. The professor on the balcony opened his mouth in amazement. His comrade, the man in glasses, was horrified and frowned. Someone came up to him from behind. Anton trembled with his whole body and knelt down. He frowned heavily and sweated. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared right in front of him. He clenched his fist and used lightning mana. He sharply hit Anton in the chest. The guy began to cough heavily because of the pain. Anton tried to concentrate his mana with a trembling hand. The protagonist swung to strike, seeing this. He struck his face in a second. The professor in glasses jumped up, saying to stop the competition immediately because there is not even magic here. Hubert, who stood next to him, stopped the professor, saying to take a closer look, then he will notice that something is wrapped around Russell's body. The man with glasses looked at the arena with a frown. Looking at the protagonist, he saw that his mana was enveloping him like a knight's aura. Hubert smiled and said that he did not know how he got it, but obviously he found a way. Russell struck his opponent's head. Watching his student confidently directing magic, Professor Hubert realized that he had found a way. The young man's eyes widened. The protagonist slammed his offender into the floor. The students watching the practice were shocked. The professor judge opened his mouth in horror. When the man got to his feet, he was asked what he was doing. Hubert gestured with his fingers and reminded them that they needed to announce the winner. He narrowed his eyes at his colleague's uncertainty. The judge raised his fist, declaring the winner. Russell wiped his nose with his fingers when his name was called. The teacher ran into the arena, coughing to attract attention. Without looking at the student, the man praised him and asked him to leave, but the boy replied that he was not finished. The student smiled impudently, and when asked what he meant, he replied that if he followed the rules of the lesson. The spectators' mouths dropped when the former loser declared that as long as the winner did not give up, he could challenge the next opponent. Pointing a finger at one of Anton's henchmen, the boy shouted that he was next because he still needed to win the magic sparring. The hero narrowed his eyes and demanded that the chosen opponent come out. Professor Hubert stood by the window, muttering about 14 victories in a row. He looked back at his desk and added that the teacher's insight was impressive after all. Holding a cup of tea, the teacher mused that with just one glance, she had noticed Russell's magical abilities. Looking at his reflection, a question came to his mind: how the boy had managed to achieve such height. Scenes of the duel flashed before his mind's eye. The boy clutched the ends of the towel when the notification reminded him of the rewards. A subspace window opened in front of him, and that was where the rewards were. He dipped his hand in, and his eyes grew round. The student pulled out a map from the space, and the system reported a new mission: to find the place marked on the map. The boy looked at the window in confusion. He could only accept the task after reaching the third circle. Confusedly looking at the map, the hero thought that it was at this level that he constantly failed, although he tried countless times. Besides, he could not understand where the indicated place was at all. The hero sorted through the books on the top shelf of the library, deciding to use the information. Slamming a stack of books on the table, he hoped to find a clue. The hero opened the book. Firstly, he needed to find the outskirts of the Endymion Kingdom. The magician flipped through the pages, looking for the Berg Empire. Excitement seized him when the boy found records of the open sea, continuing to search. Desperately clutching his head, the boy muttered that the indicated place was nowhere to be found. As he stepped out into the hallway, he thought that he was spending too much time on this. Looking ahead, the boy decided to focus on reaching the third circle first. The students in the hallway looked at the boy, whispering among themselves. Looking down, Russell thought that he had overcome the contempt and torment. A smile touched his lips when the realization came that he was still alone. The boy turned around when he heard his name. Professor Hubert put his hand on the student's shoulder and called him to follow him. Seeing a soft smile on the teacher's face, the boy happily agreed. The sun passed its zenith when the man mentioned that summer holidays would soon begin. Pouring tea, he asked his student if he had any plans. When the professor placed a cup in front of him, the protagonist replied that he was not sure about it yet. The professor sat down on the sofa opposite and asked if the boy wanted to take part in his magical test. The boy stared at the brochures on the teacher's desk while the teacher was saying that depending on his performance, his name could be placed right after the first author, and asked how the student felt about this sentence. The student grabbed the brochure from the table. His eyes widened. The professor frowned and asked what the boy was thinking about. Pressing the brochure to his chest, the student apologized, and smiling guiltily, he added that he now had plans for the summer. The man raised an eyebrow. He was sure that the boy had just said the opposite. Russell handed the teacher the brochure and said that he was going to go here. The professor looked at the brochure with confusion. He recognized the vacation spot. The map definitely pointed to the city of Maldives. The carriage was driving along the road. The young magician looked out the window at the trees rushing past. He closed his eyes and smiled. Immersing his hand in subspace, the hero muttered that, be that as it may, the road is long, and decided to eat something. Throwing the crystal into his mouth, he felt full again. The coachman wiped the sweat from his forehead and noted that it was too hot here even for summer. While the wheels of the carriage burned, the old man muttered that this was very strange. Closing his eyes, the student emitted fiery magic. Concentrating, he decided to reach the third level before reaching the city of Maldives. Professor Hubert thoughtfully looked at the surface of his table, thinking that this was quite amazing. He pressed his clenched fingers to his mouth, thinking about the fact that his student went to Maldives again, which, however, could be good. After all, his teacher was most likely there. Relaxing on the lounger, Daria thought that although this city was her homeland, it remained invariably beautiful. Raising a glass with a cocktail, the woman thought that she had not been on vacation for a long time. As she was about to take a sip, she recalled doing everything, announcing magical research, missions to protect the kingdom, and even teaching students. The sorceress remembered the crowds of students who came to her. Counting the levels, she demonstrated the magic circle. Smiling, the woman solemnly announced that these 3 numbers had a special meaning for magicians. The students' mouths opened in surprise. The 9th circle meant the end point for those who walked the path of magic. The 6th circle represented completion as a magician, and at the same time the repentance of advancing to a great magician. And the 3rd circle meant that a person begins to walk the lonely path of a magician. She put the glass back, thinking about the lonely path. The sorceress looked at the sky and mentally asked, will that boy be okay? She imagined Russell sitting at the library table with a book. The coachman knocked on the carriage door and announced their arrival, and he was tense that the gentleman did not respond to his call and again asked to leave the carriage. The old man screamed in fear when he looked inside. The protagonist grabbed a loaf of bread. He greedily bit off a sausage. Wiping his lips with his finger, he thought that he had spent too much energy to stabilize the raging magical abilities. The young man gloomily took a sip from the mug, remembering how he had frightened the coachman with his condition. Taking a sip, the magician remembered that he had finally reached it. The mug fell on the table with a thud. Calling fire magic onto his palms, the guy was happy to reach the 3rd circle. A magical seal appeared opposite the heart. He managed to reach it before his return. The hero threw a couple of coins on the table. The thought came to him that he could hardly be happy with this. Resolutely looking ahead, the guy decided to go further. He had his first mission, to find the place marked on the map. When he would be nearby, the path would be shown by light. The student looked at the map, puzzled, remembering the task. The boy turned his head when he heard about the announcement of a tour of the Pompeii volcano with the best guide, and only today they promised a special discount. The guide waved a flag, explaining to tourists that once an ordinary mountain of Pompeii became a volcano because a special creature settled on it a long time ago. Russell looked at the top of the mountain and thought that nature changed only because of his settlement there. There was only one such creature in the world, a red dragon. The guide put on a hat with dragon horns, and the magician decided to go on alone. The main character slipped away unnoticed when the guide suggested going further. He jumped right off the cliff, not listening to the rest, and the guide noticed too late that one of the clients had disappeared. The wizard's feet stepped into the water. Looking at the waterfall, the young man thought about his return to the past, growth thanks to missions and rewards. The magician took out a map, wondering what all this was for. Smiling, he decided that it was clearly related to the dragon. Particles of light separated from the map, attracting his attention. The light rose in a stream above the surface of the parchment, gathering into a sphere similar to liquid amber. The sphere quickly flew towards the waterfall, leaving a light trail behind it. Watching its flight, the guy realized that this was what was meant by the light that would show the way. The light ball flew behind the waterfall. The magician exhaled. He had to go down. He spread his legs wide, pulling his hand back. A wind arrow flew off his hands and made a hole in the water wall, after which the magician himself jumped inside. Rubbing the back of his head, he assumed that people did not know about the existence of this lava cave. Continuing to move inside, Russell wondered why there were no monsters or animals in this place if it was said that the mission was available after the third circle. The young man took a few more steps. Soon he came out to the columns, and this surprised him a little. Running his hand over the stone, the wizard wondered how ancient all this was. A strange sound behind him made the guy freeze. Light flew up to the carved door, immediately answering the question of where to go next. The hero continued to move forward, step by step approaching the door, and at some point, a shadow flashed behind him. Wet drops flowed down his face when the guy realized that he had forgotten his mercenary days and was careless. The young man looked back, realizing that if there were no signs of monsters or beasts, it could mean that he had entered the territory of a powerful predator. A huge Komodo lizard's face looked down at the intruder from the ceiling. The monster opened its mouth, making a loud sound. The lizard's blow sent stone chips flying in all directions. The magician managed to escape the attack only through the air. He looked at the lizard in surprise, remembering that it was a monster that two close-knit teams of mercenaries could barely catch. Landing on the stone floor, the guy decided that now was the best time to run. The hero summoned lightning onto his palm. Taking a stance, he summoned a lightning arrow, using the second circle out of habit. The lizard squealed and rushed at its prey. Gritting his teeth, the magician swung. With all his strength, he threw the spell at the monster. The arrow hit the monster right in the face. The enemy growled in pain. The young man jumped up, deciding that he had gained a little time. He ran as fast as he could to the gate, but the stone guard standing at the entrance blocked his path, demanding that he prove his level with magical abilities. The boy looked at this indignantly and shouted what the hell was going on. A growl was heard behind him. The lizard blocked the wizard's escape route. The stone cracked under the student's feet when he realized that he could not escape. The young man's eyes turned dragon-like. He shouted that he would break through. He drew the shape of a crossbow on his palm, and pointing his finger at the lizard, he summoned a fire bolt. The crystal on the door absorbed his magical power. The monster's eyes widened. The enemy stopped in front of the magician. The hero froze, not understanding why the lizard had stopped. At this time, the monster came closer, towering over the boy, and bowed to the floor. The boy stared at the lizard in surprise. The statues put away their spears, clearing the way to the gate, and a voice rang out, saying that the level was proven. The crystal on the door glowed brightly. A flash of light swallowed the young man. Russell pressed his palm to his forehead, groaning. Surprise was reflected in his eyes. The boy pressed his hand to the ice-covered floor, in which he saw his own reflection. Looking around the frozen room, the boy wondered where he was. Looking at the rough ice statues, the young mage realized that this was teleportation magic, because it was obvious that he had just been in another cave. A bright light behind him caught the hero's attention. A huge horn hanging in chains sparkled with magic. A notification appeared before the puzzled young man's eyes. He was given a second mission: defeat the ice golems and pass the trial by fire. The wizard turned around abruptly. The statues began to move, ice chips fell, and it became clear that these were golems. The eyes of the statues lit up as they stepped off their pedestals. Looking at the huge monsters with fear, the boy realized that they were all his opponents. Fire ignited on the hero's palm. Swinging, Russell screamed that there were too many of them. The flames burst forward and slammed into the chest of the nearest golem. Taking a fighting stance, the wizard remembered that if he was going to kill the golem, he needed to destroy the core inside it. The steam began to dissipate. The fire arrow had done virtually no harm to the enemy. The young man noticed only a crack. He clenched his teeth and muttered how cold the ice the golem was made of was. The boy pulled his hand back, deciding that since the flame was not passing through it, he needed to try the wind, but the streams of the elements did not add up. The student's eyes reflected panic. When the monster swung its arms at him, the hero tried to understand why the magic did not appear. The magician stretched his hand forward, trying to call upon lightning, but it barely sparkled on his palm. The monster's blow knocked the boy off his feet. He barely managed to stay on his feet, but was thrown against the wall. Blood was running down his face. The hero remembered the phrase from his assignment, "Pass the test of fire." The hero barely managed to jump back from the monster's next blow when he realized that he would not be able to use any other magic except flame. At that moment, he tripped over a stone lying on the floor. The magician hit the wall hard. The golems surrounded the protagonist. Trembling with fear and pain, the young man muttered about bad taste. The boy wiped the blood from his forehead. Then he took a step forward, again calling upon the fire shutter of the third circle. The mage's eyes glowed scarlet. A wall of fire separated him from his enemies as the boy decided to break through. Fire arrows fell from the ceiling. They hit the ice golem. The protagonist covered his face from the explosion. The monster burst out of the fog, rushing to attack again. Russell watched the enemy closely to bring down a fire attack on its exposed core. The golem shattered into pieces. Breathing heavily, the young man prepared to attack the next enemy. The monsters were advancing, and the boy was afraid that at this rate, he would run out of mana before they were all defeated. He clenched his teeth. He had to find another way. The boy jumped back in time from the ice fist attack again. Remembering scenes from the past, the former mercenary thought that if he wanted to pierce the golem's strong ice at once, he had to concentrate his power in one point. The mage's eyes widened as he realized that the only correct answer was density. The hero ran along the wall in short jumps, deciding to increase the throwing distance first. He stopped behind the monsters, creating flames in his hands. The boy started with a fire arrow. A line of fire appeared in front of his face, and along with the amplification formula, the wizard added the form of copying the fire shutter. The flames swirled, thickened, and intensified. Closing his eyes, the young man prepared for the final step. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he connected it all together in the compression formula. The hero pressed a bunch of fire arrows together. He screamed, trying to connect them. At that moment, one of the golems approached the boy. The enemy wrapped himself up, and the young man cursed. Blood gushed from his nose when the boy commanded the arrows to merge. A bright flash of flame knocked the monster off his feet. The flames crept up to the other monsters. They looked at their feet in confusion, and the next moment, the closest enemy collapsed with a hole in his chest. The golem crumbled into pieces. Russell looked at the rest with dragon eyes, clutching a fiery spear in his hands. He looked at the monsters hard when he received a notification that he had reached the limit of the level of understanding the properties of flame. The boy looked at the spear and thought that he could feel a power equal to at least 5 circles. The magician gripped the fire weapon tighter and noticed that the consumption of magical power was enormous just from holding it. The young man rushed forward, deciding to attack first. The opponents ran towards him. Without blinking, the wizard looked at their cores. Like lightning, the boy ran from one golem to another. He stopped among the remaining enemies. Quickly looking around, the boy realized that there were 4 left. The fiery spear broke through the solid ice of the monsters. Lowering the weapon, the wizard realized that there were 2 opponents left. The boy dodged another blow from the monster. An icy fist split the ice beneath the wizard's feet. Gritting his teeth, the boy swung his spear. Flames cut the monster in half. Looking at the remains of his enemy, the hero realized that he had one last enemy left. A loud sound caught his attention. The boy barely managed to block the blow, and the realization came that if it weren't for his reaction, death would have been instantaneous. The magician looked at the evaporating spear and realized that all he had left of his mana was his breath. The boy rose to his feet, shaking. Slowly exhaling, he looked up at the last enemy. The young man grabbed the fiery spear more comfortably and swung it at the golem, intending to finish him in one blow. Letting out a furious cry, Russell mentally begged for it to work. The moment the spear went out, ice chips rained down from the monster. Steam came from the golem's body. A huge hole gaped in its chest. The hero's vision clouded over. The wizard's eyes rolled back as soon as he realized he had won. The boy fell to the floor among the ice shards, and at that moment he received a notification that the mission had been completed. The dragon horn swung on its chains. The shackles fell to the floor with a clang. The artifact was engulfed in flames. A flash of light filled the hall. It engulfed the unconscious protagonist. The system sent him into the thoughts of the Forgotten King to receive a reward. The young man opened his eyes. He found himself in the void in the golden chains, and after reading the notifications, he wondered who the Forgotten King was. Didn't the horn belong to the fire dragon from the temple? The wizard glanced at the chains and asked if the feeling of endless torture could be considered a reward. The boy's eyes widened. He heard residual thoughts, a man who had gone through the trial of fire and achieved the thoughts of a higher being. It seemed like his brain was about to burst. The horn was flying straight at the hero when a voice announced that he would receive a fragment of the king. The boy looked at the artifact in fear. The horn pierced his chest. The mage screamed. The red-hot fragment pressed into his body and pierced the one who had passed the test, filling him with flame. The young man's eyes rolled back again. For a moment, he managed to see the image of a dragon. Russell was thrown onto a sandy beach. The hero barely opened his eyes. He got to his feet, trying to understand where he was, and he saw next to him the city from which he had left the day before. The boy ruffled the hair on the top of his head, trying to comprehend what had happened. After reviewing all the notifications, it was possible to find out that he had completely absorbed the horn of the Forgotten King, Mana. Going beyond what could be absorbed was stored in reserve, and the intermediate understanding of the property of fire had reached its limit. The guy clenched his fist. Magic surrounded him in a huge stream. His face expressed extreme surprise. The magical power increased so much that the wizard could already see the 4th circle right in front of him. Pressing his palm to his chest, the hero admitted that he almost died, but the reward was worth it. A voice behind him made the boy turn around. They called his name. Mrs. Daria was standing behind him. Soon the woman brought the student to the beach bar and explained that she felt a surge of magical power. She handed the boy a glass and added that the reason for everything was the genius Walkerhill. The protagonist smiled, thanked the sorceress, and noted that he did not expect to see the Supreme Lord here. The witch looked closely at the boy and could not believe that he had approached the fourth circle in such a short period of time. Besides, his mana had become purer. Was the student so talented or a genius? The wizard put the drink on the counter and asked what the lady was doing in Maldives. Glancing at the coast, the woman replied that few people knew about it. It was her hometown. The boy was surprised that such a backwater could be the birthplace of the Supreme Lord. The lady smiled and explained that this was why she came here every summer for vacation. She asked why Russell came here. The young man looked at the sorceress and did not risk telling her the truth. He ruffled the hair on the back of his head. Putting his palm to his chest, the hero said that he simply wanted to learn more about this vast world. The sorceress chuckled and thought that the boy's skills should be tested. She pointed her glass at the interlocutor and asked if he wanted to help her with one thing. The lady snapped her fingers. In a flash of flame, a cloak appeared on the boy's shoulders. The guy looked in surprise at the symbol of the fire tower on his chest. Taking a sip from the glass, the woman advised him not to worry, because the young magician coped well with such tasks. A notification about a new quest appeared before the hero's eyes, and he immediately learned the details of the upcoming task, and it was about pirates. The lady explained that slavery is strictly prohibited by law in Endymion. That is why merchant ships transporting slaves are not even allowed to dock. Even in Endymion, there are people who wanted to stop near her native Maldives. The boat was moving quickly through the water when Daria added that she could clean the house herself. Looking forward seriously, the woman said that the essence of the operation was to rescue the hostages and ensure the safety of the ship, but it required a little more careful actions. The boy sitting behind the sorceress concluded that she needed a distraction and was right. The magician nervously looked away. If the Supreme Lord of the Fire Tower needed help, the number of magicians who would run on tiptoe in front of her would be in the hundreds. At that moment, the boat approached the pirate ship. The lady raised her hand when Russell wondered what her request for help could mean. Steam began to rise from the water, and the protagonist concluded that he was being tested. When the boat stopped right next to the side of the ship, the witch called her partner for today. She looked at the boy with a serious look and said that what was happening next might be beyond his strength. The guy opened his mouth when he heard that the path to the land of the Guardians was not at all majestic. The woman rested the end of her cane on the bottom of the boat and finished that the same fate befell the magicians. The lady climbed to the edge of the ship. Rising into the air, the sorceress ordered not to attract attention to herself and used the opportunity to save people. The wizard watched the woman go. Thoughtfulness was reflected in his eyes. He repeated the lady's words to himself. At this time, Daria hung in the air above the ship. Raising the knob of her cane, she declared that from now on they would only look at her. The woman's eyes flashed with light. A bright purple ball flared up above the pirate ship. The pirates began to load their guns when they realized that they were under attack. The men took out their crossbows. At the wave of someone's blade, arrows flew into the ball of light. But the woman only grinned. The arrows melted before reaching her. Lowering their weapons, the pirates began to curse that they could not reach the attacker. A fiery rose blossomed in the witch's hands, and she called the pirates fools for even thinking about hiding in her hometown. The lady blew the petals down onto the deck to see if they could stand it. The sailors watched in fear as the flames lit up the boards. The fire grew larger until the men did not understand what was happening. One of the pirates tried to stamp out the fire, but it was impossible to extinguish it. A fiery hand grabbed the man by the boot. The little fiery man made the enemy's leg burn. Small figures continued to appear from the fire. They looked at the surrounding men with hostility. The sailors were frightened by the gnomes of the burning tree, the source of Darius Snow White. The protagonist grabbed the edge of the side. Then he jumped onto the deck. Russell froze when he heard the screams of the pirates. The boy watched as the men tried to put out the firemen. One of the men swung at the elemental, which the mage thought was the magic that the lady had used to burn down the entire castle all by herself. The blade of the halberd cut the dwarf in half, but the weapon passed through the little boy, and the boy was amazed that he was seeing it with his own eyes. The fire pick hit the enemy on the knee. With a loud cry, the pirate instantly turned to ash. The boy was horrified. The pirates were scared too. Looking around, the young man decided that now was not the time to admire. Going down into the hold, he remembered that while the lady was distracting the people, he had to save the people. Below, there were rows of cages. The candle flame flickered, and the man on duty wondered what was happening above. He rose from his chair when the slaves began to assume that the navy had arrived and they were saved. The pirate struck the bars with his sword. Swinging again at the trembling captives, the man declared that no matter what happened, they would not escape. And he was so carried away by this that he did not notice the movement behind his back. The protagonist's hand grabbed the sailor by the neck. Calmly looking at the man, the wizard called for lightning. An electric discharge pierced the fat man's body through and through. The boy let go of the burnt fat man. Exhaling, he thought that, as expected, no one came up to the deck. One of the slaves grabbed the bars and asked if the young man had come to save them. He caught the boy's attention. The hero nodded, but added that while the pirates were still alive, it was safer to stay here. One of the women fell to her knees, muttering that God had heard their prayers. Looking around, the wizard tried to estimate how many people they had locked in such a tight space. Horror was reflected in the hero's eyes. He saw a small child among the slaves. The young man clenched his teeth in anger and cursed. At that moment, the door to the room swung open and several men walked in, and they saw the body of their comrade and the stranger standing next to him. The fat man's burnt state caught their attention. Snatching his saber, one of the pirates ordered the others to grab the young man. The sailors rushed at the boy. Lightning flared up in Russell's hands and he declared that they would be caught. Chain lightning flew down the passage, burning all enemies in its path. The magician approached the fallen men. One of them raised himself on his elbow and hoarsely noted that the boy was a magician. Lightning appeared in the wizard's hands again while the pirate muttered about the navigator. The young man walked into the room from which more guards came out and found another grate in the darkness. From the depths of the cell, he heard a voice asking if the boy was the magician from the fire tower. The boy summoned a ball of light into his palm. Inside the cell he found elves. One of them rose to his feet and repeated his question. Remembering that there was a tower emblem on his cloak, he understood where the elf got it from. Pressing his palm to the emblem, the hero replied that he had not yet become an official member of the fire tower, but he was interrupted. Folding his arms over his chest, the guy demanded that the boy quickly open the door. The hero even winced. He was going to do it anyway, but his commanding tone irritated him. The elf looked at the magician arrogantly, and although the young man realized that this was the pride of the people, he wanted to just leave them there. But then a female voice from the depths demanded to be polite. The rest paid attention to the girl sitting on her knees and called her Mrs. Ilo. The prisoners helped the lady to stand up, and she said that in front of them was not an ordinary person. The elf approached the young man and said that his mana was as pure as the dawn. With a soft smile looking at the boy, the girl said that she smelled perfume on him. The captive elves crowded behind their mistress and asked what she meant when she said that the man standing in front of them was not ordinary. Putting a finger to her chin, the girl said that she smelled perfume on him. The protagonist's eyes widened. He wondered what all this meant. The captives looked at each other. They could not believe that the smell of perfume came from a man. The young man even sniffed his hand, trying to understand what smell they were talking about. The magician tore his finger from his nose when he was addressed. The elf looked at the boy with tension. To Russell's surprise, the boy bowed his head before him and asked him to save them. The next moment, all the elves bowed, begging the man. The hero stared at the prisoners in shock, surprised that the one known for his conceit changed his mind just by one word from the girl. Looking at the pale figure of the elf, he wondered if she was a high elf or someone even more significant. When the main hero began to melt the castle, the girl addressed him as a keeper. He stopped when he heard the question, did he defeat all the pirates and leaders? The guy looked at Ilo questioningly and clarified what kind of leaders. The man in armor went down into the hold and looked at the bodies of the defeated comrades. He looked back at the closed door while the lady told the savior that the strength of the leaders surpassed even skilled elven magicians. The passage of the hold was littered with bodies, and light was shining from the dark room. The warrior in armor grinned contentedly. At this time, the captain watched the carnage on the deck. He folded his hands on the steering wheel and called the fiery battle suite. The man grabbed the handle of the sword that hung behind his back. Then he suddenly jumped up. With the blade of the sword, the pirate cut off the heads of the fire gnomes, and the elementals began to fade near the captain's feet. Walking along the deck, the man cursed his people who suffered because of such a trifle. Daria looked down when she heard the threats from the captain. He promised to tear her to pieces. The woman grinned. The man entrusted her. The lady disappeared from her place. The next moment, her heels stepped onto the edge of the deck. The pirates looked at the sorceress in surprise. She stood with a straight posture, clutching the knob of her cane in her palm. The captain grinned and asked why the witch was closing the distance. Chuckling, the lady assumed that the interlocutor was the captain here. Clenching his hands into fists, the one-eyed man confirmed her thoughts, introducing himself as Captain Don Click. Noticing a faint glow on the man's figure, the sorceress noticed his use of aura. The captain winced when the woman asked what the knight was doing on a pirate ship. He laughed loudly and shouted that a knight's honor could not feed him or pay his taxes. The man looked up at his opponent and loudly declared that the Click brothers were making incredible amounts of money from selling slaves. The lady raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean, brothers?" The scoundrel raised his blade. The pirate rushed at the sorceress, swinging his sword. The blow found its target. The attack pierced the wall behind the protagonist. Russell turned around instantly when the elves shouted for him to be careful. Splinters flew in all directions. Dust rose into the air. The boy leaned against the grate under the cover of his shield, trying to understand what was happening. Under his feet, the boy saw fragments of spears. The man who entered laughed when he saw that the enemy had parried his blow. Surrounding himself with an aura, the enemy noticed that a magician had entered the hold, and the young man realized that a knight was in front of him. At that moment, a notification came about a new mission with a difficult battle. The elf approached the keeper and asked him to be careful. The man who was taking the blade out of the sheath, the maiden called the navigator of the ship. The knight sighed and noted that even if his opponent was a wizard, he was just a child. The pirate kicked his own allies and noticed that they were not dead, but simply unconscious. Grinning evilly, the navigator told the boy that if he won, he had to kill, and he was ready to show how it was done. The young man calmly began to activate his strongest attack, but then he pulled himself together, switching to lightning. The guy realized that fire magic causes huge damage over an area. The wizard sent a bolt of lightning at the knight. The enemy plunged the blade of his sword into the floorboards and asked if lightning could work against the sword. The navigator raised the boards up, blocking the enemy's attack. The bolts hit the boards, although the knight noticed that the youth knew how to use his brains. But the boards let the bolts of lightning pass the enemy, and he rushed at the protagonist. The boy recoiled when he realized that his attacks were not working against the pirate. He launched the bolt again, but the man was already very close and screamed that it would not work against him. The enemy caught the bolt of lightning with his curved blade, and it was literally absorbed into the metal. The wizard realized with horror that the sword was an insulator. A powerful blow fell on the youth's shield. Sparks flew in all directions. The blade began to cut through the energy barrier. The hero's eyes widened in horror. His shield cracked. The barrier shattered, and the blade ripped open the young magician's chest. The captain's blow had reached its target, but instead of Daria, the blade cut through an illusion of flame. The man turned to see the lady reassembling from the fire. Looking at his opponent, the former knight noticed that the mages were making a good getaway. The woman looked calmly at the enemy and asked him to ask a question. Was his brother a knight too? Raising his sword, the one-eyed man answered that he was, but of course the navigator was not as amazing as the captain. The lady grinned. She understood everything. She hit the end of her cane on the deck boards. Everything around the sorceress began to burn. When she concluded that she had worried in vain, fire figures appeared on the ship again, much denser than the previous ones. The captain rushed forward, cutting each of the summoned ones. The pirate asked with a grin if these were fire gnomes again. A smile touched the lips of the lady as she answered that this was something a little different. The man's eyes widened. The elementals he had cut down simply reassembled. Looking around at his opponents, Don remembered that the enemy had summoned only 2 creatures. But the more he cut them, the more there were. A crowd of hellfire gnomes was already approaching the one-eyed captain. The lady's face was triumphant. The captain screamed in fear when the creatures she had summoned surrounded him. He turned around abruptly, not believing his eyes. The man recognized the figure of the attacking woman as the Witch of the Fire Tower. Shards of the magical barrier mixed with blood. The navigator lowered his blade, looking ahead in confusion. He turned around to find Russell from behind. His face expressed surprise. While the boy was holding onto the cloak torn on his chest, the knight could not understand how he had managed to dodge. Gritting his teeth, he remembered his attack a moment ago. The man had definitely cut the little one in 2. The pirate noticed that the young man was covered in a glow. Was it really magic that increased physical abilities? The man grinned confidently and decided that it didn't matter because his opponent was just a rat in a trap. The elf looked at the keeper with concern and called him. The young man looked at his enemy, breathing heavily. He recalled a past life in which he had met a knight. That villain had destroyed an innocent group of mercenaries because they had accidentally run into him. The protagonist recalled how he had been the last one standing, and then a stranger had shielded him. That magician was the only one who had managed to stop the knight's madness with difficulty. The villain had struck the magic barrier. The magician was holding the shield, and that was his tactic. The young man raised his hand, activating his shield again. The knight swung his blade at the boy again. The blow fell on the magic barrier. The blade had split it again, but the boy had called for protection again. This had struck the navigator. Wind had gathered in the wizard's hands. A windy arrow had crashed into the enemy's breastplate, and she threw the man back. But the boy himself was already standing with difficulty. He looked at his palm and thought that he had lost too much blood. With one movement, the boy broke the lock. The prisoners left the cell, obeying the words of the keeper, and the maiden thanked him. The magician extended his hand to her and asked her to follow him, but the navigator's angry voice was heard. He rose to his feet and moved towards the prisoners. Looking madly at the boy, the knight said that he should have aimed at the head. The hero looked at the wag in fear. He had definitely done everything right. The boy blocked the elf with his body and asked her to gather the prisoners and go up to the deck. The elves even winced. They did not want to save people, but Lady Isla folded her arms on her chest and agreed to fulfill the request. The knight laughed. He found the boy naive, since he thought that he had time to free the slaves. The enemy abruptly tore off. His blade struck the magical barrier again as the pirate told the boy to worry about himself. The curved blade shattered the shield again. striking blow after blow. The enemy thought that he would not give him a chance to counterattack. His face was distorted by a self-confident smile, but the young man stubbornly continued to put up one shield after another. At this time, the elves ran out of the room. They really listened to the request and freed the rest of the slaves. While they were all leaving the hold, the main character was thinking only about how little time he had left to hold out until everyone got out. The guardian frowned when he heard the voice of the maiden that everyone was safe. The villain laughed. He asked if the boy really hoped that this would change anything. And at that moment, flames began to roar around the opponents, and the hero answered that of course. The man looked around in fear. 2 dragon eyes were looking at him, and Russell announced that he could now tear the pirate apart. The knight continued to press on the barrier. He looked at the young man under the dome in bewilderment. His eyes were glowing yellow. The man jumped back, noticing that the atmosphere around the boy had changed. He grinned hysterically and assumed that the boy was finally ready to kill. He pointed his sword at the shield and froze. He lunged forward, intending to pierce the hero along with his shield. Suddenly, a bright light hit the warrior's face. The boy began to draw fire from his hands. Russell intercepted the red-hot spear. Twin Dawn attacked. The boy stabbed with a spear that was not fire, but something else. Light filled the entire deck. This weapon was several levels higher. At this time, his brother was fighting off the fire creatures. A small army was advancing on the pirate. The more he killed, the more there were, but he could not kill them. Sweat was pouring down his face. The man did not understand what his brother was doing now. He looked at the sorceress behind the fire minions and thought that if his brother were nearby, they would have gotten him. The creatures rushed into a new attack. Dawn cut several of them into pieces. He understood that he needed to hold out a little longer. The floorboards under his feet began to crack and release hot light. The warrior looked down in confusion. The floor began to tear apart, knocking the fighter off balance. A large energy beam pierced the ship. Dawn was thrown back. His body was covered in fire. He screamed that this could not be. Daria covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. She turned around. The prisoners came out on the deck and looked at the fire with curiosity. The lady realized that she had played too much. At the bottom of the cabin, a knocked-out hero was visible who had gotten ahead of the magician. The young man lay with his eyes closed and grimaced in pain. The system sent a notification that he had completed the mission and began to transfer the reward. The pirates began to point at the ship and shout that their captain was defeated and began to surround the ship. The blonde grinned and raised her cane. She summoned new beasts and decided to think about this at her leisure. The cane hit the floor with a crash, and a rain of fire surrounded the ship. The bow of the ship cut through the waves. The hands of the maiden were covered in green light. Russell stood up and asked what happened. The elf asked him not to move. She slowly moved her hands over his chest and said that she had not yet restored her mana, so she healed a little slowly. Daria looked at the boy and praised him for defeating 2 knights. The boy looked at her in confusion and said that he had only encountered one. The sorceress pointed to the 2 tied brothers and said that in the end there were 2 of them. Ilo approached the hero and said that she was greatly indebted to him and could not repay him right now. Her pale skin slightly blushed. The maiden introduced herself and swore on the honor of her ancestors that she would one day repay him. The boy put his hand on his chest and introduced himself in response. He simply did what a keeper was supposed to. Daria embarrassedly spread her hands and asked him not to forget about the fiery tower. Several elves stood in a row and addressed the High Lord. They beat their chests and reported that they had checked the condition of all the prisoners. The mistress of the tower looked at them and noticed that the mistress had very kind subordinates. Their behavior was completely different from before. Russell turned to the mistress and asked what those words in the cabin meant. Ilo looked at him and asked if he meant when she spoke of the smell of spirit. The woman turned sharply, hearing something she did not expect. The ship was sailing against the backdrop of dawn. The hero replied that he was talking about this. The elf looked at him intently and asked if it was possible that the blood of a dragon flowed in him. The young man recoiled in surprise and asked again. The maiden imagined a magical creature and said that the blood of a green dragon flowed in her veins. Of course, it was more like a drop in a lake. She took the guy's hand and added that even a small drop can attract spirits. Ilo nodded and said that she could smell them faintly, which was why she wanted to ask if he had dragon blood like her. Daria looked at her charge thoughtfully and assumed that it was because of the blood that he was developing so quickly. She looked at the ocean and decided that he could become a creature that would shake up the kingdom or even the whole world. Russell looked at his mistress intently. After a while, the ship docked at the pier. The knights carefully brought the wounded to the shore. They were watched. The disguised elves stood in a tight-knit group. Their mistress was addressed. Daria smiled and assumed that she would hide until she restored her mana. The maiden nodded. Everything was correct. The mistress thought about her mansion and said that it was not far from here and, if she did not mind, she could stay in it. She also assumed that she could help with the hero's training. The guy looked at his mentor in surprise. The elf's cheeks blushed again. because if she could repay the debt this way, she would do it with pleasure. The woman looked at the embarrassed young man and asked if he really didn't want to. The guy smiled and objected that it was not so, because he really wanted to, because it was about special training with the Supreme Lord of the Fire Tower. The lady pointed to the road and told everyone to go there, because the carriage would arrive very soon. The elves followed the couple. The hero asked if everything would be okay, because the semester would start soon, but the sorceress winked and asked not to worry, because Hubert would take care of everything. The carriage drove along the picturesque shore. Thoroughbred horses pulled the carriages behind them. The wheels bounced on the bumps, so they arrived at a huge mansion. Russell looked at the architectural creation in amazement. It was huge. Daria smiled at the guests and asked them to make themselves at home. The group walked through a picturesque garden. Ilo smiled and looked around. She said that this was a very beautiful place. She thanked the hostess for her kindness. The boy looked back in surprise. After that, his attention was drawn to the fountain. He remembered how he sat next to it with his parents. He reached out to the witch and said that he wanted to ask something. The woman turned around and asked what it was. The boy assumed that this villa had not belonged to her before. The lady smiled sheepishly and said that if anyone heard, they would think that she had stolen it. Russell looked at the hostess in shock. Because he was right. She said that this estate belonged to some mercenary association, and she had bought it several years ago. The hero turned around and again saw himself in the past. He knew that this villa had previously belonged to their family. The young man smiled and said that he had no more questions. He looked at the tall tower and thought that after the fall of his family he heard that it was sold. The group approached the main entrance. Russell did not think that he would return here like this. A week later, the elf quietly approached the mistress. She smiled and said that she heard her name. Daria's eyes were glowing blue. She took a sip from the cup and noticed that the maiden had restored most of her mana. Ilo smiled, covered herself in mana and said that it was all thanks to the mistress of the tower. The lady put the cup down and suggested returning to their conversation about training her subordinate. The elf created an energy sphere and asked if she meant training with spirits. The woman approached her. The mistress asked, "But where is the boy then?" Daria laughed and said that she entrusted him with something. At this time, Russell fell from a cliff into the river. He plopped into the water. A moment later, he emerged and inhaled the precious air. He smoothed his hair back and noted plaintively that he had failed again. Before that, he had stood with the mistress on a rock. She had asked what he had learned in the previous battle, after which she had corrected herself and asked what he had missed. The hero remembered his battle. The guy looked ahead and said that it was the distance. The woman looked at the river and said correctly. She explained that during a battle, distance is very important for magicians. She smiled and told him to watch carefully. Her leg was covered in fire. The mistress asked him to imagine that he was compressing space. Suddenly, a fiery trail remained in front of the guy. The woman found herself on another rock, covered in fire. It was space distortion magic called Flash. Daria turned around and told him to try to move to that mountain. Russell looked ahead tensely, and the mentor explained that in the future it would be very helpful to him. The system sent a task at that moment. The magician crawled out onto the shore, breathing heavily. He began to climb back up in sweat. He knew that the flash did not depend on the level of the magic circle. He sat down on the edge of the cliff and thought that in order to study the flash, he needed to understand the logic of this spell. A few hours later, the hero looked ahead intently. One of his legs hung in the air, and a moment later a desperate cry was heard. At sunset, he climbed back up and asked, was this spell training or endurance training? The young man closed his eyes and told himself to focus and think about the distortion of space. His leg became covered in fire and he put it in the air. The other leg was engulfed in flames and the magician took another step. At the decisive moment, the mistress of the tower appeared behind him and the hero flew down from fear. While he was falling and burning, the guy looked at his mentor. The woman smiled shyly in response. Russell screamed, realizing his fate. The sorceress came down to the shore and said that from today the hero would learn to make contracts with spirits. They lit a fire and invited Ilo, who would help him. The maiden put her hand on her chest. She was glad that she could help her savior. Russell bowed in response and said thank you. He sat down on the ground. The elf came up to him and told him to slowly close his eyes. Darius sat on a rock behind and watched. Ilo asked him to imagine something related to fire. The fire devoured wood and released sparks. The lady suggested thinking about the morning or midday sun or burning firewood. Russell imagined how his body was covered in fire. The maiden looked at the man in amazement, amazed at his pure mana. She closed her eyes and said that she would enter his consciousness and guide him. She came up to him from behind and closed her eyes. Two astral bodies walked through the darkness. Above their heads was space. Most people did not know that the door to the spirit world was here, be it a human or an elf. Ilo imagined the forest and added that any creature born in this world. The jungle began to burn. A battlefield appeared. Then the skies, here all goals unite, opening the door to the spirit world. The mistress of the tower shuddered. The elf tensed, not understanding what kind of flow in the hero's heart she felt. She saw the scene of the murder and realized that it was anger. Ilo grabbed her head. With a clouded gaze, she looked ahead. A bright light was shining from the gate in front of her. Russell was shaking at this time, tears flowing from his eyes. The boy frowned, covered in red mana. A bright light now enveloped the couple by the fire. The sorceress's eyes opened wide. She stood up abruptly and covered herself in fire. A powerful light filled everything around. The guy slowly opened his eyes and saw his mentor. His eyes looked tiredly ahead. Daria stood next to him and looked at him with concern. The young man sat down and grabbed his head with a groan. He asked what happened. He sat up in bed and said that he felt like mana exploded. Lady Ilo entered the room. Her forearm was bandaged. She smiled and replied that she was fine. The young man looked gloomily forward and asked if he really did this. Russell hid his face behind his hands and began to say that he was very sorry. At night, the magician went out to the fountain and looked at the sky. Daria watched him from the window and spoke with Lady Ilo. She turned to her and asked what exactly happened. She replied that it was horror. The elf remembered the journey inside the hero's consciousness to the gates of spirits. She remembered the bright light from the gates. The couple stood on the edge of the cliff and could not go further because of a sudden flow of emotions. The mistress put her finger to her lips and asked again. The lady replied that it looked like anger. She looked down and decided that it looked more like sadness. The guy looked sadly at the sky. It was about great sadness. The maiden was surprised how the young man could hide it. In the afternoon, the guy was called by the witch. She smiled at him and said that from today his new training would begin. Russell bowed. The mentor said that it was about cleaning. The boy looked at the mistress in surprise. Daria raised her finger with a smile and said that he would help the servants with cleaning for 1 week. The elf stood next to the mistress. She said that during this time they would visit the capital. Ilo bowed and said that they would see each other in a week. The guy asked them to be careful. He still looked at the witch in confusion. She clarified that this was not a punishment. The boy bowed and said okay. He decided that he would clean and train the Flash in his free time, but then Daria decided to say something just in case. The wizard's eyes widened, because he was forbidden to use magic for this week. So Russell picked up a mop. He collected his thoughts and began to move it across the floor. The hero ran across the entire corridor, deciding that he could train his body because he simply should not use magic. His boot slipped on spilled water. The guy flew into the air along with the vase. Someone's shadow began to crawl up to the hero from behind. The maid came up to him and asked who was cleaning at such a speed. Russell looked up. The woman said that this vase was very dear to Miss Daria. The kid remembered how the woman told him something about cleaning. She said that he just had to obey the head maid. The guy then looked at the team of servants. At their head stood a stern girl in glasses. Now they shone frighteningly in the semi-darkness of the corridor. His hand ran over the crumbled vase. The young man managed to utter words of forgiveness. The woman pulled the glove on his hand. She knew that he could not use magic for a week. She handed the boy a rag and reminded him that he just had to listen to her. So Russell began to wipe the dust, but took the vase incorrectly. He washed the floors, but he was sternly asked, did he really think that there was no need to wipe behind the door? There was pain and suffering on his face. He was poked at spots that he did not see. Paintings and other decor watched this torture. So Russell fell onto the carpet and exhaled. He stared hysterically into space, covered in sweat. He imagined a bunch of maids hanging over him and assumed that this was some kind of character training. Suddenly it was time for lunch. The woman went ahead and asked him to follow her. The youth laughed nervously and said that he would eat later, but the enemy of dirt turned to him and menacingly ordered him to follow her. Russell smiled confusedly. He could only agree. The whole team gathered at the table. The boy looked at the people in surprise and noted that there were quite a lot of them. He turned around. A man was smiling at him, who asked his name. The hero introduced himself. Hearing the boy's name, the man was surprised. The magician swallowed nervously, asking himself, did they really know him? He looked at the ladies in amazement. They called him handsome, noting his black hair and red eyes. The maids blushed and said that it was very beautiful. A tall guy came up to the young man and shrugged his shoulders, noting that he was quite athletic. He asked if he could touch his biceps. The tailed one slapped the new guy on the back and said that he was joking. Russell laughed in confusion, deciding to himself that this was definitely a real workout. The guys were dragging large tree trunks with difficulty. The sweaty hero looked ahead and noted that with the help of magic he would have finished quickly. After finishing work, everyone gathered at the table in the fresh air. Beer mugs slammed against each other. The tailed one looked at how the young man was drinking beer. Russell immediately received a slap on the back, from which all the drink flew out. He looked at the elder with confusion and asked why he hit him. The guy frowned and said that he was still a student, and so he would lose all his muscles. Everyone else looked with a grin at the hero, who realized that he was still too young now. The man carefully poured him a glass and said that adults should teach him how to drink properly. Russell looked at him carefully. The elder replied that with such a look it would be a sin not to drink. The workers looked at the beautiful sunset. Someone said that there was another sin. Everyone looked back questioningly. The senior maid came up to them with a basket and said that drinking without snacks was a sin. So food appeared on the table. Everyone decided to welcome the new member of the family. Everyone laughed cheerfully and patted the young man on the shoulder. The woman looked at them intently. Now Russell began to laugh with the others. The next day, the maid supervised the hero's cleaning. He smiled kindly, having lunch with everyone. In the evenings, the young man relaxed by the family fountain. In the mornings, they weeded the plants. The hero ate fresh bread. Now he smiled dreamily by the fountain and understood that tomorrow was the last day, but for some reason he was upset. Someone came up to him from behind and said that he really liked this place. Russell looked at the head maid with fear and said hello. She adjusted her glasses and asked how many times he had already greeted her that day. She came closer and asked why the boy came here. The boy looked at the sky and said that when he was here, he remembered certain people. The water reflected the light beautifully. The woman said that she had heard that magicians could teleport. Couldn't he just meet them? The guy replied that teleportation magic was very difficult. But even if he could, his people were now in a place where he couldn't meet them. The maid thought that magicians had no problems, but that turned out to be nonsense. She turned away discontentedly and said that tomorrow was the guy's last day, so he should try to the end. The lady dropped her hands. Although she was not familiar with magic, she assumed that the hero was a good person. The young man looked at her in surprise. The lady laughed and adjusted her glasses, because even if he did not become a good magician, he would make an excellent servant. With a new day, a carriage drove up to the estate. The mistress of the tower and the elf came out to meet the hero. They asked him if everything was okay. The boy smiled happily and replied that everything was fine. The lady went ahead and offered to step aside with her for a minute. They walked through the garden. The sorceress said that the guy had been through a lot this week, but that was an exaggeration. Darius stopped and said that the search for medicine to restore Ilo's mana took quite a long time because the elf's mana is special. She hit the ground with her cane and added that she checked something in the archives. The subordinate noticed that she had a lot of things to do. The woman looked sternly at the guy and said that this estate used to belong to the hero's family. The boy's gaze was filled with sadness. The lady approached him and told him about the elf's words about the emotions inside his heart, because of which they could not reach the gate to the spirits. The magician's hand trembled. He was asked if he was offended. Daria looked at him warmly and asked if he was angry or maybe sad. Russell frowned and answered both together. It reminded him of their first meeting. The hero was sitting in the academy library. The hostess said to develop his magic. The boy remembered sitting there until late, and the woman said that he tried alone, but looking back, he was a lonely leader trying to revive his family. She pointed to the estate and told him to take it. The boy recoiled and asked in fear what she meant, but Daria replied that she was not going to just give it away. Russell looked at her in surprise. She told him to become a mage of the fire tower and protector of the country. His face was confused. The lady told him to earn money from this and buy this estate. She smiled and asked if the kid understood. The hero looked at her dumbfounded. Daria smiled and told him not to fight alone. The Trinity gathered again at night around the fire. The elf said that last time she did not awaken his consciousness, but simply led him for her mana. This time they will try to go to the gate together. Russell guiltily lowered his eyes and asked, what if he hurts her again? Ilo smiled nervously, gave a thumbs up and said that this time they brought a lot of medicine. The boy closed his eyes and covered himself in mana. He was told to think about fire. Like last time, they were going to awaken his consciousness. The astral maiden looked forward. They addressed her. She asked if he could really see her. The hero looked at his hand and thought about what his mana looked like. The young man sat in the darkness. The elf said that at first everything was fine, like last time. She took a few steps forward. The couple approached the cliff in front of the seething stream. It did not disappear anywhere. The gate of the spirits shone on them. The lady said that they still could not reach the gate of the spirits. Russell took a step forward. They tried to stop him. The boy was enveloped in a strong stream of energy. He fell to the ground. The girl explained that this could not be considered an ordinary stream. The hero was enveloped in an anxious aura. In his head he heard graduation from the academy, getting into the tower, restoring his family and avenging his father. He shook his head and said that he could not get rid of it. Suddenly inside his consciousness he heard Daria's voice. She asked how his progress was. The hero raised his head in surprise and turned to the mentor. The maid smiled and called the young man a good man. The mistress smiled and asked if she had always watched over him. The boy's gaze became clouded. He remembered how the professor approached him and asked to look in for a minute. He remembered how cheerfully the workers greeted him at dinner. He remembered how the head maid at the fountain called him a good man. And finally, he remembered Lady Daria, who advised him not to fight alone. Tears rolled down his face. The young man realized that he could not get rid of the pain. He smiled and confidently looked forward, because he realized that he could overcome this. He again thought about how the space was compressed. The hero began to approach the raging stream again, frightening the elf. The energy hit the guy, he bit his lip from the great pressure. His leg was covered in fire, the thought appeared that he could fall, but even so he was not alone. Ilo looked at him in amazement. The guy used the flash and left a fiery trail behind him. The Supreme Lord slowly lowered his hand. The Savior's legs were burning with fire. He stood right in front of the gate of the spirits. The system sent a notification about the completion of the mission. The boy looked at the gate and asked what he should do now. He began to sway from side to side. He was told to approach the door in front of him. The elf smiled warmly and clarified that they could communicate. Because their mana was connected, the system sent a task to establish a contract with the spirit. The hand slowly went deeper into the bright light. The young man looked into the passage with curiosity and asked what would happen next. He closed his eyes. The elf said that now the spirits would choose and no one knew. Many eyes appeared in the darkness. No one knew what kind of spirit would come out because they might not choose him. Ilo held her hands in prayer. She told her to hold her hand and wait. At that time, Daria was closely watching her ward. That was all they could do. The hero stood in the middle of the darkness. He decided that it was okay if it didn't work out and he wouldn't be too upset. His palm was facing up. Suddenly, he found himself on a huge magic circle. A huge dragon crawled out of the darkness towards him. Russell was happy with everything that had happened up to that moment. The spirit closed his eyes and touched the man's hand. A flash appeared. The guy slowly opened his eyes. A small red dragon was sitting on his legs. He hugged him and growled softly. The elf wiped proud tears from her eyes, and the mistress laughed and replied that this was not the only reason for joy. The young man looked down questioningly. A section of the fourth circle of magic appeared in front of him. He remembered how he made the flash. The sorceress smiled contentedly and said that he had overcome this wall. A system notification appeared in front of his face. It talked about additional rewards. At this time, the pet took off. It sat comfortably on the owner's head and purred, shining with big eyes. The Supreme Lord stroked it and decided that this was not quite an ordinary spirit. She took its hands and said that it needed to be given a suitable name. She extended the creature into the hands of the man. He thought. The maiden said that this was the only thing left to conclude the contract. Everyone looked at the hero. The mistress of the tower ordered to give him a good name. Russell looked closely at his spirit and noted that it was very red, even too red. Everyone was embarrassed when they heard the name Bacon. The guy laughed nervously and said that he was joking. Everyone reacted too seriously. The boy smiled and suggested naming the pet Pepper. The dragon nodded in agreement. Everyone smiled and noted that it was a pretty cute name. The hero laughed. He thought that the name Pepper suited him very well. Ilo smiled, and Daria said that to celebrate, from tomorrow they will begin real training. The elf said that she will give him a lesson on spirits. The guy looked at them and said that he was looking forward to it. Pepper happily basked in human hands. A month later, everyone lined up near the main gates of the academy. It was time for the towers to choose students. The professors nodded. They were interested in how many graduates would be chosen this year. At this time, the carriage of the judge from the White Tower arrived to them. Meanwhile, each tower chooses a student to train for the entire semester. After a while, the judge from the Yellow Tower arrived. Then the judge from the Spear Tower arrived. The teachers smiled and said that they must help the students. The professor frowned as they discussed that all this was for the good of the academy. Hubert looked away tiredly and asked how they could call themselves professors if they gave preference to several talented students. A hand appeared menacingly from the red carriage. The judge from the Fire Tower arrived. The ominous aura intimidated all the students. Olsen walked slowly out into the street. The professor looked at him tensely, not understanding what this warrior was doing here. The red-haired man raised his head and looked around, noticing that the hero had not yet arrived. Hubert's eyes flinched. He realized that if this man was a judge, then she did not want to choose Russell. Fire was flying over the townspeople. The hero was falling from the sky onto the academy. Olsen turned sharply in his direction. He writhed his fingers. His reflexes reacted instantly. The student coughed guiltily into his fist. He looked down at the academy from the roof and said that he was almost late. He wiped the sweat from his face and looked down in surprise. The big guy was looking at him sullenly. He turned around and walked into the yard. There was a rough grin on his face. He decided that this time it would be fun because he really liked to break such people. When saying goodbye, the young man looked at the women and said that he was grateful to them all. He bowed to the elf and hoped that she would return home safely. He looked at the head maid and smiled. The woman was surprised and looked at him. The hero promised to return. She laughed maliciously. The guy said that by that time he would own this place, so she should take good care of it. Russell smiled warmly. He said that it was not long, but thank you very much to everyone. Daria folded her arms across her chest and asked if he was sure that he did not need luggage. He replied that he did not want to be late, so he had better run. The tower mistress looked at the younger boy seriously and said that she had one request for him. She handed him a letter and asked him to give it to Hubert. The boy looked at her carefully and promised to deliver it. Daria looked down sadly and said thank you. A gentle light was shining through the window. The student was sitting in front of the professor. He said that he had arrived on time. His eyes were carefully studying the envelope. He said that in this situation it would be difficult for him to help the young man. His hand hit the table because he had just had an important matter. The guy smiled and said that everything was fine. The man looked at him intently. He could only say one thing. He remembered the fire judge and told him not to take him lightly. He got up from the couch. He threw a frowning look at the young man and told him to be the best because he believed that he could do it. Russell smiled confidently and asked him not to worry. The system sent him a new task. He had to show an advantage in all exams. After a while, the written exam began. The dark-haired man sat at the table. The written exam was not particularly difficult for him because he had failed it many times in his past life. The hero carefully studied the tasks. Only one thing worried him. The black envelope appeared in his head again. He was worried about its contents. He remembered that after that the professor began to leave more often. At some point he did not even have time for students. Russell remembered the teacher's funeral and the year when he took a vacation. Several people were scurrying around the yard outside the window. The magician did not know what happened then. He looked at the snake on the branch and assumed that this was a dangerous task. The snake caught a bird. This task was given to the magician from the fire tower. The guy was called to the stage and the man said that Russell received the best result in the written exam. The crowd murmured in surprise. The hero calmly accepted all the honors, and in his head he asked himself, will he be able to prevent the professor's death? A cry was heard outside the beautiful window about the beginning of the second stage of the interview. The students were waiting on chairs. They were told to come in when their name was called. The hero confidently entered the office. He told himself that he had to do it. In front of him at the other end of the room sat the judges. The boy already had confirmation of his victory. He stood on the carpet and remembered that in his past life, Olsen was not a judge. He looked at him carefully, realizing that he himself had changed the future. He knew that he had to get into the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. Olsen looked closely at the student who wanted to get his confession. The members of the commission looked at the boy and said that when the judge asked a question, he would have to give an oral answer. The judge of the White Tower looked at the document and said that 300 years ago the magician Origin created a formula, so several minutes of input data passed. Russell looked at the board and answered that in order to change the formula, it was necessary to apply the concept of cyclic use of materials. The questions at the interview were simpler than in the written exam. At this time, the judge emitted an aura. There was another test here. A bright light hit the hero. Russell narrowed his eyes slightly. He had to withstand the judge's mana. He remembered that in his past life he couldn't handle it, but now the mana was ruffling his hair. This time everything was different. He said that if you change the proportions of the ingredients, you can increase the effectiveness threefold. The yellow judge smiled and said that this student was incredible because his face didn't even tremble in the mana storm. Olsen smiled with excitement. A powerful purple stream hit the boy. His face shuddered. He immediately clenched his jaw. The fire judge giggled maliciously, but everyone around was in shock. Yellow looked at his colleague in confusion and noted that he was really crazy. He clenched his teeth, realizing that at this rate the student could die. The young man pressed his lips and steadfastly looked forward. He withstood this pressure. White grimaced and said that it was amazing. He looked at the new professors. It was not easy for them. The judge smiled nervously and decided that the hero was definitely a genius. The statistics of the judge's approval began to appear in front of his face. The man looked at him in surprise and asked, did he really stand it? He angrily slammed the table and increased his flow. The veins on the guy's face bulged. Olsen frowned. A colleague put a hand on his shoulder and said that this was enough because there were still other participants waiting for them. The big guy grinned in response. Russell stood with his trembling hands behind his back. The man objected and said that the fun had just begun. The professors began to puff and wipe sweat from their faces. The spear master smiled and said that the hero did well and now he could go. The doors slammed. Russell fell into a chair. He grimaced, realizing that he could have passed out. Something caught his attention. One person was missing from the judge's recognition. The hero grinned nervously, realizing that this was not enough for the warrior. The moonlight from the window fell on the floor of the room, and someone called the name of the main character. The boy raised his hand and asked if this meant that the mistress of the fire tower was interested in him, to which the judge from the yellow tower said that it was very sad, because everyone liked this student. Smiling, the boy asked to listen to him, and then asked if the elder was going to make him his student. Olsen turned around and clarified who said that. Putting his palms in front of him, the boy muttered that he did not mean that. The judge from the fire tower turned away, and everyone fell silent. The knights rushed forward, and someone shouted for the newcomers to defend themselves properly. The students opened their mouths in alarm and shouted that there was a hole in the barrier. Suddenly, someone kicked the boy in the stomach. The knight pointed his sword right above his partner's head, to which he began to scream loudly. The moon illuminated the silhouette of the man who said that there were weaklings everywhere. Tears began to flow from Ulson's eyes. The judge from the fire tower frowned and thought that if the protagonist couldn't handle it, then the others wouldn't be able to either. The students gathered on the platform in front of the large building, and someone announced that the third stage was beginning. Standing on the stage, the guy announced that the next test was a treasure hunt. Holding a magic crystal in his hand, the young man explained that they would be looking for green mana stones in the forest on the hill. The students stood with their lips pressed together, and the informant noted that rewards would be given for the number of stones and the speed of collection. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth, thinking that everyone would try to steal stones from each other. The backs of the students appeared and they were told to line up. The protagonist looked at the system screen and remained silent. Imagining the judge from the fire tower sitting at the table, Russell didn't understand whether this man recognized him. The aristocrat smiled confusedly and wondered if this would happen if he could pass the third test, when suddenly the host shouted that everyone could begin. Clenching his fist, the young man realized that he needed to act now. Running ahead, the boy decided that he could only do one thing. Walking through the forest, the protagonist wondered whether to summon him now. Flames began to emanate from his palms, and the protagonist mentally said that the pet was probably bored. The aristocrat stroked Pepper with his palm and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, because magic cannot be used in the academy. The little dragon closed his eyes and began to growl. Reaching his hand into the magic portal, the boy asked if the pet would help him. Holding a red crystal in his fingers, the young man explained that Pepper should look for similar stones. At the same second, the protagonist brought the artifact with mana to the pet's nose. The little dragon flew to the side, and the protagonist remembered hearing that spirits can sense even the slightest traces of mana. The pet turned around, and Russell exclaimed that one stone had already been found. The aristocrat took a step forward. Following Pepper's tracks, the guy asked if they could search further. A magic seal appeared on the tree trunk. A door to the building was visible, and someone said that they had finally found it. A man in a black robe grabbed the man by the clothes and asked where the magician with whom he had made the exchange was. Beads of sweat from fear appeared on the stranger's face, and he exclaimed that he did not know and simply sold the wizard the ingredients for the ritual. The man clutched the sweater tightly in his hand and began to talk about the ritual. Frowning angrily, the professor asked if the man knew it was pagan witchcraft. The man raised his eyebrows in alarm and asked the stranger again. The professor in the robe slammed the man against the wall. The man's eyes widened and he remained silent, and the newcomer explained that supporting cults was tantamount to treason. Lowering his eyebrows, Hubert said that he would ask again, and then asked where the magician had gone, to which the man cried out that he really didn't know. Remembering how he had seen the protagonist and his mentor standing around the corner, the man said that he had only heard that the fire woman had taken on a student. The protagonist smiled, and the man continued that the magician had wanted to test him. Gritting his teeth, the professor realized that the wizard might be upset with the teacher. His robe was covered in fire, and Hubert realized that Russell could be in danger because of this. As he ran away, the man thought about how all the students there were in danger. A student was wandering through the forest, not understanding where all the stones were, while the nobleman was thinking about how he didn't even use the light so as not to attract attention. Suddenly, a sound was heard in the bushes. The student saw a dark silhouette in the distance and became worried. The stranger released a wind stream, which he called an arrow. Crouching down, the guy said that he was scared, to which the protagonist wondered if it was another student. The young man's eyes widened in fear, and the protagonist didn't understand if he had died, after which he realized that this was a competition. The student walked forward, and the nobleman thought about it. Looking at the confused guy, Russell decided that he might have mana stones. The student looked ahead and did not see anyone in front of him. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear, not understanding where the silhouette had disappeared to. At the same second, the young man turned his gaze back, and a moment later began to scream loudly. A plant appeared in the night. The protagonist ran his hand over the leaves. His eyes widened. The protagonist began to understand what it was. Looking at the empty clearing, the aristocrat was surprised that he had come to the middle of the forest. Pepper flew up to the bag of mana stones, and his owner exclaimed that they were there. Approaching the lying artifacts, the boy did not understand where all these crystals had come from. Stroking the little dragon with his palm, the young man decided that something was wrong and then thanked his pet. Reaching for the magic sphere, Russell wondered if it was the golem's core. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist noticed that it was broken. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist realized that he had been broken even before the golem was summoned, but who would do that? Enraged, Pepper flew up to the ball and started growling. Suddenly, the grass leaves rushed upward. The aristocrat and his pet widened their eyes in alarm. The guy dropped his jaw in fear. At the same moment, the young man and his assistant jumped back. Leaning on the ground with his hand, the student thought about earth magic. A moment later, the student noticed magical streams of light. the protagonist dodged energy attacks. A powerful explosion occurred, and the protagonist decided that it was not one person. Blue magic arrows rushed towards his back. Pepper began to emit fiery breath. Smiling, the aristocrat exclaimed that it was good work. Gritting his teeth, the guy formed a flame on his hand. At the same second, the young man reflected the magical attacks with fire arrows. Smoke from the explosion enveloped the space in front of the heroes. The silhouette of the protagonist was visible through the gray veil. A moment later, the protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. The student folded his arms and asked who these guys were. The green-haired student lowered his eyebrows, and the nobleman pointed out that they were honorary students chosen by the tower. The red-haired boy put his fist to his chest. The spear tower judge widened his eyes, and Russell asked if they were so cowardly to use such tactics. The student held out his hand and shouted at the protagonist to shut up, and how a bastard like him could have discovered the mana stone first. The student bit his lip and thought about how he was sure that they were the only ones who knew about the location of the mana crystal, and that didn't make sense. Suddenly, the boy saw an evil spirit in front of him. The spear tower judge clenched his jaw and said that he now understood why the protagonist discovered the stone so quickly. The red-haired boy raised his eyebrows in alarm and couldn't believe that Russell was hiding such a level of skill. The protagonist put his hand behind his head and asked what was so important about finding the stone quickly. The noble added that it sounded like he couldn't find it, and the student's eyes visibly narrowed in worry. Smiling, the protagonist began to speak. Imagining the students next to their teachers, Russell suggested that they had secretly made a deal with a couple of professors. Clenching his jaw, the green-haired boy thought about this, which his opponent quickly understood. Turning his head, the protagonist noted that he had no intention of doing so, and then asked him to simply get out of the way. The student grinned angrily and shouted at his opponent not to lie. Placing his hand on the student's shoulder, the protagonist stated that if they did not leave, they would regret it. The spear tower judge's eyes widened in fear. The red-haired boy's mouth widened, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly an angry growl was heard. Opening his mouth, the aristocrat called out to Pepper. The boy kept silent, lowering the corners of his lips. Looking at the tree trunks, the protagonist realized that the forest was moving. The protagonist called out to his rival, to which he, looking back, asked him again. A broken golem ball lay on the ground, and Russell asked if the professors who were helping them had told them that they would destroy the golem. Beads of sweat appeared on the student's face, and he replied that they had not been told anything. Clenching his fist, the judge of the spear tower noted that they also found it strange, to which the protagonist kept silent. At the same second, fire began to form between the protagonist's hands. Frowning, the aristocrat said that someone was approaching. Dark birds began to fly from the sky. The student stood in a large clearing in the middle of the forest. The crowd of undead began to glow brightly. Russell, with his mouth wide open, did not understand whether they were evil spirits. The student widened his eyes and asked how these ghouls had gotten to the test site, to which the other replied that it was impossible. The green-haired boy lowered his head and realized that he had to run. In that same second, the boy rushed past the crowd of allies. Gritting his teeth, the student remained silent. There was a horde of monsters around the clearing, and the boy said that he had nowhere to run. Flying high into the air, Pepper formed a wall of fire around the heroes. The student lowered the corners of his mouth and noticed the wall of fire and realized that it was the fourth magic circle. Turning his head, the protagonist exclaimed that everyone should take one side and fight those who break through the wall. The students, their mouths slightly open, remained silent. The protagonist, his mouth wide open, shouted for them to answer. The allies, their eyes wide, hesitantly agreed. The green-haired boy forced a smile and couldn't believe that they wanted to fight someone who would deal with them in an instant. The undead began to break through the flame barrier, and the boy realized that someone was already trying to finish them off. Small fire arrows crashed into the monsters' heads. Frowning, the nobleman decided that the magical wall of fire was only a temporary measure, so they needed to find a mage. The robed men stood behind the battlefield, wondering how long this child from the fire tower would last. The monster broke through the barrier and was covered in fire. In that same second, a hole appeared in the monster's head. Russell moved his hand to the side, thinking about the undead. The eyes of the robed men lit up, and the protagonist realized that these were heretics who used forbidden magic and the creatures they summoned. A battle with a crowd of evil spirits was visible, and the protagonist remembered that in the past his teacher got rid of the heretics. A detachment of people in black robes was leaving the castle, and the aristocrat wondered if these were the remnants and why they came here. At that very second, the guy frowned. Gritting his teeth, the young man assumed that they could have come for him. Energy streams pierced the monsters' heads. The heretics held magic spheres in their palms, and the student decided that now they needed to concentrate on the battle, because they were using cursed magic. The student sat down on the ground, and Russell realized that their magic consumed little mana, so if this dragged on, they would lose. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that everyone should use mana more efficiently. The protagonist exclaimed that they needed to reduce the power and aim at important points, to which the student frowned. At the same time, the other guy dropped his jaw and said that it was easy to say. The red-haired boy widened his eyes and noted that the judges would come soon anyway, and then added that if they held out. Gritting his teeth, the student said that they would not come, to which his partner was indignant. What were they talking about? Reaching his hand forward, the aristocrat noted that the student was right. The judges of the towers appeared. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and said that they couldn't help but notice this evil energy. The student put his palm out in front of him and decided that they definitely used a trap to hide the mana. Remembering the magic seal on the tree trunk, the protagonist thought about the trap. The student lowered his jaw in alarm and asked if this meant that they would have to deal with the monsters themselves now. Ice shards hung over the student's hand, who said that the smaller the size, the sharper the angles. A moment later, the young man released a magic attack at his opponents. Raising his hands, the student exclaimed if there was any point in fighting in such a sophisticated way. A white shroud enveloped the undead that broke through the wall. Gritting his teeth, the boy wondered if his partner was doing the same. The heretic lowered his chin and noted that they quickly understood and began to conserve mana. The man bared his teeth and asked if these children were the students of that fiery woman. Raising his hand, the heretic asked what would happen if they could no longer conserve mana. The students fought with their backs to each other. A huge golem ran straight at them through the fire. The red-haired boy formed white spheres around himself. The evil monster opened its mouth. The protagonist clenched his teeth. The boy widened his eyes in alarm. The red-haired student opened his mouth in fear. The green-haired boy put his hand to his chest, and they all did not understand whether it was a troll. Approaching the ground, the student used the ice field ability. White spheres rushed through the air. The student defeated the monster with a crystal laser. The eyes of the huge troll began to glow. Opening his mouth, the monster began to roar. At the same second, the evil golem swung his weapon. The red-haired boy opened his mouth in fear. Suddenly, energy beams flew through the air due to Russell's spell. A powerful explosion appeared near the troll's body. The monster's eyes and mouth glowed with flames. The protagonist landed opposite his opponent. The magic in the man's palm began to dissipate. The heretic opened his mouth in alarm and asked if the protagonist had defeated the troll with one blow. Frowning, the student thought about this magic. The magic spear emitted fire, and the student realized that its destructive power was comparable to the fifth circle. Looking at the aristocrat, the guy did not understand if they were really studying together. At that same second, Russell looked away. A small dragon was circling above the forest, and the protagonist thought about it. The heretics raised their heads and noticed the spirit. Grinning, the protagonist said that he understood where they were hiding. The student began to swing the fiery spear. The student's eyes widened, not understanding what Russell was planning. At that very moment, the boy tightly gripped the handle of the weapon with his fingers. The protagonist's eyes turned white as he struck. Having delivered a devastating attack, the protagonist exclaimed that it was his turn now. The men's eyes widened in fear and they cried out that they had to dodge, as they had been discovered. The fiery spear was approaching them. The heretic clenched his hands and shouted for the others to block the attack. The magic weapon high in the sky emitted a bright light. The undead moved forward. Suddenly, they were eclipsed by a white flash. The man clenched his teeth in confusion. The magic spear approached the skeleton's body. At that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred. Russell put his hands on his legs and asked if he had managed to hit it. In the smoke, the body of the heretic was visible, who muttered that the woman had raised a monster. The boy's eyes lit up and he said that they had saved it for the judges. Smiling, the man admitted that he did not think he would have to use it on him. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm. The skeletons took people hostage. The students were surrounded by a crowd of undead. The man closed his eyes when he saw Professor Hubert, and the other apologized and said that only judges could enter this room. Waving the curtains with his hand, the professor loudly called the Elder Olsen. The judge of the fire tower lowered his head and said that the mission was over. His interlocutor exclaimed that the cult followers had begun to act, to which he anxiously closed his lips. Lowering his jaw, Hubert said that they had attacked Russell, after which he added that the selection candidates were also in danger. Leaning his hand on the table, Olsen asked how they dared to cause trouble right under his nose. The heretic raised his palm with magic and began to tell what would happen if the guy moved even a finger. The skeleton tied the boy's hands and lowered him to the ground. The undead swung at the student, and the man explained that he would kill them all and turn them into his warriors. The protagonist frowned and thought about the fact that they were gagged so that they could not create spells. The protagonist attacked the heretic and realized that he could not stop him, even if he used the flash. The opponent Russell grinned viciously. At the same second, the man snapped his fingers, and the aristocrat realized that they would all die. The wizard stood near the skeletons and asked the guy not to resist and come to him. The opponent called the boy a child from the fire tower, to which he lowered the corners of his lips and thought that he knew they had come for him. The ring on the student's finger began to emit magical streams. Monsters approached the student from both sides. The heretic smiled broadly and remarked that he was impressed, then added that he couldn't believe that the boy was willing to give his life to save his friends. The back of the protagonist's head appeared, and the young man asked his opponent again. The green-haired student looked away when he heard the protagonist say that they called the weak weak. The other student frowned in fear and remained silent when the protagonist noted that they called the strong strong. The skeletons loomed over the people, and Russell stated that these people were assigned such feelings as contempt and hatred, and they were also constantly envious of someone. The mage turned his head to the side and remained silent. Gritting his teeth, the aristocrat noted that he did not understand this, because the mission of a guardian is to protect people. The red-haired guy opened his mouth in alarm. The other student lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. A drop of sweat appeared on the face of the green-haired boy. Putting his hand to his face, the heretic asked if this mission and justice were in a world where the strong hunt the weak. Raising his hand with magic up, the man said that such loud words are spoken by weaklings. Grinning, the protagonist said that this was said by the one who hides behind their backs, and then added that he himself is afraid to kill. Covering his face, the wizard bit his lips. The skeleton grabbed the protagonist's hand. The monster shoved the cloth into the aristocrat's mouth, and his opponent exclaimed that if he wanted to, he would have to kill him with his own hands. The silhouette of the magician was enveloped in green energy flows, while the man called Russell a child from the fire tower. Smiling, the heretic said that he was very sorry that he would not be able to hear his screams, but there was no choice. The opponent brought the magic spear to Russell's face. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought about the magic that didn't require a spell and could be used with just his mind. The protagonist remembered sitting next to the system screen and marveling at the additional rewards. There was a magic ring on his palm that signified the magic of artifacts. Bright lightning bolts emanated from the cloud decoration, and the aristocrat said that it could turn into a thundercloud, and its powers would be revealed as its owner grew. Suddenly, thunder burst out in the dark sky above the heroes. Raising his eyebrows, the magician said that the guy's death would be the beginning of their revenge. At that very second, the man's eyes noticeably shrank from fear. Looking up, the wizard didn't understand what was happening to the sky. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked the thunder hoof to crush his opponents. A moment later, a bright light filled the space in front of the skeletons. After using the spell, the protagonist summoned powerful lightning bolts to the ground. Deep in the forest, a magical explosion occurred. The silhouette of a heretic could be seen through the lightning bolts. The spear in the man's hands began to fall apart. The mage, enveloped in bursts of energy, disappeared into smoke. All the monsters around Russell fell to the ground. Bright lightning circled around the student. Suddenly, a student approached him from behind. Smiling, the guy admitted that he could not believe that the aristocrat used the artifact's magic in such a situation, after which he added that he really was amazing. Removing the bandage from his mouth, the protagonist thanked his partner. Scratching the back of his head, the student said that they should thank him. Frowning, the young man said that they should call the judges. Someone suggested that the people needed treatment, while the student with green hair asked the girl not to forget to tell the judges what they did for her. And the student with red hair pointed his hands to the side and asked everyone to stand in a row. A dark forest appeared, and Russell said that the judges would be here soon, to which the interlocutor asked how they could find out, and he replied that his friend would bring them. The little dragon burned the magic seal with his fire breath. Having finished the job, Pepper smiled. A glowing path was visible in the middle of the trees. The student grinned and wondered how much the aristocrat had thought of everything. Russell lowered his head. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist realized that the cloud ring used more mana than he expected. The student turned away from the heretic's body. The man was emitting streams of magic and muttering something. With his eyes wide open, the mage was saying that he needed to dedicate his life and death. The boys turned their heads in fear towards the defeated opponent. Suddenly, the bodies of the skeletons began to rise high above the ground. An enraged giant skeleton appeared in front of the boys. Gritting his teeth, Russell realized that this was far superior to the fifth circle. Opening his mouth wide, the student shouted that they needed to run into the forest faster. Pushing people aside with his hands, the green-haired boy thought that he had to escape at any cost. Suddenly, his eyes noticeably shrank from fear. A bag of mana stones lay on the ground. The protagonist turned away, and his partner asked him what he was doing and why he didn't want to run away. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that this was all he wanted and that he was the only one who could buy them time. Olsen and Hubert rushed forward. The menacing skeleton appeared before the aristocrat. The student's eyes widened, realizing that his partner's mana was running out, but he didn't understand what the guy was planning. The enraged student's eyes lit up brightly. The monster raised its limb up. At the same second, the monster hit the ground with its hand. Grabbing the magic spear with his hand, Russell realized that this couldn't be blocked with a shield. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that every blow was very dangerous. A huge column of flame rose into the air. The sinister monster stuck its sharp tail into the ground. Sticking out its tongue, the huge monster began to roar loudly. Landing in front of his opponent, Russell thought that this attack had hit well. Frowning, the protagonist realized that everything was complicated. The monster's body began to recover, and the protagonist asked if it also had regeneration. Leaning his hand on the ground, the aristocrat began to understand what it was. In front of him, the student saw a huge trace of a tail. The monster's limb flew in front of his face, which surprised the guy very much. Suddenly, a sharp tail approached the student's head. The monster's blow left dark marks in the air. Opening his mouth wide, the young man cried out indignantly. The protagonist fell to the ground, dodging the attack. Putting his palm in front of him, the student said that the protagonist saved his life. Continuing to cast a spell, the guy exclaimed that he could not just abandon him. Ice arrows flew straight into the body of a giant monster. People were walking through the forest. The young man with red hair turned around, and his partner said that, as said earlier, this is the mission of a guardian. Looking at each other, the students were silent. The green-haired student opened his mouth wide and asked why they were all going back there. The guy grabbed the bag of mana stones and asked if they were crazy, then shouted that if anything happened to them, it wouldn't be his fault. The black shard fell to the ground. The heretic's hand turned black. Looking away, the mage said that it was a sacrifice. Suddenly, a giant skeleton began to attack the students. Grinning, the wizard laughed and muttered that it served him right, then added that he only did all this nonsense for his own benefit. Looking at the crowd of students, the mage noticed that they were already ready for battle. Scratching the back of his head, the red-haired student apologized for their delay. Gritting his teeth, Russell realized that this was not part of his plan. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened noticeably and he remained silent. At that moment, the protagonist grinned and summoned a flaming spear. Smiling widely, the student exclaimed that since they wanted to fight together, he would not stop them. The huge monster dodged the freezing attack, and the guy shouted that they could want to live and win. Putting his hand in front of him, the student shouted that for this, everyone should listen to him carefully. The sinister monster broke the ice crust with his foot. The opponent's eyes glowed brightly, and the protagonist exclaimed that he would break through his defense. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist cried out that after that, everyone should attack the enemy with all their might. A huge fiery beam rushed towards the opponent. A sphere of flame formed near the head of the giant skeleton, and the student declared that they needed to start the attack now. Magic streams of magic rushed through the air. A moment later, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. The monster's head appeared in the smoke, and it groaned. The opponent's body began to regenerate, and the young man cried out indignantly. Gritting his teeth, Russell decided to try again. Grabbing his hand, the protagonist cried out that he needed the flaming spear again. Olsen ran forward and thought about all the students risking their lives. Falling down, the judge from the fire tower thought that they were doing this for the sake of the guard's mission, and for his own sake. The students attacked the giant skeleton with their magic, and the man thought that they should not stop. The protagonist's silhouette was covered in flames. A black horn appeared on his forehead. The protagonist's eyes turned black with bright pupils. Gritting his teeth, the aristocrat realized that he had to protect everyone, and then used the flaming spear. Tightly gripping the fire weapon with his fingers, the young man decided to use maximum force. The guy spread his arms to the sides. His eyes noticeably widened with anxiety. At the same second, the student released the flaming spear from his hands. The student opened his mouth wide and shouted to attack. The beam of fire was surrounded by streams of energy. The huge monster saw a bright sphere in front of him. A stream of flame hit the monster's body. The judge from the fire tower approached the battlefield. In front of him, the man saw a giant skeleton attacking the students. Gritting his teeth, Olsen did not understand what these weaklings were doing and then thought that they should all just run away. The man lowered the corners of his lips, and it was said that he believed that sympathy was weakness. The judge's hair was disheveled, and he thought that if one fell, the rest would follow. Sparks of flame appeared in the sky. A powerful explosion was the result of using a flaming spear. A bright stream of flame began to increase. The light of magical energy fell on the silhouette of the judge and the professor. The man lowered the corners of his mouth in alarm, and it was said that he understood everything that day. A powerful flame attack hit the giant skeleton's eye. Russell's jaw dropped tiredly, and it became clear that with compassion, at least one of the disciples would be able to rise. Everyone raised their hands, and it was said that after that, the others would reach out to him. Suddenly, a powerful fire explosion occurred. The silhouette of a huge monster in the smoke appeared. The heretic's eyes glowed brightly. Gritting his teeth, the man denied what was happening. Green droplets began to fly off the giant skeleton, and the wizard muttered that this was not all. The judge from the fire tower stomped his foot on the ground. The man frowned in anger. Grabbing his hand, Olsen used the overheat skill. The heretic raised his eyebrows in alarm. After making a devastating attack, the judge exclaimed for the sinful creature to finally disappear. The disciple's mouth opened in confusion. The impact left a huge ditch on the ground. Olsen lowered the corners of his lips when he heard someone address him. Russell grinned and noted that if they wanted to help, they should have come earlier. At that moment, the protagonist closed his eyes. The professor placed his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and said that it was a good job. The judge from the fire tower smiled, when suddenly the system reported that the nobleman received a medium-quality mana stone as a reward. An elegant chandelier appeared, and someone was heard asking if the boy was awake. Lying on the bed, the protagonist began to answer. The protagonist asked if the other students were okay, to which the professor, sitting on a chair, replied that they were fine thanks to him, to which he said that it was a great relief. Raising his fingers to his monocle, Hubert reported that everyone unanimously said that if it were not for the nobleman, they could all have died. Smiling, the young man noted that they also helped. The man crossed his hands on his lap and asked if the other man was interested in the test results. The student's eyes widened in alarm as he remembered the test. Recalling the judge's discussions around the table, the professor admitted that they had had a lot to discuss. They had seen the undead break through a wall of flames, and Hubert had explained that when the heretics attacked them, the test task had become meaningless. The green-haired student had shown the elders the mana stones, and the man had explained that teamwork had been more important than competition back then. The Yellow Tower judge had closed his eyes, and Hubert had said that, given this, the heads had come to a unanimous decision. The student had raised his eyebrows in confusion, and the man had begun to talk about who had scored the highest on the test. The professor continued that Russell had won, to which he widened his eyes in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought about the highest score in the tower test, but remained silent. Leaning over the bed, the protagonist thanked his interlocutor and at the same time thought about finally graduating from the academy. Darius stood at the entrance, and Hubert said that they had already begun an investigation regarding the heretics, the purpose of which was to find out who was behind all this. The mistress of the fire tower struck the ground with her magic staff, and the professor said that they would soon find the root of this evil. Russell noted that there was another heretic there, to which the man anxiously dropped his jaw and asked if they had killed them all. The wizard disappeared between the trees. Grinning maliciously, the guy said that he would repay the newcomer of the fire tower for this disgrace. Olsen entered the room and assumed that they had missed him, when Hubert suddenly noticed that the judge had arrived. The man approached the bed and asked him to step outside for a minute. The professor, clenching his jaw in confusion, said that the student needed to rest when the young man suddenly called out to him. The student closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. The protagonist found himself on an empty field in front of the employee of the fire tower. Smiling, the judge noted that the student probably felt limitations in the battle with the heretics. The man added that there were weaklings with him, to which the student lowered his eyebrows and remained silent. Clenching his fist, Olsen admitted that he thought that sympathy was weakness, after which he added that so far no one had convinced him otherwise, and the protagonist agreed with him. The aristocrat lowered his head and objected. The guy widened his eyes and said that the weak do exist. Remembering his enraged state during the battle, the young man said that they exist so that the strong can become even stronger for protection. Introducing the weak students, the protagonist explained that thanks to the protection they received, they would also want to become stronger. The protagonist said with the corners of his mouth down that no one would be left behind, then added that everyone would only take a step forward. The judge of the fire tower frowned and remained silent. The man grinned and noted that this was a good answer. Suddenly, Olsen threw a bag into the student's hands and asked him to open it, to which he began to think about what it was. Looking at the new uniform, the student realized that it was the robe of the fire tower. Smiling widely, the judge asked the guy not to rush too much. The fire tower employee explained that if Russell wanted to get into the tower, he would need to pass another test, to which he, with his lips closed, thought about the fact that all the tests were already over. Raising an eyebrow, Olsen explained that this could be called an ancient tradition. Suddenly, his legs began to be enveloped in magical currents. The judge put his hand out to the side and said that the protagonist should push him out of the circle, and then explained that he could use any magic. The man opened his mouth wide and said that if he stepped outside the circle, the student would win. Olsen noted that if the student lost, he would get what he deserved, to which he lowered his chin. The protagonist tightly grasped the magic crystal with his fingers and asked the elder not to regret it later. At the same second, the protagonist raised his hand to his face. Smiling, the aristocrat repeated the judge's words about what could be used. Frowning angrily, the guy said that he could use any magic he wanted. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The professor opened his mouth wide in alarm. A protective transparent sphere formed around Olsen. The man stepped outside the circle and remained silent. The judge grinned and thought that he had protection higher than the fifth circle. The student lowered his eyebrows, and his opponent did not understand whether he had pushed him away. Hubert approached the heroes and called out to the elder, and then asked what they were doing. With his mouth wide open, the man asked why the judge was torturing Russell since his body had not yet recovered. Putting his fingers to his chin, Olsen explained that this was their ancient tradition. The judge from the fire tower held his clothes in his hand, and the interlocutor noted that only old people spoke like that. With his mouth open angrily, the man asked in what sense the words about old people were said, and then cried out that this was done in order to discipline the student in advance, to which the professor objected that if he was disciplined even more, then their entire academy would fall apart. Putting his hand on Russell's shoulder, the professor apologized and said that he was apologizing for the elder, to which the elder laughed and said that everything was fine. Olsen's eyes lit up and he noticed that in any case, only the protagonist had passed this test. The protagonist's silhouette appeared, surrounded by flames and lightning. Magic streams rushed towards the judge from the fire tower, and it was a magical artifact. A moment later, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. The man covered his face with his hand. Bright eyes appeared in the darkness, and Olsen admitted that he did not think that the nobleman would summon a spirit. The small dragon opened its mouth wide, approaching the judge. Clenching his fist, the elder admitted that he was surprised, and Hubert asked if the protagonist had summoned a spirit. Smiling, the protagonist answered in the affirmative and said that his name was Pepper. The men looked at the small dragon and were silent, when suddenly they both said that the animal was very cute. A man in a black robe stood on the stage and said that it was Russell. The protagonist, in a bachelor's robe, smiled and said that he hoped that all the students received mana enlightenment. The students clapped their hands, listening to the protagonist's speech. The sunlight fell on the tall trees. With his hands behind his back, Hubert noted that this was a suitable speech for the best student, to which he expressed words of gratitude to the professor, and the man said that he could now be called simply senior. Raising his eyebrows, the young man agreed with him. Looking to the side, the man asked if the young man had a place to stay in the capital, to which he replied that he wanted to rent a small room on the outskirts. The silhouette of the professor was visible in the window, who invited the protagonist to stay with him, after which he added that he would not return anyway until he had a contract with the academy. Turning his head, the protagonist clarified whether he would not disturb him, to which the interlocutor replied that of course he would not. Remembering how Daria extended her hand forward and asked not to forget that the estate was expensive, the aristocrat said that he never used the house he bought from the teacher. The guy closed his eyes and decided that it was some kind of deja vu. Pepper was flying around the room with a bag in his teeth when suddenly the system announced that it congratulated him on graduating from the academy and was giving out special awards, one of which was still unknown. A glowing scroll appeared in Russell's hand. Unfolding the paper, the protagonist noticed that it was the same map, and the artificial intelligence notified him of the start of the first mission, in which he needed to find a point on the map and complete the task. His eyes widened, and the protagonist said that he knew this place for sure. Hulal Island appeared, and the aristocrat said that it was a forbidden land where people did not land. A wolf was visible against the moon, and the young man said that this island was filled with mythical beasts, and this was a very dangerous place where one could only be from the sixth circle. Folding the scroll into the magic portal, the guy thought that this was very interesting. Frowning, Russell did not understand what this opportunity wanted from him. The dark silhouette fell backwards, and it was heard how someone did not believe that it had the horns of a king. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist asked himself if it wanted him to become stronger or if it wanted him to become stronger and do something. A stream of magic hit his stomach. Suddenly, bright splashes of fire began to emanate from the protagonist's body. Sitting on the bed, the young man thought that he did not yet know the answer. Holding his pet in his arms, the guy noted that he needed to become stronger to protect the weak. The carriage rushed through the forest, and a question was heard about whether the magician would be in the capital for the first time. Smiling, the protagonist answered that he had already been there. Lowering the corners of his lips, Olsen remembered that Russell was in front of him and had completely forgotten about it. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist turned to the elder and said that he wanted to ask something. Lowering his eyes, Russell began to talk about the professor's task. Russell asked if it was related to heretics, to which the judge from the fire tower folded his arms and said nothing. The horse-drawn carriage was driving through the forest, and the protagonist asked if it wasn't so, then why did Hubert return right during the heretic attack? The man grinned and noted that the aristocrat was smart. The professor was watching the people in robes from behind a column, and Olsen said that the young man was right and the teacher should find a society of heretics. In the center of the magic seal lay a skull, and the judge from the fire tower noted that it was hard to call them a society. The eyes of the skeleton head lit up brightly. Putting his fist to his chest, the protagonist said that he wanted to help him. Raising an eyebrow, the interlocutor asked the protagonist again and then clarified whether he wanted to find heretics. Narrowing his eyes, Olsen thought that the guy was not bluffing. The aristocrat's eyes widened, and the man thought about how confident he looked. Smiling widely, the judge from the fire tower shouted that the man should have big dreams and then exclaimed that he would talk to the master. Russell's eyes widened in delight and he thanked the elder. Squinting, Olsen set a condition that he would do this only if the protagonist learned one spell before arriving in the capital, after which he realized that he really liked the bet. Clenching his fist, the man exclaimed that it was called overheating. Smiling widely, the judge from the fire tower said that this magic kills with one blow. It seemed like there was a slingshot in his hand, and Olsen exclaimed that he should imagine that he was pulling his mana and shooting it like a slingshot. Small particles of energy flew above the man's hand. The judge, smiling slightly, clarified whether he could handle it. You could see the guys sitting by the fire. Russell sat on the roof of the carriage. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at his fist. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. A deep crater formed in the wall. Olsen, raising his eyebrows, muttered that it exceeded his expectations. Looking at the protagonist, the man did not think that he would add his elemental magic to overheating, and wondered if he had seen anyone so talented. The guy, spreading his fingers, said that his hand was shaking. The judge, putting his hands on his hips, said that he probably already understood that overheating spends a lot of mana, and should be careful, because after using it, they can counterattack, and the young man asked if it means that you should not use it against strong opponents. Olsen, raising the corners of his lips, answered that not always, and let him remember that the best defense is an attack. 2 carriages appeared, and it was said that a strong opponent can be encountered at any moment. The aristocrat clenched his fists and explained that the strong were used to underestimating those who were weaker than them. An old man was getting out of the carriage. The guy in glasses closed his eyes. Russell looked at him thoughtfully and added that when they weakened their defense, then at that moment his advantage would determine the outcome of the battle. After some time, the main character, lowering his head, thanked the teacher and said that he was here thanks to her, to which she congratulated him on entering the fire tower. Daria suddenly turned her gaze to the side. The master of the spear tower was scratching his beard, and the woman said that his arrival coincided with Melville. The old man, squinting, said that he was thinking about why he chose this particular day. The master said that it meant she wanted to brag about her new student, to which he received a positive answer, and Russell smiled shyly. Introducing a powerful surge of energy, the teacher explained that he had already become a hero who defeated the heretics. The mistress of the flame tower, her mouth wide open, asked if he should reproach her for bragging about her student. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully. Alan grabbed his chin, and the protagonist said that in a few years he would become the youngest Sixth Circle, and also called him an incredible genius. The aristocrat remembered how the magician extended his hand to him, and he muttered that in his past life he helped him a lot, and did not think that they would meet again like this. Melville, sitting on the chair, exclaimed that he simply could not help bragging. The teacher scratched the arm of the chair and heard that, objectively speaking, Alan was stronger. Olsen, resting his head on his hand, said to himself that they were at it again. Daria, with her mouth slightly open, asked if he had forgotten that her student was younger. The old man, raising the corners of his lips, replied that he had taken this into account when comparing them. Suddenly, there was a powerful surge of energy and an argument about the students could be heard. Alan put his hand on the master's shoulder. The guy, smiling, explained that their master usually does not behave like this. When he is with her, the child in him wakes up. The magician, closing his eyes, said that he just misses his youth, which made Melville call him a scoundrel and ask what kind of nonsense this was. The young man asked the teacher if he still needed to go to the palace, to which he, squinting, answered positively. Alan, approaching the protagonist, apologized for such impudence. The guy extended his palm and added that on their first meeting, to which Russell said that everything was fine. The guy's legs were visible. The protagonist, smiling broadly, exclaimed that he was a little disappointed. The aristocrat added that he thought he could show him his magic, and Alan closed his eyes. Olsen, folding his hands, was surprised. The old man put his hand on his chest and laughed, and also called Russell a daredevil. The pupils of the master glowed blue. Suddenly, water surrounded the guys, and Melville wondered where such confidence came from. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and did not understand if this was the mana of the master of the spear tower, because it seemed to be in the ocean. The teacher, smiling slightly, did not think that something else would surprise him in this life. Holding his hands behind his back, the old man turned to the master of the fire tower. Melville suggested the guise, to which Daria, putting her palm on her face, asked him again. It was visible how the protagonist lowered his eyebrows. Alan opened his mouth, and the master explained that if her student caught up with him in 5 years, he would give her one mythical relic. The hostess, opening her mouth wide, was surprised. The aristocrat lowered his gaze and thought about the mythical relic. Introducing the powerful force of water, Russell spoke of artifacts that had existed since forgotten times, adding that even the weakest relics contained mana around the 7th circle. Suddenly, Melville, hearing about 3 years, raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. The woman stretched out her fingers and exclaimed that if her student did not catch up with him in 3 years, she would give him the mythical relic. The old man closed his eyes and explained that there was no way back. Daria, opening her mouth, said that she could say goodbye to the relic in advance. Melville turned around abruptly and told his student that they needed to go, because this was enough for a greeting. Alan bowed and told the master of the fire tower that it was time for them to go. After some time, the guy was going down the stairs and asked the teacher that they could really place a mythical relic. The old man, raising his eyebrows, answered negatively. Smiling, the master explained that therefore they needed to try. The young man closed his eyes and obeyed the request, and also added that he was older after all. Alan and Melville looked out the window. Olsen, stretching out his fingers, told Russell that he had found himself an adventure on the very first day, to which he apologized. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, wondered if he had really regressed. Daria, holding a mug with her fingers, asked that if Olsen was to be believed, he wanted to help with the search for the cult members. Russell, his eyes bulging, answered positively. The mistress of the flame tower opened her mouth and said that it was just in time, because she had almost received a report from the spies. The woman added that they had found traces of the cult members who had attacked the academy, which made the protagonist raise his eyebrows in surprise. An image of the neutral city of Sudra appeared. Daria, imagining the guy in the hood, explained that he was trying to escape alone. The protagonist bit his lips and thought that Sudra was a paradise for criminals, and so he chose a good place to escape. The magician looked at the glass and exclaimed that since he had personally encountered the criminal, it would be easier for him to track him down. Daria, looking down, said that he would most likely be ready to defend himself again. The woman asked if he still wanted to take the risk, to which the young man frowned and remained silent. A moment later, the aristocrat clenched his fist. Russell, closing his eyes, exclaimed that he would fulfill his duty as the guardian of the kingdom. The mistress of the flame tower sighed heavily and replied that he should leave tomorrow morning. The chandelier brightly illuminated the room, and the magician continued that she had prepared a warp gate for him, and that he should not forget to take supplies with him. The protagonist, holding his hands behind his back, muttered that it was good that she allowed it, and it seemed to him that this was the first step towards saving Professor Hubert from death. After some time, the daytime sky was visible. It seemed like the carriage was moving with a creak. The protagonist, taking out the magic flasks, could not believe that they gave him 2 top-ranked potions, and they were too expensive for him in his past life. The guy, turning his head, thought that although she gave permission for this mission, he must be worried because he is the youngest. Suddenly, the young man looked out the window in surprise. Noticing a tall building, the aristocrat recognized it and shouted that he would stop here for a while. The sign said about the Louvrium Museum. Russell, entering the hall, thought that this is where the time travel began. The main character looked at the unusual stone. Lowering his hands, the protagonist muttered that all this time he was thinking about why such a miracle happened to him, and then came to his own conclusion. The guy, clenching his fist, said that it was for his height and so that he could protect more people. A magical artifact was visible, and the system reported a mission to protect the heart and a mission to dragonify. The young man, noticing the notifications, wondered if they were being too generous with the missions. The noble imagined bowing to the king and said that in order to protect the heart of the dragon people, a great contribution must be made to justify providing things belonging to the royal family, and it is difficult but not impossible. Russell, holding his chin, did not understand what kind of dragonification, and suddenly the system began to explain this mission. Suddenly, a strong aura covered the protagonist's body. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist thought that he had felt this before, namely, an increase in magic at critical moments. The guy's pupils suddenly lit up. Seeing himself in the reflection, the young man wondered if it was him. After some time, the noble, sitting on the bed, said that the power probably manifested itself during the fire test. Russell remembered the notifications that said that he had absorbed the forgotten horn of the king to the limit, and mana beyond the limit will leak out in the form of hidden powers. The protagonist, petting the pet, would like to control it at will. The protagonist was seen holding a fire staff, and he said that he could probably increase his power by adding overheating to dragonification, and that it could be a fatal blow to someone close to the 6th circle. Falling on his back, the guy said that the problem was that he didn't know how to implement it, and the power only manifested itself when in danger. The young man added that he didn't have time to train because of the mission, and even if he did, it wouldn't be possible to achieve this with regular training, which made Pepper's eyes bulge in satisfaction. A second later, the pet grabbed the aristocrat's pants with his teeth. Russell, with his mouth slightly open, didn't know what to do. The pet frowned in displeasure, and the protagonist exclaimed that no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't just go and feel it. Suddenly, his entire body was covered in a powerful burst of fire. The protagonist looked at Pepper in bewilderment. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if he was saying that he could help him. The little dragon stretched out his paw contentedly. The young man put his hand on his knee. A moment later, the pet jumped on his head. The aristocrat thoughtfully turned his gaze downwards. A second later, Russell raised his eyebrows. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that this place was the spirit world where he first met Pepper. An unusual space was visible, and the protagonist said that time here did not flow the same as outside, and this was an ideal place for magical training, but he did not have a sparring partner. Suddenly, the boy noticed something to the side. A huge dragon appeared above him. The young man raised his head and asked if it was Pepper. The aristocrat stroked the pet's face, which made him happy. Russell, through the sweat on his face, said that he was grateful that he was helping him, but it was a little difficult to fight him. Suddenly, many monsters appeared. The protagonist, smiling slightly, exclaimed that he had worried in vain. Evil spirits were approaching him. The protagonist calmly bit his lips. The guy asked to do him a favor, flexing his fingers. After some time, the guys were seen telling the captain that the heretics had escaped from the city and asked if they should go after them. The chief, taking up the dagger, said that they should gather everyone on the deck. The commander, turning his head, added that Jackson should report to the tower that the situation had changed. The man, crossing his fingers, answered positively and asked to be careful. The captain, lifting the corners of his lips, said that he didn't have to worry. Introducing Russell, the chief explained that Daria's student would arrive soon and would not allow him to take away his chance to play. A wave of the cloak seemed to appear. The commander, clenching his fists, ordered them to move forward. 3 days later, a small structure was visible. Jackson, leaning on the table, thought that the disciple of the fire tower should come quickly. The magic ball was shining brightly, and there was an urgent report from Sudra that the scouts of the fire tower had disappeared. 2 strangers looked ahead thoughtfully, and one of them asked what it was. Noticing the protagonist, the man clarified what this kid was doing here. The neutral city of Sudra appeared from above. The protagonist, walking along the street, said that without the teleportation gate, it would have been quite a long time to get to the city in about a week. The guy remembered how he trained in the spirit world, where time stops. Grinning, the young man explained that for him it seemed like a month had passed. Suddenly, his body was covered in powerful flames. The aristocrat furiously opened his jaw and said that he had mastered dragonification, and the system reported that he had successfully used the power of dragons, and his dragon horns would match his level, and when using the skill, his understanding of the fire element greatly increases. Russell, holding a magic staff in his hand, said that some problems needed to be solved. The monster attacked the guy with unusual force, and the artificial intelligence began counting down from 15 seconds. The protagonist, waving his weapon, parried the attack. The monsters continued to deliver bright blows. Suddenly, the protagonist's staff disappeared from his hands. His entire body was covered with the enemy's magical power, and he spoke about the short time of use. Dropping his elbows, the young man wondered if it was only 15 seconds. A moment later, the aristocrat stood up. Through the sweat on his face, Russell told about recharging, after using which he was defenseless as after overheating. Suddenly, a wooden club was waved in front of him. The man, smiling maliciously, asked if he was lost. The stranger, opening his mouth, exclaimed that he could help him. The protagonist, taking off his bag, was surprised by such a coincidence. A low building was visible during the day. The bandit extended his hand and explained that it was a yellow wyvern. The men, bowing to the protagonist, wished him luck. The guy sighed heavily and thought that they were idiots and told them to get lost. A moment later, the bartender, standing behind the counter, greeted the young man. Jackson, leaning on the table, asked what he wanted, to which he received the answer that he wanted a cocktail of 37-year-old Drake and 12-year-old Briggs. The visitor, turning to the aristocrat, called him a psycho and clarified how he would drink a cocktail with 70 degrees. Russell, closing his eyes, thought that in fact, you can die from this, but this is a secret code from the fire tower. Looking at the magician, the protagonist could not believe that he was so young. The bartender put down the glass and exclaimed that this was his order, and the protagonist wondered if he was too young. Suddenly, the guy's body was surrounded by a magical shield. The customers were sitting at the table, talking to each other, and the young man explained that it was sound magic, and others could not hear them. The man, pouring a drink, said his name and said that he was a mage of the fire tower, and also worked undercover in the Yellow Wyvern. The nobleman folded his hands and introduced himself, and Jackson suggested that they step away for a minute. The tavern window was visible, and a question was heard whether the scouts had disappeared 3 days ago. The bartender, lowering his head, answered positively. Introducing the stranger in the hood, the magician said that the last thing they heard was that the scouts were heading to the desert ruins. It was seen how the mysterious man walked forward. The guy looked to the side, and Russell asked if they were trapped, to which he received the answer that they were not the type to act recklessly. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked that maybe they had a map to the desert ruins because he had to save them. The man sighed heavily and said that the place was not one to go to alone, and the ruins where they disappeared were near the Empire and very dangerous. The protagonist, his eyes wide, thought that he did not believe him and heard that they needed to wait for reinforcements. Suddenly, a powerful aura covered the guys' bodies. The guy asked if he could go there himself, which made Jackson sweat, and heard that he had recently reached the 4th circle. Looking at the dark power, the man muttered that this was at least 5th circle magic, and he could control it freely. Putting his palm on his chest, the bartender exclaimed that he had rushed. Scratching the back of his head, the magician said that he would show the way to the ruins. The young man lifted the corners of his lips with satisfaction. A bright light was visible from a hole in the roof. The stranger in the hood, lowering his head, explained that, as he had ordered, they had left traces. A dark silhouette of a man was visible, exclaiming that this was great and could already smell their blood. Palm trees were visible in the daytime. Russell, drinking water, thought that if he had known that this would happen, he would have trained ice magic. The protagonist poured the rest of the liquid on himself and muttered that he was very hot. Noticing a high structure, the protagonist exclaimed that this place was bigger than he thought. The guy abruptly rushed from the spot. Running around the building, the young man noticed that many passages led inside. Imagining a powerful explosion, the aristocrat thought that if he just needed to find the heretics, he would blow up these ruins completely. A moment later, Russell stopped in place. Being at the ruins, the protagonist realized that they might have hostages now, and therefore they would have to go inside. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that they probably strewn everything with traps. It was visible how the guy's legs lit up with an unusual aura. The young man began jumping on the destroyed structures. Having flown over the roof of the building, the aristocrat decided that he would take the most unexpected route. A second later, Russell fell into a wide hole. Approaching the floor, the protagonist used the wind skill. The protagonist gently lowered his legs. Turning his head, the guy was glad that there were no traps here. The young man, standing by the high wall, noticed a fresco. Looking at it, the aristocrat wondered if this was a dragon and a black-haired warrior. A dark corridor appeared, and Russell did not understand who they were fighting. Suddenly, a voice was heard that laughed and said that this was unexpected, which made the protagonist's body shake. Looking back, the protagonist thought it was him. Many enemies appeared, and the heretic said that he did not believe that the guy from the academy followed him. Legs and armor were visible, and the enemy added that since he himself came here, he would not have to waste his energy looking for him. Suddenly, skeletons rushed towards the protagonist. The heretic, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that he would give him death as a token of gratitude. Russell, smiling, replied that he was talking too much, considering how far he had run. The opponent's eyes glowed green, and he said that he was an overconfident brat. The monsters raised their weapons, and a cry was heard for him to die. The skeleton opened his jaw, and the opponent muttered that these were the corpses of elite warriors who had died on the battlefield, and they were much stronger than the skeletons in the previous battle. The heretic, grinning menacingly, added that this place would become his grave. Suddenly, a flame was visible under the protagonist's foot. A moment later, a wall of fire appeared. The opponent asked if this was the same magic, to which the protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, replied that it was not quite, and assured that this was something new. The boy extended his burning hand. A dragon sat behind the young man, and he thought that he had been training not only dragonification. The noble was in a powerful aura and explained that he had expanded the fire wall spell and added a vector to its formula. Russell, spreading his palms, used a fire wave. A strong aura was visible from afar. A second later, the fire wall grew. The flames began to catch up with the monsters. The skeletons opened their jaws in confusion. The fire completely covered their armor. The heretic appeared from around the corner. The enemy, through the sweat on his face, was surprised that his army fell so easily. The protagonist was visible through the ashes, who noticed the enemy. The protagonist headed towards the dark corridor. The heretic's eyes bulged in shock. A magic seal appeared, and the enemy wondered if he had used detection magic at the same time. The guy in the hood raised his palm, thinking about running away. The noble, swinging his fist, exclaimed that it was too late to run away. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. Russell quickly jumped off the floor. The heretic fell on his elbows. The enemy, coughing up blood, silently asked himself if this was all he could do. You could see the protagonist shuffling his legs. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, offered the enemy to surrender and spare his life. The guy replied that he could not, causing the aristocrat to bite his lips in bewilderment. The young man, trying to get up, said that not even his soul belonged to him because he had sold everything, including the souls of his family. Opening his mouth wide, the heretic shouted that he had given everything he had. Suddenly, someone was falling from a hole in the ceiling. Two opponents appeared, using magic skills. Russell turned around abruptly. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The girl, putting her hands on her hips, said that the fucking pursuer looked good. The man in the mask, lowering his eyebrows, said that he realized that he was bait, and this was a pathetic sight. The redhead extended her palm and exclaimed that the role of a dying rat suited him. The guys turned their heads sharply, hearing that it was him. The heretic, opening his mouth wide, shouted that the disciple of the head of the fire tower was their target. The blue-haired man lowered his eyebrows menacingly. The girl, baring her teeth, asked if he was talking about Daria. Suddenly, a magic shield appeared. A second later, Russell snapped his fingers. The protagonist, clenching his jaw, explained that such pathetic people as them did not dare to pronounce her name. The system reported a mission in which they needed to fight the heretics, and the opponents looked sharply at the protagonist. The masked man, folding his arms, said that it would be better if he just died. The redhead, opening her jaw, added that Daria's disciple would definitely not meet a quick death. The girl said that she would kill him and turn him into a puppet, and then make him dance in front of the fire tower, which made the nobleman bite his lips angrily. The heretic, taking out his weapon, asked Xavier to close the passages, to which he received a positive answer. The skeleton bones filled the door. The other entrance was covered with the remains of skeletons. The redhead, spreading her arms in different directions, shouted that the fun was beginning. Russell, standing in place, wondered why they did not summon the undead stealthily, but instead attacked directly. Looking at the rivals, the protagonist muttered that he had not met such opponents before. The girl, opening her mouth wide, clarified whether he would attack and explained that if not, they would attack, to which the protagonist asked to ask one question. The nobleman, raising the corners of his lips, asked what they did with the scouts who came before him. The masked man, holding his weapon tightly, asked him again. The heretic frowned menacingly and exclaimed that it was enough to try to stall for time and used a magic skill. Russell, dodging the attack, asked himself if they knew about the scouts. The enemy swung his weapon sharply and used the Nightmare Tail ability. The protagonist thoughtfully clenched his fists. A moment later, the protagonist jumped back and did not understand if they were pretending. The aristocrat, biting his lips, thought that in any case, there was always a way to find out the truth. Stretching out her palm, the girl loudly asked if he was trying to escape. Suddenly, the guy's fiery hand appeared. A second later, the young man took out a flaming spear. Russell swung his weapon powerfully. The redhead, her eyes bulging, wondered if he blocked it. The heretic, standing behind the guys, shouted that this spear killed the giant skeleton. The opponent opened her jaw angrily and exclaimed that she was starting to like it. Suddenly, her hands changed color. A dark force swirled above the girl, and she used the demonic claw skill. A moment later, the magical palms merged. The redhead raised them in front of her. The heretic, taking out the demonic claw spear, asked if he wanted to know which one was sharper. The opponent fiercely stuck out her tongue. Russell calmly bit his lips and said nothing. The masked man, lowering his weapon, asked Bet not to play around. The girl, smiling broadly, explained that she was not afraid of some child. The protagonist menacingly lowered his eyebrows. A second later, the opponents hit each other. A bright flash from two magical forces was visible. A fiery beam pierced the enemy's aura. Bet tried to dodge the blow. The redhead's eyes bulged in bewilderment. The light from the hole in the ceiling suddenly shone. The girl whose hand caught fire screamed loudly in pain. A moment later, her head was cut into two pieces. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion. The masked man, waving his weapon, called her a fool and added that he told her not to act alone. The enemy, lowering his hands, told the disciple of the fire tower that he was his opponent, but recognized him. Suddenly, the heretic's body was surrounded by many magical chains. The nobleman thoughtfully bit his lips. The man, in a dark aura, explained that from now on, he would tear him to pieces using all his strength. Suddenly, a high whirlwind appeared. Russell, lowering his eyebrows, listened that it did not matter how strong he was, and whether he could repel attacks from all sides. The enemy quickly swung his weapon. The man sharply turned his gaze to the side. The protagonist appeared in front of him, which made him wonder if it was a flash. The protagonist squeezed his wrist tightly with his hand. A moment later, the guy hit his opponent hard. The enemy's eyes widened in confusion. The walls of the arena appeared. Sweat was running down Xavier's face in fear. Watching the battle, the heretic did not understand what was going on. Falling to his knees, the enemy wondered if they were losing again. Clutching his head, the guy thought that he was definitely finished, and he would not just kill him. Looking at the girl's body, Xavier spoke rudely about them. Suddenly, the heretic noticed a red ball. The enemy's eyes widened, recognizing these artifacts. Suddenly, the man, lying on the floor, was coughing up blood. Baring his teeth, the enemy said that it was enough to play around and let him just kill him, to which the aristocrat told him to shut up. Russell, taking his head, ordered him to answer questions. The protagonist frowned and asked where the scouts were. The opponent raised the corners of his lips. The man, clenching his jaw, said that he always talks about them and clarified what kind of scouts they were. The protagonist looked down and wondered if he really didn't know. The heretic, lowering his eyebrows, noticed that he had relaxed. Having pulled out a dagger, the enemy realized that this was his chance. A second later, unusual tentacles appeared. They firmly grabbed the man by the neck. The guy turned around in surprise. Xavier, turning into a terrible monster, exclaimed that he was dedicating his life force, and even death here. The young man, opening his mouth wide, wondered if this was a sacrificial spell. The man, clenching his jaw, wondered if this was the heart of the hellish giant. A moment later, the tentacles dragged him along the floor. The heretic opened his jaw and shouted that the life and life energy of the others, and even their death. His eyes shone brightly, and the enemy added that he was dedicating all this to him. The enemy quickly flew towards the monster and said that he could not become part of this. Suddenly, his body was stuck in sharp fangs. They pierced him through. Xavier cried out for the abomination to descend, and an unusual glow was visible. Suddenly, a monster appeared whose body was surrounded by a dark force. The aristocrat raised his hands and did not understand where so much mana came from, and the system reported that the mission had been changed because all the heretics were dead and now he needed to kill the abomination. The monster looked up. A second later, the monster looked down. The abomination stretched out its palms in front of itself. Opening its mouth, the evil spirit asked how he dared to turn it into this. A magical glow was visible on the monster's fingers. The monster swung its hand and shouted that it would tear Russell to pieces and use the skill Demonic Fang Sting. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Introducing the girl, the protagonist wondered if this was her magic. Many bright projectiles were flying at the guy. The young man clenched his jaw in anticipation of the attack. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The entire arena turned into ruins in a second. A high fiery blow was seen. The aristocrat, holding a staff in his hands, called the monster a bastard because he barely got out. Russell shuffled his feet and added that he was a bastard. The protagonist, standing by the rubble, said that he could not withstand such force and dug his own grave. Suddenly, the stones began to shake. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, was perplexed. The monster abruptly emerged from the destroyed arena. Many long chains were visible. The abomination swung them sharply and screamed for the guy to die. The enemy, sticking out his tongue, exclaimed that he would gnaw him to the bone. Suddenly, a powerful splash of fire was heard behind him. The aristocrat, biting his lips, wondered if he had hit the target. Through the thick flames, the silhouette of a huge monster was visible. The monster turned around and realized where the protagonist was. Opening his mouth wide, the abomination explained that his attacks did not work on him. Russell, baring his teeth, muttered that he was right because he had incredible defense. Chains appeared above him, and he decided that he needed to think of a retreat plan. The enemy swung his weapon sharply and shouted that he should think. The protagonist's leg caught fire brightly. The boy's body was covered in flames, and he realized that now he needed to buy time. The monster's eyes glowed unusually, and he asked where the young man was running, adding that he was in despair in the face of such an overwhelming force. A moment later, the aristocrat raised his head. Russell spread his arms out to the sides, thinking that this was only the beginning, and called Pepper. The pet opened his eyes and heard the question of whether he would help him. The small dragon opened his jaw contentedly. The protagonist's palm was burning, and he muttered that then they would begin. Suddenly, a powerful burst of flame appeared. The fire quickly reached the enemy. From afar, everything was visible as it was burning brightly. The abomination, covering his body with his hands, laughed. The monster stuck out its tongue and asked if he thought such an attack would harm him. Noticing that the protagonist had disappeared, the monster did not understand where he had gone. The guy smiled broadly and decided to act now. A moment later, the young man quickly rushed towards the enemy. Suddenly, a powerful wave of fire was heard. The aristocrat parried the enemy, and he called him a Mage. Russell, clenching his fists, realized that he had attracted his attention. It seemed like the protagonist spread his fingers. Controlling the fire with his palms, the protagonist muttered that all that was left was to hit with a piercing attack. A second later, the guy took out a flaming spear. Pepper flew in the air, leaving traces behind him. It was visible how the pet smiled. The abomination, covering his face with his hand, shouted that the guy should stop running and come out. The young man answered his request and pulled the spear over his head. Bright flames surrounded the body of the monster. The aristocrat landed on the enemy, who explained that it was useless. Russell, his eyes bulging, shouted that a strong attack was coming. Suddenly, an electric aura swirled in the sky. The protagonist quickly jumped away from the head of the abomination. The protagonist used the lightning call, which sharply rushed at the enemy. The thunder giant's hammer began to fall on the monster. A moment later, the monster's entire body was covered in electricity. A powerful explosion was visible from afar. Small fragments flew in different directions. A blue imprint appeared on the ground. The guy raised his leg. Through the sweat on his face, the young man asked if he was finished. Many stones were visible. A skeleton was sitting in a depression. All of its limbs were burned. A screen appeared in front of the aristocrat, which said that the mission was successful and he was receiving rewards. A moment later, Russell fell to the ground. Pepper jumped on the protagonist's shoulder, to which he praised him for his good work. Suddenly, the skeleton's head fell off. The skull quickly rolled on the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. An unusual aura surrounded the head, and it was heard that at the end of her life, Daria found an amazing boy, and who would have thought that he would be Russell? The guy, raising his eyebrows, wondered if the skeleton could talk. The skull rose sharply and asked if the son would be more interesting than his father. It was visible how the young man's pupils narrowed. The aristocrat, opening his mouth wide, asked who he was. Russell held the skeleton's head in his hands, and he replied that sooner or later he would find out, and he would know what his father looked like in his last years. Suddenly the skull crumbled into small pieces. Lightning appeared in the sky, and the skeleton said that this was enough because he had a fierce look. A moment later, it began to rain. The protagonist's body quickly got wet. The protagonist, sitting on the ground, loudly asked to say who he was. Pepper sadly pressed himself against the guy. The legs of the defeated monster could be seen from afar. Raindrops were falling quickly. Suddenly, a pair of binoculars appeared. The hooded stranger, looking ahead, exclaimed that they were finished. Lowering his hands, the man told them to send the report. After some time, the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Army was visible. The commander waved his palm. Viken, sitting at the table, said that as a result of the battle between the mage and the heretics, the mage won. Knocking on the table, the battalion captain asked that according to the report, his strength was higher than the 5th circle. The intelligence officer opened his mouth wide, hearing how he was addressed. The man, clutching the paper, loudly asked why they did not notice a mage of such a level approaching their lance. The assistant sadly lowered his head and apologized, and also added that there was no information about the movements of the mages. The guy held out his hand and asked if he could be a new guy, since there was a rumor that a talented brat had recently been accepted into the fire tower. The officer smiled and asked if that meant he had just graduated from the academy, and explained that there was no need to worry until they took action. Viken scowled menacingly and shouted that the brat was already on his 5th circle, which meant that he could become their main force in the future. The guys sitting at the table didn't answer. The commander put his hand on his face and said that he didn't want to. Lowering his eyebrows, the man thought that he had no choice and would have to call that psycho. After a while, the daytime sky appeared. Russell was sitting on the sand and drinking water. Wiping his mouth, the protagonist muttered that he couldn't get it out of his head. Remembering the magic skull, the protagonist wondered if the heretic had really killed his father. Shaking his head, the boy realized that he needed to focus on the mission now and find the scouts. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man added that he needed to act faster. Noticing a bright flash in the distance, the aristocrat thought that he was being followed. Several men in white suits appeared, and Russell thought that they were most likely the Empire's scouts. Bending down, the protagonist muttered that since they had not yet attacked, they were ordered to just watch. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. In the distance, the guy noticed a silhouette of a man. A moment later, a bright glow appeared. The young man's body was suddenly covered in a magical aura. The aristocrat clenched his jaw. Playing cards were flying above him. A second later, Russell fell onto the sand. The protagonist, abruptly raising his head, wondered if it was an aura. Looking at the system screen, where the mission was written "Formidable Enemy," the protagonist thought that this could not be. A man with long hair appeared in front of him. He moved his legs. Spandam put the weapon on his shoulders. The swordsman, closing his eyes, explained that he had aimed for the neck. The youth, lowering his eyebrows, listened to the fact that there really was a mage above the 5th rank. The aristocrat bit his lips menacingly and muttered that this was a Superman of the Empire. Looking at the enemy's dark aura, Russell added that this was a disciple of a great swordsman. Spandam opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that it would be fun to kill him. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and said that he was a homicidal maniac. The swordsman, holding a katana in his hand, said that he knew him. The superhuman's weapon was suddenly covered in a dark aura, and he said that it was a relief. The protagonist angrily pressed his lips together. The disciple of the great swordsman, smiling slightly, explained that this way he would be able to take all the pain that awaited him. The guy remembered how the maniac stood over him and said that they simply bumped shoulders, and he killed a whole group of mercenaries and almost died that time. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the killer. A moment later, a powerful surge of energy was heard. It was visible how Alan narrowed his eyes. Spandam grinned fiercely. It seemed as if two strong energies collided with each other. The swordsman's body was covered by a block of ice. The mage clenched his jaw, and the aristocrat explained that even he, the strongest mage at the time, barely managed to stop him. The maniac's face froze in ice, and Russell added that he had a formidable opponent in front of him. Spandam, waving his weapon, exclaimed that they would begin. The protagonist abruptly raised his palm. The protagonist used a magic shield. Dark power quickly rushed towards him. An unusual aura collided with the guy's fence. The young man's eyes bulged in surprise. The magic blow was able to break through the shield. A powerful explosion was heard behind the aristocrat. Russell, through the sweat on his face, wondered where he got so much power from after 5 shields. A wound appeared on his body, and he did not understand how Alan resisted him. A moment later, Spandam narrowed his eyes. The maniac gripped the sword handle tightly and said that the shielding tactic was not bad, but the mana density was low. A second later, the killer released a furious force. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. It was visible how the protagonist took out a fire staff. The guy powerfully swung it in front of him. The enemy lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. The young man, holding a magic spear, heard the question of what it was. The sharp end of the staff burned brightly, and Spandam said that it hid quite a lot of power. The aristocrat quickly twirled the weapon and asked if it was true. A moment later, Russell opened his mouth wide and asked how about it. A second later, the flame quickly rushed towards the enemy. The maniac, biting his lips, was surprised that it retained its shape even after being thrown. The killer used dark power, waving his hand. A wave of flying blood flew sharply towards the protagonist. The man opened his jaw in satisfaction. Spandam said that after all, fights against mages were always the most interesting, and suddenly the protagonist appeared behind him. The guy tightly gripped the handle of the staff. A moment later, the young man swung the weapon hard. Unexpectedly, the killer dodged the blow. A dark aura surrounded the maniac's body, and he asked if he knew how to use the flash. The aristocrat turned his gaze back in bewilderment. Suddenly, a powerful splash of blood was heard. The swordsman, sticking out his tongue, exclaimed that he had not had so much fun for a long time. Russell's legs were burning brightly with flames. The protagonist fell on the sand, and a question was heard whether there was blood. Spandam, grinning, said that it was good and could just wait. A particle of fire was visible in the protagonist's palm, and he wondered if he had strengthened his body using the aura. The guy, through the sweat on his face, thought that it was much superior to the mage's body, and the maniac chuckled at the fact that he cauterized the wound to stop the bleeding. The killer, closing his eyes, asked if all the people in the fire tower were so stubborn, and was it really only such people that were taken there? The young man looked at him angrily. Sitting on the sand, the aristocrat asked what he was talking about. The swordsman smiled fiercely. Remembering the guy with the sword, Spandam said that a few days ago he fought with one of their people, and he did not give up until the very end. A moment later, Russell stood up and realized that these were the missing scouts. With his eyes bulging, the protagonist clarified whether he had done it. Spandam spread his arms to the sides and smiled. The protagonist clenched his fist to find the scouts. He wanted to run away after a small fight because of the mission given to him, but everything changed. The boy's body was enveloped in mana. A powerful stream of mana burst out of his body. Russell frowned, realizing that now was not the time to think about escaping. Spandam bared his teeth and released his aura, telling Russell that he had been hiding his strength in battle with him. Dark mana flowed around the boy's blade. Taking a stance, surrounded by bloody mana, he said that he would see if he could move like that when his entire body was being torn to pieces. The ring on the protagonist's hand began to glow. Looking at the weak aura around the ring, the boy realized that it had not yet recharged. Spandam raised his sword to strike. He swung the sword sharply several times, using Bull or Sane, the flow of Roundel. Several bloody arcs rushed towards the protagonist. Russell stood calmly, watching the approaching spell. Soon, only his chin became visible through the bloody mana. A bright light illuminated the entire area and dispelled Spandam's attack. A stream of fire shot out from that place, rushing towards the enemy. The guy froze looking at the stream of fire. He was surprised that his attack was pierced. The flames in the fireball grew, expanding it. Suddenly, the protagonist himself broke through it. He began to form a spear in his hand, realizing that he only had 15 seconds left. Soon, he was able to squeeze the handle of the spear. Russell rushed forward at great speed, holding a fiery spear in his hand. Spandam bared his teeth. The protagonist disappeared from his place in an instant. He found himself in the air above Spandam. A powerful explosion thundered a moment later. Soon the fire began to dissipate. Russell fell to one knee after the attack. Standing up, he looked at the spear in his hand. His opponent, who appeared behind him, said that he did not know what he did, but he definitely became stronger. The protagonist had to quickly reflect the enemy's attack. He smiled widely and laughed. Russell frowned. He had 9 seconds left. He deflected another attack with a swing of his spear. Then he immediately struck with his spear. An explosion of flame immediately occurred in front of him. Spandam burst out of the fire at an incredible speed. Smiling, he said that if even that was not enough, his powers were useless. A cloud of mana formed under the guy's foot. Enveloping his sword and his body in mana, the guy used Cyclone Typhoon. Finding himself in the sky, he rushed straight at Russell. The protagonist gritted his teeth watching him. He raised his spear, trying to deflect the attack. The sword and the fire spear clashed. Both guys swung their weapons, deflecting each other's blows. Suddenly, fire began to burst out of the ground. A moment later, this place exploded. The protagonist crouched down, tired after the battle. The guy looked at the enemy in front of him. Spandam stood in front of the guy in the middle of the burning ground. Smiling, he asked with disdain if this was the end. Russell frowned, saying that he had 1 more second. He abruptly put his hands on the ground and poured mana into it. The ground began to crack because of the escaping fire. The entire perimeter around brightly shone from the fire particles. S1-2 stopped smiling, watching everything. The ground collapsed, and lava burst out of it. The ground melted, turning into drops of lava. A huge area of land was turned into lava, the magic of the sixth circle. Melting. This magic the protagonist read in a book a long time ago. He read it in the library of the academy. Russell understood the principle of this spell, but because of the sixth circle, he could not use it. Now, after using the flame spear and controlling the flow of flame, when he knelt down, he remembered that starting from small coals, this spell turns everything into magma. All the land in the area was turned into boiling magma. Pepper flapped his wings with all his might. The protagonist smiled and thanked the dragon for lifting him. It was sweating heavily, holding the guy's clothes in its mouth. After some time, the guy landed. Looking around, he saw only a scorched wasteland. S1-2's body twitched to the side. The protagonist turned his head, hearing a rustle. S1-2 was coughing up blood, his arm was torn off, and the lower part was melted. Flashes of fire appeared on the guy's arm. Having formed a fire crossbow, Russell asked the enemy what his last words were. Sweat ran down S1-2's face while he was silent. Raising his head and smiling, he said that it was funny how he was drawn into a war under the pretext of protecting the country. But they did not tell him how to return. Looking at his folded legs, S1-2 said that because of this, he always had to kill again and again. The path of the Guardian was a bloody path, and he welcomed him on this path. The protagonist frowned after his words. S1-2 continued to smile, looking at the guy. His body suddenly fell forward. Russell dispelled the crossbow, looking at the dead enemy, then the system informed him about the mission completion. The events take us to the tavern. The Mage of the Flame Tower, having formed a barrier, told the bartender that S1-2 was a knight of the Empire, secretly operating in the deserts, and the disappearance of the scouts could be connected with him. The bartender froze in horror upon hearing his words. He grabbed the bottle tighter in his hand, realizing that the newcomer could be in danger. Suddenly, the door of the tavern opened. The man who came and walked straight to the counter. He put a badly damaged sword on the counter. Looking at the broken sword, the bartender cried out, recognizing the sword S1-2 in it. He stared at the man in amazement. The protagonist, removing his hood and smiling, asked if they had a Drake cocktail, although just water would do. The man smiled, saying that for him everything is possible. In the evening, the bartender stood near the magic ball. On the ball, he wrote a report announcing the victory of the protagonist. Rumors quickly reached the capital. People read the newspaper right on the streets, learning about Russell, the last heir to the fallen house of Raymond. Puppet theaters showed how Russell defeated the magical creature of the heretics and even S1-2, a knight of the Empire. People applauded and rejoiced for the newcomer. The protagonist passed through the spatial gate. Daria, Hubert, and Ulson were waiting for him. Stroking the boy's head, Daria thanked him for returning alive. They felt relieved. Melville put his hand to his head. He smiled while sitting on the sofa and said that it would not be easy to win the argument. Alan smiled and said that Russell was much more amazing than he thought. A competitive spirit played inside him. But there was someone who was angry. He was in the middle of the snowy mountains. The man held a broadsword in his hand, asking the servants if that was all they wanted to say. The sword master of the Empire, Macri, released an invisible pressure, causing small stones to rise up. The servants standing in front of him trembled with fear. Raising his sword, the man said that he would repay everything, because an eye for an eye, and a student for a student. His pupil flashed brightly. He abruptly lowered his sword. A wave of mana burst out of the sword and rushed forward. She cut through everything in her path and crashed into the mountain. Macri's eye patch flew off when he said that he would take revenge on Daria at any cost. A carriage was driving through the dark streets of the city. Daria, sitting inside the carriage, asked the student if the heretics were really connected with the death of his father. The protagonist, slightly lowering his head, said that they were. Squinting, the head of the tower said that most of the records of those times were lost. It was difficult to admit and find out who exactly killed him. After all, the entire battlefield was burning. There were almost no survivors. Russell, bending over, said that he knew this. Daria, grabbing the guy's hands, said that they could at least do something. Smiling at the student, she said that if they followed the heretics, they would definitely get to the truth. Besides, the entire fire tower would help him. Russell straightened up and thanked the teacher. Soon the coachman stopped the horses and announced their arrival. Opening the carriage door, Daria said that she hoped that he would forget about his worries and expand his horizons today. The student and the teacher walked towards the mansion. Many carriages arrived for the Council of Magic Towers. Various magicians entered inside. This community consisted of more than 20 magic towers of Endymion. 2 months ago, the protagonist, who was walking behind Daria, received an invitation to this event as an assistant to the master thanks to the victory over S1-2. Soon, they entered the hall. An old man and a blonde man on their way greeted them, starting to praise the protagonist. Russell smiled as he spoke and thanked them. Daria turned her head, hearing the footsteps of an approaching man. She greeted the master of the Yellow Tower, a bald man walking towards them. Pointing at him with her hand, Daria introduced Niccolo to the student as the organizer of today's council meeting. The protagonist bowed to the man, greeting him. Niccolo laughed and put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that they didn't need such formalities because he had defeated that scoundrel student. Russell straightened up and was puzzled by the man's words. Daria, who was standing next to him, said that Spandam was a student of Macri, the Empire's sword master. Putting his hand on his face, Niccolo said that he was very happy when he heard this news. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when he realized where the scar on the master's face came from. Melville, who suddenly appeared near the group, said that they had better prepare for the performance, because he said that today was a very important topic. Then he asked about the well-being of the two tower masters. The protagonist glanced at the sighing old man. Smirking, Daria told the old man that he seemed jealous of her student being praised so much. Melville smiled, saying that he was not as petty as she was. Niccolo nervously watched as the two masters tried to kill each other with their eyes. He turned around abruptly, realizing that they had decided to argue again. Alan began to approach the teacher when he asked Daria if she had forgotten about the bet they had made. Alan put his hands on the teacher's shoulders when he was about to announce his circle level. The guy's lens flashed when the guy told Melville that they should go to their seats. The old man resisted with all his might, telling the student to let him go. The protagonist laughed loudly, seeing what was happening. Soon everyone gathered in the hall. Then Niccolo announced the beginning of the meeting of the Council of Magic Towers. The sand began to move and take shape when the master said that today they would discuss the study of the ruins on Mount Calvain. The sand took the shape of the ruins when Niccolo said that these ruins remained from mythical times, and no traces of the study were found. Raising his hand, the man shouted, saying that there could be relics inside the ruins. Daria smiled and said that they could find an artifact that would change everything. Putting his hands on the podium, Niccolo said that they needed their help for this. Alan smiled slightly when his name was announced. The protagonist only turned his gaze to the master when he said his name and said that he would like to ask for their assistance. People began to whisper among themselves, saying that it was a good choice, and Russell had already proven his strength. Daria smiled and lit up with happiness listening to her student being praised. Her eyes suddenly opened when someone spoke out against this decision. Blaine, the master of the Red Tower, walked in front of his student. He stood in the middle of the hall. Niccolo frowned and asked for the reason for the refusal. The man turned his head, calling the name of the protagonist's father. Russell, who was standing in the crowd, stared at him in surprise. Blaine closed his eyes and said that because of Alex's defeat, he rejected that decision. The crowd behind the man was indignant, saying that it was impossible to blame the son for the defeat of the father. Blaine gritted his teeth and looked at the people and asked if it was so, even if this defeat cost the kingdom its best warriors who gave their lives for the escape. The people fell silent and began to look at each other. Daria raised her hand, saying that this was speculation, because there were no records of that time. The man turned to her, saying that she was wrong. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that he was on that battlefield. Daria and the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Blaine grinned and said that he saw Alex run with his own eyes. Russell was horrified and frowned at his words. His mouth dropped open in shock. Everyone knew that his father had died during the war, but this man was talking nonsense. Standing with his back to Russell, Bale said that the Raymond family was indebted to the kingdom. Turning around and raising his hand, he told the crowd to think about how the youth would feel if they entrusted such an important mission to Raymond. If Russell participated in the cleansing, the Red Tower would not support the expedition. People looked at each other. The mages could not make a decision. Niccolo, looking at Blaine's back, realized that he made the crowd doubt with just a few phrases. The man frowned, realizing that he should also take his lineage into account. Archduke Bismarck, who was currently in the mountains, was the king's uncle, and Blaine was his confidant and the most influential person in these lands. The master of the Red Tower smiled faintly and frowned, understanding the whole situation. Niccolo closed his eyes mentally, saying that resisting the master of the Red Tower meant hostility to the entire faction of the Archduke. Melville turned his head, saying that this was all nonsense. This old man was one of those who could oppose Bale. Daria, clutching her cane tightly in her hand, told the old man not to interfere. She could also speak out against the man. Daria turned sharply to the protagonist when he said that he would like to ask the master of the Red Tower something. He squinted and looked at the guy. Russell himself frowned and asked the man if he could be held accountable for his words. Surprised, Bale turned his whole body to the guy. The protagonist stepped forward and said that he should be held accountable for insulting the House of Raymond. Daria grabbed the guy by the shoulder and said that now was not the time for this. The master grinned and said that the honor of a fallen family meant nothing, and Russell had better be grateful that Daria was his teacher, otherwise he would have torn out his tongue. Someone suddenly entered the hall. A girl in a white robe told Bale that he was becoming more and more powerful each time, so he could be confused with the king. The entire hall froze in shock upon seeing the girl. The girl who entered the hall was Hecate, the princess of the kingdom. The mages began to bow, greeting their princess. Bowing to the princess, Bale greeted her. Closing her eyes, the princess said that she listened to their conversation and may agree with the master of the Red Tower. The man slightly raised his head upon hearing her words. The girl, opening her eyes, said that everyone must pay their bills. The protagonist, without bowing, simply looked at the princess. Daria, who was standing next to him, screamed, saying that this was not so. Alan flinched when the princess interrupted Daria, saying that people also need to be given a chance to pay, so she orders the Spear Tower and the Fire Tower to be sent, along with the Red Tower. The eyes of the protagonist and his teacher widened in shock. Jaron and Bale straightened up in surprise upon hearing the order. The princess herself smiled, watching everything. Bale smiled nervously and said that this was a very difficult topic to talk about. Hecate, not listening to him, called the master of the Yellow Tower behind the man. She frowned and screamed, asking who was the main sponsor of this expedition. Niccolo bowed and said that it was her, His Highness. Hecate said with a smile on her face that they had decided on that. Then she turned around and walked away. Bale smiled as he looked after the girl. Niccolo, who was standing behind him, laughed a little, saying that now they would discuss the expedition schedule. The protagonist froze with his mouth and eyes wide open. The bright moon illuminated the sky. The wheels of the carriage rushed along the road. Bale, who was sitting in it, cursed mentally, saying that this was his chance to put an end to the Raymond family, but suddenly the princess came. Jaron frowned sharply, feeling something. He climbed onto the roof of the carriage and created a blood sword. The coachman quickly pulled the reins, stopping the horses. The carriage stopped in the middle of the road. Bale, getting out of the carriage, told the guest that she also had no manners. Daria asked, smiling, did he really think that he was the only one? The bloody sword was near the woman's throat. Jaron frowned, holding the blade in his hand. Daria closed her eyes and asked the guy if this would help him. He did not answer, only his pupils sparkled. Passing by the student, the master ordered to put away the weapon. Jaron immediately bowed to the teacher and put away the weapon. Frowning, Bale stopped, saying that given their relationship, she clearly did not come for an apology. The man narrowed his eyes when Daria called the name of Russell's father. The woman carefully watched the man and asked him if he saw Alex's death. Bowing his head, he said that he did not see his death directly. The head of the fire tower smiled, saying that it was a pity, but she was trying to find out the whole truth, so she decided to ask him. Closing his eyes, Bale said that he did not believe that she went so far. Was she really familiar with the late Alex? Daria answered, saying that this matter concerns her youngest student. Having released the mana from the body, the Magister said that since this matter concerns the student, it concerns her too. She just wants to help him take revenge. Bale said nothing, frowning at the woman. Daria hit the ground with her cane. A moment later, she dissolved, turning into flashes of fire. The Magister glanced at Jaron and told him to turn the carriage around. Squinting, he said that he had to check something in the estate. A skull with a pentagram on its forehead lay on the table. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the empty eye sockets. The events take us to the territory of the Fire Tower. Daria frowned and asked how he would cope with the mission when he had such a thing in his head. Standing right in the air, she asked the guy if he was still thinking about the words of that old man. The guy, holding a flaming spear in his hand, said that it was not so. Daria frowned. She knew that the looks from the darkness, the looks of those who called him a young talent, suddenly began to consider the boy's father a coward, greatly shook his mind. The Magister stepped onto the ground. Standing in front of the boy, she said that the truth will be revealed one day, and she hoped that he would focus on his own path. Russell gripped the spear tighter. He sharply raised his head, asking the teacher to guide him again. Daria smiled, hearing his request. Looking at the straightened boy, she mentally said that his path would not be easy, but he must go through it, because children must come out of the shadow of their parents. Events take us to the palace. Hecate put on a cloak and walked among ordinary people. She turned around, looking at the palace behind her. The girl walked away worriedly. 3 days later, the protagonist found himself on Mount Calvane. He walked through the portal straight to the mountain. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, the boy said that they had arrived. All the expedition members trembled, feeling the cold. Russell snapped his fingers. His mana enveloped him, warming him. The people carrying the cargo noticed that the air became warmer. Hecate, who was holding the box, was surprised to feel the warmth. Someone approached the protagonist and asked him if he was from the Fire Tower. After receiving confirmation, the guy pointed his hand to the side, asking him to come with him. The protagonist followed the guy. Not far away, he saw the crest of the Royal Yellow Tower. Opposite it, poles with the crest of the Yellow Tower of Everall were placed. At the very end was the crest of the Yellow Tower of Achaos. Looking at the magicians along the way, Russell realized that all the experts of earth magic had gathered here. The guy standing in front of the protagonist asked him if it didn't impress him. Stopping in front of the wall, the guy told Russell that she made it entirely out of mana crystals. Touching the wall, the protagonist said that it looked like a mirror. That was why this huge temple was called the Temple of Mirrors. Someone put a report on the table. Afterwards, he put down the magnifying glass. S.H. Pilgelman shook the protagonist's hand and introduced himself as the magician from the Yellow Tower responsible for this expedition. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and introduced himself. Russell knew that this old man was a skilled man. He rose from peasantry to the elder of the Royal Yellow Fortress. In his youth, this archaeologist discovered more ruins than anyone else. Remembering the writings and drawings in the book, the guy decided that he could learn something from the old man. Alan approached and called out to Russell. The protagonist turned around and saw Alan smiling. He shook his hand, saying that he was glad to meet him. Alan and Russell smiled at each other, chatting casually. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that when the guard from the Red Tower arrived, they would discuss their duties in this mission. S.H. Pilgelman, standing to the side, thought, mentally saying that it was good that the young talents of the kingdom were protecting them. Looking at the ruins gate, he wondered what could be inside that so many people were sent there. S.H. Pilgelman closed his eyes and thought. Suddenly everything around him became silent. A huge amount of smoke came out of the gate. A crystal golem came out of the gate. Russell and Alan stood in front of S.H. Pilgelman, telling everyone to run to safety. Crystals grew on the golem's body. A moment later, he launched the crystals at the people. The crystals pierced the shields and the mages themselves. S.H. Pilgelman raised his hands in anger. Putting his hands on the ground, he poured in his mana. A huge stone wall began to rise from the ground. The crystals collided with the wall, piercing him. S.H. Pilgelman, sweating, shouted, ordering to build earthen walls. Hecate picked up one of the mages and told him to hold on for a bit. Suddenly, a golem appeared behind her. He extended his hand to the girl. The crystals flew towards Hecate. She raised her hand, concentrating her mana. However, a stream of flame suddenly appeared behind her, along with Russell, blocking the crystals. The guy glanced at the princess behind him. Turning halfway around, he asked if she was okay. The protagonist's eyes widened. Noticing the purple hair, he realized who this girl was. Russell frowned and screamed in surprise. Hecate gritted her teeth, realizing that she had been exposed. The golem had not been standing still all this time, it had approached the group. The mana around Alan began to move. An ice arrow rushed towards the golem. It hit the monster's body straight on. Ice began to form where the arrow had hit. Alan raised his hand, trying to make the ice on his body grow even more. He frowned deeply. He tried to completely destroy the golem's base, but it was difficult. A powerful gust of wind spread from the monster's body as it roared. A stream of bloody mana rushed past Alan. Geron, holding a blade in his hand, rushed forward. He cut the golem at great speed with his bloody blade. The golem's body began to disintegrate. Geron landed on the ground, saying that he was surprisingly not too late. The protagonist, ignoring the smoke, looked at the newcomer. The guy in the red cloak looked at Russell and introduced himself. The protagonist frowned, recognizing him. Geron himself did not move, calmly looking at the guy. 3 days ago, he was in the manor in a suit. Bale stood in front of him and said that Daria began to investigate Alex's death. What did he think about this? The jaws of the skull opened. Charon's eye sockets lit up when he said that he only remembered his order to kill Alex. Bale frowned deeply when he heard his words. The jaws moved when Charon asked what was wrong. Was he really afraid of being caught? Clenching his fist, the master said that this was not so. Straightening up, he said he was just disappointed, because if he had gotten rid of Russell back during the exams, Daria would not have any doubts about him. Charon stood aside listening to everything. The light in his eye socket flared brighter when Charon said that it was because of misinformation that Russell was just a weak child. Suddenly, someone put his sword on the floor. Bismarck came inside and asked if they called him here to show their differences. Bismarck was a man with many scars on his face. When he sat down in the chair, Bale bowed to him. The Archduke asked the servant if his little nephew was bothering them now. Opening his eyes, the man said that they had originally planned to send guards. Bismarck raised his hand, saying, "Get to the point." Then he asked how they would clean up the ruins. Straightening up, Bale said that his student Geron would join the expedition. Now, as soon as Geron creates a breach in the barriers of the members of the Yellow Tower, the heretics' minions waiting on the mountain will attack the researchers. Bismarck, stroking his beard, thought. Sitting in a chair, he said that in order to carry out the plan, they need to eliminate the king's supporters, and for this they need an artifact from the ruins. The king's powerful supporters were Daria and Old Man Melville. Extending an artifact with an eerie aura, the Archduke said that in order to complete the task, they need to ensure themselves. The protagonist, who was led by the princess, asked her to stop. The girl went behind the tent and took off her hood. She extended a finger, telling the guy to be quiet. Turning to Russell, she said that her appearance here was top secret. Adjusting her hair, the girl told the guy to just forget about her and go about his business. When she was already putting on her hood, Russell said that she was probably very interested in these ruins. Smiling and looking around, the guy said that if he were in her place, he would also like to see the ruins. Slightly embarrassed, the protagonist told Hecate with a smile on his face that she had nothing to worry about. The girl put on a hood and said that His Majesty and those close to him were trying their best to restrain her, but he was not worried about her at all. Remembering the aura on the girl's hand, the protagonist said that he had seen her aura even for a second. Hecate blushed with embarrassment when the guy said that she had such a terrifying aura that even knights would be scared, so there was no reason to worry. The girl hit the guy on the forehead. Turning around, she said that it was time for her to leave. She smiled mentally, saying that Russell, a pretty good person, is still a child. Russell clapped his hands and said that he should have asked the dragon's heart for his silence. Pilgelman, controlling the magic drill in his hands, ordered everyone to continue advancing. The protagonist teleported behind Ale and asked him for forgiveness for being late. His eyes widened in surprise. The Pilgelman group tried to break through the barrier, but the spells did not work at all. Alan opened his eyes and said that there was a violation of space, one of the strongest defensive spells. Burr powerlessly hit the barrier. Suddenly, all the magicians were thrown back. Pilgelman threw his cloak on the ground in anger. Geron was watching everything from the side. Squinting, he decided to report everything to the Archduke. At sunset, a surprise cry from Pilgelman was heard in the camp. Alan raised his hand and said that they could break through the barrier using the relic of the spear tower. The old man smiled and said that it was probably not so easy to get the relic. Alan heard him and said that this is why he wanted to personally ask for it. Pilgelman grabbed the guy's hand with his hands. The old man, smiling broadly, said that he was the head of the Yellow Magic Tower, promising to repay him one day. Alan put his hand to his chest, telling his two partners that he would be in their debt. The protagonist also put his hand to his chest and said that he shouldn't at all. Jaren, watching their conversation, mentally said that now there was only one battle mage left here. Russell turned to the guy and said that they needed to determine the queue for the night watch. Smiling creepily, Jaren said that he would be the first. After that, he turned around and walked away. The guys looked after him and said that his smile was creepy. At night, the mages of the Yellow Tower were sitting by the fire supporting the barrier. They looked away, hearing the sound of footsteps. The mages jumped up, seeing a group of heretics, and told them that this place was under the protection of the Yellow Tower. Suddenly, their bodies were pierced by bloody blades. Bloody mana spread from Jaren. The guy approached the barrier. Having dispersed his mana, he said that the plan was changed due to the fact that there was a violation of space around the ruins. The barrier was divided into two parts. When the group of heretics entered, Jaren said that Alan went to the spear tower for a relic that could break through this barrier. The masked man spread his arms to the side, saying that he really liked the smell of burnt corpses. The disciple Bale crossed his arms over his chest and said that in order to subdue Alan, they needed to take Pilgelman hostage. The heretic turned his head to the guy, asking what to do with the newcomer from the fire tower. Jaren frowned and said that he needed to be killed and that he would not forgive mistakes like last time. A huge hammer appeared right in front of the guy. The armored heretic told him that he was talking too much for the audience. Jaren released his aura, ready for a fight. The group leader's hand fell on the hammer. Standing near the arguing, he said that they were both on the same side. The heretic's eye lit up when he called Jaren, Blaine's favorite, an illegitimate Nezhinka. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. He formed a sword in his hand. His blade fell into the portal formed by the heretic. Looking at the gloomy Jaren, the heretic said that they can't even joke. Looking at the blade in his portal, the man advised the guy to open up to Bale. At this time, the other heretics successfully formed a pentagram on the ground. Monsters' hands began to burst out of it. Mutated bodies rose to the surface. Walking away, the heretic told Jaren that if everything goes wrong, he should use that item. The guy again drew his eyebrows together. 3 days ago, Bale stood in front of Jaren. The man frowned and said that when everything was over, he would have to live as a ghost until the Archduke became king. No one would return from this expedition. The guy bowed his head, asking if he could use that item if everything went wrong. Bale didn't answer right away, looking at the student. He slightly narrowed his eyes and thought. Looking at the moon in the sky, he asked the guy if he wanted his confession. Then he put his hand on Jaron's shoulder. Smiling, the man said that he believed that he would not lose at any cost. Now Jaron watched the explosions in the camp. His cloak slightly swayed due to the shock wave. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the guy said that he would become a ghost. Jaron's face was illuminated by the light of the fire when he said that he would become a ghost, bringing fear and despair. The events take us to one of the tents of the camp. Pilgelman, looking at the protagonist, asked if he wanted to know about the many-horned dragon. Why all of a sudden? Russell froze for a moment because of the question. He remembered the huge drawing on the wall and told the archaeologist about it. Putting his hands on his hips, the old man said that he himself knew little about them. The guy sadly bowed his head. His eyes widened when the old man said that he had heard of a similar creature. Bright golden patterns and blades appeared in the boy's mind when S.H. Piljoman said that it was a divine dragon king. The protagonist straightened up, not understanding whether such creatures really existed. Rubbing his chin, S.H. Piljoman said that there were not many records left about such dragons, so they knew very little. Russell imagined a picture on the wall when S.H. Piljoman said that dragons resisted great evil. They raised warriors for this, which was depicted on the wall. Pepper appeared above the protagonist and growled. S.H. Piljoman smiled seeing the spirit. Pepper suddenly flew away. He flew to the exit of the tent. The monster's body bent the canvas. A moment later, the monster burst into the tent with a roar. The protagonist and the archaeologist opened their mouths in shock. The monster's body began to swell. A moment later, the monster exploded. Explosions occurred throughout the camp. The armored heretic stood in front of the mages. They stretched out their hands, joining forces to fight back. Earthen spikes rushed towards the enemy. The heretic blocked the attack with his hand. Breaking the earthen stakes, he said that this was only a pathetic attempt. The mages screamed in horror, realizing that they did not cause any damage at all. The heretic raised his weapon. A second later, he struck with his poleaxe. The mages were thrown back by the shock wave. At this time, the group leader walked carelessly through the camp. A pair of mages appeared in his path. They stood in front of him and attacked with earthen arrows. The leader raised his hand, saying that this irritated him. Earthen arrows hit the portal directly. The heretic simultaneously formed a second portal behind the mages. Earthen arrows flew out of the portal and into the mages' backs. Drops of blood flew to the sides. The heretic calmly walked past the corpses. Looking up, he asked himself where this old man S.H. Piljoman was. The barrier along with the stone wall protected the group from the explosion. Removing the barrier, the protagonist asked the old man if he was okay. Removing the earthen wall, an angry S.H. Piljoman asked what kind of bastards dared to invade here. Russell noticed the hand of the undead. Looking at the hand below, he said that no one except heretics uses undead. S.H. Piljoman turned to the guy asking if it was them. The protagonist turned to the old man and asked him for forgiveness and said that he had to protect someone important. Dissolving in fire, he said that they should meet near the entrance to the ruins. The old man raised an eyebrow and was puzzled, not believing that there was someone more important than him here. At this time, Hecate stood in front of the monster with a pickaxe in her hands. She swung the pickaxe, striking. The girl cut off the monster's head. Looking at the falling corpse, she tried to understand where the monsters came from. She raised her hand, telling the people that it was safe. A group of mages ran towards her. They looked around in fear. Hecate froze when she saw someone approaching. A heretic in armor appeared right in front of the group. The girl rushed forward, intending to kill the enemy with one blow. She jumped up. A moment later, she struck the enemy's neck. After the blow, she landed in front of the heretic. Turning around, she saw that the enemy did not even move. Turning his head towards the girl, the heretic asked who had come to him. Hecate gripped the pickaxe in her hand tighter. If she had a good sword, she could fight. Looking at the trembling mages behind her, she mentally said that she could not abandon them. Frowning, the girl said that she was not just a girl, but a princess and she must protect her people. Powerful mana burst out of the girl's body. The heretic swung his polearm, saying that it would be quite fun here. Suddenly, a stream of flame rushed past the princess. The heretic barely managed to block the protagonist's fiery spear. With a swing of his spear, the guy threw the enemy back. Turning around, the worried guy asked Hecate if she was okay while addressing her as a member of the team. The princess got angry and almost screamed. She could not understand who even addressed people like that. From the smoke came the voice of the heretic, asking the protagonist if he was the gift of the fire tower. After the question, the knight with the polearm on his shoulder came out of the smoke. Russell frowned at the enemy. Flames flared up around him when he told Hecate that he would sort this out himself, and she should lead the people to the exit of the ruins. At this time, S.H. Piljoman led the people to the exit. Hecate lowered the pick and asked the boy if he would remain safe, being alone. The boy smiled, reminding him that he had to repay his debt. The girl smiled. Running along with the magicians, she said that she was leaving the enemy to him. Adjusting his helmet, the heretic said that it would be more fun if they attacked together. Fire appeared on Russell's shoulder when he said that there would be two of them anyway. The slit in the helmet glowed brightly. Pepper appeared near the knight. He released a huge amount of fire directly at the enemy. The protagonist formed a flaming spear and used overheating. Russell looked closely at the spear and the runes on it when he added the explosion formula to it. The knight, breaking through the fire, said that pathetic tricks do not work on him. Chestoper and the heretic's armor were shrouded in dark mana. Russell swung his spear, saying, "To taste such a pathetic trick." The spear and Chestoper collided. A bright light from the fire illuminated the body of the heretic. A huge stream of flame burst out from the spear. At this time, the mages ran away from the undead. Jaren stood in their way. He did not move, only looking at the mages with boredom. One of the guys stepped forward, asking Jaren if he was wounded and where he was. A bloody line cut through the necks of the mages. With one swing of his sword, Jaren killed everyone. Fire involuntarily appeared on his body. He stood on the edge of the cliff, observing the entire battlefield. The boy's pupils glowed while he searched for Piljelman. Soon he found him near one of the entrances to the ruins. Among the mages, he saw a girl. The guy opened his mouth in amazement, recognizing the princess. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in another place. Jaren turned his head in that direction. The heretic remained on his feet. His armor was badly damaged, and the weapon was almost destroyed. The helmet on his head cracked. The helmet part started to fall to the ground. When most of the helmet fell, the protagonist said that he finally showed his face. Holding the spear in his hand, the guy asked why he was so dissatisfied. The man gritted his teeth, calling Russell a cocky bastard. Aura burst out of his hand and his eyes glowed. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Activating the second heart in his body, the man mentally said that he never thought that he would have to use the knight's heart that he had been looking for so long. The knight's sixth feather began to recover. A moment later, he attacked the protagonist. The heretic followed Russell at great speed. The angry man's eyes glowed in different colors. The guy chuckled. Remembering Spandam, Russell said that he was much faster. He abruptly bent down and stopped running. The guy flew up. In an instant, he was behind the enemy with a spear in his hand. The heretic screamed and began to fall forward. Raising his spear, Russell said that it was time for them to finish the fight. A whirlwind of mana appeared right in front of him. A stream of water hit the protagonist. The guy couldn't move, hit by the stream of water. Broken boards floated on the water. Russell staggered to his feet. Raising his head, he tried to understand what was happening. He looked at his hand. Squinting, Russell asked if he did it. The heretic commander appeared next to the knight and said that such pressure should be quite useful. Forming a spear in his hand, Russell told himself that this time he would definitely not miss. Runes appeared in the air due to the use of a cyclone. The protagonist grabbed the spear with runes on the end more tightly. A moment later, he threw the spear at the enemy. Stretching out his hands, the heretic commander said that he thought something interesting would happen. A barrier formed between his hands. Russell's eyes widened. A portal with a flame inside formed above the heads of the mages. Hecate raised her head looking at the portal. A spear of flame rushed straight towards them. Piljelman opened his mouth in horror. The princess screamed in fear. The protagonist frowned looking at the portal. The spear of flame, leaving a trail of fire behind it, rushed towards the target. A pillar of fire rose up after the spear hit. A crater formed at the site of the explosion. Russell teleported straight into it. His eyes looked around in horror. He shook his head, calling for Piljelman and the princess. Piljelman waved his hand, calling for the guy. The old man was lying on the ground, wounded. Crouching down, he asked Russell what happened to the others. He only stole a glance at the hand sticking out to the side. He bowed his head, asking the old man for forgiveness. A small flame appeared in the air. Russell turned his head. Jaren appeared near them, holding the princess in his arms. The protagonist frowned and screamed. Piljelman frowned, realizing who else was there. Approaching Jaren, the protagonist thanked him. He smiled, continuing to thank the guy. He smiled back. Suddenly, his blade pierced Russell's body. Blood spurted from the wound on her stomach. The protagonist began to cough up blood. Piljelman jumped up and screamed. Pepper appeared in front of his master and growled. His body suddenly fell into the portal. Jaren turned his head when the heretic said that the spirit had irritated him from the very beginning. Coming out of the portal at the head of the group, the heretic called the spirit a pathetic insect. Russell's eyes began to close. He had no strength left at all. Jaren looked at the heretic and said that he told him to take Piljelman hostage, not kill her. The commander raised his hand and said that he himself could have been used as a hostage. Piljelman formed an earth drill and asked Jaren how he dared to betray them. The knight raised his poleaxe, telling him to shut up. With one blow, the knight knocked the old man down. A bloody wound formed on Piljelman's back. Pointing to the girl in the boy's arms, the heretic asked who she was. Looking at the unconscious Hecate, Jaren said that she was a princess and they would be able to control the entire kingdom thanks to her. The boy turned to the heretic, saying that because of his actions, all plans almost fell apart. Both sharply turned their heads when the protagonist said that he would not allow this. Fire began to envelop Russell's body when he said that he would not let them leave. The knight began to approach the boy, saying that he would kill him. The ring on Russell's hand glowed. Mist began to burst out of the ring. The knight raised his weapon. His commander thoughtfully examined the mist. The heretic, with a grin on his face, struck. The protagonist's eye flashed. A bright light illuminated the man's face. A pillar of flame shot up. The masked heretic realized that the fog was meant to simply block their view. Jaren and the heretic turned around, hearing screams behind them. The bodies of their subordinates began to fall to the ground. The man formed portals in his hand, mentally saying that he now understood why the previous squad lost. Even through the fog he could feel the surge of mana. Many portals formed in the air. Russell's eyes glowed in the darkness. The heretic stood on a hill, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the protagonist pierced him with a spear of flame. A horn formed on the head of the guy clutching the spear. The heretic, coughing up blood, told Russell that he was a real monster. The protagonist threw the enemy back with a swing of the spear. Jaren, laying the princess on the ground, mentally said that if there were survivors, the mission would fail. A sword of bloody fire formed in his hand. He rushed straight at the protagonist and called him with a scream. The guy clenched his teeth, realizing that the draconification would soon pass. Using his last strength, he formed a spear of flame in his hand. Russell raised the spear when Jaren sent bloody slashes to him. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. The guy fell to his knees. Russell was shaking all over and coughing up blood. Jaren's hands and body were burned. A huge hole appeared in his chest. His body began to fall backwards when dawn came. The protagonist looked behind him. He abruptly turned around when the heretic said that the guy just passed out. The masked heretic stood there with a wound on his chest. Looking at the protagonist, he asked him if he really thought that he was the only one who owned two hearts. The mana above the protagonist's head became terrifying. The heretic pointed his hand at Jaron, saying that he was the same as him. Horns appeared on Jaron's head, and a tail appeared behind him. The guy's wings spread. The protagonist straightened up and looked up in amazement. Jaron was hovering in the air, already in a different form. He was the owner of power that rivaled the dragons, the heart of the chimera. Jaron sank to the ground after activating the heart of the chimera. The protagonist looked at his opponent in shock. There was so much mana that it was impossible to even measure it. The chimera extended his hand, and he clenched his fist. The second commander rose into the air, clutching his neck. Looking at his former ally with hatred, he asked if he had hidden his powers on purpose so that the mage would use the heart. Kicking his legs in the air, the heretic replied that he had wanted it that way. He narrowed his eyes. Looking at the man's heart, the commander noticed that thanks to the chimera's heart, he had risen several circles. The protagonist struggled to his feet when the heretic added that he would not have allowed his ally to lose to the boy. The chimera threw the commander to the ground and admitted that he had gone out of order. The mage extended his palm towards Russell, saying that he would finish him off first. The young man felt as if he had been pulled forward. The rival grabbed the boy by the throat, saying that he had left a good impression of himself. Swinging towards the barrier, Jaron declared that in the end the boy had been unable to protect anyone. When the magic crashed into the barrier, the chimera declared that it was the end. The impact created a hole in the barrier. The commander, covering his face, thought that since the magician had created a crack in the barrier of spatial destruction, he had gotten into the swing of things. The young man stretched his hand forward and, saying that it was not the end, launched a fire charge into the enemy's face. But the chimera only grinned and said that he had changed his mind. He threw the guy into the barrier, saying that he would give him the death he deserved. The hero flew back into the crack. He immediately felt the effect of the crack, while they wanted him to feel his soul being torn to pieces. The guy was sucked into the fragments of the barrier crack, and the chimera declared that he would die, regretting his weakness. The protagonist opened his eyes and saw the face of the nurse who had called him. The young man looked at his hands, trying to understand where he was. While the patient looked around, the woman explained that he was in the Camelot infirmary. The hero swung his legs out of bed and asked what happened with the battle in the ruins, and in response heard that the nurse did not understand what he was talking about. The wizard grabbed the woman by the shoulders and demanded to know what happened to the princess and the elder. While the nurse was trying to understand what was happening to the young man, a nurse ran into the room. The hero stared at the woman in horror when she said that he ended up here because he suddenly passed out while cleaning the museum. His eyes widened, and now he himself asked what the nurse was talking about. The young man looked around the room in confusion and began to call Pepper. While the staff tried to restrain him, the magician realized that he had returned to the time before the regression. His last memories flashed before his eyes. He was sure that he had died. A magic ring flew across the room. The violent patient was magically bound. The doctor, twirling the ring on her finger, asked why the room was noisy, asked the guy to calm down and go to her office. When Russell took a seat across from her desk, the woman explained that the nurse had told the truth. He had indeed passed out in the museum and was exhibiting hallucination symptoms. The hero frowned and noted that he had never experienced such things, and the doctor expressed understanding. She rose to her feet, looked out the window, and said what she had wanted to ask. Looking out at the city streets, the woman asked if the patient had heard of the nightmare tree, and it turned out that he had not. The doctor explained that this sinister tree intoxicated people with sweet hallucinations, exhausted them, and fed on their bodies. The wizard narrowed his eyes and asked how this was connected to him. The woman knocked on the glass and answered that it turned out that pollen from this tree which was on display in the museum that day, had leaked from a vessel and several other people had suffered besides him. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that he was not the only one with symptoms. The doctor returned to the table, picked up a pen and said that there was good news. The museum was ready to cover all the costs of treatment and pay compensation. The hero's face turned pale with horror when he realized that it was all a hallucination. The doctor pushed the documents towards the guy and explained that his diagnosis was described here. When a museum representative arrived, he would be able to collect his compensation. She came close to the patient and said that it was time for him to wake up from sleep. Russell's pupils shrank to dots. Could it really have been a dream? And at that moment he remembered his teacher. It was pouring rain near the flame tower. The main character was stopped by the guards when he came to find out the truth. Without looking at the guards, the young man replied that he came to talk to Lady Daria. He was sure that she would recognize him. The guards looked at each other, trying to remember who this guy was. Looking at the sky, the wizard begged, this should not have been just a dream. The young man's gaze was unfocused when Russell said his name and that he was the lady's student. The guards looked at each other again. They had not heard of this name. The men decided that the newcomer was just crazy and needed to be driven away. The young man clenched his fists. He rushed forward, asking permission to just see the teacher. One of the guards frowned and hit the insolent man. The hero flew to the side and fell on the road. The wizard tried to get to his feet, calling for the teacher, and at that moment a carriage stopped nearby. Daria looked out of the carriage, wondering what was going on. The guard bowed and replied that this guy claimed to be the master's student. The woman looked at the strange young man in surprise. Her eyebrows came together on the bridge of her nose. Looking at the stranger, the sorceress asked if they had ever met. Despair was reflected on the hero's face. Russell looked straight ahead in confusion. The woman pursed her lips. The carriage headed inside the tower, obeying the witch's order. The rain continued to pour over the tower. Under cover of night, the young man made his way into the museum. He pressed himself against the display case of the nightmare tree, trying to fully comprehend that everything had happened only because of its pollen. The boy punched the display case, screaming that this was nonsense. The glass cracked, blood ran down his knuckles. The hero thought that if this was a dream, he should wake up as soon as possible, and muttered out loud that this simply could not be. The red crystal on the wall lit up. The museum employees ran out to the intruder. One of them threw the boy to the floor, demanding to know who he was. The magician resisted and screamed, but he was pulled aside. With despair on his face, the protagonist screamed that this was impossible. After that, he tried to prove that his life was not an illusion, but it was useless. Several years passed. Carts were moving along the road. The travelers passed the newspaper from hand to hand. Russell desperately tried to resist this reality, but over time he faded. Soon the newspaper reached our hero. His fingers almost crumpled the paper. Looking at the pages, the boy read about the young master of the Spear Tower. He noticed a vaguely familiar face in the newspaper. His gaze reflected melancholy. After all, he had never had such a chance. At sunset, the cart arrived at Walker Hill Academy. Collecting leaves from the lawn, the boy came to the thought that he did not think about returning to such a life. He cleared his mind and abandoned his ambitions, and in the end abandoned himself. Leaning on a broom, the hero thought that this life was not so bad. Maybe it even suited him better. Loud voices attracted his attention. The man looked out from behind a column, where he saw a group of teenagers who were bullying one of the students, shouting at him to know his place. The guy turned away abruptly. It didn't concern him, and he had to ignore them. The boy who was being bullied rose from the ground and shouted that he would still become a mage. The red-haired boy chuckled and asked what the little guy was talking about. The hero's eyes widened when he heard about narrow mana passages. The boy was grabbed by the arms, not allowing him to rise from the ground. The red-haired man reminded him of the crimes of his family. The villain extended a burning finger towards the boy and declared that he would leave him a mark that he would never forget. The youth watched in horror as the finger approached his forehead. He closed his eyes. A loud noise made the boy open his eyes. He looked dumbfoundedly at the offenders lying on the pavement. The boy looked up and saw the janitor. He casually swept away leaves. The little guy's mouth fell open. Taking a bite of his sandwich, the hero grumbled that he was annoying. Russell glanced at the boy sitting next to him and asked why he was following him. The boy smiled innocently and replied that he was just reading a book, since it was a good place to concentrate. The man frowned. There were hooligans hiding around the corner, and the mere sight of the janitor's aura made them press themselves against the wall in fear. The hero exhaled tiredly. The little one looked at his interlocutor in surprise when he asked about his narrow mana passages. Looking at the walls of the academy, the janitor said that he knew one such person, and he studied at this academy. The student asked what happened to him. The man threw his lunch on the ground and replied that he was expelled because he could not surpass his limits, like useless trash. Looking at the sandwich, the hero added that the mage never achieved his goal, since for a wizard such a diagnosis is tantamount to a death sentence. The janitor's eyes reflected melancholy when he said that sometimes giving up also requires courage. But the boy stood up and with a warm smile said that he could not give up. The hero looked at the back of the little one who was leaving. The janitor looked away when he was called. The fat boss gestured for the man to come to him. The boy obediently approached and asked what had happened and was advised to be careful. The janitor looked at the boss in confusion when he said that it was better not to mess with him if he did not want problems. The face of the former magician expressed shock when he heard that the boy was the son of a traitor who was banished by the master of the Red Tower and realized that they were talking about a fallen family. Green light poured from the eyes of the skull. The world of the Guardians was coming to an end. The hooded man grinned when he was told to go to the Academy of Walker Hill. The skull opened his mouth, and a voice ordered to announce their return. Magic sparks flew in all directions. An ice ball gathered in the boy's palm while he convinced himself that there was still a little left. Spiegel clenched his teeth, trying to overcome himself. The protagonist's voice made the boy turn around, and he was asked why he wanted to become a magician so much. The janitor looked at the student with interest and added, "Wouldn't it be easier to give up?" The boy looked down at his feet in embarrassment and replied that he had made a promise. The hero frowned when the boy added that he had made a promise to his mother. At that moment, footsteps were heard. Hooligans with weapons were heading towards the interlocutors, and the red-haired scoundrel said that they had just been lucky last time. A scarlet aura flared up around the man, and he told the boy to watch carefully. Angrily looking at the boys, the wizard said that he would now demonstrate the only way for the little one to become a magician. The red-haired man looked at his opponent in fear and asked what he was doing. The janitor clenched his fist, and a flame flared up on it. A flash of flame illuminated the clearing. Under the supervision of his new mentor, Spiegel was forced to run. The man stood up and shouted that the little one needed to run faster because his life depended on the distance with the enemy. After all, the hero knew better than anyone that only overload and physical training could compensate for weak mana flows. He taught the boy hand-to-hand combat, because unlike adults with a formed body, this technique was most effective for those who use it during physical growth. Having put the boy on his shoulder blades, the hero realized that his student was progressing incredibly slowly. The boy was breathing heavily. Russell asked why he was only capable of this if he had made a promise, and ordered him to start again. Spiegel extended his hand forward when he entered the stadium of practical use of combat magic. An ice arrow knocked his opponent off his feet. The redhead screamed. The young man raised his hand up when he was declared the winner. The spectators could not believe that a boy with narrow mana flows won, and also showed such a difference in skills. The humiliated scoundrel raised himself on his elbows and promised revenge. The winner turned to the stands. Standing in the middle of the stadium, he remembered that he became a second circle mage only thanks to the main character. The man in the stands folded his arms and smiled. The guy turned around when he heard his name behind him. Coma Frederick approached his old rival with 2 servants and greeted him rudely. The mage recognized him as his school enemy. The beaten janitor was thrown against the wall and even apologized. The boss, looking guiltily at his employee, reminded him that he had told him not to mess with the offspring of an exile. Grinning, the aristocrat accused the hero of several episodes of his heir's shame. The man chuckled and said that since this scoundrel was his son, then it was not surprising that he suffered from the same delirium. The redhead squatted down and assumed that the guy did not understand the situation he was in, and threatened to involve his connections. The wizard frowned when he was told that not only he but also his favorite was at risk of being thrown out of here. The man bit his lip. Without changing his body position, the janitor began to laugh, which surprised those present. The hero looked mockingly at his interlocutor and asked why you assumed that the little one was his favorite. Fear froze on Coma's face when he heard from the beaten man that it was just fun to control the boy. Russell opened the suitcase. He remembered the face of the aristocrat who directly ordered him to get out of the academy. The man closed his former room, shaking. Looking sadly at the door, the guy thought about his student. But when he almost went out of the gate, he heard Spiegel's voice, who asked where he was going. And surprise was reflected on the boy's face when he was told that the janitor was leaving here, and asked why. The man squeezed the handle of the suitcase. He ran forward to the gate. The boy blocked his way and demanded an answer. His eyes widened. He saw the bruises on the hero's face and asked what happened, to which the failed mentor replied, "What else can you expect from someone like him?" Spiegel looked at the former magician in fear when he said that he was not his teacher. Pushing the little one aside with his shoulder, the loser went out the gate. The boy froze when he was told not to deceive himself. He lowered his head and cried. Coma crossed his legs, telling himself that this is why he loved money and power. He could do anything. Suddenly, the aristocrat almost fell off his seat. Several figures in cloaks blocked the carriage's path, and the man demanded to know what was going on. He clenched his teeth and demanded to know how they dared to block the path of the Frederick family. A flash of green light exploded in the alley. The protagonist turned sharply at the noise. The man quickly rushed from his place. He ran to the nearest elevation to see the academy in flames. Horror was reflected on Russell's face. The cloaked stranger looked at the burning buildings and said that this attack would be the beginning of their entrance into the world. His subordinates attacked everyone who appeared in their field of vision, ordered to bring horror and despair. They killed one after another to spill a sea of blood. The attack on the academy continued. Suddenly, one of the attackers was knocked down by an ice arrow. The other turned around, laughing madly. Spiegel looked at him with a frown, and the villain was surprised that one of the bugs survived. The protagonist looked around the corner. He saw his would-be student, who stood up to the enemies. The boy was unable to stay on his feet, and the cloaked man called him ridiculous, while his unwitting mentor tried to understand why the little one did not run away. The youth smiled insolently when the enemy asked if he was not afraid of death, replied that he had bought enough time for the others to escape. The man's eyes widened. He felt a huge magical power. He noticed several corpses at the feet of the magician, and realized that even the professors could not cope with this man. The hero remembered himself in the past, when he said that he wanted to become stronger and protect even more people. When he had a chance, he became an ideal guardian, but when he woke up, he lost all his strength. What could he do? The guy looked back and decided that he needed to run. There was no point in sacrificing himself. At this time, the man in the cloak grinned and said that the brat should know his place. But the boy only smiled and replied that he knew everything. The hero shuddered when he heard the boy's words. Frowning, Spiegel shouted that protecting people is the calling of a guardian, and thus reminded the man of himself. His gaze expressed awareness. The magic spears were aimed at the child when the enemy said that the boy's naivety was his undoing. A dagger was stuck in the side of the villain. He swung his hand at the unexpected enemy in the person of the hero. The man redirected the attack at him. The former magician flew back from the blow of 3 spears at once. Pulling the sword from his side, the man in the cloak squealed, "How dare these insects!" An ice spike appeared in the boy's hands. The attack covered the villain's back with ice crystals. Breathing heavily, the young man called for a new attack, and the hero grabbed a spear from the pavement. Then he attacked the attacker. The blow pierced the villain through and through. Russell fell to one knee. His would-be student rushed to him. Looking in horror at the man's wounds, the student could not stop the blood, but he was only concerned about the boy's condition. Sweat was running down the hero's face. He asked the child to leave quickly because the rest of the enemies would come soon. The boy began to cry. He could not abandon his friend. The former magician placed his hand on his shoulder. Looking at the young man pleadingly, the hero asked if he was not able to protect even one student. The young man's eyes widened. He was called a student, and the interlocutor meanwhile said that the boy must survive. Smiling encouragingly, the teacher asked if Spiegel could fulfill one more promise and become a guard. Squeezing the mentor's hand, the boy began to cry, but gave this promise. Looking after the running student, the man thought that he had been like this from the very beginning. He rose to his feet with the help of a spear, remembering his abandoned dream. The man went out to the remaining enemies and ordered them to stop, and he thought that he hated himself. But seeing the tears on the student's cheeks, he could not help but admit that he liked him. The enemy called green lights on his palm and called the hero scum, on whom even the magic of the second circle is a pity. The former guard smiled, thanking the boy for helping him move on. He jumped high into the air. Fire engulfed his figure, magic that can be learned by understanding the principles of magic circles. The first blow landed on the closest enemy. The man's eyes lit up as he continued to fight. The cloaked man extended his hand, trying to counter with green flames while the hero thought that Spiegel should survive. The green fire exploded with a hum. The youth opened his eyes and heard a voice saying that his time had come. Looking down at himself, the former guard asked where he was. The masked man approached him and asked if he was awake. The boy jumped to his feet, looking around, and was asked how he liked this world, to which he replied that he lost the dream he longed for so much, but found it again and was able to protect it. The hero's gaze became fearful. His student stood in front of him and smiled, and he decided that he could not escape. The hero ran towards the boy with all his might, but he crashed face first into an invisible barrier. He pounded the wall with his hands as the masked man followed him. The boy's gaze dimmed. He came to the conclusion that he had failed to protect anything, but he was told that this was a mistake. Russell straightened up when he was called the heir to the power of dragons. The young man turned around and asked the interlocutor who he was. The man ran his fingers along the barrier and introduced himself as the master of this callous world. Glancing at the boy through the masked man remembered that people called him by another name. The hero opened his mouth when the interlocutor called himself the Temple of Mirrors. The young man turned to the master of the world and suddenly realized that he was himself again. Looking at his reflection, the temple explained that this place showed the deepest fears. The boy stared at the man, puzzled, when he heard that his greatest fear was his own worth. The guardian remembered how he himself wondered why he was given these powers if he was only a third-rate magician. He remembered how the master of the Red Tower laughed at him. Did he deserve this power? And the man in the mask was sure that he found the answer to this question. The wizard remembered how he wanted to become a guardian and protect people. The boy got up from the floor and asked if everything that happened was just a test. The temple answered positively and added that the hero passed it. Spiegel behind the barrier smiled and said that he would not forget about his promise, while the master of the world noted that the young man showed that he could become a guardian even without these powers, because he chose to protect someone, sacrificing himself. The young man pressed his palm to the barrier and called the illusory student. At that moment, the barrier split, and the temple said that in front of him was not just an illusion. This was the courage that the hero had defended until now, and which he had to defend more than once. The interlocutor touched the mask and said that he would finally be able to fulfill his oath. He called the boy his heir. Taking off his mask, the man added that his time had come. Spiegel's figure turned into a bright light, and it was with it that the young man had to leave. The surprised guy received a notification about receiving the first golden mask. Jaren turned around and noted that his interlocutor left an indelible impression. Someone covered in blood was approaching the chimera. Alan could barely stand on his feet when he was recognized and apologized to the princess. The wizard fell to one knee. While the prisoners looked at what was happening in fear, the commander of the heretics said that he had heard about the genius of the enemy. Remembering how the magician attacked the chimera, he replied that he quickly got his bearings and acted well with such a meager amount of information. The magician even managed to get close to the princess, and in order to save her, he used the artifact as bait. At that moment, the monster noticed a flash behind the barrier while the commander finished that nothing had changed. The heretic turned to his ally and demanded that he finish if he had played enough. But the chimera spread its wings and flew towards the barrier under the surprised gaze of everyone else. It held a sphere of scarlet light in its hands and said that the barrier had to be destroyed first. A huge metal installation appeared next to Jaron. The elder screamed in horror. He recognized the relic from the era of the gods. The princess clenched her teeth when she realized that they could do nothing. The chimera raised his hand, already anticipating how he would take the treasure. Remembering the faces of those who had sent it, the young man decided that he would not give it to anyone and would show it to the world himself. The face of the master appeared before his inner eye. The magician extended his hand and commanded to fire a volley when he thought that he simply believed that Blaine was better. The ram flew towards the barrier and crashed into it with all his might, but someone's hand appeared from the resulting hole. The ram was pushed away by an unknown force. Jaron stared at what was happening, puzzled. The others were just as shocked that this relic of the gods era had not broken through the barrier. Alan, struggling to his feet, said that there was someone inside, while the heretic assumed that the ram was simply stuck in the barrier. A blue glow appeared behind the clouds of dust. The masked protagonist appeared in front of the barrier. The villain stared in surprise at the resurrected enemy. It was impossible that the youth had received a mask. Meanwhile, the youth rushed at the heretic, swinging his flaming spear. The enemy gathered magic in his hand and blocked himself from a powerful blow. The commander narrowed his eyes and cursed. The barrier he created cracked, and Russell's blow reached its target. The enemy's movements were impossible to catch with a glance. Chimera watched the battle in confusion and could not believe that the youth had broken the portal. At this time, the guard freed the prisoners. They looked at their savior in surprise because they could not understand what he said because of the mask. The boy took off his mask and expressed joy that his allies were okay. The princess recognized Russell, and the headman wondered how the guard got behind the barrier. Smiling guiltily, Alan mentally apologized to the teacher because he realized that it would be very easy to win his bet. Hecate extended her hand to the hero's face, not believing that he was alive, but the young man intercepted her hand because he noticed Jaron flying above them. Frowning, the guard said that they would talk about it later. Looking down, the chimera thought that the brat was getting on his nerves. Creating a sword from magic, the villain said that the boy's return does not change anything. He will kill him and take the artifact. A flash of red light illuminated the mountains. A powerful explosion was heard. Magic flew in all directions. Two magical blades collided when the chimera screamed that this mask belonged to him. The protagonist assumed that Blaine had planned all this. The enemy's face was distorted with anger. He ordered the boy to shut up. The guard quickly went up from the blow of the enemy's sword. Finding himself behind the enemy, the young man demanded a confession. Angrily looking at the chimera, the hero demanded that he admit that he was only the shadow of the master. The blow caused the enemy's image to distort, and below the mountains flared with a magical glow. The opponents sank down on the snow opposite each other. Jaron cast his own spell on the magic weapon and declared that the truth was simple. Putting all his strength into his blow, he attacked the enemy, shouting that he was not someone's shadow. An explosion thundered, magic soared to the tops of the mountains. The dust began to settle. Two dragon eyes looked at the magician, and the main hero was already defending himself with two fiery spears. But behind his back lay mountains of rock fragments. Chimera snapped his fingers and said that if he had this mask, the master himself would become his shadow. Spreading his wings, the enemy shouted that force can solve anything. The young man plunged his hand into the pocket dimension, while the enemy shouted that the brat knew it himself. Putting the mask back on, the boy objected that force is not the most important thing. Immediately receiving a notification about his enhancements, and the system requested the use of the artifact. When the mask completely sat on his face, the hero gave permission. Flames engulfed his figure in the process of the second dragonification. The mask became part of the magician's face, and he said that courage is much more important. Chimera took a step forward and laughed at the boy's words. Swinging his blade, the magician shouted that only a person who has never seen darkness could say such a thing. The hero looked at the enemy, lowering his eyebrows, and objected that this was not true. Releasing several fire arrows, he said that he had also been in the darkness. The dragon heir's eyes lit up as he explained the difference. Clenching his fist, the boy shouted that he had always followed the light. Russell's spell created a magical spear. The chimera spread its wings and declared that this was nonsense. Rushing to attack the boy, he demanded to prove the truth of these words. Swinging his blade, the mage wanted to see the light that the enemy followed. The youth clenched his teeth, starting a counterattack. Another explosion sounded. The snow melted, and burning ash slowly settled on the ground. The villain glanced sideways at something, and roared in impotent rage. One of his hands burned to ashes. The mage glanced at the remains of his hand, but he even had the heart of a chimera. The hero headed towards the enemy, while the latter tried to understand why. Looking at the calm face of the boy, Jaren could not understand why he could not defeat him. The mage looked at his opponent as he offered to surrender. Releasing additional limbs from his shoulders, the enemy demanded to shut up. Waving 6 arms, the chimera screamed that he could not lose. At that moment, he coughed up blood. The guard looked at the notification that a few seconds of dragonification remained and said that this also applies to him. He also cannot lose. The tip of the spear dropped to the ground. The youth closed his eyes, and a flame flared up at the end of the weapon. Jaren pounced on the guard, ordering him to die, but he did not open his eyes. Overheating fell on the chimera with all its force. At the last moment, surprise froze on the enemy's face, and a huge column of flame rose into the sky. The sun was setting over the mountains. Russell stood in the middle of a huge crater full of ash. Clenching his fists, he looked at his enemy. The chimera coughed up blood. On one hand, he crawled straight towards the frozen youth. His body was falling apart, but the villain did not give up. But his strength left him, and his hand fell to the ground. The chimera's face also began to crack. Ashes rose up. Jaren thought that he wanted to become a dragon, but he could not. Closing his eyes, he mentally wondered if this was his fate. The mountain, split by flames, erupted into lava. The guard stood and looked at the volcano that was born. The hero turned around when he was called from behind. His allies were running towards him, waving their arms. The guy smiled and waved back. At that moment, Pepper, with tears in his eyes, flew into the back of his owner. The dragon burst into tears on the boy's chest, while he was glad that the baby was okay. Pressing his pet to himself, Russell thanked the gods for this. Hecate smiled when she offered to return. The rescued could not stop talking after what happened. Night was falling on the deserted battlefield as the protagonist and his friends headed back to Endymion. Sparks flew up from the young volcano. A hand picked up the hand that remained of the chimera from the ground. The cloaked stranger disappeared into the portal. The high court was visible, and the words were heard that Jaren, the magician of the Red Tower, had conspired with the heretics and created a threat to the security of the kingdom. The judge, holding a document in his hands, also noted that the teacher, the master of the Red Tower, was also guilty. Blaine, with his hands on the table, listened to the words that he now needed to leave and also the question of whether he had anything to say in defense. Opening his eyes, the master answered in the negative and added that he himself was to blame and did not notice any changes in his ward. Someone raised their hand and asked for the judge's attention while Blaine was talking about how the sins of the student fell on the teacher, and the latter, as a master, was obliged to bear punishment. Standing up, Bismarck asked if he could add something. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. Everyone turned their gaze to this man. People covered their faces with their hands, listening to the Archduke's words about the judge being right and also about the master of magic working hard for the good of the nation. Bismarck, with his mouth slightly open, asked if a suspended sentence of 6 months would be possible. The judge lowered his head. Blaine began to smile after that. Someone folded their hands on their knees. Daria, squinting, realized that everyone in this court had conspired. Suddenly, she looked to the side. The king was standing on the balcony. Looking at him, the woman realized that the Archduke was constantly testing the patience of the royal family, and she wondered what the king could be thinking. The hero, adjusting his gloves, listened to the assistant say that this suit suited him very well. Someone approached them. Closing their eyes, they all greeted the princess. The girl, smiling, asked them not to bow because she should be the one thanking them. She lowered her head and said that she was very grateful to her saviors. The protagonist's eyes widened after the girl said that she was most grateful to him. Winking, the princess said that they would see each other again. The door slammed shut. The boy's friends immediately stared at him. Russell closed his eyes, realizing that he needed to focus. Frowning, he realized that now was a good opportunity to imprint his family name on people's minds. The king, sitting on the throne, said that they had all gathered today to honor the knights for their merits, because after considering their joint achievements, they decided to reward each one individually. Placing the blade of his sword on the shoulder of one of the mages, the man said that Pilgelman resisted the heretics who posed a threat to the safety of the kingdom. Standing before him, the king explained that he would be awarded 200 gold and 2 mana enhancement pills, while he shouted that he would do everything as his majesty ordered. Looking at the second mage, the king said that Sir Alan, the second son of the count and the mage of the Spear Tower, had valiantly fought against the heretics who had appeared on the relic. The boy opened his mouth and exclaimed after the king's words that he was being awarded the Medal of Dawn and the title of Baron. Looking down, the man called out the name of the protagonist and asked him to raise his head. The boy did as he was ordered. Suddenly, the entire audience covered their faces with their hands after the king said that in the past, the boy's father had fled the battlefield and put the safety of the kingdom at risk. A faint smile appeared on Blaine's face after the king said that this was the reason why the masters doubted the hero's loyalty. The boy bit his lower lip after these words. Looking at the boy, the king told him to dispel these doubts. Looking at the master of the fire tower, the man explained that she told him that the protagonist had already reached the 5th circle. Smiling, the woman understood that the thicker the darkness, the brighter the light. Suddenly, the mouth of the master of the red tower opened in surprise after the king's words that with such an achievement of the boy, no one would doubt his usefulness. The entire audience, looking at what was happening, realized that the king decided to publicly make Russell a hero. Suddenly, the boy began to use the projection of the circle, while someone was thinking that with such an action the king decided to weaken the influence of the Archduke. His eyes lit up with flames and he remembered that this was a spell of the 1st circle, displaying only the element of human magic. The flames began to swirl around the young man, while he realized that this spectacle would be better for the public unfamiliar with magic. The flames began to spread out to the sides. The people present at the ceremony gaped in surprise. Even the tower mages watched in surprise. Squinting, Alan heard someone say that the speed of this man's development was incredible. The man, with his arms crossed, spoke of how amazing it was. Looking at him, the king noted that he thought his father was a fading flower. Closing his eyes, the youth said that the king was flattering him, after the king said that no one would have thought that such a father would hide such a treasure. Standing in front of the hero, the king called out to all the knights and shouted that despite the situation with the protagonist's family, he would be granted the title of count. And in addition to the 3rd rank military merit medal, he would be granted the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households in the neighboring city. The hero, with his mouth open, shouted that he would do as his majesty ordered. He was still kneeling, and the crowd had already begun to welcome the new hero of the kingdom. The king placed his hand on his shoulder. Bowing before the boy, the man asked him to stand up. The young man began to rise. Taking the hero's hand, the king thanked him for saving his daughter and explained that he was saying this as a father, not as a king, and also asked if he needed anything else. The protagonist's eyes widened, realizing what he needed most. Sitting on the bed, Russell remembered being worried, but he understood that everything had gone smoothly after all. In front of him lay the dragon's heart and he noted that it now looked dry and ugly. Bringing his hands to it, the hero understood that if he filled it with magic, its true form would appear. Energy began to flow out of his palms. His entire body was enveloped in a red aura. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The dragon's heart instantly split into many fragments. It began to glow brightly. Something began to appear in front of the young man. His eyes were wide open in surprise when suddenly a notification appeared that the dragon's heart had begun to open and the horn of the Forgotten King had been obtained. The young man closed his eyes. The horn began to appear in front of him. Remembering the essence of fire, the hero realized that he was clearly doing better now than then. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. Raising his hand, he realized that he had cut off strong lightning energy, although he had not absorbed all of it, but it was able to fill a 1/3 of the 5th circle. Several system messages appeared stating that the horn of the Forgotten King had been successfully absorbed and that the mana that had exceeded the absorption limit would be stored in dormant mode, and that the intermediate level lightning elemental comprehension had been upgraded to advanced. Things were scattered around the room. His dragon appeared in front of him. Looking at the smiling dragon, the hero asked it what had affected it so much. Suddenly, the familiar rushed off to the side. The dragon flew out of the window. The boy's eyes widened as he tried to call out to his pet. The dragon immediately returned to him. Standing in front of him, the boy asked if he really wanted to fly together. The dragon grabbed the hero by the shoulder with its paw. They flew into the air, the protagonist's mouth wide open, asking him to stop. Suddenly, he noticed something. An incredibly beautiful moon opened up before his eyes. His eyes were wide open at the sight. Looking back at his pet, the boy also realized that not only had he gotten bigger, but he had also learned to fly better. The dragon happily opened its mouth, and the hero said that it would be easier to notice him now because of his size. Suddenly, the boy's body began to be covered in flames. They engulfed him completely. Suddenly, these flames turned into wings behind his back. Looking back, the boy remembered that they were called wings of spiritual fire, but decided to call them wings of the soul. Looking at the moon, the boy realized that he now had the element of lightning, fifth circle mana, and soul wings. Clenching his hand into a fist, he realized that with such strength, he could be ready to fight any opponent. The man, standing next to Daria, said that he was told that the master wanted to give him some kind of task. She explained that he needed to escort Count Kimberly, one of the envoys of the Kingdom of Kiel. Having presented a map, Hubert understood that this kingdom was weak, but they maintained neutrality due to the abundant production of mana stones. Remembering a certain man, the assistant knew that Marquis Jorio, who supported the Empire, tried to seize those lands, not wanting to surrender to the Empire. Remembering a certain incident, the Master's ward remembered that Count Kimberly decided to enter into an alliance with them. Raising his hand, he knew that the mission would be extremely difficult. The hero, standing behind the man, called out to him. Turning around, Hubert greeted the young man. His mouth slightly open, he was surprised by the boy's question about whether the assistant really needed to go to the Kingdom of Kiel. Smiling, the protagonist asked to take him along since the teacher had allowed him. Looking ahead, the boy remembered that Hubert, judging by his past life, would die in this mission. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him with a task in which he needed to return alive with an assistant. Looking ahead, he realized that he could not stop this person, so he needed to go with him. The boy flew on his new wings, landing on a branch. Hubert explained that they were almost there and noted that it was a good decision to take the boy with them, and also asked him why he decided to join in the first place. The hero, continuing to fly, said that he needed new achievements, and besides, this was their first mission together. Quickly flying forward, he shouted that he would go ahead and check everything. Looking down, the boy understood that the failure of the task would lead to Hubert's death and the Empire would begin to interfere in the affairs of the Kuljak Kingdom, which meant that the Empire could be involved in his death. Looking at the quest window, he realized that the goal was crystal clear. Someone's blades clashed in battle. People were fighting on the ground. The protagonist, opening his eyes wider, decided to extinguish the threats to the Empire. Flames burst from his hands. The ability Flaming Gun was aimed directly at the place where people were fighting, and the hero knew that this action would prevent the man's death. With wide eyes, a certain man was extremely surprised by the magic of the fifth circle he saw. The guy descended to the ground. He approached this man. Smiling, the young man asked him if he was Count Kimberly, and also introduced himself and said that he was a mage of the Fire Tower and his goal was to accompany the Count. Smiling, Kimberly thanked the savior for his help and said that as soon as he left the castle, he was pursued. Suddenly, the guy's gaze sharply turned in another direction. Leaving, he asked the man to wait a little. There was something glowing bright red in the trees and the hero felt it. Looking into the forest, the young man realized that there was at least a person of the Spadum level there, and maybe even stronger. A certain man, frowning, said that the Count could not have gone far. Standing in front of the fighters, he said that they needed to buy time. Someone opened his mouth. Macri swung his blade. The young man opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered throughout the forest. Someone was standing on the rocky ground. There was no one left around the swordsman. Looking at the man, the hero realized that it was he who killed Hubert. Someone quickly jumped out of the tree crown. The man landed near the cart. Putting his hand on his chest, Hubert introduced himself and said that he was glad to see that the Count was safe. Opening his mouth, Kimberly introduced himself in response. The magician turned his attention to the corpse on the ground. Raising his head, he explained that he now knew that all these forces belonged to the Empire. Bowing his head, the hero noted that they most likely did not hide it, because perhaps they did not need it at all. The Count's eyes opened wide after the hero's words that perhaps the Imperial fighters' business was too urgent and they could not be distracted by secrecy. The guy glanced to the side. Looking at a certain man in a hood, he asked him if this was true. The door opened. The girl, taking off her hood, introduced herself as the princess of the Kingdom of Kiel and noted that the young man was truly amazing, as they said about him. Two silhouettes rushed over the forest and the Count's words were heard that the Marquis of Comanche wanted to gain more power by marrying his son and Princess Camilla. Kimberly, sitting on the man's back, explained that with the support of the Empire, the Marquis could do anything. The Count opened his eyes wider and also noted that they had already gotten rid of their pursuers and asked why they were in a hurry. Hubert said that the Imperial warriors had been following the Count since the fortress itself and most likely there was another group behind them. Holding the princess in his arms, the hero understood that they had already broken away quite well and there were no longer any traces of pursuit, but he still had a strange premonition. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. A red-black wave of energy appeared behind them and the guy shouted to his comrade to quickly descend. This attack flew right over the young man's head. They were able to dodge it. Bright tongues of flame were visible in the forest. Covering the Count with his hand, the man told him to run quickly since they should sort this out themselves. An enemy had already appeared in front of them. Sweat appeared on Hubert's face. Looking at the man who appeared, he realized that this was a disaster in the person of a man who was the best sword of the Empire. It was Mage who spoke of red eyes and black hair. Sweat appeared on the boy's face after the enemy called his name, and immediately after a message appeared with a quest in which he had to survive together with Hubert during the battle against this man. Frowning, the swordsman said that he would make the protagonist pay for the death of his student. The man swung his sword. The boy put his hand on the ground, using earthquake. He frowned. Raising his hand, the boy also used a double spell. A bright purple flash lit up the battlefield. The ground in front of the swordsman began to rise. He swung his blade. Rocks flew past him. Hubert frowned, looking at the enemy. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Stone shackles grabbed the swordsman's arms and legs. The hero was already right in front of him, preparing to strike. Another bright flash lit up the battlefield. The boy jumped back. A cloud of dust rose from which came a question about whether the protagonist had learned a few tricks. The swordsman's blade burned with a bright flame. Looking ahead, Russell wondered if the enemy had surrounded his body with an aura. Mage stuck the sword into the ground. Raising his hand, he said that he would now show something interesting. Blood-red discs struck Hubert. Presenting the blade, the swordsman said that it was a sword made of dragon bones, which were defiled by the blood of 10 mages. Making a dash, Mage shouted that this was the perfect weapon in a battle with a mage. The hero grabbed his comrade. Standing on the ground, the swordsman said that the boy's abilities were truly impressive. Looking at the ground, the boy realized that these were explosive stones. Opening his mouth wide, the enemy shouted that the protagonist should try to dodge his next attack. Dodging the attack, he understood that those rocks were very good at collapsing when they exploded, and that should be enough to distract the opponent. Leaving his comrade on the ground, the guy thanked the dragon. Putting his blade in front of him, the swordsman asked if the young man really decided to buy time for his friends because he understood that defeat was inevitable. Sweat appeared on the hero's face. Looking away, the protagonist explained that after the signal, Hubert needed to run to the Count and Princess. Grabbing Russell by the shoulder, the comrade asked if he really wanted to stay and fight this man alone. Smiling, the guy asked to trust him. Frowning, Mage asked if they were done chatting. Lightning energy began to accumulate in the hero's hand. Putting his hands in front of him, he used chain lightning. Many explosions thundered right in front of the young man after he shouted that now was the time to run. His hand was covered in lightning again after thinking about the explosive stones, giving Hubert time to escape. Suddenly, a cloud storm ring hit the swordsman, but the young man knew that even in this case, he should not underestimate his opponent. His eyes turned red, which meant that he was entering the second stage of dragonification. Flying into the air, the boy used a magic spear. A blow of incredible force fell to the ground. Far from the battlefield, Hubert protected the Count and the Princess with a magical barrier. A bright red flash illuminated the entire forest. Falling to his knees, the protagonist could not understand what had happened. Holding both blades in his hands, the swordsman said that now the boy was definitely finished and he should not even think about a peaceful death. Suddenly, one of the swords began to rattle. Grasping it tighter, the man could not understand what was happening to him. The hero listened to the blade's words with wide eyes, asking if the owner had really tried to hurt the Dragon Lord with their own bones, and immediately realized that this was the voice that came from the dragon's heart. A huge dragon head appeared behind the young man, indicating that the swordsman was extremely pathetic, while the protagonist thought that it was most likely the Divine Dragon King. The monster, standing in front of the young man, said that it would give him strength for a while. The dragon's eyes sparkled as it spoke of the hero having to punish the bastard who had insulted their entire race. Standing in front of the deity, the young man shouted that he had a question. The silhouette began to dissolve, and words were heard saying that the protagonist needed to find dragons who would bind them, because he was destined to become the leader in hope of the dragons remaining in this world. The hero's eyes widened. His body was covered in a bright yellow aura. Clenching his hand into a fist, he didn't immediately understand what the deity was talking about. Frowning, the boy realized that now they should test the new power. The swordsman screamed, his eyes wide open. His hand flew to the ground. The man bent over, trying to catch his breath. The hero, using a flaming spear in combination with overheating, was already above the enemy. Suddenly, something began to appear from the place where the hand used to be. Having blocked the protagonist's attack, the opponent said that he clearly underestimated him. The young man opened his eyes wide, listening to the enemy's words that although he lost his hand, even such a loss cannot change anything. Opening his eyes, the man also said that the guy's look was as impudent as his father's. Jumping back, the guy asked if the enemy really knew his father, to which an affirmative answer followed. The young man gritted his teeth, listening to the swordsman's words that he really wanted to gouge out his father's eyes, but unfortunately someone else got even with him. Already behind the protagonist, the man called him a fool and asked why he even thought that it was the Empire that was behind his father's death. The guy used a fire attack. After dodging, the swordsman immediately swung back to strike back. The protagonist jumped back. His foot hit the ground. Suddenly, his body was pierced by something that burst out of the ground. Gritting his teeth, the boy could not understand what had happened. Raising his hand, the swordsman said that this battle was too boring, because the boy could not even dodge such an attack. The enemy clenched his hand into a fist. The young man dodged another attack from the enemy. Swinging his sword, Macri said that everything was already clear. The hero put up a magical barrier in front of himself. A bright pink beam hit the ground. Approaching the protagonist, the swordsman asked why such a mediocrity really decided to fight him. Russell lay on the ground, listening to the words of the enemy that he was too pathetic. Lowering his head, the opponent explained that if he wanted to become stronger, then he first needed to let go of something. The swordsman swung his sword to attack. Having struck, the enemy shouted that the young man was too small for such a person. The hero managed to jump back in an instant before the strike. He flew away, dodging behind the trees. Looking back, the guy realized that this man was a very serious opponent. His eyes were glowing bright pink at that moment. The enemy rushed to catch up with the protagonist. Putting his hands in front of him, the young man used a wave of wind. Bright green clots of energy were directed at the swordsman. The opponent parried them with his blade. Opening his eyes wider, the guy realized that he had no other attacks, and did this mean that he was not destined to win? Frowning, the hero decided not to give up. Bright pink energy began to accumulate around one of his hands. Putting his hand in front of him, the young man used the gravity skill. From such an attack, the swordsman fell to one knee. Putting out one finger, Russell decided to show his opponent how strong he was in magic. Flames began to burst out. Another bright flash illuminated the entire forest. The hero fell to the ground. His mouth was open, he was breathing heavily. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider than usual. Something began to emerge from the embrace of flames. It was the charred body of the enemy. A bright pink flash hit the ground. The man grabbed the young man. Opening his mouth, the enemy asked if he really decided to deceive him with his tricks. The hero, gritting his teeth, listened to the swordsman's words that this was the end and understood that this was true. The guy's body was covered in lightning due to the use of the summoning of the electric giant. Opening his mouth wide, he realized that in order to become stronger, he must be ready to give up everything, including his body. The swordsman's eyes opened wide. The protagonist swung his leg to strike. His body was covered in electricity, and he realized that it was thanks to this that he had the ability to significantly increase his speed. Being surrounded by lightning, the boy knew that this was his trump card. The hero made a quick lunge, using Russell's spell and a fatal blow. The enemy's mouth opened wide in surprise. The protagonist flew through his enemy. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth. Macri, towering over the hero, laughed. He slammed his head into the ground. Suddenly, something hit the monster in the back after saying that this man really was a monster. A certain man, standing over the man, asked about how it felt to crawl on the ground like a bug. Putting his hand in front of him, the master told him to surrender. Another bright flash lit up the forest. Only splashes of blood remained on the ground. Niccolo, standing near a small hill, could not believe that the hero managed to single-handedly bring the swordsman to such a state. The boy lay on the ground, and the unknown person understood that he did an excellent job, because his efforts changed the fate of Endymion and Kiel. Hubert lifted the boy's body from the ground, while the mage realized that now no one would doubt the protagonist's strength. Russell opened his eyes. Smiling, he called out the name of his comrade. A small hospital room was visible. Sitting in the lotus position, the boy realized that even in the mage's body, he was not strong enough, because there was an incredible gap between him and his last opponent. The image of Niccolo popped into the boy's head. Opening his eyes, the hero understood that otherwise death would have overtaken him, and not Macri. Putting his hand on his chest, Russell knew that he still had a lot to go through to become truly strong. Remembering the words of the dragon deity, he still could not understand where he should find the remaining dragons. Looking ahead, the boy could not believe that there were still any dragons left alive. Sitting on a chair, Hubert asked the young man if he really thought that the Empire was not behind everything. Raising his hand, the hero explained that the swordsman asked him why he was so sure that they were to blame for his father's death. Raising his hand to his face, the man noted that the enemy was trying to provoke him with such words, although even so, caution would not hurt them, and therefore they should conduct a secret investigation of this matter in the fire tower. The interlocutor thanked him for this. Frowning, the assistant also said that the master was very worried, and it was very good that the protagonist returned safe and sound. Holding out an envelope, the man asked him to take it. The boy asked him what it was. Holding a letter in his hands, the comrade explained that this was an invitation to a royal banquet. Many people were already at the banquet, and the hero tried to understand whether the discomfort was related to the fact that he had to wear loose clothes all the time. Putting his hand in his pocket, the guy realized that he still couldn't get used to this frock coat, but suddenly someone called out to him. Daria, smiling, explained that he had done a great thing again and she, as his teacher and the master of the tower, simply couldn't be happier about it. Suddenly, the hero looked away when he heard someone's greeting. Jillian approached them. Squinting a little, the man explained that he couldn't miss the rumors about the new talent. Looking up, the hero clarified the man's name, who said that he was glad that the protagonist knew him because it would be much easier that way. Introducing this man, Russell remembered that this was the master of weapons Jillian, who skillfully handled 18 types of weapons, and the level of his aura exceeded human capabilities. The master of weapons, smiling, noted that the young man really taught this Macri a lesson, while he was surprised that such a person himself was interested in him. Smiling back, the young man explained that he was just lucky, but the interlocutor said that only the best are lucky. Raising his hand, he also added that it was very good that he managed to get rid of this man, because both the swordsman and his students were just trash. The hero was surprised after hearing such cruel words not from a mercenary. Grabbing the protagonist's hands, the master asked him if he trains with a spear, because his muscles are well developed. Russell explained that he had only started with the basics. Holding the guy's hand, the man explained that the basics are also very important and added that in order to become stronger, proper training is necessary. The hero had a ring in his hand and Jillian explained that as soon as he was ready, he could immediately come to him with this attribute. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked why the interlocutor was so kind to him. The woman smiled after the master said that the hero should simply consider this help in developing his talent. Looking at him, she realized that he was a terrifying warrior dressed in a nobleman's attire. Suddenly, they all turned their heads, hearing the words that the ruler was coming. The royal family came out to the people for a banquet. Everyone began to bow to them. The princess walked behind her father. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. The hero noticed it. The king, standing in front of the counter, called out the names of the two fighters. Niccolo closed his eyes, listening to the ruler's words about Hubert and Russell making a huge contribution to their latest victory and alliance with the Kingdom of Kiel. Bowing his head, the man listened to the king's words about his reward being 500 gold coins and 100 horses, as well as the right to collect taxes from 1,000 households in the south of the kingdom. They all remained on one knee as the king spoke about the protagonist being given 3,000 coins. His eyes widened after the king told him that he would also be given 3 cities in the west of Endymion, as well as the title of count. The governor's assistant approached him and explained that the documents indicated the locations of these cities. Holding them in his hands, the hero thanked the king. Smiling, the young man understood that he had finally received new territories, which meant another step towards restoring his family. Taking a glass in his hands, the governor said that the official part was over and that they should all return to the banquet. Raising it, he said that it was time for everyone to enjoy the victory. Some of those present were drinking, some were dancing. The princess was sitting on a chair. The assistant smiled and asked what she was thinking about. The girl pointed her finger somewhere. She was pointing at the protagonist, saying that he had become quite popular lately and that he should learn to refuse. Bending down, she asked the assistant if Hecate really wanted to invite him to dance, but she explained that they should just wait first. Raising a finger, she noted that one should not push too hard with young men, because patience is the fate of elders, and the assistant asked how the princess could know this. The hero emerged from the crowd of girls. He was heading straight towards them. Extending his hand, the guy turned to Hecate. Bowing his head, the young man invited her to dance. Taking his hand, she told the assistant that everything happened as stated earlier. The girl held his hand. Dancing, the princess asked the protagonist if he had any questions. Opening his mouth, Russell explained that she had previously said that she would look after him and asked why she said so. Smiling, the girl explained that the hero's abilities were incredibly amazing for such a young age. The boy's cheeks turned red after the princess said that another reason was his face. Smiling, she said that she liked his face. The boy stepped back. She grabbed him by the waist. Looking at Russell, Hecate explained that a woman did not say such things to people they were not interested in. Smiling, she also said that she was not the kind of person who would immediately demand an answer, so she just hoped that the answer would be positive. Sitting near the fountain, the protagonist realized that he did not expect the princess to say everything so abruptly despite her character. Imagining her, he remembered that she was the only daughter of the king and that she was the one closest to the throne. Opening his eyes, the boy realized that if we consider her situation, then the best solution would be to agree. Looking at the palace, the boy realized that he still had not sorted out his feelings. Someone approached him. Alan, smiling, apologized for interfering. The palace was visible and the words of the Spear Tower Mage were heard, saying that he wanted to discuss a certain proposal with the protagonist. Squinting, he said that he wanted a bet. Opening his mouth, Alan explained that he hoped that it would end soon. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Daria, reading the letter, realized why the old man wrote so many letters, because now was the time to end their long-standing bet. Remembering the mage and his words about talking to the teachers, the hero knew that this was expected, but not that it would happen so soon. Sitting on the chair, the Magister asked what Russell thought about this. A system message with a mission about reaching Alan's level appeared in front of the hero, and he said that initially the bet was for 3 years, but now there was no point in waiting longer. Smiling, the woman explained that in that case, they first needed to meet with him. The Colosseum was visible, powered by the magic of the Sixth Circle, which could restrain even a strong owner of the aura. Standing in the arena, the protagonist remembered that in his past life he had only managed to reach the second circle, so there were no thoughts about being here. The woman, raising her hand to the wall, said that it was time to start. Also leaning his hand against the wall, Melville said that it was time for them to see how long the fighter could show off. Smiling, the magician said that now the barrier was supported by 2 tower masters, so there was no need to worry about the environment and one should give it their all. The Colosseum was covered with a magical barrier. The hero stood in front of his enemy. He looked at Alan, who was a genius among all the magicians, although now they were about the same level. Looking at Russell, the magician remembered that in a battle with an equal opponent, the most important thing is to keep your distance. The protagonist frowned. Suddenly, the enemy opened his eyes wide. The young man rushed forward to close the distance. Frowning, Alan felt like he was fighting a knight rather than a mage, for the latter was confident in his own resilience and destructive power. His hand glowed a bright blue, although the mage knew that the spells of the fire tower were more destructive than the spear tower. The enemy released a rain of icicles. Smirking, Russell realized that it was expected that his enemy could instantly cast spells. He used the fire rain to defend himself from the attack. The woman watched the fight with her arms crossed over her chest. Smirking, the master noted that the young man instantly managed to copy Alan's spell. Dust rose in the arena. Suddenly, a young man jumped out of it. He held his hand out in front of him, knowing that it was finally his turn to attack. The mage watched the approaching fire lightning with wide eyes. The enemy managed to dodge the attack. Raising his hands, the protagonist understood that most likely the opponent was not going to let him get close and therefore his movements should be limited. The guy slammed his hands on the ground and used the earthquake skill. The sharp jolts caused the mage to fly into the air. Energy began to gather in the hero's hands and he realized that in such a situation even Alan would have a hard time keeping his distance. An incredibly powerful explosion thundered throughout the arena as the hero decided to continue attacking. Suddenly, chunks of ice rose into the air. The mage opened his mouth, casting a spell. Everything around was covered in ice due to the ice field skill. The entire arena was covered in ice. Grinning, the young man understood that the enemy froze everything to stop the earthquake. The spear mage, stretching out his hand, said that it was time for them to finish and the hero realized that he was a real monster. Putting his hands in front of him, the protagonist used a wall of fire to protect himself from the rain of icicles. Suddenly, the flames stopped escaping from his hands. Frozen in place, the boy realized that he could not move since the enemy had used freezing. Smiling, Daria asked if Alan had been taught the arcana of the spear tower magic. The old man, stroking his beard, explained that his protege would become the next master, so everything was correct. Raising his finger, the magician called the hero's name. Water began to gather around his finger while he said that the young man had really grown incredibly and he would like to see something else. Water also began to rise around the boy, and the enemy explained that since the teacher was waiting, they should postpone a full-scale battle for next time. Water began to fill the arena due to the water field skill. Looking at the approaching wave, the hero said that he did not want to show it. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the Colosseum again. The protagonist's eyes took on a red tint. He was already behind the enemy. Alan's eyes widened, and he couldn't understand the furious aura that was coming from the protagonist and why he couldn't move. Daria's eyes widened, and he said that it was the fear of dragons. The old man smiled and said that it was no wonder that this man was quite talented. Looking at Russell, the master asked if he had managed to inherit the powers of dragons. Daria's mouth dropped open and he said that his parents were ordinary people. Looking down, Melville began to suspect something. Russell took a fighting stance. Looking at the protagonist's face, the old man realized that there was a high-ranking dragon among the Raymond's descendants. Alan rose into the air and thought that his whole body was shaking from this magic. Using the spell, the guy decided to prove to Russell that he was not the only one who hid his powers. Looking at the magic surrounding his opponent, the Spear Tower Mage knew that it was a large area spell that could freeze an entire army. Using an ability called Compacted Spear, the protagonist decided that if he could break through this spell, he would win. Creating a blue glow in his hand, Alan declared that it was time to finish. A stream of magic fell on Russell. Frowning, the boy thought about how this attack was so cold that it could freeze not only mana, but also time. Grabbing his weapon, the young man thought of what he could do to counter his opponent. Making a strike with his spear, the protagonist thought about how difficult it would be for him if he had not fought Macri before. Making a surprised face, Alan could not believe his eyes. The protagonist's jump shook the ground around him. Looking at the enemy, the mage of the spear tower could not decide whether to use the flash or block the blow because his opponent was very fast. A moment later, Russell's blow knocked the opponent to the ground. The tip of the spear appeared in front of the defeated man's face. The protagonist put the weapon aside. Smiling, Alan thought that he expected this. Looking at his opponent, the ice mage declared that he had lost. The system showed several messages, which included words about the highest grade mana stone as a reward, as well as information about Hemingway giving the youth a relic from the era of the gods. Daria stamped her foot. The lady turned away from the battlefield. Turning her head, the lady asked the old man if he had prepared the relic, to which he replied that he would admit defeat this time. Lowering his head, Melville declared that he could not break his promise since he was the master of the tower. Smiling, the mistress of the flame tower could not believe that the old mage had finally parted with his relic. A cart with horses harnessed to it was visible. Looking at the artifacts, Russell realized that this was a Arachne's sewing kit. Imagining the silhouette of the goddess, the guy thought that this kit allows you to repeat Arachne's ability to cut and connect space. Having made a cut, the young man realized that the dagger allows you to cut space. Squeezing the weapon in his hand, the boy thought about what would happen if he connected the dagger and the needle with mana. Having waved his hand, the main character realized that in this way he can sew space. Continuing to ride forward, the protagonist was glad that he acquired the ability to connect visible and cut space. Looking at the artifacts, the guy decided that this kit would help him in organizing ambushes. Hearing the words that they had arrived, Russell turned his head. Before the young man's eyes stood the Autumn Moon Castle. Looking at the various weapons on the rack, the young man listened to the greeting. Placing his hands on his hips, Jillian said that he heard about the victory over Alan. Standing in the middle of the room, the boy asked the man if this room was his office, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling, Russell said that there were too many weapons here. Taking a spear, the weapons master explained that before all this was not here, but over time, a certain amount of weapons accumulated in this room. Clenching his fist, Jillian asked the protagonist if he used a spear. Looking at the thing in the man's hands, the protagonist asked why he needed a spear now. Warming his hands, the fighter explained that he needed to know the guest's level in order to train him well. Remembering how he received the invitation, the young man understood why he was called. Spinning the spear in his hand, Russell thought that this was a great opportunity to learn from a professional. Taking a fighting stance, the young man realized that if the man taught him the art of the spear, it could be useful in the future. Looking forward, Jillian said that he would let his opponent take the first step. Making a dash, the protagonist said that he would not refuse. The sounds of battle were heard from the castle. The protagonist fell to the floor. Trying to get up, the boy thought that he lost too easily. Looking at the trainer, Russell asked how he assessed his skill. Looking at the beaten guy, the man explained that he had good visual acuity and flexible thinking, but no talent in wielding a spear. Crossing his arms, Jillian said that the results were still impressive because the protagonist was self-taught. The weapons master smirked slightly. Looking at the upset guy, the trainer thought that it would be interesting to watch him. Hearing the words of the master that he would not train the protagonist for no reason, he made a surprised face. Looking into the eyes of the young man, Jillian said that he would train him once a week, but he must spar with his knights. Hearing the boy's words about the request, the man made a surprised expression on his face. With their hands behind their backs, the knights talked about the fact that this meeting was related to Russell's visit. Looking at the steps of the two men, the fighters talked about what merits of the protagonist they had heard about earlier. Looking at the teacher and student, the warriors greeted their lord. Raising his hand, Jillian announced that from today on, the knights would have 2 sparring sessions with Russell. Hearing the information that magic would be used in the first sparring session, and not in the second, the fighters made surprised faces. Looking at the young man, the warriors said that a battle without aura and magic would be difficult for the protagonist. Smiling, the young man introduced himself and said that he was waiting for lessons from the fighters present. Looking at the quest message, the boy thought that it would be nice to take the items as a reward. 2 young men stood opposite each other. Raising his weapon, the swordsman introduced himself as Rohakin, a knight of the 4th rank. Taking a fighting stance, Russell suggested that they begin the fight. Rohakin looked at his opponent. The protagonist looked ahead. Looking at his opponent approaching him, the boy noticed that he was very fast. Dodging the blow, the boy thought that among all the knights, this one's movements were perfect. Looking up, the protagonist found an opportunity to attack. Russell struck his sparring partner. The fighter fell to the ground. The tip of the spear was in front of his face. Smiling, the spearman asked his defeated opponent if he wanted to continue, to which he replied that he admitted defeat. Looking at his knights, Jillian noticed that their faces were twisted in defeat. Standing in front of the students, The man thought about how their pride would be hurt after losing to a mage in a battle of pure physical strength. Standing in front of the weapons master, the young man agreed to train with the knights if they were allowed to fight without using magic. Looking ahead, the trainer thought about how he had only agreed out of curiosity. Seeing the glowing eyes of his fighters, Jillian realized that this only added to their motivation. Hearing the request to challenge Russell turned around. Looking at Vincent, the boy remembered that the second-rank knights were equal in strength to the vice-captains of the orders. Smiling, the boy thanked the warrior for the offer. From the castle, Jillian's words could be heard that he had underestimated the boy since he had fought Vincent to a draw. Hearing the question of whether the second-rank knight at least had a chance if the protagonist had used magic, the boy's eyes widened. Remembering Russell, who uses magic, the man said that he would have defeated even a first-rank knight. Standing behind the coach, the young man realized that he was right because a fifth circle mage is comparable in strength to a sword master. Keeping his hands behind his back, Jillian advised the young man not to underestimate himself because this could lead to arrogance. Taking hold of the iron wheel, the sword master was pleased that the young man took these words into account. Spinning the wheel, the man said that he had a gift for the boy. Entering the huge hall, the coach said that he had collected these books during his travels in his youth. Looking at the shelf, the protagonist listened to the words that among the books on spearmanship, he could choose any. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist thought that it would take a lifetime to study all the literature. Sitting at the table, Jillian asked the student if he had chosen anything for himself. Showing two books titled The 6 Arts of Heaven's Destruction and La Mancha, the boy said he couldn't decide which one he wanted to take. The weapons master said with a smile that both books were excellent. Introducing a spearman who used fire projectiles to attack, the trainer explained that the 6 Arts of Heaven's Destruction would be difficult to learn, but it was one of the best techniques for the power of the spear. Introducing the boy surrounded by runes, Jillian explained that La Mancha was a subtle technique that could be used without unnecessary movements. Looking at the student, the man said that he would recommend the first technique for learning. Placing his hand on the La Mancha book, the boy said that he chose it. Taking the textbook in his hand, Russell explained his choice by saying that a subtle technique could be used in any situation, which suited him better than explosive power. Frowning, Jillian was surprised that the boy made a more rational choice, which is typical of a true mage. Placing a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the weapons master said that he respected his choice. The protagonist, with a surprised expression, could not believe that his teacher would hand over such a book without ulterior motives. Opening his mouth, the man reminded him that the boy had to spar with knights. The carriage was moving through a snowy forest. Russell, waving the training tool, was practicing his strike, pierce, and block. With his eyes closed, the young man thought about combining all the movements into one line. The boy brought the tool to his ear. Opening his eyes, the young man realized that he was stuck again. Looking out the window, the protagonist reasoned that memorizing the form could already be considered an achievement, despite the fact that he had owned La Mancha for a year and a half. Looking at the trees, the protagonist realized that to learn the technique, he needed to understand its essence, so full concentration would not hurt. The system showed a notification that the young man's mission was to become a 6th circle mage. Looking at the screen, Russell thought that this was a matter of training and education, so he could not suddenly move to the next circle. Imagining the tongues of flame, the boy remembered the words about the need to find dragons that would help them communicate. Looking at the maps, the protagonist reasoned that he had marked 4 places where he could find traces of dragons. Imagining the 2 remaining points, the boy thought that he had already checked 2 places, but found nothing. The young man imagined a canyon of red mountains. After that, a view of the Kuril Island appeared in his thoughts. Imagining a werewolf, the young man assumed that the island seemed the most likely option, but it was still too dangerous to study it. Looking away, Russell decided that he would take care of the island after reaching the 6th circle, but for now they should go to the canyon. Leaning over, Daria asked the young man if he was going to the underworld, to which the boy answered in the affirmative. Opening her mouth, the lady said that this world belonged to the dwarves, so it was not so easy for people to get there. Looking at the mentor, the hero replied that he knew it. The mistress of the flame tower was sitting on a chair. Hearing the woman's words that the traveler should visit the master of the White Tower, the protagonist's eyes widened. Looking at the White Tower, Russell remembered Daria's words about the master being half a fairy, so he could help. Looking up, the boy reasoned that the dwarves and fairies are close, so the teacher's hint was very useful. Someone spread his hands. The guy squinted his eyes. Standing by the window, Daria realized that she had forgotten to warn her student about something. Grabbing his friend by the neck, Olsen said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Standing on the flying platform, Russell asked the judge if he was heading to the underworld, to which he replied that he was heading there. Bowing his head, the protagonist asked the man if he had met the master of the White Tower, to which he received an affirmative answer. Hearing the question about what kind of person Olsen remembered the master as, he raised an eyebrow. Moving towards the entrance, the judge said that she was a nice, but eccentric girl. A bright hall was visible. Looking at the two servants, the young man could not believe his eyes. Entering inside, Russell was surprised at how nice this room was. Opening her mouth, the girl greeted the guests. With her eyes wide open, the protagonist heard Olsen's name. Hugging a toy, Emilia called Russell's name. The girl looked forward. Looking away, the protagonist thought that the feeling he had was due to the fact that she was half elf and half human. Standing in front of the magistrate, the protagonist thought about the mana that was emanating from her, which was unique to elves. With his mouth wide open, Olsen assumed that Russell had become very famous if the girl knew his name. Standing up, Emilia said that it was not that. Looking at the guest's face, the lady said that it was simply amazing. Approaching the guy, the lady could not understand where the man got such a special mana from. Closing her eyes, the magistrate said that everything was clear to her now. Smiling, she asked if the young man had made a contract with the spirit. Looking at the mistress of the tower, the boy replied that he had. Floating above the ground, Emilia asked to summon her spirit, to which the young man asked her why this was necessary. Making a displeased expression, the girl replied that they would not be able to get to the underworld in the usual ways. Introducing a deserted place, the lady explained that they needed to find a portal marked on the map or an artifact that would lead to the right place. Lowering his hands, Russell suggested that they needed to summon a spirit, since they had none of the above, to which the elf replied that everything was correct. A moment later, Pepper appeared in the air. Looking at the creature, Emilia opened her mouth. Hugging the winged creature, the girl said that he was very cute and also of average level and was a mutant. The moon illuminated a large castle. Bismarck was trimming a bonsai. The man was holding scissors in his hands. Getting up from his seat, the Archduke asked what brought him here at such a late hour. Looking at the flying skull, Bismarck recognized Charon. Having landed on the table, the skull said that it had come here instead of Hypnos because the day of the contract had come. Lowering his head, the man was surprised that 5 years had already passed. A dark apple materialized in his hand. Opening his mouth, Charon declared that it was time to eat the fruit. Streams of magic swirled around Bismarck. Smiling, the Archduke said that if he could repeat the deal, he would become immortal. Hearing the words about Daria's student going to the Red Canyon, the skull flew up and said that it already knew everything about this woman. Imagining a dense forest with a river, Charon stated that he knew what his ally was worried about, since the Red Canyon is near the Amazon forest. Looking up, the skull asked the man if he thought the boy would be a hindrance to their plan, to which he replied in the affirmative, since he remembered the situation with Blaine. Remembering the mountains in the middle of the forest, Charon stated that they would not find anything unless they specifically looked, since everything would take place deep in the forest. Levitating above the table, the skull said something, to which Bismarck asked what exactly it wanted to say. Landing on the pillow, Charon insisted that it was time for him to go, because more than one Archduke was waiting for him today. Looking at the skull, the man was furious that the cultist dared to talk to him like that. Looking down, Bismarck was thinking about what he would do when he took the throne. The man's eyes widened. Looking at how all the leaves fell from the tree, the Archduke realized that he needed to hurry. From the carriage, Olsen's words were heard about their meeting being very successful. The man remembered the elf's words about Pepper helping to track down the spirit of the earth, who would lead them to the underworld. Smiling, Russell said that it was thanks to Pepper, not him. The judge of the fire tower looked out the window of the carriage. Looking at the houses, Olsen noticed that they had arrived in the Red Canyon. Raising his head, the protagonist thought about feeling a mysterious force coming from the stones. Raising his eyebrows, the guy hoped to find traces of dragons. Opening his mouth, the man suggested going straight to the canyon and not wasting time in the city. Looking at his companion, the boy said he agreed. Holding the pet in his hands, the protagonist suggested starting. Having released the spirit, the young man asked him to find traces of the gnome. Pepper flew up. Looking at the flying creature, Olsen said that it was unlikely that one could feel the spirit of the earth from such a height. With his eyes wide open, the judge noticed something. Looking at the birds, the man said that they were one-horned eagles trying to attack the pet. Having started to use the spell, Olsen said that he would deal with them. Opening his mouth, Russell explained that he asked not to do this, to which the judge asked who asked about it. Looking at Pepper, the boy explained that he himself asked for this, to which the man objected that these eagles are of an advanced level, who hunt even orcs. A moment later, the pet began to attack the attackers. Smiling, the protagonist said that he himself wanted to deal with the enemies. The creature threw its head back. A second later, a stream of fire burst out of its mouth. Looking at the happy pet, its owner was pleased that he was such a daredevil. Pepper looked away. Looking up, the guy realized that the dwarf was found. Looking around, Russell was surprised that even at first glance there were more than 300 caves. Frowning, Olsen said that if they examined every hole, they would not soon get into the dungeon. Looking at the spirit, the young man said that their goal was in this cave. The judge of the fire tower took out some kind of ball. A moment later, he threw it into the darkness. Standing near the entrance, the boy noticed that there was no dampness or stalactites in this cave. Looking into the depths of the tunnel, the young man guessed that this passage was created artificially. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy assumed that there must be traps here. Putting his hand on his comrade's head, Olsen asked him if he was afraid of traps. The protagonist smiled a little. Looking at his companion, the protagonist said that he was not afraid and wanted to see what the dwarves had prepared. The walls of the dungeon were visible. Sweating, the judge of the fire tower could not understand how many traps there were, to which Russell replied that this was the 15th. Baring his teeth, the boy was dissatisfied that his plan to disarm the traps with magic had failed. Looking at the huge structure, the boy did not expect that mana suppression devices would be installed throughout the cave. With his eyes wide open, the hero sensed mana. Stopping, the boy thought about how he could feel a faint trace of mana. Using the flame spear of La Mancha, the protagonist thought that if mana suppression devices were installed not only here, then there could be one reason for it. A moment later, the spearman made several strikes. Looking ahead, the young man said that they had found what they were looking for. Looking at the portal, Russell explained that it was a teleportation gate to the underworld. Remembering how he had sensed mana, the mage reasoned that no matter how advanced the technology they used, it was impossible to teleport without mana. Looking at the teleporter, the young man realized that for this reason, there were no mana suppression devices near the gate. Patting his comrade on the shoulder, Olsen said that he would write about the portal in the report. The partners looked down. Looking at the underground city, Russell said that they had finally reached the underworld. Hearing the words that people had not come here for a long time, the boy's eyes widened. Placing his hands on his hips, the bearded dwarf guessed that it was not easy to find the entrance here. Looking ahead, he said that they were now guests in their city. Smiling, the short man offered to show the newcomers the surroundings. Raising his head, the dwarf said that the underground world was very interesting from the inside. Opening his mouth, the protagonist was glad to see the dwarves. Looking up, the short man offered the travelers to look at the luminescent stones in the ceiling, which were installed more than 1,000 years ago. The bearded dwarf, lifting the armor, explained that it was made of mithril, and the second told about what their alcohol was made of. Grabbing his comrade by the shoulder, Olsen addressed him. Looking at the boy, the man reminded that they had arrived here together, but their goals were different because the judge must study the strength training of the dwarves. Moving away from his comrade, Olsen said that they would meet here in 3 weeks. Touching the protagonist, the city dweller asked him where he was going. Pulling the young man away, the man said that there was still a lot to see here. The boy opened his eyes wide. Looking at the red dragon statue, Russell couldn't believe his eyes. Introducing the 2 dragons, the dwarf told a legend about how the underworld was blessed by these creatures. Raising his head, the short man explained that the red dragon gave them fire, and the silver dragon gave them steel. Looking back, the protagonist inquired about the place with the statue. Looking ahead, the protagonist listened to the story about how several thousand years ago the dragon itself stood there. Lowering his head, the young man asked if he could approach the altar, to which the man replied that he wanted to show it at the end, but the order was not so important. Blacksmith's tents were visible. A craftsman was forging something on an anvil. Moving forward, the dwarf reminded that weapons in the underworld are on a completely different level from those of the inhabitants of the surface. Introducing the king of the Kuril Island, the resident said that even his weapons were made by the inhabitants of the dungeon. Looking around, the boy noticed that there were many other races here besides the dwarves. Looking at the beaked creature, the yard said that most of the travelers came from the Amazon forests. Looking at the fairy, the man said that they were here to trade. Hearing the way he was addressed, Russell turned around. Looking at the elf, the boy realized that it was Ilo. Opening her mouth, the lady said that she was very happy to meet her savior here. Moving forward, the stranger asked if the man really helped Ilo. Extending his hand, the old man introduced himself as Scan, an elder of the White Ash tribe. Shaking the elder's hand, the young man introduced himself to him. Looking at the young man, Scan thought that he was curious about what kind of person helped Ilo. Imagining the flames behind the protagonist, the old elf was surprised at how pure the mana was. Looking at the girl, Russell asked what brought her here. The elf closed her eyes and said that they were there to buy weapons. The mage smiled and asked if something had happened to their tribes. Exhaling, Ilo began her story. Imagining the fighting beast, the lady said that the monsters from the forest had become very aggressive. Making a sad face, the lady said that this could have been avoided if her blood had awakened, to which the old man assured that it was not her fault. Remembering his previous meeting with the girl, the boy remembered her words about the blood of a green dragon flowing through her. With his eyes wide open, the young man asked if there were any legends in the tribe associated with dragons. Raising her head, Ilo said that she did not know of such a thing. Looking at the statue, the elf asked how much longer the protagonist would be in the underworld. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he would be here for about 3 weeks. Standing in front of the sculpture, the dwarf said that this was the altar of the fire dragon. Raising his head, Russell thought that he did not notice anything special, so he should check the altar of the silver dragon. Folding his hands, the citizen reported that the second altar was symmetrical to this one in terms of shape. Looking at the statue, the young man assumed that the difference was only in the colors. Looking up, the boy realized that this statue was the last clue here. Putting his hand on the monument, the boy was surprised that there was nothing special here either. A green glow appeared under the protagonist's palm. The young man, making a surprised face, thought it was a statue. Looking at how the dragon's eye began to glow, the protagonist heard the words that it had been waiting for a man for a very long time. Looking at the bright emissions of magic, the monster expressed joy that the young man came here before the death of the dragon. Exuding a bright light, the lizard said that the boy should follow the path, because then he will come to him and his master. Russell opened his mouth and heard what the creature had said about the source of all dragons. A magic compass was visible on the protagonist's hand, and he thought it was a weak, almost pleading voice. Russell lifted himself off the ground and heard a voice saying that he needed to hurry. A moment later, the protagonist abruptly rushed from his place. An unusual glow flew in the sky, and the guy muttered that it was like the voice of a dying creature. Suddenly, a magic portal appeared, and the young man thought that perhaps he had just imagined it. A bright flash quickly cut through the air, and the aristocrat realized that he had to hurry. A second later, Russell looked at his hand. Pushing off the ground, the protagonist thought that the arrow was getting shorter. Flying high, the protagonist realized that he was approaching the right place. The guy parried in the air. The young man, noticing a small house, exclaimed that he had found it. Approaching the entrance, the aristocrat said that a dragon would not fit in such a house and wondered if it was a disguise. Suddenly the door creaked open. Russell, his eyes bulging, said that he was right. Passing through the entrance, the protagonist added that this was to be expected. Ahead of the protagonist were tall gates. The guy, shuffling his feet, clarified whether this was the first gate. The young man's pupils dilated sharply, hearing how he was greeted and called the future master of dragons. A magical glow appeared in front of the aristocrat. The dragon, lying on the ground, said his name and greeted the guy. Sylvetter, looking at the protagonist, exclaimed that he would like to talk, but he did not have time, to which he asked, "What do you mean, little time?" The silver dragon, squinting, replied that time is only running out and has grown old, so it is time for him to rest forever. Russell, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that he was meeting death very calmly, and whether it was because dragons live for 10,000 years. Suddenly, an unusual artifact appeared. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, was surprised and heard that he was returning the power granted to him by his previous master, and the system reported that he had received new power from the silver dragon. The guy, looking at his palm, wondered if this was the horn with the essence of wind after lightning and fire. Taking his chin, the young man did not understand why a divine horn and not a forgotten one. Sylvetter, opening his mouth, asked if he had decided to postpone accepting the power, to which he received a positive answer. The aristocrat clenched his fingers and thought that before this, the horns increased the understanding of the element and strengthened mana, and it would be more effective to accept it after he reached the sixth circle. The silver dragon rose sharply and said that he was very calm in front of such a huge force, and such a gentleman was worth waiting for 10,000 years, and may all his wishes come true. Russell, holding his head, exclaimed that he still had many questions. The protagonist quickly turned around, and Sylvetter explained that his body was disappearing, but the mission was continuing, and he would leave his powers to the child and his family. Suddenly, an unusual aura flew past the canyon. The night city appeared. It was possible to see Isla looking out of the window. Suddenly, magical power flew to her hands. A moment later, her entire body was covered with a magical aura. A bright flash appeared in the house. A second later, the protagonist came out of the magical portal. The guy sharply lowered his head. Falling fragments were visible, and the young man said that he could not believe that he had missed the dragon. Suddenly, the aristocrat noticed someone in front of him. Russell was surprised to see the girl. Taking off her hood, the lady explained that she was from the White Ash tribe. The protagonist was so surprised that sweat ran down his face. The protagonist asked what she had on her head, to which Ilo rushed from her place and greeted the Dragon Lord. The girl raised the corners of her lips and repeated her words. A moment later, the lady fell to the ground. After some time, high walls appeared. The guy, sitting on a chair, was surprised that the silver dragon was talking about her. The young man remembered how Sylvetter was surrounded by a powerful aura. Ilo was sleeping on the bed, and the aristocrat thought that her powers had not yet fully awakened. Suddenly, Russell noticed how the girl opened her eyes and asked if she was awake. The lady stood up abruptly and asked if he was the savior, to which the protagonist thought that since she did not call him the Dragon Lord, then everything was fine. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of the protagonist, where it was written that the elf in front of him was awakening as a second-generation dragon, but did not yet know about her mission, and when she found out, she would have to make a choice, to awaken as a dragon or to remain an elf. The guy grabbed his chin in bewilderment. Looking down, the young man thought that it was better this way, because if she had awakened right away, she would have constantly followed him. Ilo, looking at the aristocrat, asked why she was in his room, to which she received the answer that she lost consciousness at the gate, and therefore he quickly brought her to his place. Russell thought that it was too early to explain the rest, and the girl, smiling slightly, exclaimed that she was glad that he found her. The lady scratched the back of her head and said that this had never happened before, and clarified that it could be because of the horns. Looking down, the elf explained that before losing consciousness, a silver light fell on her. Ilo, remembering how she stood by the window, added that the dragon's powers were awakening in her. The girl stood in front of the guy and said that her companions were worried, so she would go. The lady put her palm on her chest and exclaimed that they would see each other again, and called the young man a savior. The protagonist's eyes bulged when he heard that the blessing of the forest would come with him. The next day, the protagonist, while outside, muttered that he thought it would take 20 days to find the dragon, but there was still a lot of time left. Raising his head, Russell decided that he should use this opportunity. Looking at the sign, the guy added that he needed to study everything. Suddenly, a bright flash of flame appeared. It was visible how the metal suddenly heated up. The man, standing in front of the young man, asked why he came to the forge, to which he received the answer that he wanted to show something. The nobleman smiled when he was asked if he had brought something for evaluation and asked if they could take a look at it. A moment later, Russell showed the magic stone and the blacksmith exclaimed that it was pure mana. The magic artifact shone brightly and the man said that it was as if the stone did not contain mana, but rather he himself was dense mana and looked like a dragon's heart. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The guy, taking the unusual item, said that it was strange because mana was too pure for the heart of lower dragons, but the stone was too small for the heart of higher ones. The blacksmith, opening his jaw, asked if he would mind leaving it with them until they returned, and his partner promised not to use it stupidly. The protagonist, smiling, thought that there was no point in refusing and replied that he would leave it with them. The man happily spread his arms out to the sides and said that it was a wise decision, and his companion added that they needed to bring the dragon encyclopedia, to which the nobleman muttered that they looked like mages who had just received funds for research. A long staircase appeared, and it was heard that he was the man the mages had spoken of, and he was welcomed into the great library. Russell, looking to the side, introduced himself and exclaimed that underground libraries were quite unusual, to which he was told that valuable values should always be deep in the bowels of the earth. The guy with glasses, pulling out a pass, explained that this usually did not happen, but since he had a recommendation from the Meisters, he could study everything up to the 3rd level. A piece of iron appeared, and the protagonist said that among the dwarves, who had many artisans, the best were called Meisters. Introducing the man with a sledgehammer, the protagonist added that only 1 in 1,000 received this title. Remembering the happy guys, the aristocrat did not think that those two were Meisters. The young man, smiling, thanked the librarian. An unusual room was visible, and Russell muttered that although the library was underground, there was a lot of space here. The protagonist, sitting down at the table, added that everything was not as they assumed in the upper world. Opening the book, the protagonist thought that he had 19 days before returning to the tower, and therefore he would try to move to the 6th circle during this time. Closing his eyes, the guy said to himself that everything was not so simple. The young man, approaching the door, wondered if it was too early for him. The blacksmith, spreading his arms in different directions, was glad that the aristocrat had returned, to which he explained that he was leaving today, and therefore came to say goodbye and take the stone. The man, opening his mouth wide, asked if he had thought about staying for a few more days. Russell, scratching his chin, thought that they had not learned anything yet. The Meister, closing his eyes, said that they had not found anything unusual, but that did not mean that they had not achieved anything. Pulling out the stone, the blacksmith said that they had learned something. A flask with an unusual liquid appeared, and the man explained that this mana stone did not appear naturally, but someone had created it for a specific purpose. The protagonist, taking the artifact, asked why they thought so, to which he received the answer that alchemical reactions were similar to what they had seen. The blacksmith, opening the book, asked them to listen to them and read this, and also said that based on the contents of this book, they had assumed something, and it seemed to them that this was the magnum opus created by the destruction of something. A moment later, the protagonist looked closely at the textbook. An unusual symbol appeared on one of the pages, and the guy said that magnum opus is what alchemy calls masterpieces. Taking the magical artifact, the young man wondered if they thought that it was valued approximately like the philosopher's stone. The Meister scratched his beard and exclaimed that it would be great to know what it was made of, but that was all for now. The aristocrat smiled and replied that it was more than enough and thanked them. Russell added that thanks to them he learned how amazing the underworld was, to which the men, raising the corners of their lips with satisfaction, said that he could return at any time and they would wait. After some time, the protagonist walked through the cave and thought that the material for the stone was a dragon's heart. Looking at the magic portal, the protagonist muttered that other magicians would be shocked by this. Turning around, the guy asked if Olsen had returned yet. The young man turned his gaze to the side, hearing that he had arrived first. The judge, showing his muscles, asked how long he had been waiting for him. The aristocrat, looking at his biceps, asked what was on his skin, to which he received the answer that this oil was the secret of the dwarf's strength and he would adapt it to his people when they returned. The man, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he would do the same for him, so let him wait. It was visible how the leg stepped through the portal, and Olsen asked what he was thinking about and whether the research had not gone very well. Russell, turning his head, explained that this was not so, and even the opposite, namely, he had found what he was looking for. The judge, opening his mouth, said that then he could only worry about one thing. The man looked at the back of the protagonist's head and added that he could worry about the wall in front of the sixth circle, and clarified whether he was right. The protagonist, sighing heavily, replied that he saw it, but could not overcome it, and it was annoying. Olsen, holding his chin, thought that they say that 100 magicians see 100 different enlightenments because it is a very delicate thing, and even good advice can do harm, so it is not customary among magicians to interfere, but a couple of general phrases will do no good. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, hearing how he was addressed. Olsen, raising a finger, asked if he said that he could lift 1,500 pounds, to which the guy replied that he heard for the first time and wondered why he suddenly did so. The judge, lowering his hands, explained that he could not lift so much from the very beginning. It seemed like the man was training hard. A lot of water fell on the Musliman. Olsen firmly grabbed the barbell. Trying to lift a large weight, the judge said that after much effort, putting in even more, he was able to do it one day. The jock said that he thought that enlightenment in magic was the same, and if he worked hard every day, it would come, which made the young man's eyes bulge. The aristocrat, looking at the man's back, thought that he was right and he needed to be patient because he had already grown a lot. Russell raised the corners of his lips in surprise, hearing that he should look at this sunset. Olsen, raising his head, said that sunsets in the Red Canyon are truly magical. Bright rays of the sun were visible, and the protagonist muttered that the sunset light blurs the boundaries of the sky and the earth. A moment later, the protagonist raised his eyebrows. Imagining himself in the past, the guy thought that everything he understood and learned, the walls he built, it seemed to him that great enlightenment awaits. Suddenly, many magical fragments flew in different directions. The young man, standing in the water, wondered if this was his consciousness, because everything he knew was contained in formulas. The aristocrat looked closely at the sunset. Suddenly, his hand was surrounded by flames, and Russell thought that if he added formulas to the image of a burning red sunset. The main character abruptly extended his palm. A second later, the protagonist narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, the guy used the falling sun ability, which caused a powerful splash of fire. Suddenly, Olsen grabbed his hand and asked if this spell was so powerful. Lowering his eyebrows, the judge clarified whether he decided to set the entire canyon on fire. Putting out 2 fingers, the man said that he should fall asleep. The jock grabbed the boy and exclaimed that he had spoken of enlightenment, but did not think it would come so quickly. Olsen added, opening his mouth, that it would cause a lot of noise. The judge hugged the boy and said that this was the youngest sixth circle in history, and the system reported the completion of the mission. After some time, a fiery tower appeared. Many clouds were visible. Russell was sitting on the couch. The protagonist extended his palm. The protagonist remembered how he raised his hand and used the spell of falling sun. Clenching his fist, the boy thought that he had finally become a sixth circle mage. An unusual aura surrounded his body, and he felt mana in his veins in a completely different way than in the fifth circle. The boy, taking the mask, said that as a reward he received a second golden mask. Putting it on his face, the aristocrat added that the first one helped to calculate attacks. His pupils lit up brightly, and he explained that this one specializes in protection from curses. Russell, his eyes wide, thought that this would help against the heretic spells. Daria, entering the room, exclaimed that her child had returned. The woman, with her jaw open, asked in bewilderment how he had already overcome the wall. The protagonist scratched his head and replied that this expedition had been beneficial. The mistress of the fiery tower, moving her legs, thought that only 6 months ago he had completely mastered the fifth circle and wondered if she had underestimated his talent. Taking the protagonist's palm, the magician thought that it would take a few more years, so she was very proud of him. Daria said that she expected this from her student, to which the guy, smiling, said that he would only move forward. The teacher, biting her lips, thought that the old man would be furious when he found out. A moment later, the woman extended her finger and said that this was good. The mistress, in a powerful aura, asked if they would see what her outstanding student was capable of. Suddenly, a high room appeared. The aristocrat, remembering the huge opponent, said that it reminded him of the day before the expedition in the ruins, because at that time it was difficult for him even against one giant. The magician, crossing her fingers, explained that at that time it sounded as if he could easily cope now. Opening her mouth, Daria clarified whether it was difficult to raise to his level. Russell, covering his hand, answered that he did not mean that. Suddenly, a bright splash of fire appeared. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, muttered that there were many of them, approximately several hundred. The mistress exclaimed that it was too early to be surprised and raised her staff upward. Suddenly, a giant appeared. The flames blazed brightly. A moment later, a giant fire king appeared. The protagonist, clenching his jaw, thought that since she had come this far, she wanted to see everything at once. A second later, an unusual glow was visible in the guy's hand. The teacher was happily eating a candy. The young man, raising his palms, decided that he should respond appropriately. The mage, bulging her eyes, used an attack spell. The aristocrat joyfully raised the corners of his lips. Releasing a powerful flame from his hands, Russell thought that this was his enlightenment. Suddenly, a bright flash swirled in the air. A moment later, a strong explosion was heard, and the protagonist used the skill Falling Sun. You could see how brightly the fire blazed. The protagonist, lowering his palms, thought that the destructive power was too great, and in a real fight it would hit allies, so he needed to be careful. Daria, putting her hand on her side, said that it was not surprising that he grew up so quickly, and asked a question about mental projection and what he was thinking about. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, replied that he was thinking about a burning sunset. The woman looked at him in surprise, thinking that a mental projection could only be created once in a lifetime. Raising a finger, the mistress added that it was an unfinished spell that needed some work, and what would happen when he completed it. Closing her eyes, the mage muttered that it was very interesting to watch the student's progress. After some time, light seeped through the window. It was possible to see the aristocrat sitting on the bed. The teacher, turning her head, exclaimed that he met all the criteria, namely the speed of spells, strength and originality, and therefore would send an official request for an increase in circle. Russell, raising his eyebrows, realized that the teacher had recognized him. A magical artifact appeared, and the protagonist realized that it was good that he had reported on the expedition in advance. Smiling, the protagonist added that it would take some time to absorb all of this. A moment later, the guy picked up an unusual object. Breaking it, the young man decided that he would start them. In the evening, the sun's rays fell on the building. Bright glare was reflected in the window of the building. At night, the stars shone in the sky. During the day, a tall building was illuminated. Suddenly, the aristocrat was in an unusual aura, and the system reported the absorption of the divine horn of the Dragon King. Russell stood up, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the excess mana will be stored in hidden power, and it manifests itself at the moment of awakening and grants incredible power, and the understanding of the element of wind has improved. The protagonist, bulging his eyes, thought that the understanding has improved, but does not feel any changes, and the body has become lighter, and perhaps this is due to the essence of wind. A second later, the protagonist lifted his heels off the floor. The guy sharply clenched his fist. Opening his jaw, the young man was surprised that even a light swing has a lot of power, and if he continues to strengthen his body, he will be able to fight a knight of the second rank. The aristocrat looked straight ahead and was suddenly told that he had a guest. Russell, smiling contentedly, was glad to have a guest right after the expedition. After some time, rays of light broke through the window and a question was heard whether he had gone to the underworld this time. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, answered positively. The girl, crossing her fingers, said that she was interested, that she had gone to him right away. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, exclaimed that he could ask anything about the countless caves, the culture of the underworld, weapons, and was suddenly interrupted, saying that he would first ask another question. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The system notified that the princess had been waiting for his answer for a long time, and it was time to give it, to which she, putting her elbow on the table, asked if he had thought about her. The young man, covering his mouth with his hand, asked to stop joking. Hecate, raising her glass, replied that it was a funny reaction, and added that he was always so serious, and that's why teasing him was fun. The girl, sitting opposite the aristocrat, explained that she had not tried in vain. The princess, smiling, said that even if it was in vain, she would not rush with an answer, but simply hope. Russell remembered looking at many letters, and muttered that if you think about it, then after the ball she constantly came to him. It was visible how the guys walked along the street, and the main character added that each time he pushed her away, saying that he was busy. The protagonist, sadly lowering the corners of his lips, wondered if he was just being a coward, and realized that even a mission had appeared, and artificial intelligence reported this mission. Hecate, turning her gaze to the side, exclaimed that she should look at the time. Closing her eyes, the girl said that when she was with him, time seemed to disappear. The princess raised her eyebrows and explained that she was sorry for the answer she was waiting for. Suddenly, the boy knelt down and asked if she could give him a little time. Taking out 2 rings, the young man said that, as she said, he was calm and therefore would say only one thing. The nobleman's face turned red and he exclaimed that he wanted to see her in his future. A moment later, Hecate approached him. The lady, opening her mouth happily, replied that he had no sense of tact at all. Reaching for the rings, the girl asked why his words were so pleasant to hear. The princess added that she also wanted to see him in her future, which caused Russell to raise his eyebrows contentedly. Hecate, looking at her hand, said that he had better get ready. Smiling broadly, the girl explained that she would tease him for the rest of her life for waiting. The daytime sky was visible, and a request was heard to be careful because he knew how much this wine cost and where the pork was that was supposed to be delivered. White clouds appeared, and it was said that this was the engagement of the princess, so mistakes were unacceptable. A large elephant appeared, and someone shouted that it was a delegation from China. Casa, closing her eyes, heard what kind of unnecessary pathos, to which she replied that it was to introduce the youngest magician of the sixth circle in history. The horse shuffled its hooves, and Saren asked if she believed it, because he thought it was just to attract allies, and the great shaman explained that it was most likely true because they would not invite so many countries. You could see how the elephant walked along the street, and the woman added that whether he was worthy of joining Endymion was another question, and asked why he decided to find out what he needed in such a strange way. The prince, turning around, replied that he was tired of empty talk and hoped that the ceremony would end quickly because he wanted to see this Russell. The protagonist, spreading his arms in different directions, asked Alan if all weddings were so complicated. Closing the book, the magician explained that this was not just a wedding. The guy, smiling, said that many envoys from neighboring countries, and even non-allied ones, would arrive, and His Majesty did not just want to hold a holiday. The protagonist, buttoning his jacket, said that he wanted to gain political benefits. Alan, raising the corners of his lips, replied that this was not just strengthening the royal power, but he wanted to show the power of Endymion. The aristocrat, looking ahead, thought that now the main force is him. Russell, closing his eyes, said that it meant he had a very important role, to which his comrade exclaimed that he was sure that he could handle it. The magician, adjusting his glasses, asked if they would start learning etiquette. After some time, a bright park was visible. Melville thoughtfully folded his hands. The participants of the fiery tower smiled contentedly. Hecate held a bouquet of flowers, and it was said that this was her entrance, namely the first heir to the throne of the royal family of Endymion. The protagonist squeezed his fingers and heard the groom coming out next. Doors began to open in front of the protagonist. The guy shuffled his feet, and someone asked if this young man was on the same level as the Tower Masters, because he didn't look that amazing. Saren, grinning, asked why not check it out himself instead of discussing it behind his back. A moment later, the prince snapped his fingers. Suddenly, many snakes moved towards the young man. The princess, opening her mouth wide, warned the groom. The aristocrat turned around and asked her not to worry. Russell bit his lips and thought about what to do, and then everything came together perfectly. Suddenly, flames swirled around the protagonist, and surprise was heard that this was a projection of the circle. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, and someone asked if he really was a sixth circle mage. A second later, the guy raised his finger and muttered that the more exciting the festival, the better. Suddenly, a bright flash of energy was visible from afar. The prince clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Saren, raising his head, realized that he had been hiding such power, and this greatly exceeded all rumors. The aristocrat extended his palm and invited Hecate to go. After some time, a dense forest appeared, and the stranger clarified whether this was the engagement of Daria's student and the princess, and also added that now a person equal to the masters of the towers appeared in the royal family. Suddenly, a fierce monster rushed from its place. The man, whose eye lit up brightly, wondered what the noise was and said that it was just a rat that dared to bare its teeth. The mysterious man congratulated Bismarck, because with such a person in the family he would be much calmer, and he, opening his mouth, exclaimed that he never considered them family. The Archduke, introducing the princess, explained that these were simply usurpers who had taken his place, and asked how the forest exploration was going, to which he received the answer that it could take several more years. And even so, there was no guarantee of the number of seals. Bismarck asked if their result was guaranteed, and the hooded stranger, standing near the chains, explained that these were the seals of the Tartanos, which were used to bind giants, and who once ruled this continent. A magic stone appeared, and the man added that even a few pieces would be enough to bind a mage of the eighth circle. The mysterious man folded his arms and said that the problem was in their protection, because the monsters were already furious from minimal impact. The Archduke presented a terrible monster and replied that this was good, and if these monsters attracted attention and weakened Endymion's forces, then they would carry out the plan faster. The stranger smiled and wondered what kind of tyrant he was who rejoiced in the deaths of his own people, and thought that it was all thanks to the destruction of records from the era of the gods, including the story of the savior from another world and the giants. It was seen that the black-haired hero from another world had joined forces with the dragons to seal the giants, and this story should not be passed on to future generations. Recalling the frightened face of the protagonist, the man muttered that if you think about it, he also has black hair. It seemed like the protagonist was holding a staff in his hand, and the mysterious man added that he was incredibly tall, And did he really inherit the blood of the savior? The husband and wife closed their eyes in satisfaction, and the stranger thought that even if so, thousands of years had passed, and he was definitely not from the direct line of the savior. Biting his nails, the man decided that just in case, he should create more threats for him. After some time, a crowd surrounded the newlyweds, and it was heard that he was congratulated by a man from the south, and the academy where he studies is on their territory. Russell, through the sweat on his face, noticed the nobility from the suburbs, local lords and lords from other countries, and also realized that he would be stuck here for a few days. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his gaze to the side, hearing how he was addressed. The prince, raising his palm, introduced himself and congratulated him on their engagement. The protagonist remembered how he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The guy, shaking Saren's hand, thanked her for the gift and said that next time he would prefer something else, because he did not really like snakes, to which he remembered this. The young man, raising his eyebrows, asked if he was pleased with his reaction. The prince, with his mouth slightly open, thought that people usually get angry when they are tested, and he wondered if he was stupid or just generous, and also exclaimed that he wanted to offer an alliance to Endymion, and clarified how he could answer that. A map of the castle appeared, and it was said that the golden sand dunes were one of the richest countries on the continent. A lot of gold was visible, and the guy explained that such an ally would be very useful in the war against the empire. Saren, putting his hand on his side, said that he wanted to make an alliance not between countries, but with him personally. Russell, through the sweat on his face, listened that he was luckier in investments than in politics, and therefore let him become the youngest mage of the 8th circle, to which he thought that he introduced himself as a prince, but was a merchant. A moment later, the guys shook hands and were happy with their alliance. After some time, the rays of the sun illuminated the room, and the main character said that finally everything was over. Lying on the bed, the protagonist said that 3 days seemed very long. Hecate, opening the door, exclaimed that it was not surprising that he was tired because he was not used to such events. The guy, approaching her, asked what it was, to which he received the answer that these were documents, and because of the engagement there was a lot of work. The girl sat down and added that she tried to finish this and then come here. Putting her palm on her cheek, the lady explained that she really wanted to see the groom. The young man, blushing, clarified whether she was teasing him again. Suddenly, the aristocrat took the envelope and asked what it was because it was different from the others, and the princess said that it was for him. Russell, holding the letter in his hand, clarified whether this was a request for research, to which he received the answer that she did it for him so that he could calmly leave the kingdom. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction and, hearing the question whether it was worth it, said that it was not worth it. A moment later, the protagonist hugged his wife and thanked her for thinking of him. Hecate, raising her eyebrows, said that he was very happy, although she could not have done otherwise. Twisting her hair, the girl continued that he was very happy to share her responsibilities, and he thinks that people get married because of this, and also the ceremony was over. Taking her husband by the chin, the princess explained that she was very tired. The guy blushed sharply, hearing that they should turn off the light. The newlyweds lay down on the bed, and the young man replied that he thought the same thing. Silhouettes of a husband and wife were visible on the wall. After some time, the Naze alliance appeared, and it was heard that they did not have such. In the office of hired workers, the guy asked not to say such a thing, because it was the largest office in Naze, and asked where else he could go, even if they did not have anything. Suddenly the door creaked open and the man replied that they had several 3rd circle mages, to which the young man replied that only a 4th circle mage could repel the pirates. Suddenly a hooded stranger approached the table and asked if they needed a 4th circle mage, and the young man asked who he was. The mysterious man held out a token and the young man read his name, age, and position. The sign appeared, where it was written the magician of the 4th circle. Russell, removing the hood, decided to introduce himself. Opening his mouth, the free hired worker said his name and explained that he was looking for a task on the island of Kulal. After some time, the ship was quickly sailing on the water and the magician thought that for now everything was calm. The blue flag was flying in the wind. Russell, folding his arms, hoped that nothing would happen before they arrived on the island. Suddenly, the guy turned his head, hearing how he was addressed. The bald man, raising his glass, shouted that he should not stand aside and drink with them, to which he was objected that they should not drink during the mission. Carl, smiling broadly, replied that everything was fine, because they were not going to get drunk. Aiden, bulging his eyes, asked to speak more quietly. The 4th circle mage, pulling out the drink, asked if he thought it was just liquor and explained that he had used magic on the beer to help him relax, to which the young man agreed and said he would drink it. Russell bit his lips when he heard the question about his. The freelancer, taking the glass, exclaimed that a cold beer was never a bad thing, and Carl loudly called him a man. The sorcerer, drinking the drink, did not expect to meet Aiden here. Imagining the guy putting his hand on his chest, Russell said that in the future he would make a breakthrough in his research, finding a way to increase the effectiveness of potions by 20%. It seemed like the flask suddenly broke, and the mage added that he was sponsored by Bismarck and he had to give the developments to the Empire, but this time Endymion would get them. The guy brought the drink to his mouth. Carl's eyes widened when he heard the question about how he felt mana from his bracelet and whether it was an artifact. A bracelet was visible, and the magician replied that it cleared the mind. The bald man, smiling contentedly, offered to play cards, and suddenly a warning about pirates was heard. Russell raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. 5 enemy ships appeared. The young man, opening the door with a creak, ordered the magicians to be gathered. Carl, grinning menacingly, asked how they could help, being unconscious. The magician, stretching out his palm, explained that these idiots drank everything he poured for them. The young man, clenching his fists, began to call the guys. The blonde, opening his jaw, clarified that he really was in league with the pirates. Carl, looking straight ahead, replied that it was better to check his background, and also added that he would not delay, and let them go to the pirate ship if they did not want to die. Suddenly, the ring on Russell's finger began to glow brightly. Lightning appeared in the sky, and it was heard that in this case he would spare them. Powerful lightning appeared. Suddenly the waves intensified, and the lightning giant hammer skill was used. Carl, through the sweat on his face, asked what kind of bastard did this. The magician, raising the corners of his lips, asked if he scared him. The bald man, opening his mouth wide, asked how he could cast a spell, to which he received a counter question. Who knows? Noticing the unusual ring, the enemy shouted that he was probably using an artifact. Russell, bulging his eyes, thought that this spell was too strong for the 4th circle, so he was using the artifact as an excuse. Suddenly, the enemy's body was enveloped in flames. Tears streamed down his face, and he begged for mercy, and the magician explained that he was right because this was the power of his artifact. The young man, clenching his fist, said that he did not believe that Carl was a pirate and clarified with Russell how he found out. The sorcerer, raising the glass to his mouth, replied that it was by his artifact. A bracelet appeared on his hand, and the sorcerer added that it left a trail of mana to show the other pirates where they were hiding. The young man, sharply turning his head, shouted to the sir that there were pirates there. Suddenly, the opponents began to attack the ship. The guy, holding his chin, thought that there were too many pirates for a 4th circle magician, and apparently he would have to pay them. Russell, opening his mouth, said that he would return soon and let Aiden take care of him, to which the young man asked where he was going. The magician, smiling, replied that he was going to feed the fish. A moment later, the magician began to parry through the air. Lowering his eyebrows, the sorcerer exclaimed that he would quickly figure it out. A second later, a fiery rain was heard. It seemed like the pirates' ships were destroyed. Suddenly, Aiden opened his eyes, and a question was heard whether he was awake. The 3rd circle mage stood up and asked what had happened to the pirates. The boy closed his eyes in confusion, and Russell said that he should rest some more, and to get rid of the negative effects, he poured some fire mana into him. The young man, putting his head on the pillow, apologized and added that he should have been more careful, to which he received the answer that everything was fine. The wizard, holding a paper in his hand, asked if this was his research, to which Aiden said in surprise that where did he get it from. The sorcerer, getting up from his chair, explained that these sheets had fallen when he was carrying it here, and they said something about increasing the effectiveness of potions, which was interesting. The boy, smiling broadly, asked if he really thought so. Russell extended his palm and answered that it was so, and also added that that is why he would like to help him, to which the young man said that if he wanted to become a sponsor, he would be very happy. Aiden said that a lot of potions were needed to gather the necessary information, and therefore it would be expensive, and the wizard exclaimed that money was not a problem. Taking out a small tablet, the sorcerer said that if he showed it in the fire tower, he would be given money for research, and he thought that the teacher would also immediately understand the value of this research. Suddenly, Aiden's pupils dilated, and he clarified whether he was the magician of the fire tower Russell. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that he could not believe that he had met the famous Russell, and asked why he looked like that. The main character undercover, smiling, answered that he had reasons for disguise. The young man, crossing his palms, said that he was the first to see the value of his research. The magician of the 3rd circle, putting his hand on his chest, said his name and said that he would carry out all his orders. Russell, holding a map, muttered that here is the island of Kulil. The wizard bit his lips and wondered what it was. Looking at the contents of the map, the sorcerer thought that there had been many dots on the map before, but they had disappeared and reappeared. Lowering his eyebrows, the wizard thought that this map should lead him somewhere, and perhaps that was why it was giving new directions, above the place where the rivers of ice and fire joined. After some time, the ship arrived at the pier, and it was ordered to lower the anchor. The young man, crossing his palms, exclaimed that thanks to them they had arrived safely. Aiden, through the sweat on his face, explained that he had done nothing, and it was all Russell, which made him mutter that he was lying terribly. The guy held out several bags of coins and said that, as promised, this was a reward, and here a little more than they had agreed. The magician, smiling contentedly, thanked him and said that he hoped they would be lucky on every journey. The young man, biting his lips, thought that he wanted to learn something from him. Aiden's eyes widened when he heard someone address him. Russell, covering himself with his hood, explained that they would see each other next time in the fire tower. Walking down the street, the protagonist thought that this was expected for a country of beastmen because there were few people here. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist wondered if there would only be more ferocious beastmen from now on. The nobleman looked at the roof of the building in surprise. The guy noticed a monkey that was moving quickly. The primate looked at the young man, and the boy did not understand where to go. A bell appeared, and Russell thought that the bar would be the best place to look for information. The protagonist went inside the building, and the bartender greeted him, and also clarified if he was alone. The protagonist put a gold coin on the table and asked for a mug of cold beer, to which the animal with horns replied that it was too much for one mug. The guy smiled and said that he should think of the rest as payment for answering questions, and the goat asked what questions he had. The bartender put the drink down and, upon hearing whether there was a river of fire, replied that if he meant lava, then there were several places. The young man, sipping beer, asked about several places. A small town appeared, and the animal with horns said that Kulil Island appeared due to a volcanic eruption, but it had been quiet for centuries, so there was no need to worry. The aristocrat asked if there was a place where the ice river intersected with the fire river, which made the goat sweat. The bartender bent over and apologized, because he did not understand what he was talking about, to which Russell replied that everything was fine. Opening the door, the protagonist realized that he would have to walk a lot. Looking at the tall building, the protagonist decided to go to the center of the island first. After some time, the guy found himself in a dense forest. The young man thoughtfully grabbed his chin. The aristocrat turned around sharply, hearing the question of whether he needed a guide. The monkey, stretching out his fingers, exclaimed that 2 silver coins for an hour and added that he would not regret it. Russell, bulging his eyes, silently called them bastards. Folding his arms, the protagonist thought that this was an obvious trap. Bushes were visible, and it was heard that among the local monkey races they were the most united. The animal, holding out its palm, explained that this is why they know the area better than anyone else, to which the protagonist said that it sounded convincing. Suddenly, the primate's body shook, hearing the question of where he was leading it. The guide, crossing his arms, answered that he was going where he needed to go. The monkey moved his legs, and the guy said that this was strange because he did not remember saying where he needed to go. Looking ahead, the young man added that it was only for 2 silver coins. The aristocrat noticed many eyes through the foliage and exclaimed that there were a lot of guides here. The animal turned around sharply and clarified when he noticed. Russell, remembering how he folded his arms, explained that at the very beginning, to which the primate asked why he followed him then. The monkey bared its teeth menacingly, hearing that he needed someone to work for him. The guide, his eyes wide, exclaimed that he was going to spare him if he gave him all his money, but changed his mind. Suddenly, many primates rushed at the protagonist, and they shouted that they would skin him. Magic energy appeared in the protagonist's palm, and he asked if the enemy thought that he would follow them for no reason. The monkey, noticing the magic, ordered everyone to leave. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy was heard. The animal, spreading its paws in different directions, said that this could not be, and they were all swept away. The guy said that it seemed that all his friends were tired, which made the primate's eyes widen in surprise. A bright aura was visible in the young man's hand, and he said that he had several questions. Grinning menacingly, the aristocrat explained that he had to answer them. After some time, a dense forest appeared, and a question was heard about where the lava flowed. Russell, sitting on a log, answered that it was more precisely the place where the ice river intersected with the fire river. The monkey, raising its head, apologized and said that it had never heard of such a place. The protagonist held out its palm and asked if it was a lie when it said that they knew the area better than anyone else, to which the animal replied that it was not so, but there was definitely no such place in the outer ring of the island. The sun's rays fell on the branches of the trees, and the protagonist asked if it was not in the outer ring, then could it be in the inner ring? The primate, closing its eyes, honestly said that it did not know what was in the inner ring. The guy, putting his hands on his hips, exclaimed that he would have to go there, which made the monkey clarify whether he was serious. The young man, turning around, asked if he could. Scary animals appeared, and the primate explained that he knew he was strong, but that the beastmen who lived there were not ordinary beastmen, but rather hostile by nature, so if they found out about him, they would immediately attack. At night, the nobleman sat by the fire and muttered that he said so, and suddenly a question was heard whether he was the stranger who was sowing confusion on the island. The beastmen approached the protagonist, and he wondered if they had come too quickly, and one of them said that he was smaller than he thought. Russell, looking at the bodies of the animals, thought that there was no thirst for blood at all, and they just wanted to fight, and he did not understand if this was just their instincts. The protagonist, smiling, asked if they wanted to fight him, to which he received the answer that he knew why they came, and that was just their instincts. The bull, flexing his fingers, exclaimed that he should tell him when he was ready. The guy, being in an unusual aura, said that they could begin. The beastman suddenly rushed from his place and said that he liked him and would see what he could do. Magic power appeared in the boy's hand, and he thought that he would not be able to stop him with a weak spell, and therefore he needed to concentrate his mana as much as possible. A moment later, the nobleman extended his palm. It was seen how the enemy ran quickly, and Russell used the shockwave ability. The bull, sticking out his tongue, said that it was not bad, but he could not be pushed away with such a thing. The beastman, raising his fists, exclaimed that this was too low a level of magic. The animal moved its hooves. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in powerful energy. A second later, the beastman fell to the ground. The subordinates widened their eyes in surprise and said that he threw the boss back with one spell, and also called him a strong magician. Two bulls approached the protagonist and asked him to fight them. The animals opened their mouths in confusion when they heard him shut up and go back. The boss's pupils shone brightly and he explained that they couldn't handle him, to which the protagonist wondered if he hadn't taken any damage at all, because his bones should have broken from that. The guy standing in front of the animal thought that his body was made for battles, and if he knew how to use aura, he would be a Superman. The young man, through the sweat on his face, asked if they would continue. The bull sighed heavily. Turning his head away, the beastman replied that he would like to, but his body was wounded, so he couldn't fight. The rivals shook hands, and the animal said that he lost, but the battle was great, and also asked what brought him to the inner ring, because as far as he knows, people only trade in the outer ring. A wooden fragment was visible, and the nobleman said that he was looking for a place where an icy river intersected with a fiery one. Russell asked if he had heard of such a thing, and the bull folded his elbows and explained that he had lived for 80 years and had never heard of such a thing. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this place was definitely not easy to find, and in the underworld everything was going too smoothly. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he might find something in the divine region and asked what it was. A powerful volcanic eruption appeared, and the bull explained that it was a holy land where a god lived, and he had never been there, but he thought that this place might be there. The boy grabbed his chin and thought that he had seen records that the first king of the beastmen was half dragon. Raising his eyebrows, the young man continued that he received this hint on the altar in the underworld, and he had enough grounds to check everything here. The nobleman opened his mouth and asked where this divine region was. After a while, a powerful explosion was visible. Russell, bending down, muttered that this was already the 17th battle today. The protagonist remembered the bull, who, raising the corners of his mouth, said that in order to enter the divine region, you need the recognition of great warriors and great elders, and in order to receive their recognition, you need to show your strength. The protagonist, turning his gaze to the side, thought that he had been fighting for 15 days in a row and something should have appeared by now. Suddenly, the animal opened its mouth and asked if he was the stranger from the rumors. The guy's eyes bulged in bewilderment. The beastman, smiling, asked to follow him because someone wanted to see him, to which the young man wondered if his bandage was a symbol of a great warrior. The nobleman, looking at his interlocutor, asked who wanted to see him, a great warrior or an elder. Hearing the name Muya, the mage raised his eyebrows and realized that it was the Beast King. Clenching his fist, Russell expected a great warrior or a great elder, but did not expect it to be the Beast King. There was a bright light in the room, and the queen asked if everyone had heard about the stranger wreaking havoc on the island, to which the subordinates answered in the affirmative and reported that even the second of the Red Lion tribe and the guard of the White Snake tribe had been defeated. Grinning viciously, Her Majesty noted that even those close to the great warriors had been defeated, and then added that she wanted to see him in person. The people in the form of animals knelt before the queen and said that the Jaguar tribe would bring him and make him kneel before her. Her Majesty said that this should not be done and asked to bring him quietly, to which the Jaguar opened his mouth and began to object, when suddenly the leader clarified that this guy would come as a guest of the king of the beastmen. The Jaguar looked at the protagonist and thought that he did not look so strong, and then thought that the losers had probably relaxed too much, and the young man in front of him would be a guest. Frowning, the beastman did not understand what the king was thinking, when suddenly someone said that it was necessary to stop, and the protagonist was the king's guest. The black beast bared his teeth, and he was told that if instincts were too much in the way, then they should refuse the task, and nothing would happen to them for it. Lowering his paws, the animal said that no matter how much he loved battles, he was not too stupid to touch the king's guest. The beastman closed his eyes and exhaled with relief, and his partner noted that this might not be a battle. The Jaguar turned to the aristocrat, who widened his eyes in confusion. Opening his mouth, the beast said that they were in a bit of a hurry, so they needed to speed up, after which he asked if the young man was okay with it. Smiling, Russell replied that he could try. Sticking out his tongue, the jaguar agreed with him. Jumping high into the air, the animal shouted for the boy to catch up with them. The animal flew above the trees. Clenching his jaws, the beastman decided that he would show the man the difference in levels. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared next to him. Smiling widely, the protagonist noted that the beast was very fast, to which he did not understand how the young man caught up with him at maximum speed. The aristocrat widened his eyes and noted that if the animal adjusted to him, then everything was fine. The boy closed his eyes and said that he still had some left. The beastmen ran through the village, and one of them said that the protagonist was not bad, and was surprised that the man did not lag behind him and was holding on. The jaguar asked if the protagonist was one of the fastest people, to which he, putting his fingers to his chin, replied that there were about 30 like him in the kingdom. Putting his palm to his chest, the aristocrat said that there were about 100 like him on the continent, to which the animal exclaimed that so many were impossible. Lowering his eyebrow, the boy said that there were even more, and then thought about how he did not think that such a city would be hidden in the forest. Various structures appeared in the middle of the forest, and the young man thought that this was to be expected from the capital of the beastmen. The heroes approached the large entrance to the Beast King's residence. Gritting his teeth, Russell thought that they were at least at the level of the fourth circle in strength. Inside the building, bright animal eyes were visible, and the protagonist did not understand whether these were the great warriors of the Kuril Island. Closing his lips, the protagonist realized that there was a strong fighting spirit here, and the air here seemed denser. Streams of fire magic surrounded the nobleman, and he realized that it was a good decision to first overcome the sixth circle. Looking at the beastman, the boy exclaimed that this was incredible. The monster took a step forward, and the young man clarified whether the fighting spirit could withstand 100 great warriors. The wooden shelf broke, and someone shouted that they were all idiots and should not interfere. Smiling widely, Muya greeted the man and introduced herself as the king of the beastmen. Biting his lips, the aristocrat thought that he expected nothing less from the king, and that he was about the level of a teacher. Russell admitted to himself that he did not expect the king to be a woman, to which she opened her mouth in alarm and asked where the man was looking. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was the Count of Endymion and a mage from the Red Tower, after which he greeted and apologized for not knowing the etiquette of the beastmen. Turning her head to the side, Muya asked him to stop and said that there was no need for so many formalities, and the protagonist realized that she liked it. Sitting on the throne, the queen asked the man what brought him to such a remote island. Opening his mouth in alarm, the aristocrat said that he was looking for a place where an icy river intersected with a fiery one. Dark silhouettes of animals appeared behind him. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy thought that judging by their reaction, he was on the right track, and they definitely knew something. Lowering his chin, the young man guessed that they called it the Divine Region. Red eyes could be seen in the darkness, and the animals were shouting that this was impudence and disrespect, and an outsider should not talk about sacred land, when suddenly the queen asked them to be quiet, because she knew that they were shocked. Gritting her teeth, Muya asked menacingly if what she was saying was true. The subordinates lowered their heads. Sitting on the throne, the queen said that this place existed in the Divine Region, and clarified why he needed to go there, to which the protagonist replied that he was going there for personal reasons. Resting her head on her hand, the woman in the jaguar's body noted that she had heard that the mages from the continent were very fond of the unknown. Clenching her jaw in alarm, the protagonist thought that fortunately they were not too negative, and everything could go smoothly, and then asked what he should do. Muya smiled and said that from the elders' reactions, this had never happened before, to which they exclaimed that the Divine Region was where their ancient gods resided, and an outsider who was not even a warrior would not be able to enter. The queen slammed her fist on the chair and shouted for everyone to shut up because she was thinking about the Divine Region. Russell widened his eyes and said that outsiders had never entered there, and then asked if there were any rules that prohibited it. And the woman in the jaguar's body thought that the protagonist saw into the very essence of things, and in this he was not inferior to great warriors, so he could help the beastmen grow. Smiling, the queen asked the human to continue. The fanged beast laughed, and the protagonist pointed out that the elder said that non-warriors were not allowed to enter, and then asked if this meant that even an outsider could enter if he was recognized as a warrior. The elders shouted about the warrior's test, when suddenly the noble looked up, and Muya asked if the stranger wanted to take the warrior's test. The woman opened her mouth wide and addressed the small man, then asked if he was serious. Clenching his fist, the young man said that if this was the only legal way to pass. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy answered in the affirmative. Large rocks were enveloped in streams of red magic, and the queen explained that the rules of the test were simple and sounded like this. You need to survive in the canyon for 10 days, and then clarified that at the beginning he would not be given anything, and he would have to find everything he needed himself. The wolf opened his mouth, and the woman in the body of a jaguar said that every day he would have to defeat 5 great warriors. Russell lowered the corners of his lips, realizing that they were testing fortitude of mind, survival skills, and strength in battle, and then thought about the aura from the canyon. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the protagonist realized that even the wind gave off an ominous aura, which is why he needed to be careful and not let his guard down. Folding his arms, Muya declared that it was time to go out into the canyon. The protagonist pushed off the ground with his foot, and the woman exclaimed that the test was about to begin. At that very second, the aristocrat jumped off the cliff. A moment later, the guy landed in the canyon. Frowning, Russell thought that this energy was even denser than expected. Mythical beasts appeared, and the protagonist explained that this was the canyon into which the first king threw the body of the serpent Jormungandr. Standing among the lizards, the protagonist scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, the snake opened its mouth wide and began to hiss loudly. Pepper appeared, who formed a fiery sphere in his mouth. The little dragon released a fiery breath forward. Smiling, the nobleman noted that there would be a snake for dinner tonight. Red magical streams fluttered over the rift in the ground, and Muya said that it was already the last day. But the man was holding up very well, after which she noted that his skills were incredible. The boy stood in a circle of flames, and the queen of the beastmen reported that the fire created by his magic had not gone out for 5 days. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the woman said that the young man had already fought 20 great warriors and was not even injured. Tightly gripping the spear with her fingers, the queen admitted that she knew that this would not be enough. Licking her teeth with her tongue, Muya asked how she could resist such a delicacy. At that very second, the woman jumped down. The protagonist covered his face from the dust with his hands and asked if she did not think that fighting personally against the king was a little unfair. The silhouette of the queen was visible through the smoke, and she said that her blood boiled at the sight of strong warriors. Pointing at herself, the woman noted that she was also technically a warrior of the beastmen tribe. Spreading her fingers, Muya explained that there would be 5 blows. Smiling, the woman in the body of a jaguar said that she also had honor and conscience, and then added that if a person could withstand 5 of her attacks, then the test would be considered passed. Biting his lips in alarm, Russell thought about how many warriors he had to defeat, although fighting a great warrior was a little easier than fighting a beastman king. Pulling his hand back, the protagonist realized that there was no way to negotiate here. His eyes lit up brightly, and the protagonist decided what he would do in this case. A bright flash of fire appeared behind the guy, and he declared that he would give it his all. Standing near the cliff, the jaguars did not understand what kind of aura it was, and whether the young man was not a simple man. Muya opened her mouth and asked if it was full power. Russell clenched his fist tightly. Pushing off the ground with her paw, the queen of the beastmen said that it was good, even very good, and then exclaimed that it would be fast, but very interesting. Lowering the corners of her lips, the protagonist realized that the woman was attacking. Suddenly, Muya began to attack. The woman bared her teeth viciously. The protagonist formed a magic shield in front of him. The bloody spear rushed forward. The aristocrat put his hand forward and thought that this was exactly what was expected from the best of the beastmen, and even redirecting an attack is very difficult, not to mention a direct hit. Having formed a magical space in front of him, the guy decided that first he needed to try to slow down her attacks, after which he thought that he needed to buy time. The energy flow approached the queen of the jaguars, to which she laughed. Putting her fingers under the ground, the woman exclaimed that it was funny, even very funny. A piece of earth flew up to the sphere of magic, and the guy did not understand whether she tore the earth to throw him away. Throwing the spear to the floor, Muya declared that the last attack was interesting, so she decided to count it. With his jaw dropped, the protagonist thought about how he needed to do this 3 more times, and then said that this was crazy. Suddenly, the woman in the body of a jaguar pounced on the man. The young man blocked the attack with his spear. Gritting his teeth, the boy called out to the spirit of the little dragon. Pepper released a fiery breath that enveloped the body of the beastman queen. With a kick, Muya threw the enemy back. Russell landed in a hole in the wall. A bright glow appeared behind the woman in the body of a jaguar. The protagonist crossed his arms with magic. A huge electric hammer rose above the body of the queen. The woman stopped the weapon with her hand. A shockwave emanated from her fist. The huge hammer flew high into the sky. Muya shot the projectile through the air and said that it was not bad. At the same moment, the queen of the beastmen pounced on the opponent. The protagonist spread his fingers. A bright fiery sphere appeared above the heads of the opponents. The woman in the body of a jaguar stumbled. A moment later, the queen of the beastmen swung a huge hammer. The flaming spear was surrounded by energy flows. Suddenly, the weapon rushed towards Muya. A bright flash appeared above the canyon. Pieces of earth and wood fell to the floor. The protagonist sat, leaning his hand on the ground. The queen of the beastmen took a few steps towards the protagonist and admitted that she wanted to play some more, but added that unfortunately it would not be possible to continue. Leaning towards the aristocrat, Muya noted that it was fun. Smiling, the woman in the body of a jaguar said that the guy passed. The young man was lying in a huge tent. Suddenly Russell opened his mouth wide and let out a loud cry. The pet pressed its cheek to its owner and growled. Pulling back the curtain, the woman in the animal's body reported that this baby did not even notice fatigue and did not leave him, to which he was surprised by the appearance of the queen. Muya was wrapping her body with bandages. Closing his eyes with the help of the little dragon, the protagonist exclaimed that he did not understand what she was doing, to which she explained that she just wanted to show him the burn that remained from the blow. Alarmed, opening his mouth, the protagonist asked when he did it. Throwing the bandages off her shoulder, the woman in the jaguar's body asked the man to look. The guy's eyes widened from the wound he saw. Touching the cut with her fingers, Muya admitted that she didn't think the boy could use such a spell with a spear, and then added that if she had been a little slower, the burns would have been worse, to which the protagonist mentally assumed that the last attack worked. Smiling in confusion, the protagonist decided that it was hard to tell that the blow worked when there was such a small wound on the shoulder of his opponent. Putting her palm to the boy's head, the queen of the beastmen asked why the boy was so red, and then added that it did not look like he had a fever. Raising her eyebrows, Muya clarified whether the man really wanted to copulate with her, to which he asked her in fear. Licking her teeth with her tongue, the woman in the body of a jaguar asked if in that case she should call him a man and not a stranger. The young man asked him to calm down and listen to him in confusion, while the beast queen smirked and said that if it was his seed, she would be happy to accept it. Putting his hands to his chest, Russell thought that he felt a very dense energy. Putting his palm forward, the protagonist asked for forgiveness. Remembering the moment from his own wedding, the protagonist said that he already had a lover who was waiting for him. The woman in the beast's body climbed onto the bed and said that she was not going to do this involuntarily, when suddenly she added that this was not all, and that she was one of those who liked to stretch out delicious food, to which the nobleman smirked and asked if he could now enter the divine region. Sitting on the bed, Muya said that no one would resist after what they saw yesterday, and someone might even envy his strength, to which he clarified when he could go there. There were bandages on the guy's body, and the beast queen explained that once the body recovers, and then added that according to the healer, it will take at least 2 months. A beautiful waterfall appeared in the middle of the forest, and Russell noted that it was incredible. The protagonist quickly recovered due to the reboot in the mage's body and carried Muya in her arms, and she asked how he managed to recover in just 3 weeks, and whether he really was a monster, to which he replied that he did not think he could say that, given her powers. The protagonist said that he was grateful that the queen became his personal guide, and asked if the king had any business, to which she smiled broadly and replied that their kings and humans are different, and there is something more important. Pointing her finger forward, the woman in the beast's body screamed that they need to go down right now. The heroes fell into the pond, and Muya told the nobleman not to dive into the water and to stay on the surface. The boy opened his eyes wide and began to speak. Water was pouring out of the rock, and the queen cried out that they needed to go into that hole. Jumping into the hole in the rock, the boy was surprised at how much space there was in the cave. The protagonist took a step forward. Raising her hand up, the beast queen asked if the man could see it, and then replied that this water filled all the lakes inside and outside the cave and came from the divine region. Looking at the hole from which the water flowed, the protagonist asked if this meant that there was an entrance to the divine region, to which he received the answer that he needed to go through the stream of water. Magic rays enveloped the nobleman's legs, and the woman in the body of a jaguar said that then he would get there and she would wait for him here. Suddenly, the boy rushed into the mysterious passage. The boy galloped along the ground. Russell, in the form of a fire tower, spread his arms out to the sides. Looking at the large river, the protagonist realized that this was the divine region, namely the sacred land where the beast god lived. Taking a step forward, the protagonist was surprised by the very large river and then thought that it was no wonder that it created so many lakes. Swimming on the water, the nobleman did not understand if this was the same river because it was large but looked ordinary. The water in the river was divided into red and blue, and the guy was surprised that it had 2 colors. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man thought that he needed to get to the end of the fiery river so he would continue to rise. Steam was coming from the lake, and the protagonist admitted that he never thought that the source of the river could be a volcano. Turning his head back, the protagonist thought that there was something here, and judging by the instructions, there should be. Air bubbles appeared in the water. Glare of the sun fell on the surface of the lake, to which the nobleman thought that he knew that it would not be so easy. Diving underwater, the boy decided that if there were bubbles here, it meant that this place led somewhere. Holding his breath, the young man realized that there was a chance that this place would be the real source of the river. Noticing a hole in the rocks, Russell realized that it was here. Glowing crystals appeared inside. Air bubbles appeared from the depths. The protagonist emerged from the depths. Putting his hand to his forehead, the protagonist assumed that it was very dark here, which is why nothing can be seen. Suddenly, Pepper appeared, which surprised his owner very much. A path of magic particles appeared in the distance. A speck of dust landed on the monster's mouth. The nobleman and his pet covered their faces with their hands and cried out in alarm. The monster rose from the ground and said that his name was Ignir, and he was a fire dragon, and then greeted the young master and asked him to forgive his humble servant. Closing his eyes, the monster apologized for not being able to wait for him. The divine weapon Brahmastra was engulfed in flames, and the dragon said that it was waiting here to pass on this great magic. Looking at his palm, the boy realized that he could not touch it, but he felt all the power and then wondered if he could withstand such power. Suddenly, a hologram began to appear behind him, and the system reported that the corrupted will of the first king of the beastmen was reacting to the divine weapon that the boy received as a reward. Russell thought about it when suddenly a white wolf appeared through the beams of teleportation. The beast spread its wings, and the protagonist thought that he did not think that the appearance of its will would be so impressive. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided that this was just a monster, not a divine beast, when suddenly Ignir said that they need to move forward. The divine weapon hung over the nobleman, and the fire dragon asked to take it. The fiery blade was reflected in the boy's eyes. The boy tightly grasped the handle of the weapon with his fingers. Suddenly, his silhouette weapon magic flows. Monsters appeared, attacking people, and the young man did not understand what kind of place it was. Hanging over the archers, the protagonist wondered whether this was a battlefield or not. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked himself why he suddenly saw this, when suddenly he heard someone say that these were pathetic giants. A woman with long black hair appeared on the battlefield. The girl frowned and said that she would destroy them all today. The Cyclops gritted his teeth and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. The nobleman's eyes widened in fear. The woman smiled, and the guy wondered why she looked at him and smiled and wondered if the stranger could see him. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The girl raised her hand and the protagonist said that it had scales on it, as if made of obsidian. Horns were visible on her forehead, and the protagonist noticed that they were creating a crown, after which he finally understood who this woman was. Lowering her jaw, the girl mage commanded the power of the 6 gods who left this land and her horns to appear, and the nobleman realized that she was the divine king of dragons. The woman pulled the Brahmastra weapon back, and it was said that it was a new divine weapon that was capable of killing even a god. The guy's eyes sparkled brightly. Gritting his teeth, the young man prepared to attack, and it became clear that this would guide him in the future. Fiery streams pierced the wolf's body, and it was said that it would become a torch. The divine weapon sparkled brightly. Russell covered his face with his hand and thought that it was created by will, but he still did not believe that it killed the first king of the beastmen with one blow, and in terms of strength, it was about the 8th circle, or even the 9th. The creature with white hair landed on the ground. Closing his eyes, the heir of the dragon blood asked for help from the great dragon lord. A magical glow appeared in his palm, and the creature politely asked to pass it on to his children. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist began to talk about what it was. The protagonist took the crystal in his hand, and the heir of the dragon blood explained that it was a treasure that binds the beastmen. The magic particles circled above the aristocrat's silhouette, and the creature said that it hoped that he would free them from their shackles. The boy tightly grasped the magic crystal with his fingers, thinking that the completely unfamiliar energy was neither mana nor divinity, and then assumed that it was something that only worked on beastmen, when suddenly the system reported that the defiled will of the first king of beastmen had been purified. The young man raised his head and saw the divine weapon Brahmastra. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist screamed and thought that this was a very strong fire energy, and felt as if the mana in his whole body was burning. The fire spear hung in the air, and the protagonist decided that given his level of understanding of fire magic, he definitely should not feel such pain. Flying into the air, the aristocrat realized that now in his mana flows there was high-level magic and the formula of the 9th circle, and if he could not recognize, understand, and control it properly, he would simply burn out. The aristocrat clenched his teeth in anger and screamed in pain. When suddenly the system notified that Brahmastra had expanded his mind, his understanding of the weapon had improved, and Brahmastra was reconstructing his mind. A bright glow appeared on the protagonist's forehead. Suddenly, a fiery flash spread through the air. Alarmed, Pepper approached his master's body. Pressing his cheek to Russell's face, the pet screamed, and the deity asked him not to worry, because his owner had simply passed out due to overexertion and would soon wake up. The fire dragon lay on the ground, and the creature said that its heir was supposed to serve it, but fate decreed otherwise, so the small beast could inherit its power. Pepper raised his eyebrows in fear and began to growl. The huge monster closed its eyes, and the deity asked not to be surprised, because spirits are a mutation, and the protagonist's pet is half dragon and can definitely handle it. The dragon egg was enveloped in energy flows. Pepper's eyes widened, and the deity admitted that it hoped that he would become a new red dragon and travel with the aristocrat and continue the dragon lineage. Suddenly, Russell woke up and opened his eyes. Clutching his head, the protagonist did not understand how much time had passed. The pet's eyes widened, and the protagonist asked what he was chewing. The aristocrat lowered his head in confusion, deciding that his assistant would not eat something inedible. Suddenly, a fire appeared under the little dragon's body, and the guy called out to it. Gritting his teeth, the young man saw a system notification that the preparation of the red dragon's soul and nutrients was complete. Streams of flame surrounded the little beast, and the artificial intelligence reported that it took a long time to absorb energy and become a second-generation dragon. Pepper closed his eyes and growled quietly. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth and realized that he really wanted to sleep, when suddenly the system reported that the spirit Pepper was hibernating. Covering his eye with his paw, the pet said goodbye to his owner and said that they would see each other soon. Suddenly, the small beast disappeared in front of the guy's face. Jumping on the ground, the protagonist thought about his assistant hibernating, and if he had known that this would happen, he would have played with him more often. Raising his hand up, Muya called the man and exclaimed that she was standing there. Folding her hands, the queen of the beastmen thought. Rounding his eyes, the aristocrat asked what happened, to which she replied that his eyes had become clearer and deeper in a few days, after which she suggested that the guy had found something incredible there. The young man asked the woman in the form of a jaguar to look at one thing, to which she opened her mouth in bewilderment. Muya's eyes bulged in surprise. A magic crystal appeared. The woman in the form of an animal, with her mouth slightly open, said that he should explain in great detail how and where he got it. Russell, through the sweat on his face, thought that he knew that she had not used all her power in that fight. The queen of the beastmen, smiling, exclaimed that it was not bad, because he had withstood her fighting spirit even from such a distance. Folding her arms, the jaguar said that she would like to play some more, but the moon crystal was more important. Muya asked if he knew why the beastmen were stuck on this island, to which the protagonist, scratching his cheek, replied that to protect each other because there were not many of them. The woman in the form of an animal, with her mouth wide open, shouted that this was nonsense. The jaguar introduced the long-eared archers. Remembering the Meisters, the king of the beasts explained that they lived on the continent. Crossing her elbows, Muya clarified whether he thought that was the reason they would stay here, having such power. The animal-shaped woman extended her finger and said that it was an item of the first beast king, and they stayed on this island to find it. Russell, raising the corners of his lips, remembered what the dragon had said and asked why they wanted to find it so much. A magical symbol with an animal appeared, and the Beast Queen asked if he knew about beastification, to which the protagonist said that it was an ability that increased overall strength by awakening the beast in the blood. The protagonist, opening his jaw, asked if it was somehow related. Muya, taking the magical artifact, explained that on a night with a full moon, they can use lunar beastification, which is 3 times stronger than usual. An unusual aura surrounded her hand, and she added that it can only be used on a full moon. The magical artifact parried in midair, and the animal-shaped woman said that with the moon crystal, they can use lunar beastification at any time and in any place. A moment later, the unusual object fell into the jaguar's hands. The Beast Queen scratched her ear and said that it seemed that the moonlight he had accumulated had already run out, and now it was his turn to speak. The boy, holding his chin, heard the question of where he had found the moon crystal. Muya, remembering how they had flown, asked if he had dived into the underground river to find out where the red color came from, and she had also heard rumors that magicians were crazy, but this was too much. The jaguar asked if this meant that Fenrir's remains were there, and the boy, through the sweat on his face, explained that it was, and the moon crystal too, and decided that he would not say that it was the embodiment of will, because why complicate things? The woman in the form of an animal, clenching her fingers, said that Fenrir had the moon crystal, to which the nobleman said that he had to convey his will to the beastmen. The Queen of Beasts hugged Russell abruptly and exclaimed that it was a great job and simply wonderful. With her eyes closed contentedly, Muya said that she was ready to reward him generously, and let him just say so. Jaguar added that if he wanted, she was ready to accept his seed, and the protagonist, lowering the corners of her lips, said that he would probably refuse. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something in front of him. Smiling, the guy said that he knew what he needed. After some time, it seemed like the young man hit the rocks. The aristocrat closed his eyes, and the Queen of Beasts asked why he was already breathing heavily, because she had only just begun. The magician, sighing heavily, thought that it was very hard and maybe he shouldn't have asked to train with him every day. Throwing a spear behind her head, the woman in the form of a beast asked the young man to pull himself together, because if he showed his weak side, he would be eaten, and then added that with such endurance he would not satisfy the one who was waiting for him. Grinning, the main character asked his interlocutor not to worry. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and cast Russell's spell, claiming that he still had plenty of strength. 5 magical spears of death flew through the air, and the Beast Queen exclaimed that it was great and she liked this mood. A bright flash appeared near the energy flow. Suddenly, a powerful fire explosion occurred. The wind blew sand across the dunes, as the protagonist thought that Muya was a real monster. Exhaling tiredly, the young man thought that it was impossible to fight this woman without dragonification. He looked up when the beast woman approached and asked if the boy was already exhausted. The woman folded her arms and complained that it was weak. She asked if the mage wanted to transform like last time. Smiling guiltily, the boy admitted that he wanted to train the basics, and if he transformed, training would be useless, to which the queen pouted and said that it was his problem, and she was bored. Suddenly, the woman looked at the mage very carefully. He opened his mouth when the beast woman said that she had a request. Nodding confidently, the queen said that since they had found the moon crystal, she was going to leave the Beastman's island for a few years and wanted to become a bridge to the rest of the world. The boy rubbed his chin with his finger and asked what was required of him if they wanted part of Endymion's territory. It was impossible. The queen interrupted the interlocutor with indignation that he considered her too shameless. Blushing with indignation, the woman said that she needed a small territory on which they could live, although the guard thought that this was already a bit shameless. Then his eyes widened when it dawned on him. The boy jumped to his feet and asked if that meant the beastmen wanted to join Endymion, and the beast woman confirmed it, even offering to bow to their king if necessary. The boy pressed his fingers to his mouth as the queen asked if there were any territorial conflicts or wars they could help with, while the hero tried to digest this information, which seemed insane to him. In Endymion's palace, there was an active discussion about the migration of the beastmen from the Kural Island. The Minister of Finance pointed out that there were more than 200,000 of them. Where would they find land for them all? To which the Minister of Defense objected that if at least half joined during the war, they would have 100,000 more soldiers. It was impossible to ignore. Russell looked around and thought that opinions were divided, as he had expected. The king looked sternly at the ministers and said that there had been enough discussions. While they were scratching their heads a little bashfully, the ruler said that they didn't have enough information to constructively assess the situation. Resting his elbows on the armrests of the throne, the man asked the protagonist, as the future husband of the princess, what his opinion was since he had personally seen them. The young man pressed his palm to his chest and responded to His Majesty's request. Recalling what he had experienced on the island, the magician said that most of the beastmen were quite aggressive, but their culture was not much different from that of humans. While the courtiers were whispering, the boy added that they needed to find a place for them, but if they ended up with a strong army, then that would only be a plus, and the king decided that they needed to calculate everything again. Sir Gillian stepped forward and asked the speaker how strong the king of the beastmen was. The magician placed his palm on his chest and replied that he didn't know how to describe it, but he could estimate since he had fought with her. Hecate frowned jealously when she heard the feminine pronoun. The master's face reflected disbelief when the hero assumed that the leader of the beastmen was 3 levels higher than Macri, and the man was amazed by this power. A sleepy elf appeared from behind the weapons master, who demanded to know what this meant. She looked at the man with displeasure. Pressing her palm to her cheek, the girl asked if the wizard was sure that she did not seem strong to him because of his own weakness. The elf's expressionless face reflected incomprehension when the man asked the little master of the White Tower to calm down. The elf clenched her fists and asked who the weapon-obsessed idiot called little, to which the man laughed, and noted that the king of the beastmen was not a mage, but a warrior, in which case it would be more logical for him, the owner of the aura, to do this. No longer paying attention to the girl's anger, the weapons master turned to the speaker. Around him, various spears, swords, and halberds began to appear out of thin air. The hero recoiled when they told him they wanted to see how he could handle it, and all this armory flew straight at Russell. The young man looked at the approaching danger with fear, actually recognizing the master and the sudden enemy since he created several hundred weapons from aura. The wizard managed to calm down, and he figured that if he tried to block, he would turn into a sieve. A cloud of flame appeared in the guard's hands when he came up with another plan. The boy used fire magic to reflect the attack. Sir Gillian was pleasantly surprised that the boy managed to redirect his aura. He definitely became even stronger. Looking at the confident face of the princess's fiancé, the master thought that he received enlightenment during the battle with the king of the beastmen. The hero bowed and thanked the warrior for holding back, and this time he received thanks for amusing himself. The master bowed to His Majesty, apologizing for the unnecessary noise, and explained that judging by the boy's skills, his assessment could be trusted. The king rested his chin on his fist and said that they only had to find out her true goal, whether these were serious intentions or whether she had something in mind. The boy took a fang on a string from the collar of his shirt and replied that most likely the leader of the beastmen told the truth. He showed the tooth and said that it was a gift from the king. The woman demonstrated that the necklace was indeed made from the king's fang. The courtiers began to whisper again. The king found it too simple, but the young man asked, did not this show the sincerity of the beastmen? The discussion continued. Russell showed the necklace to everyone who wanted it. At some point, the king clapped his hands and said that now they had more information, and suggested discussing it later. He looked at everyone present and added that this was only the first meeting, but if nothing happened, the kingdom would accept 200,000 beastmen. The hero's mouth fell open when the ruler said that if everything worked out, it would be a great achievement for the king's future husband. The youth bowed and countered that he was simply lucky to have stumbled upon the beastmen and become close to them. The king raised his eyebrows when the boy emphasized that he had not done this for recognition, and stated that an achievement was an achievement regardless of the reason. The boy's eyes widened when he heard the king's order to grant him the title of Count of the Morning Star, in addition to allowing him to take one item from the imperial treasury. The ruler expressed hope that his future son-in-law would continue to shine like a star, as the title suggested. The boy pressed his fingers to his lips, thinking that each item in the imperial treasury was worth 1 billion gold. The beastmen had not done anything yet, and the reward seemed too generous, or the reward was given for a reason. The young man turned around when he heard a whisper and saw the teacher Daria, who asked him to come to the hall after the meeting. Smiling, the woman added that it seemed that His Majesty wanted to discuss something urgent with the two of them. A little later, the hero showed the bride a woman's jade hairpin and said that he saw how the beastmen fixed their hair with it. The princess folded her arms over her chest and admitted that she had read about it, and it seemed that the hairpin helped against mild poisons. Hecate looked at the groom with suspicion and asked why he bought it, to which she heard that the boy thought that it would suit her. The girl pressed the hairpin to her chin and admitted that she was happier with his words than with the gift itself. She handed it back to him and said that she didn't know how to use it properly and asked for help. The hero stood up, agreeing. The magician began to carefully gather his beloved's hair when she suddenly noticed that at the meeting the guy said that he fought her and asked if the king of the beastmen was really a woman. Russell dropped the hairpin when the bride asked how he was connected to her. The hairpin fell on the table, and the young man clarified what he meant by connected. He explained everything, they just fought. Hecate took the hairpin and called it strange. The boy stepped back when the princess approached him. She hooked the hairpin on the cord on his neck and asked why. Then the leader of the beastmen gave him a necklace, and the guy realized that his beloved knew how to scare. Smiling dangerously, the girl reminded that it was made from her own fang, which made the protagonist think that he was finished. The capital of Endymion appeared, and Russell did not expect Hecate to be jealous. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that he had a strange feeling, but he liked it. The protagonist remembered the king entering the room and saying he was still waiting for them, and wondered what the tense atmosphere was about. The boy blushed and muttered that fortunately the gentleman had come just in time. The young man, holding the paper, thought that the news he had brought was shocking. The man, crossing his fingers, exclaimed that he had been looking through the reports on the seizure of the Raymond estate. Baring his teeth, the king explained that he had discovered that the document transferring their estate to the treasury had been falsified, and their estate had been taken away unnecessarily. The nobleman shook his head, perplexed. The king, looking down, apologized and said that it was his fault and could only apologize to him, to which Russell asked him to raise his head. The protagonist bit his lips and remembered the question of why he was so sure that his father had been killed by the Empire, and thought that since the king had received the false documents, it meant that the culprit of his father's death was in Endymion. The protagonist clenched his fist and realized that Macri had told the truth. A moment later, the princess touched her husband's hand. The girl looked at him contentedly. A second later, the guy blushed slightly. The man, opening his mouth, said that it was not enough to compensate for the damage, but let him take it because it would help him. The aristocrat held a scroll and muttered that this was access to the 6th floor of the Louvre Museum. Russell, climbing the stairs, decided that he needed to go to the imperial treasury after the museum. The protagonist approached the book rack and said that most people think that the 5th floor is the lowest, but in fact there is another one. Opening the paper, the protagonist thought that the 6th floor contains records of magic from the masters of magic and their history. Looking at the unusual symbol, the guy added that one can only enter here with the personal permission of the king. Suddenly, a magical aura appeared in the room. The young man stretched out his hand and said to himself that this is teleportation magic. Raising the corners of his lips, the nobleman wondered if it would teleport him to some other place. Suddenly, Russell flew high and said that it was incredible because there were thousands of books here. Many textbooks were parried in the air, and the protagonist said that there could only be 48 hours here, and it was impossible to read everything in that time. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist continued that since magic did not work in this place, he could not use it. The guy cut through the air and decided that he would first look at the titles and choose which books to read. The young man, taking the textbook, read the title of the book and said that he was the master of the Yellow Tower 400 years ago. Leafing through the pages, the nobleman exclaimed that it was incredible. Russell, his eyes bulging, explained that he converted the earthquake of the 5th circle into the magic of the 7th circle. An unusual seal was visible, and the protagonist thought that he had collected the magic emanating from the earth. A bright glow appeared, and the protagonist added that he focused on the surface. A powerful surge of energy was heard, and the guy said that he released everything in the form of a fan. Suddenly, the young man noticed a system screen where it was written that his understanding of earth magic had increased slightly, and a new task had appeared in which he needed to increase his understanding of earth magic. The nobleman opened his mouth wide and muttered that he was thinking about how to find other dragons besides the fire and silver ones, and this one appeared in the task and also with a valuable reward. Russell, turning his head, asked how to increase his understanding of earth magic to the level of a master, and whether he had any other choice but to learn everything. Suddenly, a stack of books appeared, and the protagonist said that simply memorizing does not increase understanding. Clutching his chin, the protagonist exclaimed that he was told that he could carry one book. Folding his hands, the guy wondered which one he should choose. A moment later, the young man noticed a statue and asked which book it was holding. The aristocrat jumped up sharply and did not understand why it was standing here and not on the shelves. The sheet had a transcendental dream and its author written on it. Russell, through the sweat on his face, said that the founding mage was the first of the Raymond family and the transcendental dream was his magic. Looking at the sculpture, the protagonist said that this stone statue depicted him. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he might have foreseen all of this. A second later, the guy walked through the magic portal. Suddenly, Daria said that he had come just in time, which surprised the young man, his eyes bulging. The woman put her hand on his cheek and exclaimed that judging by his face, he had not slept for more than 48 hours, and she always said that resting properly was as important as training. And had he really grown up a little and was already ignoring her, and also added that she did not want to scold him, but left her no choice. The teacher extended her finger and asked if this was the book about the transcendental dream, to which the aristocrat asked if she knew about it. Several powerful forces appeared, and the mistress of the Flame Tower explained that the transcendental dream goes beyond human limits and reflects the very essence of magic, and also goes beyond this world, and if the legends are to be believed, the founding mage turned into a huge tsunami, and they also say that he became lightning in the pouring rain. The mage folded her hands and added that, given that such ideas were embodied in reality by one person, this magic is very valuable. Russell, smiling slightly, thought that even the teacher considered it very valuable, and Luther was truly incredible. A moment later, Daria raised the corners of her lips and turned to the student. The woman, holding out her palm, said that she would not stop him if he wanted to study it, but that he should be careful because this was not just 8-circle magic, but it surpassed it. It seemed like the guy was drowning in water, and the mistress of the Flame Tower said that if something went wrong, she could absorb him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and replied that he would remember this. The magician, turning around, said that then they would go to the treasury. After some time, it was seen how the protagonist walked along the path and exclaimed that he did not think that the treasury would be so far away. The teacher, clenching her fists, explained that now they were going to the first imperial treasury. Many artifacts appeared, and Daria said that various accessories were stored in the first treasury, weapons in the second treasury, and all the other artifacts in the third. Suddenly a bright sunset was visible, and the woman said that they had arrived. Taking out a magic staff, the mistress of the Flame Tower asked to open his eyes wide and watch carefully what would happen. The magician, widening her eyes, explained that she would show him a rare sight. Suddenly, the aristocrat's pupils dilated, and he thought that it was very beautiful. Magic seals were visible, and Russell muttered that it was a magic cipher consisting of dozens and hundreds of magic traps. Daria put her palms on her weapon, and the protagonist thought that if he had come here alone, he would not have been able to even enter. Suddenly, a ladder appeared in the water leading down. The teacher, smiling, explained that he could only take one item from here as well as from the museum. The protagonist answered positively, and suddenly the ring on his finger began to glow brightly. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in bewilderment and wondered what was happening. The guy's hand was enveloped in an unusual energy, and he thought that the cloud ring itself was releasing lightning. And this had never happened before, and this was different from the ring's abilities in battle because it was as if it had met an old friend. The woman, turning her head, exclaimed that the second part of his ring was stored here. The young man, biting his lips, realized that this was a double artifact. Magic items appeared, and the aristocrat said that artifacts are usually separate objects that perform their own function. Introducing an unusual mask, Russell continued that there are artifacts that require a second half to reveal their full power, like his golden mask. The protagonist grabbed his chin and thought that most artifacts from mission rewards have a second part. A moment later, the protagonist released lightning, to which Daria said that it shows where the other half is. A bright ball was visible, and the guy replied that he was becoming more and more interested, because it was rushing him, and he wondered what kind of artifact was there, since the ring was so desperately reaching for him. The room was parrying magic particles. The teacher, folding her hands, explained that it was cloud jade, and the young man asked her again. The woman looked at him and said that this artifact could control the weather, which surprised the nobleman. Introducing the two sorcerers, Russell thought that there were less than 10 magicians on the entire continent who could do this, and the climate was very difficult to control and it was very difficult to study this magic. The mistress of the Flame Tower widened her eyes and said that weather control was a good advantage, but the risks were high and the spell took a long time to cast and the mana costs were high. The protagonist remembered holding a weapon and feeling something similar. The protagonist, biting his lips, thought that it would be better to choose something else. Smiling slightly, the boy added that it was not cloud jade. Stretching out his palm, the young man exclaimed that he would take it anyway. A moment later, the aristocrat was seen touching the magical artifact. Suddenly, an unusual force swirled around Russell, and he wondered if the ring was absorbing it. It seemed like the protagonist's bracelet was shining brightly, and the system reported that he had received a fragment of the cloud dragon's wing, and the dragon controlled the climate and clouds. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, did not understand whether lightning was a mutant among the dragons. A magic seal appeared, and the boy muttered that in theory, lightning is a subtype of fire magic, and since it is not the main element, lightning mages are rare and more valuable. The inscription cloud appeared, and the young man added that this is magic that is a subtype of lightning, and he does not know what to compare it with. The nobleman closed his eyes and thought that the true power of cloud jade was not in controlling the weather, because it was much more incredible. Daria, crossing her elbows, asked if he had any ideas on how to use it. Russell, smiling, answered that he did. The teacher extended her palm and said that then they could go, and she was already interested in what the artifact was capable of, having merged with its half. After some time, the sunset was visible. The protagonist was surrounded by an unusual aura. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed from the spot. A moment later, a bright flash was heard. The woman, lifting the corners of her lips, exclaimed that this was flight magic, and clarified that or it was just a jump. It seemed like the guy was quickly cutting through the air. Looking at the city, the young man was surprised that he rose very high in one jump. Fog was visible under his foot, and the nobleman wondered if it was because of him. A second later, Russell extended his foot. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward and muttered that it was not limited to one jump. The protagonist, parrying in the air, thought that it was better than flight magic because it was faster and he did not need to slow down when turning. Through the sweat on his face, the guy thought that the problem was in the high consumption of mana, and he was already starting to get tired. The ring on the young man's finger glowed brightly. Daria, looking up, asked if this was a thundercloud. It seemed like the aristocrat was in a strong aura, and the teacher explained that with such force he could destroy a small castle. A moment later, Russell raised his gaze. The protagonist fell into the water, and the mistress of the flame tower said that he did not have enough mana for this. After some time, the magic academy was visible. The protagonist, stretching his shoulder, thought that his whole body ached, and for now he would use the cloud ring only when absolutely necessary. Reaching for a high shelf, the guy realized that he had received everything, and therefore it was time to return to the mission. And the system reported that he needed to overcome the limit of understanding advanced earth magic to the level of a master. The young man took the book and muttered that if it was about earth magic, then he could not find a better place than the Yellow Tower, and first he needed to find the 6 circle mages in the Yellow Tower. The aristocrat leafed through the pages in surprise. Suddenly it seemed like rays of light illuminated the room, and it was heard that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he learned that they were conquering new heights. The guy held a glass and apologized for not visiting more often. S.H. Pilgelman, crossing his fingers, replied that he should not worry about it because the lack of news can be considered good news. The man raised his hands and thought it was amazing because in the Temple of Mirrors he was on the 5th circle and now he was already on the 6th. The gentleman sitting opposite Russell asked if he needed advice on earth magic, to which he explained that the books on earth magic on the 6th floor had impressed him. S.H. Pilgelman, closing his eyes, exclaimed that he would be very happy to help, and if he did not mind, they could start now. The protagonist abruptly put a lot of papers on the table, and the man clarified that he had really offended him in some way. At night, a high castle was visible, and it was said that they had gathered a lot of people, and everything was in order with the production of weapons. Bismarck, holding a pen in his hand, said that there was no need to worry about provisions. The Archduke, biting his lips, muttered that it remained only to wait a little. A moment later, the man smiled menacingly and added that Endymion's throne would be his. Suddenly, someone apologized for the late visit, causing Bismarck to turn around abruptly. The man lowered his eyebrows, noticing the green eyes and wondering if it was Charon. The mysterious man entered the room and said that this was their first personal meeting. Charon, placing his hand on his chest, said that he was glad to meet them and gave his name. The Archduke, turning his gaze to the side, said that there were too many formalities, which was not like him, and asked if he had come simply to laugh at him. The masked man, spreading his arms out to the sides, replied that this was not the case. Taking out an unusual scroll, Charon explained that he had come to show it to him. Bismarck, sitting at the table, asked what it was. The mysterious being, holding the artifact, said that it was an example of an item that he had been waiting for, as well as the basis for sealing magic. Fire chains appeared, and Archduke realized that it was the seal that had been blocking the gate of Tartarus for a long time. The man bit his lips, thinking that this was definitely abnormal, and wondered if this ominous energy was related to the abyss of Tartarus. Raising his eyebrows, Bismarck said that this stone was not enough. Introducing Daria and the old mage, Archduke explained that he would not be able to stop Endymion's monsters. Crossing his fingers, the man exclaimed that he had not promised him some measly stone. Charon, noticing the purple aura, mused that only the royal family of Endymion had it, and although he had been pushed to the border, he was still a member of the royal family. The mysterious entity, looking ahead, asked if he knew how many monsters and giants were sealed in Tartarus. An unusual battle appeared, and it was said that in the ancient war between the gods and the giants, the gods won after protracted battles. Monsters were visible, and Charon said that they sealed the giants in Tartarus, and hundreds of seal elements were used to close the giants with transcendental powers. The masked man, holding a scroll in his hand, explained that if they removed at least 2 elements, they could temporarily get rid of the Masters of the Fire and Blue Tower, and research is fast, so they will soon find the main seal. Bismarck, grinning, said what he thought why he brought him a sample, and clarified whether he just wanted to tell about the progress. The eyes of the unusual entity glowed green, and he replied that they always keep their promises, and therefore hoped that he would keep his word. The Archduke, lowering his head, said that this is not discussed, and as soon as he gets the throne, he will help them kill Daria. The man, covering his face with his hands, exclaimed that they should remember one thing, namely, if they did not keep their promise, they would experience his wrath. Charon, putting his hand on his chest, replied that he would definitely remember that. Bismarck, sitting at the table, wondered if they had teamed up with him to kill Daria. A moment later, Archduke stood up. Raising the corners of his lips, the man explained that even a child would not fall for such an obvious deception. Taking a chess piece, the member of the royal family said that once he received the throne, it would no longer matter. Bismarck abruptly put it down and said that it did not matter what they had planned. The chess table broke, and Archduke added that a dog that had finished hunting could only wait to be thrown out. After a while, S.H. Pilgelman lowered his head and asked Russell if she was sleeping at all, and said that it had only been 2 days since he answered all his questions, and he couldn't believe that he had already collected more. The member of the Yellow Tower, with sweat on his face, thought that each question was really interesting and thought that he was a genius. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, apologized if he was taking up too much of his time, to which the man muttered that he had become so strong because he had worked very hard. S.H. Pilgelman, smiling, exclaimed that if he rested a lot, he would soon overtake him. After a while, the protagonist was sitting on the floor. With his eyes closed, the guy thought that the roar of the Earth Dragon was not just using mana, but the essence of this magic was to use the heat of the earth, and wondered that if heat was to be used, then couldn't it be combined with the element of fire? A bright flame appeared, and the young man continued that he would combine the 2 elements, but would not be limited to them. Suddenly, the aristocrat looked up, and the system reported that as a result of his efforts, his understanding of earth magic had increased and also improved to the level of a master. Suddenly, a magic stick appeared, and the artificial intelligence wrote about the rewards for completing the task. Russell, taking the object in his hand, wondered if these were the traces of the Earth Dragon. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist did not understand how to use them. Waving the artifact, the protagonist thought that the traces of the Earth Dragon were a map, like last time, and wondered if it was a weapon, adding that the durability was too low. A second later, the guy raised his head. With bulging eyes, the young man noticed the drawing. Suddenly, the aristocrat poured ink on an unusual object. Imagining many stars, Russell said that after seeing the drawing, he realized that it was an unusual stick, and he thought that it was a heavenly map. The system said that he needed to find the place marked on the heavenly map and enter the lair of the Earth Dragon, to which the protagonist smiled and thought that since he received the task, his guess was correct. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist did not understand why he was given a heavenly map, because it was impossible to give him an ordinary one like last time. The guy, sitting on the floor, muttered that he would find out the details as soon as he arrived at his lair. The young man, lowering his palms, thought that he needed to understand where to go. The aristocrat found himself in a magical space and wondered what it would be like to use the North Star as a landmark. A moment later, Russell stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, Hecate crossed her fingers and said that she hoped he would take this into account and send her messages sometimes. The protagonist kissed his wife and replied that he would definitely do so. After a while, the desert appeared and the protagonist muttered that the sun was very hot here. Putting his hand on his forehead, the guy thought that it was good that he had joined the merchants, as the princess had advised, because thanks to this, he had gotten a camel. The young man turned around and realized why he had been given a celestial map, because the terrain here changes every time. Suddenly, the man in the white robe smiled and offered to give him a robe, and also explained that it might seem that the length would make it hotter, but this was not the case. The aristocrat, contentedly closing his eyes, thanked them for their concern and said that he was fine. Turning his head, Russell wondered what the vibrations were, because they were not from the surface and seemed to be something huge moving underground. Suddenly, a long monster jumped out of the sand. The protagonist looked at it, and shouts were heard that if they fought, he would kill them all, so they needed to run if they valued their lives. The protagonist, with bulging eyes, wondered if they called sandworms horkoi. A man in a white robe, sitting on a camel, asked the guy what he was looking at and exclaimed that they needed to run faster, to which he received the answer that they should stay close to him and be safe. An unusual aura appeared in the young man's hands, and he realized that this was an excellent opportunity to test his magic. The aristocrat, stretching out his palms, explained that the original spell on the 6th floor of the library was created by Engale 200 years ago. A moment later, a powerful surge of energy was heard. Fiery arrows rushed forward. The projectiles pierced the body of the monstrous plant. The merchants opened their mouths wide and admired what was happening, and one of them admitted that he thought they were finished. The protagonist raised his head up, and no one understood who this magician was. A dark liquid splashed out of the monster. Opening its mouth wide, the animal began to scream loudly in pain. Raising his hand to his face, the merchant exclaimed that it was poison, and the other shouted that there was poison in his blood. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist cried out indignantly. Magic streams appeared, caused by the spell quicksand. Leaning his hands on his legs, Russell thought that he had managed to cope with this situation. Smiling, the girl said that she was a person from the Cutler Trade Association, and then explained that she wanted to introduce herself to their savior. The protagonist shook Anne's hand and said his name, to which she noted that thanks to him they would be able to continue trading, and she would like to repay for this, and then asked what he needed. The animals were lying on the sand, and the protagonist asked if he could take one camel, to which he was asked again. Turning his head, the aristocrat said that he was going in a different direction, and here they would have to split up. Many clouds appeared in the blue sky. Bright stars were visible above the mountains. Having saddled the camel, the guy did not understand whether he should navigate by the constellations. The mantle on the young man's body was tightly tied. The scroll was enveloped in magical flows, and the magician remembered the sky map. The flow of energy went into the sky, and the protagonist realized what was meant by the words that the light would show him the way as soon as he approached his lair. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped high towards the stars. The corners of his lips were lowered, the aristocrat thought. In the distance, a powerful energy flow fell between the rocks, and the magician did not understand whether it was really here. Having landed on one leg, the guy noticed that there was only sand around. Putting his hand to his head, the young man wondered if this meant that he needed to go underground again. Using his magic skill, Russell pierced the ground with a powerful beam. At the same second, the protagonist jumped down. Frowning, the protagonist mentally pronounced the word Prokop. Closing his lips, the aristocrat continued to say this word. Suddenly, the magician saw a crack in the ground in front of him. Having landed, the guy was surprised that there was marble underneath him, not sand. Standing in the middle of a huge room, the young man asked Pepper to give him some fire. Closing his eyes, the protagonist remembered that his pet was hibernating. Imagining how the little dragon extended his paw forward and said that he and his master would see each other soon, the protagonist did not understand when he would be able to see him. A moment later, the aristocrat tightly grabbed the celestial map with his fingers. A magical flash rushed forward, and the guy assumed that he had already found the right place. Suddenly, scorpions crawled across the ground. Lowering his hands, the young man decided that he had found everything except the monsters. Russell thought, with the corners of his mouth down, that he was worried that it might all collapse. The magical currents were killing the skeletons, and the protagonist thought that these ruins were very large, and there were plenty of monsters, despite the depth. Striking from side to side, the protagonist thought that if they were completely restored, a lot could be learned, and then he realized that S.H. Pilgelman would be happy. The aristocrat delivered a crushing attack on the huge monster. Raising his hand, the magician decided that there were no more passages, and now he must be at the very bottom. Taking a step forward, the guy thought that the structure was like in all the ruins. Standing in front of the huge doors, the young man wondered if these were teleportation gates. Flying into the air, the magician did not understand how to activate them. Russell lowered the corners of his lips, realizing that pushing or pulling was probably pointless. A small hole appeared in the doorway, and the protagonist thought about the round hole. Russell stopped his thoughts, eyes widening in alarm. Lowering his jaw, the protagonist remembered the celestial map. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around the scroll, thinking about why he thought it was shaped like that, and it turned out to be the reason. Suddenly, the teleportation gate opened, and a bright glow appeared from it. Covering his face with his hand, the aristocrat thought about it. Finding himself in the middle of a deserted plain, the mage asked if he had left the ruins. Holding his chin, the guy assumed that this was not the desert he had been to before. Taking the compass in his hand, the young man did not understand why there was only one arrow on it, when suddenly the system reported that in the new task the magician found himself in a dream, where he needed to get to the end without magic to move in the air, for which he could receive several worthy rewards. Raising his head, the protagonist realized that he was inside someone's dreams, and then thought about why it seemed to him that something was wrong. Grinning, the protagonist thought that at least the goal was clear. Holding the compass in his palm, the aristocrat thought about what would happen if he followed the compass. Suddenly, the dusty curtain in front of the magician thickened. Bright lightning rushed from the sky to the ground. Closing his eyes, the guy said that this was definitely not it. His eyes widened from the fact that the compass showed the opposite direction. The young man remained silent. Putting his palm to his head, Russell noted that nothing is so easy. Clenching his fist, the protagonist decided that he would overcome all obstacles. Flames swirled around the protagonist, and he said that it was enough to drive him crazy. The noble remembered covering his face from a sandstorm. The mage imagined hiding his body from the snow, and wondering if he had gotten out of the sand and snowstorm, and now everything was on fire. Streams of flame swirled in the air, and the boy realized that the more he looked, the more surprised he became. A bright flash was reflected in the young man's eyes. Extending his finger upward, Russell realized that all of this was made of mana. Standing in the middle of fiery explosions, the protagonist decided that he would read it, understand it, recreate it, and destroy it. The corners of his lips turned down, thinking about how they had constantly tested him before to see if he was worthy. Frowning, the nobleman thought that now they were finally testing his skills as a mage. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that in order to know his target, he had to look at it specifically, and then he would gradually expand his territory and find the truth of the world. Suddenly, a magic sphere lit up on his forehead. Scratching his head, the young man said in his mind that he thought he could get past this wall, but in the end he ran out of mana. Grinning, the protagonist thought that it was a pity, but he could not do anything, and then decided that he needed to remember this feeling. The mage's robe fluttered in the wind, and the protagonist thought that he would definitely not miss the next opportunity when suddenly the system reported that the task was completed and rewards would be issued soon. Climbing the stairs, the nobleman said something about this place. Turning his head, the guy said that the first teleporter was here, and then asked if it had disappeared already, and the artificial intelligence informed that the horn of the divine dragon king was received as a reward. With his mouth wide open, the young man was very surprised by the horn of the earth. Clenching his fist, Russell noted that this one was quite large compared to the others. Putting his palm on the divine artifact, the protagonist did not understand how much mana he would receive by absorbing it. Grabbing his hand, the protagonist thought about what was happening. Suddenly, the aristocrat opened his mouth in alarm. His heart glowed through his skin, and the magician realized that the absorbed mana was clogging the flows. Closing his eyes, the guy realized that if she completely closed them, then nothing could be done. The young man's forehead turned very red from the effort. Squeezing his leg with his fingers, the magician thought that he urgently needed to direct it into the circle. Sand grains began to pour out of Russell's hand. Pieces of sand fell to the floor. A moment later, the protagonist appeared in new clothes. Bright lightning blazed in the darkness. Glare of the sun fell on the body of the protagonist. The aristocrat frowned, and the system reported that the hero absorbed the maximum mana from the Ron of the Divine Dragon King, and all the excess mana would remain in reserve. The artificial intelligence informed that the mana reserve disclosure would greatly help the mage in the right situation, and the understanding of earth magic of the master level was slightly increased, to which the guy, wide-eyed, did not understand whether the waste of the body had left him. Reaching his hand to the stone, the young man thought that this time something was different, and it was not only in the muscles, because even his bones had become harder. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought about the fact that the grip strength had become better, and would it be like Spandam's if he used the mage's body and reboot. The protagonist decided that first he needed to get out of here, and remembered that there was a yellow tower with a teleport nearby, after which he went through the magic portal. The messenger lowered his chin and turned to the aristocrat, to which he responded. The guy said that this was an order from the kingdom and the master of the fire tower, to which the mage widened his eyes in alarm and asked him again, after which he received the answer that the order had come 5 days ago. Unfolding the letter, the young man read that he had to defeat the hydra that lived in the swamps of Wrinkle County. Lizard-like monsters appeared, and the protagonist remembered that around this time the hydra appeared in the west of the kingdom. The judge from the fire tower closed his lips, and the protagonist said that this mission was supposed to be given to Ulson, but he himself received it due to changes in history. Lowering the corners of his lips, the nobleman thought about the fact that he went back 8 years, and 7 had already passed, so he knew exactly the events of only a year, and then saw that Sir Alan was among the participants, and he liked it. Holding the document in his hand, the guy wondered why he was still in the 5th circle, because he thought that by now this mage would have reached the 6th. The castle appeared, from which one could hear the mages who had received the king's order to kill the hydra greeting Russell. Approaching the wizards, the man said that he could not believe that a genius magician, recognized as the master of the Blue Tower, had come to him, and then exclaimed that he could rest easy now. Alan put his hand to his chest and noted that he was only support, and that this mission was led by Count Russell, to which the interlocutor clarified whether this was the Count nicknamed the Morning Star, after which he admitted that he had heard of him. Raquel asked where this magician was, to which the guy grinned and said that they had set out from different places, but there was no need to worry because this young man would soon be here. The wizard asked if Count Raquel knew where the Hydra's nest was, to which he closed his eyes and explained that it was in the swamps beyond the fields and the Hydra had settled there. Alan asked if she had ever attacked first, to which the man turned his head away and answered in the negative. The boy lowered his eyebrows, not understanding what to do because they had to wait for the leader, but that would slow down the mission. Closing his lips, the boy thought that it was worth at least reconnoitering the territory. Raising his hands, the magician turned to the count and admitted that he wanted to say something. Suddenly, a monster appeared and the people exclaimed that the Hydra was here. Opening his mouth wide, Raquel cried out that she did not stick her nose in here and then asked what was going on. Jumping up, Alan said that they would deal with the monster, after which he asked to evacuate the people. The magicians rushed towards the opponent. Turning his head, the boy assumed that the Hydra did not notice them, and then suggested attacking it at the same time and killing it before it was too late. Closing his eyes, the boy realized that he could not cope with the Hydra alone now. The magician's eyes suddenly grew larger, and he thought that he could unite with the others. The sorcerers simultaneously sent energy flows to the opponent. A smoky haze filled the air in front of them. Alan's lips dropped in fear. The bright eyes of the monsters appeared in the darkness, and the boy shouted that everyone needed to retreat back. The Hydra began to attack the wizards. Raising his hands up, the young man thought that it was a powerful destructive force, and if something went wrong, everyone in the castle would be in danger. The energy forces of the wizards and the monster clashed, and Alan realized that they had to avoid unnecessary casualties. Russell rushed forward, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth in alarm. Energy streams were visible above the castle, and the protagonist did not understand whether it was Alan. A crack appeared in the wall of the palace, and someone clarified what happened to the Hydra, to which he received an answer that after returning to the swamp, it did not do anything. The guy in armor stood at the top of the castle and assumed that Alan was badly injured during the attack. An exhausted wizard appeared, and the man asked how he was now, to which he received an answer that while defending the castle walls, this mage was open to attack by a Hydra. The wizard's face turned red, and the knight noted that he barely survived the attack, but was now in serious condition. Count Raquel frowned and said that they must do everything possible to save his life, to which the subordinate replied that they would try. The knight in the helmet ran up to the count and cried out that the mage had arrived, to which the other was indignant that the youth was talking to the count, so one must not forget about manners, and then clarified who exactly had arrived. The warrior cried out that Count Morningstar had arrived, to which the men's eyes widened in surprise. The fighter shouted that Count Russell was here when suddenly the protagonist appeared. The protagonist began to step forward. Raquel raised his head and noticed the black hair and red eyes of this boy. Smiling, the aristocrat introduced himself and said that it was nice to meet him. Standing next to the bed, the magician asked how long ago this happened to Alan, to which he replied that today was already the second day. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy thought about the fact that he did not believe it, because the magician simply inhaled poison and this happened to him, and any ordinary person would have died long ago. The young man asked if the Hydra had 8 or 9 heads, to which the count closed his eyes and said that it had 5 heads. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought that if there were only 5 heads, then the monster was born recently, and then asked himself if her poison was that strong. Raising his hand to Alan's face, the protagonist decided that he needed to figure this out. The knights rushed to the bed and shouted for the aristocrat to stop, because it was dangerous. Covering his face from the flames, Raquel did not understand whether the magician had burned out all the poison with fire. Russell lowered his chin, and the count realized that he was already at the level of the tower master. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that in order to deal with this poison, he needed to find out about its origin. The veins in the wizard's body lit up, and the protagonist said that while the body was cleaning the poison, a clot of energy appeared, and the aristocrat realized what he had found. Frowning, the young man did not understand whether it was a dragon, when suddenly the system reported that in the new task the hero needed to drive away the Hydra that was destroying the country of Raquel and unravel its secret. Anxiously opening his mouth, the guy noticed that the rewards were separate, and realized that he needed to get rid of the Hydra, but what was the secret of the monster? When suddenly he was asked what was going on. Smiling, the protagonist said that everything was fine and found a way to cure Sir Alan, to which the count clarified whether it was true. The knights raised their eyebrows in surprise, and the protagonist said that there was a chance that they could get poisoned during the treatment, so everyone should leave the room. Bottles of potions appeared, and the aristocrat thought that in order to get rid of the poison, an antidote was usually needed. A bright glow appeared in the magician's hands, and the guy noted that this could also be done with the help of healing magic with a divine effect. Beads of sweat appeared on Russell's face. Grasping the magician's hand with his fingers, the protagonist realized that he could burn the poison or push it out of the body, but this would only work with ordinary poisons, and in this case, he needed to burn and push the poison out at the same time. Standing next to the bed, the protagonist thought that there would be a lot of resistance when pushing it out, and even if he could cope, there was a chance that Alan would be poisoned again due to the persistence of the poison, and the treatment could drag on, but he needed to get rid of all the poison in his body, because only then could he help his mana flows. The magician rose from the bed, and the aristocrat decided that he just needed to repeat the process. The protagonist thought about how he felt Alan's old energy, and then wondered if he had received enlightenment during the treatment. The protagonist grinned and thought that it didn't matter what the reason was. The mage stepped on the frozen floor with his feet. The wizard stood with his eyes closed, and the noble congratulated him on becoming a sixth circle mage. Raising his eyelids, the young man said that he owed his life to his savior again. The young man expressed his gratitude, and Russell put his palms in front of him and explained that the people of Rackwell were alive only thanks to him, and he himself, as the head of the operation, should be grateful to Alan. Sitting at the table, the Count admitted that he was very glad that the mage was okay. The young man apologized for making him worry, to which he smiled and asked him not to say that. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he said that he had a question about the upcoming business. Rackwell allowed him to speak, to which the protagonist extended his palm forward and stated that he needed to know the exact number and capabilities of the knights participating in the operation, as well as information about the monsters in the swamp area. The Count's army appeared, and the man said that they had 30 knights and 500 ordinary warriors, to which the aristocrat clarified how many of them were at the expert level. The man said that unfortunately none, and the magician put his finger to his chin and thought that the interlocutor was unlikely to hide the capabilities of his warriors in such a difficult situation, and since there were no other options, he should rely on the knights. The monsters came out of the water, and Rackwell said that the swamp occupied about 1,500 hectares, and they did not know the types of monsters and their number, and then added that he could say that the entire swamp was teeming with monsters after the appearance of the Hydra. Alan noted that with such a large area there would be thousands of undead, to which the Count closed his eyes and clarified that their huge number was not the only problem, because the swamp would hinder the warriors' movements. Smiling, Russell said that he would solve this problem, and he needed them to prepare everything and be ready to leave in 3 days, and everyone wondered if this was true. Squinting, the protagonist replied that he had a 100% method. Alan's eyes widened in bewilderment. Standing in front of the huge army, Rackwell clarified if the warriors remembered everything, and then exclaimed that last autumn, half of their country was engulfed in golden light. The man imagined children running across the field, and said that he remembered that time well, and the fields, smiles, and peace. The nobleman and the master of the Blue Tower saddled their horses, and the Count said that this year they had not been granted such a gift, and as long as the Hydra was here, they would not see such a thing. Rackwell stood at the castle gate and asked what they would do to the one who took their peace, to which the knights shouted in unison that they would fight and eventually win. Lowering his chin, the protagonist noticed that the soldiers' morale had risen. The horse took a step forward, and the protagonist thought that it was his turn. Holding the animal by the bridle, Russell introduced himself as the leader of the mission to eliminate the Hydra. Pointing his finger at the system screen, the protagonist said that he would now tell the army how they would act. The knights appeared on the hologram, and the protagonist stated that they would be divided into 2 groups to protect the mages of the 3rd and 4th circles, providing support from the rear, and they could not allow the monsters to escape. It seemed like a warrior was delivering a blow, and the nobleman noted that they would also work with the mages of the 5th circle to break through the monsters. The warrior asked if there was a way to get rid of the enemies at the front, since it would be difficult for them to break through the swamp, to which the mission commander smiled and replied that they could not worry about that. A crowd of undead began to crawl out of the swamp. A bright light fell on the head of the monster. A powerful flash of the falling sun appeared, created by Russell's spell. Grinning, the protagonist said that he would take care of this problem himself. The entire forest was on fire. The warriors looked at the fire and were amazed at how quickly the protagonist defeated so many monsters. So amazing was the power of the 6th circle mage, a man who replaced an entire army. Russell clenched his hand into a fist. Looking at Alan behind him, he said that now it was his turn. He agreed, saying that he would not be able to freeze such an area at once. The protagonist replied, saying that he could use the spell several times. Ice mana began to accumulate near Alan's feet when he said that he would really have to try. Everything around the guy began to be covered with ice at great speed. The protagonist smiled. Looking at Alan, he realized that this was the same spell. The monsters were covered in ice, now they could not move. The faces of the monsters froze in a scream when a crust of ice covered them. The Count raised his sword, ordering the soldiers to begin the attack. The soldiers on horses rushed after the Count. The goblin covered in ice could not move. The knight split it into 2 parts with one blow. Raising his sword and looking at the knight, he told them to kill the frozen monsters first. Suddenly, the monster bit the knight on the leg. He jerked the warrior up. Russell waved his hand. The severed head of the monster along with the knight fell to the ground. At this time Russell thought that the monsters were not becoming less. Mages and knights using aura and magic fought the monsters. The protagonist bent his leg. He jerked forward. Russell shook his head, frowning as he looked around. He noticed a nearby swamp. A huge shadow of a monster was visible in the water. Suddenly, a three-headed hydra emerged from the water with a roar. The protagonist rushed towards the hydra. He did not expect this monster to be here. The hydra opened its mouth, frightening the people. The knights trembled all over. They could not move because of fear. A wall of ice rose in front of the warriors at great speed. Mana circled around the hands of Alan, who created the wall. A few seconds later, the ice began to crumble. A moment later, the hydra broke through the wall with its head. The two heads of the monster opened their mouths and hissed. Suddenly, the monster's body began to be covered in ice. The protagonist began to concentrate flames around himself, taking advantage of the moment, thinking that he was never going to forget the people who killed his mother. The boy suddenly dispersed the mana and stared at the hydra in shock. He realized that the thought of his mother was not his thought, but the thoughts of the hydra. Flames fell on the body of the monster, which was furious. It wanted to take revenge on all people for the death of his mother. Russell frowned, realizing that the monster was taking revenge on the wrong people. The man with curly hair chuckled. Sitting on a hill and watching the fight, he said that this guy was using the ability to suppress dragons to get rid of the hydra. The man's dark mana enveloped him. The hydra roared again, opening its mouth. The protagonist became serious, distorting the air around him from the heat. Seeing how the monster continued to roar in rage, the guy realized that his suppression skill did not work. Although even if the skill was not strong enough, it should have at least slowed down the hydra, but nothing happened. Russell raised his hands, protecting himself from the wind. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that he only had one option left. A multitude of fiery spears formed in the sky. They rushed at the monster at great speed. The hydra opened its mouth and began to gather mana. The fiery spears broke through the hydra's barrier, frightening it. The protagonist looked up and saw golden lightning gathering in the sky. Russell raised his hand, absorbing the lightning in the sky. Looking at the ring, he said that this could make a good attack. The guy grinned, clenching his fist and telling himself that with this amount of mana, he could use the giant's hammer. The protagonist began to form a spear of lightning in his hand. He clenched his jaw and swung the spear. A moment later, a powerful explosion of lightning and fire occurred. Alan gritted his teeth, covering himself from the shockwave. Looking at Russell's back, he could not believe that there was such a big difference in strength between them. The hydra coughed up blood. 2 of its 5 heads were destroyed. The monster opened its mouth and stared at the guy in horror. A terrifying pressure fell upon the monster when someone told him that the power of the dragon's blood that he shared with him was not that weak. The protagonist's body shuddered. A pillar of mana fell upon the monster as the man commanded the hydra to rise. Russell's mouth dropped open in shock. He told himself that he could not allow this to happen. He immediately formed spears around himself. 5 spears crashed into the pillar of mana at high speed. Rune patterns appeared in the boy's pupils. At the same second, the spears exploded. The hydra trembled and bled. Concentrating the flames in his hands, the protagonist was about to end the battle. Suddenly, a dark vortex of mana appeared on the battlefield. Black mana formed a dome around the hydra. Russell saw the color of the mana and immediately imagined heretics. He remembered the dark mana of humans. Hypnosis was especially dark, but this mana was even darker. The boy's eyes and mouth opened wide in shock. This mana seemed familiar to him. Only a faint shadow was visible in the mana dome. Alan sweated in horror looking at the dome. Russell frowned. The knights began to slowly approach the dome. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the dome. It began to collapse, dividing into 2 parts. The healed hydra roared again with its mouth open. The protagonist began to count the number of heads sticking out from under the dome. Soon the entire body of the 6-headed monster became visible. The monster frowned and hissed, saying that pathetic humans were preventing him from taking revenge. The monster's head rushed at the guys when he said that he would absorb them all. The protagonist turned to Alan, asking him to evacuate the warriors from here. Having received consent, Russell rushed away. He knew that the hydra that Olsen defeated had 5 heads. Dodging the monster's heads, he mentally said that since the monster now had 6 heads, history had changed due to some interference, and it could be because of him. The man sitting on top watched the battle below. Russell waved his hand. The mana sickle crashed into the monster without leaving even a scratch. People were running at this time, evacuating to a safe place. The protagonist's eyes changed. It was unlikely that anyone could notice his dragonification here, but he had to be careful. The hydra sprayed poison from its mouth. The protagonist swung his spear. He appeared near the hydra in a second and almost chopped off its head. Thanks to the insane regeneration, the monster's neck quickly recovered. Small attacks now just wasted energy. Many copies formed around Russell. He realized that he needed to use all his strength in one attack. The spear in the guy's hand flashed brightly due to the aura coating. A bright flash appeared near the Hydra. Russell dodged all the monster's heads. One of the monster's parts grazed his side. The protagonist fell to one knee and said that it was time for him to finish this. He stood up and swung his spear. The giant slayer's spear rushed forward with a stream of flame. When it hit, the spear pierced the monster's huge body. The Hydra's heads began to thrash about and it screamed shrilly, saying that it was that man's servant, and when he descended, he would show them true power. Bloody tears flowed down the Hydra's head as it said that all of them, the lower beings, would come to an end. Russell froze with his mouth open in amazement. Now he was sure that someone was behind the Hydra's appearance. The man's eyes flashed. Looking at the fire below, he said that it was no wonder that this power seemed familiar to him. The protagonist's partial transformation dissipated. The events take us to the banquet hall. Alan, dressed in a checkered suit, said that he was of course grateful, but they were currently very busy with the reconstruction. Russell, nervously smiling, said that the people here did not look like spendthrifts, so everything should be fine. The girls standing to the side kept looking at Alan. The guy bowed his head and was puzzled when Russell told him that today would be difficult for him. Suddenly, many girls surrounded the guy and began to talk to him. Alan froze like a statue, calling Russell and asking him where he went without him. The protagonist laughed as he walked away. He knew that all young mages have to go through this, and he was engaged to Hecate, so he was not in any danger. Imagining his beloved, the guy realized that he had not written her a letter for a long time. He immediately decided to contact her tomorrow. Russell's pupil flared when he felt a familiar pressure. He raised his head and saw a man in a cloak there. The stranger's eyes glowed brightly, emitting mana. The protagonist felt himself immersed in the depths of darkness. The man turned around and walked out onto the balcony. The guy clenched his fist. He would never forget this feeling. His foot stepped forward on its own. Walking out onto the balcony, the guy told the stranger that he would ask him one question. Approaching Zillion, Russell asked him if he was a dragon. Remembering the dome of dark mana, he mentally said that this energy was the same as what he felt in battle. Only the power of a dragon could lead to the growth of a Hydra. Zillion grinned. 2 wings burst out of his back. Black wings spread out into the night. Flying up on his wings, Zillion said that he was called that at some point. After that, the man silently stared at the guy. He frowned upon hearing the answer. Both interlocutors turned their heads, feeling something. Looking into the distance, the man said that he wanted to talk more, but it seemed that there were strangers here. Flapping his wings, Zillion said that he hoped to meet soon. A moment later, he was far away in the sky. The protagonist, remembering the dragon's grin, was puzzled. He said that he used to be a dragon. Did this mean that he was no longer one? Russell rubbed his chin and thought when the system gave him a reward for completing the quest. The events take us to a forest near the mountains. A portal opened above the forest. Zillion came out of the portal. Stopping in front of a cave, the dragon asked someone if he didn't understand what he said to him. The man's pupils flashed. His hand rushed forward. Grabbing Hypnos by the neck, he reminded him that he told him not to look for him. Raising his head, the dragon asked the prisoner if he wanted to die. Hypnos was shaking and sweating all over his body, saying that there was little time left, but he still did not start to act. Zillion chuckled. Lifting the man even higher, he asked him what kind of nonsense that was. The dragon's shadow lengthened. Zillion's eyes glowed brightly as he asked Hypnos since when did someone like him give him orders. Gritting his teeth in pain and tension, Hypnos asked the dragon if he really wanted to rebel against that man. The distorted dragon did not move for a few seconds after hearing this. He threw Hypnos' body back. Turning around, he told him that he was not interested in their stupid plans. Mana was released from the dragon's eyes as he said that just because half of his body became that man's servant, all of them would not become his masters. Standing up and getting angry, Hypnos told him that he would regret this. A moment later, he abruptly disappeared from his place. Looking after him, the dragon said the protagonist's name. Looking at the rising sun, he asked Russell if he could free him from this. The events take us to Guinevere's palace, where the protagonist has arrived. Having received permission, he entered the palace. The princess greeted him with a smile on her face. Bowing, the protagonist greeted her back. The guy's face suddenly turned red when he noticed the newspaper in the princess's hand. He was depicted on the newspaper. The maid covered her laughter with her hand when Hecate said that Russell looked better in real life. Putting the newspaper aside, she asked the guy why he wanted to meet today. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that in a few days he would leave the capital. Crossing her arms in sadness, Hecate sadly said that he was always leaving somewhere. Puffing out her cheeks, the girl said that she knew he had important things to do, but he had been gone for a long time and now he wanted to leave again. Russell, smiling nervously, said that he just wanted to visit his county. Lowering her hands, the surprised princess asked the guy if he really was talking about the 3 cities that were entrusted to him. Covering her face with her hand, the embarrassed Hecate said that the cities were not far from the capital. He could not warn. Extending his hand to the princess, the protagonist invited his beloved to go with him. The girl slightly blushed and froze. The events transfer us to the metropolis, Westel. Joyful people walked on the square, shouts of merchants and sellers were heard from everywhere. Hecate, walking next to the protagonist, asked him if he would meet with the mayor of the city at night. He answered saying that only at this time they were both free. Pressing herself to the guy's hand, the princess suggested looking at the sights of the city for now. The protagonist frowned sharply. He immediately swept the girl out of the way. The guards walking behind him grabbed their swords. Russell waved his hand to the guards, saying that everything was fine. The princess went out into the city and the royal guard did not lag behind her. Although the protagonist allowed them to secretly guard Hecate so that she would not notice, the guards attracted too much attention. Smiling at the princess, the protagonist asked her if she was okay. Turning around, a thoughtful Hecate said that she was fine, then she asked where they were going. The protagonist, introducing the academy, said that if she did not mind, he wanted to visit the Westel Academy. The princess pressed herself against Russell, saying that if he wanted it, then she did not mind. Walking along the streets of the city, the girl asked the guy who graduated from this academy. The protagonist answered saying that the master of the Yellow Tower himself, Niccolo, graduated here. The events take us to the Great Forest. The elf, holding a bow in his hand, ordered his subordinates not to go further and stop. He frowned mentally, saying that lately the monsters were becoming more and more ferocious, but today they became completely wild. The second elf approached the commander. The man immediately asked him how things were at the front. Remembering the battlefront, the elf said that a very thick fog had appeared in the mountains. It had never been there before. Even after talking to the spirits, they did not find out the reason. The blonde turned to his subordinate, wary, saying that the fog that spirits feared sounded too ominous. Suddenly, everything shook. A huge armada of monsters ran through the forest. The elves fled the village, escaping from the monsters. The archers pulled the bowstring, saying, "Take the children away first." Hypnos hovered in the air above the monsters. He laughed, holding two artifacts inscribed with runes in his hand. With a grin on his face, he turned his head, saying that very soon, Tartarus itself would open. Dark mana would break out onto the ground. This army of monsters was only the beginning. The remaining stones could not hold the magic seal for long. Soon, those who were chained by the gods of destruction, the Titans, would break out of Tartarus. Smiling broadly, Hypnos said that the entire kingdom would soon be ablaze. He spread his arms to the sides, watching the burning forest. Events take us to the academy. The protagonist, standing on the roof with the princess, thought that this time had almost come. He smiled, saying that soon a new beginning of his life would begin. The guy was now in the time he was in when he returned back to the academy. Now he would not know what would happen in the future, which meant that he would not be able to get an advantage thanks to the dragon that had transported him back. He involuntarily remembered how confused he looked in the past. Russell became despondent and looked down. He did not know how to go into the unknown future. Looking at her beloved, Hecate asked him what he was thinking about. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was simply remembering the whole path he had taken and wondering if he could continue like this. Leaning her head on her hand, the princess asked the guy if he knew why the king gave him these lamps. Looking at the streets and people below, the girl said that it was important to have a lot of money and strength, but the essence of real power was in people, and the academy was where many talents gathered. Those guys having fun downstairs could also become outstanding. Looking at the waterfall behind the academy, Hecate told Russell that the king wanted his line to rise again. Touching her lover's face, she asked him if he was worried about the future. Without waiting for an answer, she said that he should not worry because she would be with him. The protagonist smiled and rubbed himself against the girl's hand. A moment later, the couple grabbed each other's lips. The servant ran up the stairs at full speed. Hecate looked at him with displeasure when the servant shouted, saying that an urgent letter from the royal palace had arrived for the count. The protagonist took the letter, not understanding what could have happened. His eyes suddenly widened. Hecate tilted her head in interest at the contents. Then Russell said that all mages at the level of the tower masters and owners of an expert aura should immediately report to the royal court. Frowning and stepping forward, the guy said that something terrible must have happened, so they need to go back. Grabbing the guy's hand, the princess said that there was no need to worry about her. It would be better for him to go quickly himself. Looking closely at the groom, she said that the safety of the kingdom was more important than his love for her, and now people needed him. Russell nodded, saying that in that case he was leaving her. A moment later, he turned into a beam of energy and rushed away. Looking after the groom, the princess said that she spent less time with him than expected and worried about him. She sighed and smiled weakly, realizing that this was the fate of the hero's beloved. The protagonist ran to the capital at great speed. A huge number of magicians gathered in the conference room. The protagonist sat next to Hubert and Ulson. He barely managed to arrive. Looking around, the guy realized that everything was serious. He saw Darius sitting to the side. Old man Malville and his student were sitting in the distance. Emilia, an elf with silver hair, was also here. She was the master of the White Tower. A thinner Niccolo was sitting next to her. Jillian and his knights were sitting separately. With such a composition of warriors, it was possible to destroy a small country. Soon the doors swung open and the king entered the hall. He immediately said that they would skip the formalities since the situation was urgent. Sitting on the throne, he said that everyone was called by an unprecedented event. Frowning, the man said that it would be better if people who personally saw what happened explained everything to them. The protagonist raised his head, realizing that guests had come to them. Soon an elf and a dwarf entered the hall. The elf bowed and introduced himself as the first defender of the Blue Wisteria tribe, Azulan. The dwarf bowed after him and introduced himself. The magicians stared at the guests below and were puzzled, not understanding what an elf and a dwarf living in the north were doing here. Raising his hand, the king asked the guests if they could show everyone what they had seen. Taking a camera in his hand, the dwarf said that this was a new development of the underworld and it could show the pictures it recorded. Soon, images of monsters appeared on the ceiling, surprising the magicians. Olsen, who was sitting next to the protagonist, said that there were at least 1,000 monsters. Azulan, who was standing next to Matters, said that due to the unexpected attack of a large number of monsters, the elves and fairies were forced to leave the Great Forest. Matters also said that the monsters had even made their way into the Red Canyon. The protagonist raised his hand, addressing the king. Having received permission to speak, the guy raised his hand, saying that there was something wrong here. There were too many monsters, and even if all the monsters from the Great Forest were collected, there would be fewer. Melville, stroking his beard, assumed that the guy wanted to say that someone was creating monsters or that a portal to another dimension had been opened. Emilia, creating a beam of mana, said that the type of monsters was also a problem. Pointing a beam of light at the monster, she said that this type of monster had died out a long time ago. Azulan and Matters fell to their knees asking King Endymion to help the Great Forest and the underworld fight the monsters. The king began to slowly descend, telling Azulan and Matters to stand up. Turning around and looking at the image, he said that it was almost impossible to calculate the exact number of monsters. Frowning, he said that they did not know where they came from, and if they were left unattended, the damage could be much greater. Raising his hand, the king shouted. He ordered all the mages and knights to help the Great Forest and the underworld and not let a single monster get to Endymion. All the mages in their places stood up, accepting the order. The protagonist stood up and, looking at the king below, realized that the luck after the regression had run out. Now he must rely on what he received. Daria stood in front of the students, said that she wanted to take part in the upcoming war, but she was ordered to protect the kingdom along with the Blue Tower, so the three of them will go to the battlefield. Hubert and Olsen smiled, saying that everything would be fine and she could rely on them. Sighing, the woman stroked her face, saying that she knew what they were capable of. But on the battlefield, even one arrow in a blind spot could end a life, so he couldn't help but worry. Approaching the protagonist, she said that she would worry about him more than anyone else, because he would be in a war for the first time. He should be careful, because it would be completely different from his previous battles. Russell smiled, saying that he would be careful. After all, this guy had been on the battlefield many times in his past life. Daria smiled. Her hand involuntarily trembled when she remembered the smiling boy, saying that he would grow up as brave as Russell. Hubert and Olsen grinned, looking at the teacher. Bao removed her hand, saying that she was just thinking. Opening her eyes, she told the students to return alive and well. They smiled back and then approached the portal. Niccolo was the first to greet the group after the transfer. The trio came out of the portal and started to approach him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when Niccolo said that they were now only waiting for the mages from the Blue and White Towers. They were delayed due to the restrictions of the teleportation gate. Russell approached Azulan and called out to him. He made the elf flinch in shock by asking if he knew Ilo from the White Ash tribe. Azulan grabbed the guy by the hand, saying that he matched the description of the man who saved Ilo. It must be him who saved her and his tribe. The protagonist, seeing the enthusiasm of the elf who stood up, said that he seemed to know Ilo well. He replied, saying that it was natural, because he was a guardian. Russell's eyes widened in surprise. The guardian protected not only his tribes, but all the elves. Ilo had already achieved such a title. She was a bright sun in the night. Remembering the girl's appearance after dragonification, Russell realized that it was because of the awakening of dragon powers. Raising his hand, the guy asked Azulan if Ilo was okay. He replied, saying that she had been fighting at the front since they left. Russell thoughtfully stroked his chin. He realized that 5 days ago the girl was still safe, but now they needed to find her as soon as possible. Soon, Olive, the mage from the White Tower, and Alan from the Spear Tower came out of the portal. With them was Emilia, the master of the White Tower. The protagonist turned around. He couldn't believe that half of the kingdom's forces had gathered here. It was impossible to imagine that they would lose. Niccolo raised the map with magic, saying that they had little time, so he would tell everything briefly. Marking the Great Forest on the map, he said that they confirmed that the fairy forces had retreated and changed locations. Now there was a high probability that the monsters were superior to the Red Canyon in strength. Azulan and Matters gritted their teeth in anger. Remembering the ranks of knights, Emilia said that the 5th and 7th squads would arrive in at least 10 days due to the large number of the army. Niccolo clenched his fist, saying that they must lead the monsters into the great forest before the infantry arrived, and they also needed to arrive in 3 days, but would they be able to handle it? The mages rushed off, saying that they didn't even need to be asked. Soon night fell. The group of mages continued running. Emilia, who was flying ahead, raised her head. Her eyes sparkled slightly. She raised her hand, ordering them to stop. Covering her nose with her hand, she said that she could smell blood, and the further they went, the stronger it was. Niccolo, straightening up, said that there were some problems here, but they were far from the post. The masters flew high into the air, saying that they would have to split up here. The magicians from the fire tower would follow Niccolo, the rest would go around the mountain. Daria's students, who were standing below, accepted the command. The 3 rushed upward at the same time. Olsen, flying ahead, said that the sound was coming from behind the mountain. Soon the 3 landed on the top of one of the mountains. In front of them, they saw an armada of monsters. Members of the Feather tribe flew across the sky, dropping stones on the monsters. The elves, badly battered and wounded, pulled the bowstrings of their bows. The dwarves, with hammers in their hands, rushed straight at the monsters. The protagonist rubbed his chin, mentally saying that the army of Hydra monsters couldn't even be compared to this. There were far more of these monsters than he had ever seen. Niccolo clenched his teeth in anger. He stomped on the ground, scattering boulders to the sides. Huge sections of land separated from the mountain. Niccolo lifted all the fragments and boulders into the air. A moment later, they fell like hail on the monsters. Olsen, standing on the mountain, looked back, noticing that the wind had changed. Emilia raised her hand, changing the wind currents. A tornado began to gather in the sky. In the eyes of the monsters, you could see the air currents in the sky. A tornado of enormous power lifted the monsters and began to cut them. Niccolo was angry, while small stones were hovering around him. Near the enraged Emilia, the wind raged all the time. Such was the power of the Tower Masters. Olsen, putting his hands on the shoulders of his comrades, said that these 2 seemed to be taking up all the attention. They could not just stand aside. Russell chuckled, saying that he was just starting. Streams of fire rushed towards the protagonist. A huge sun formed on the top of the mountain. The dwarf woman pointed her hand at the sun and said that mages from Endymion had come to them. Azulan and Matters were still able to bring people to help. Russell lowered his hand, ordering the monsters to die. A bright light of flame illuminated the monsters. A moment later, everything was filled with light. An explosion of unprecedented power destroyed everything in the area. The great forest in the night was illuminated by the glow of a magical dome. A purple stripe cut through the sky. The monster threw its head up. The monster's eyes were smoking with red flame. He lowered his head and folded his mighty arms across his chest. Spears of earth pierced the ground like icy shards. The man stood with a raised palm, above which blue crystals swirled. Emilia used the lightning storm spell. Lightning fell from the sky, striking the monsters. One of them was struck down, black blood flowing from its wound. Niccolo cast the earth spear spell again. The men were talking among themselves about how they had never seen large-scale attacks with magic of such a scale, that there was no room to step here, and that after the war they would have to redraw the maps. Professor Hubert and Olsen hesitated. The monster raised its head, and at that moment Hubert said that the monsters had not decreased, and if they continued large-scale attacks with different elements, they could injure the allies. At that moment, the guy with gray hair cut the monster, and the elf pulled the bowstring. Russell thought that he was right, since the border between allies and enemies had been erased, so now it was no longer possible to attack en masse. Wilson rushed to attack, turning to Niccolo. Oliva and Alan looked intently at the enemies. Emilia looked ahead tensely and thought that from now on, attacks over a large area were prohibited. Russell realized that they were entering into close combat. A stone slammed into the ground. Niccolo landed after a jump, hit the ground with his hand with great force, and directed everyone to attack. Everyone rushed into battle. Russell thought that the battle would be protracted, so mana should be used effectively and dragonification only as a last resort. The protagonist concentrated. He needed to combine mana with mental energy and transform it into their world. The warrior rushed to attack. Emilia released a green beam of light. Niccolo shook the ground with a blow of his hand. A bright beam of light hit several monsters at once. Olsen released a huge fireball. Arian pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow. It hit the target right on target. Azulan threw arrows at a huge purple monster, but the creature did not give up. Smoke swirled. The battle was in full swing. Suddenly, the night sky lit up. Oliva struck another red-eyed creature with a bright green beam. Black blood sprayed out in all directions. Suddenly, she felt danger approaching from behind. Suddenly, a bright blue beam of light struck the monster's skull. Russell helped Oliva and made sure she was okay, after which she thanked him for his help. The girl said that the number of monsters did not decrease, no matter how many they killed, and wondered where they came from. Russell thought that they would not be able to hold out at this rate and wondered what to do. And then they both saw the sun. Atri shouted about it. One of the warriors asked to hold out a little longer. Azulin asked the spirit of the wind to lend him his power. Olsen did not immediately understand what they were all talking about and asked what the sun had to do with it, to which Hubert confirmed that these monsters were not undead and the sun should not affect them. The monster and Hubert simultaneously turned their heads towards the sun. Russell and Oliva looked up. The defeated monster was falling into the abyss. The Count noted to himself that the monsters were retreating and was surprised that the sun was their weakness. Emilia asked what was going on, to which Niccolo replied that he did not know. He added that they could now rest while the sun was shining brightly on the rocks. The tired mages were sitting on the cracked ground. Someone was offering their help to the wounded. The fairies were thanked for their help. Arian thanked Endymion's warriors for the night they had survived. Curvo promised to remember this day as long as his tribe had feathers, and Atri said that the dwarves would never forget it and also thanked everyone. Niccolo replied that this was just helping their allies. Later, he noted a pattern, that the monsters became stronger and attacked at night, and then weakened and retreated at dawn. While he was speaking, Arian was replaying memories in her head, confirming Niccolo's words, that the monsters were not going in all directions, but were purposefully attacking the fairies. This meant that they hated her people. Olsen suggested attacking first during the day while they were weak, otherwise the creatures would attack again that night. Atri answered that an attack was impossible, because there were only a little over 5,000 warriors, and less than half of them could fight. Emilia looked at Niccolo and confirmed that there was no choice but to wait for reinforcements. He doubted, since first they needed to take away the wounded, reorganize the front and gather for a council, to which many agreed with him. Suddenly, Arian asked the protagonist if he was Russell Raymond. He asked again if she knew him. The elf introduced herself as the head of the White Ash tribe and one of the leaders of the elves, and then she added that she was also Ilo's mother. Russell was surprised, and Arian continued with a bow that usually her people treated those who helped them with the utmost respect and asked for forgiveness for not showing Russell the proper hospitality. The Count calmed her down and asked where Ilo was, since that was more important. The elf replied that Ilo had been here a few days ago. Russell was taken aback. Arian continued that when Ilo learned of the group of stragglers, she immediately went to help them. Horrible memories flashed before Arian's eyes. She said that many fairies were unable to join them due to unexpected attacks by monsters and some got separated during the retreat. Russell expressed hope that Ilo was safe. The elf asked him not to worry and assured him that her daughter was strong. The sun was setting behind the mountainside. Curvo's tribesmen stood on one of the monsters, and Endymion's warriors sat nearby. Niccolo admired Arian for being a man among the elves. The protagonist remembered that the Menor is the supreme leader of the elves of all tribes, and such a position appeared after the high elves and is so rare that in the last century there were only 5 such elves, so it was not surprising for Russell that Arian had an incredible aura. Niccolo looked at Arian in surprise, after which he noted that he did not expect to meet a Menor in his life, and Emilia expressed her joy at meeting him, but quickly hesitated. She looked awkwardly at Arian and with awkwardness in her voice asked if she was pleased to meet him and if it was an honor for her, since the girl, although an elf, lived among humans, and it seemed that she was not used to talking to elves formally. The woman assured her that she also did not know the intricacies of human etiquette and allowed Emilia to talk as she felt comfortable. She agreed. Niccolo interrupted their conversation with an offer to explain the battle strategy of Endymion, in which the first stage was organizing a siege. There were 60,000 men in the army, and that should be enough to surround the monsters. Emilia hugged her rabbit and continued that the second stage was to destroy the monsters while they were surrounded. Arian and Curvo were surprised to hear that the last stage would be to push the monsters back to the Great Forest. The woman thought that the battlefield would be in the Red Canyon, not the Great Forest. Russell looked nervously at the elf and then began to reason to himself that the Great Forest was not just their home, but a sacred land blessed by their gods, and a battle of this scale would lead to serious destruction. He thought about the forest and how it could take decades to recover, and given the size of the Great Forest, maybe hundreds. Niccolo assured everyone that Endymion would help in restoring the forest and evacuating the fairies. Arian and Curvo stood there in confusion. Finally, Aaron said that it hurt, but there was no other choice, and Curvo replied that they expected this outcome. Niccolo bowed and thanked for understanding, then promised that they would try to minimize the damage to the Great Forest. One of the warriors called out to the captain, pointed to the sky where someone was flying, and assumed it was a monster, although the sun had not yet set. Curvo looked and contradicted him. Seeing a beaten bird, he shouted that it was an ally, a soldier who had gone on a rescue mission a few days ago. He fell to the ground, and black liquid spurted from his beak, so Curvo immediately rushed to his aid, calling for a healer. The wounded messenger said that the silver-haired guard was in danger. Russell immediately realized that it was Ilo, and Arian immediately covered her mouth with her hands, unable to contain her fear. Niccolo turned to Russell and offered him to join the rescue mission, to which the Count agreed without hesitation. Olsen took a step forward and immediately offered his help. Emilia looked at Oliva and ordered her to go with the protagonist, as the White Tower spells would be useful. Arian turned to Azulan and admitted that he was the only one to ask for help, to which the man asked her not to worry and promised to return her daughter safe and sound. A wish for the protection of the spirits sounded among the mountains. Swiftly piercing the air, surrounded by a magical green glow, they rushed forward. Oliva was the first. She realized before everyone else that there was movement ahead, assuming that these were flying monsters, after which she asked what they should do. Olsen looked back at the protagonist and promised to sort everything out so that they could go forward. A black wing flashed above them. What she saw amazed Russell. They were giant rocks, huge birds with red eyes, similar to griffins. Azulan was surprised, since they usually lived in the west, so he did not understand what the monsters were doing here, after which he ordered his warriors to prepare for battle. A red lightning spell was cast and one of the birds was defeated. Russell's eyes glowed red. A chain explosion blew up several monsters. Oliva, Olsen and Russell rushed forward at lightning speed. The carcasses of the dead birds were rapidly approaching the ground. Oliva looked back and realized that they should be on the same level as Russell, but the difference was astonishing. Suddenly, a beam pierced the space behind them and the ground exploded. Olsen, with a satisfied smile on his face, decided that he could not leave everything to them and released a fireball. The huge bird was torn to shreds. Russell looked in awe at the explosions in the sky and mused that Olsen could be both a mage and a warrior. Suddenly, Olsen stopped in confusion as more and more huge birds arrived from the mountains. He looked at the approaching monsters with displeasure and said that they attracted too much attention. One of the birds was hit by several arrows. The elves prepared for battle and asked to leave the creatures to them, after which they promised to catch up with the group after they were done here. Oliva, Russell and Olsen left this battle for them and quickly ran forward. Russell ordered to run at full speed. He frowned and mentally asked Ilo to be safe. The ugly creature was beating against the dome of green light. The elves held a shield in front of it. The monster tried to get through again and again. Ilo concentrated on the wall and did not lower her hands, supporting the shield. The elf looked tired when she thought about whether they had enough strength to hold out until dawn, since their mana was running out. A sharp sound distracted her from her thoughts and made her turn around. The creature broke through the barrier, and immediately the order was heard to stop the enemy. However, another monster broke free and captured one of the elves. Ilo grabbed her bow and pulled the string, praying to Eurus, the spirit of light, to grant her strength. The wind arrow was released. They quickly continued running, when Oliva suddenly shouted that she had found it. She glanced at her comrades out of the corner of her eye and added that she felt a clash of energy behind the mountain, to which Olsen shouted that they needed to hurry. The protagonist ran behind them and hoped that they would not be late. At this time, a bright flash rose into the sky above the monsters. Immediately after this, the girl used the ability Torrential Rain, and a flurry of rapid strikes fell on the huge monsters. Then she looked at her comrade and said that they should use this chance to build a barrier. As soon as she said this, the monster pounced on her comrades, causing them to scream in horror that they had broken through the barrier here too. The elf immediately pulled her bow, using the spirit of the wind. Suddenly she remembered the main character and with a blush on her cheeks asked herself why she remembered him. At the same second, Russell, opening his mouth wide, shouted using a wall of fire. A huge wall of fire appeared in front of the elf. Black thick smoke rose high into the sky. The girl, seeing this, happily raised her head. She saw how the main character and Olsen were quickly descending towards her. The second, putting his hand behind his back, shouted to the first that he would clear the way. Having said this, he hit the air with all his might, using the Flaming Fist spell. Russell ran on, thanking his comrade. Running up to Ilo, he excitedly asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she was fine, but did not even know how to thank him. The guy looked to the side and said that he was only fulfilling his duties as a mage of the allied state and, in addition, as soon as she was ready, they needed to build a barrier. They must break through the monsters before there were even more of them. He looked at the wounded elves and added that if they went now, the children would not be able to catch up with them. Suddenly, green magical energy enveloped the wounded, and the protagonist smiled and said that there was no need to worry, after which he asked Oliva if she could help. The girl with her hand raised healed people and answered that she was here for this very reason. Her power enveloped more and more wounded while she said that if she used the spell on the whole tribe, they would be able to run quickly without feeling tired. Ilo also felt this power and, raising her hands, said in surprise that her body felt very light. Less than a minute later, reinforcements arrived to them, led by Azulan. Ilo immediately ran up to him, saying that she was very glad to see him, to which he, putting his hand on his heart, replied that he was also glad that she was safe. After that, Olsen punched his hand and said that Oliva and the elves would be in the center and the protagonist would be on the left, while Ilo would be on the right with Azulan, and he would take the front and they would break through the monsters. Ilo turned back sharply, loudly ordering everyone to raise the barriers. There was a deathly silence in the cliff. The protagonist, along with Olsen, shrouded in mana, jumped forward. Russell turned back excitedly, shouting that they were almost there, so he asked to hold on a little longer. Olsen turned to the guy, saying that he knew he was tired, but asked him to try to save Mana, and when they got to the canyon, they would have to sweat even more to unite with their allies. After a while, the guys approached the place, seeing a suspicious stone in front of them. Both widened their eyes in surprise, speechless. Feathered creatures appeared in the sky and a huge number of monsters near the building, which the leader asked not to let into the fortress. Russell noticed Niccolo shrouded in magic in front of him, thinking that this was his ability, because he built the fortress overnight, which means he is definitely not a human. Hubert turned away with a smile. Pointing forward, he said that the rescue party and the elves had returned. Erin immediately smiled when she saw her daughter. Niccolo suddenly raised his palm with Mana up, saying that they needed to open the way for their allies. The man stretched both hands forward. Releasing strong magic, he activated a protective wall. Pressing their backs to each other, Olsen said with a smile that Niccolo had prepared everything perfectly and they would break through in one powerful attack, then asked the protagonist if he was ready, to which Russell shouted with a grin, "Of course." Olsen's gaze suddenly lit up when he decided to activate the flaming fist. The protagonist frowned, activating the cannon. At the same second, they stretched their hands forward, causing a powerful explosion to sound. Making a dash forward, Olsen said that they needed to move straight ahead. Looking up, Russell noticed that the walls of the fortress were opening. Someone jumping inside the walls. The elves joyfully raised their hands up, shouting that everyone had gone inside. The tired elf fell to the ground, leaning her elbows on a stone. Ilo, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into her mother's arms. Russell and Olsen lay down exhausted, trying to come to their senses. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought with a smile that this very long night had ended with everyone being saved. His gaze was directed at a bright ray of sunlight. A week had passed since that day. Stretching his hand forward, Russell thought that they still fought monsters every night. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the guy thought that after dawn they finished off the fleeing monsters. He turned his head to the side, thinking that the situation was pretty stable now because they were able to save many missing elves. Looking at their smiles, Russell thought that there were about 9,000 of them here, and many of them were good warriors. Looking down, the guy knew that he just needed to wait for reinforcements. Frowning, the protagonist suddenly soared upward. Upon landing, Niccolo asked if it was the monsters again, to which the boy coldly replied, no. Looking into the distance, he saw Endymion's troops, meaning reinforcements had arrived. The sun was shining brightly in the cloudy sky. Niccolo, putting his hand to his chest, thanked the leaders of the troops for coming. Well, the commander of the 7th Squad, closed his eyes and replied that it was their duty as knights, and William, the commander of the 5th Squad, stood next to him. Hearing this, Niccolo smiled and said that it was then time to begin the strategic council, adding that their troops would play a key role in the upcoming mission. Adding that since Russell knew the terrain and types of monsters best, he would pass the floor to him. Then the protagonist put his hand to his chest and introduced himself. Seeing him, the knights said to themselves in surprise that this young man was the famous magician, and even the air around him was unusual. Russell took the figure of Commander William and said that his squad's task would be defense. He recalled the crazy hordes of monsters and added that at the moment the army of monsters only appears here, but they do not know when they will decide to move on, so they must create a tight ring to protect the elves in the canyon. He placed strategic figures on the map and added that not a single monster should be missed. After a short pause, the guy, without taking his eyes off the strategic map, explained that the task of the 7th Squad of Commander Dwell would be an attack. He placed his figure behind the wall and added that while the 5th Squad blocked the monsters' escape routes, they should attack with all their might and push the monsters back into the Great Forest, because they do not know what dangers may await them in the Great Forest, the source of these monsters, but this is a necessary measure for the sake of protecting the country. Hearing this, William hit his chest with his fist and said that he liked it. After hearing this, Niccolo looked at the map with a smile on his face and said that in 3 days, with the help of elves and humans, they would begin the mission to reclaim the Great Forest. Russell listened to the master with a frown. In the evening, he stood on the balcony and said to himself that the 5th and 7th were Endymion's best troops. They were among the strongest on the entire continent, so they were unlikely to lose despite the number of monsters. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around sharply and asked himself why he had such a bad feeling. With these thoughts, he looked at the destroyed battlefield outside the wall, on which corpses lay. At this time, Ilo, under the shadow of the flag, raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw Russell. She looked at his back and said to herself that everything happened very quickly, and she did not even notice, after which she asked herself when his shoulders became so broad. With a warm smile on her face, she remembered their first meeting and said that he had become even taller and had changed a lot. Her mother was watching her from the side. She was also smiling warmly and saying in her head that she had been thinking about what she was doing before, but apparently the time had come. A few seconds later, a hand was placed on Ilo's shoulder. Erin stood next to her daughter and asked if she was really going to watch like that, maybe she could come over and talk. Hearing this, Ilo raised her eyebrows in confusion and said that she couldn't now because he had something completely different on his mind. Having said this, she looked away sadly, remembering that Russell was engaged to the Princess of Endymion, so she couldn't believe that she had developed feelings for him, because that was not right. Suddenly, her mother put her hands on her cheeks and said that she knew what she was thinking, but she shouldn't worry because she and the main character were connected by a strong thread of fate. Russell and Ilo had a bright red thread on their wrists. Hearing this, the elf looked at her mother with a blush on her face and asked if she could see fate, adding that she had heard that only the ancient high elves could do this. Erin did not take her eyes off her daughter, answering that if she became a mentor, she would be able to too, adding that the time would soon come to make a decision because his fate was as cold as a snowstorm. Ilo, with eyebrows raised in surprise, listened to her mother, who said that if she wanted to love him, she should go through this fate with him. A huge army stood behind Niccolo. Exhaling heavily, he said that it was starting again. Turning to the boys, he repeated that the 5th squad would be engaged in defense, and they would advance into the Great Forest. The enraged monsters quickly rushed forward. The boys immediately became alert, activating their mana in their hands. Making a dash forward, Niccolo ordered to attack. Ilo drew her bow, shooting an arrow of wind forward. The creatures rushed towards the monster, commanding it to die and taste the steel of the dwarves. Alan frowned, gripping his spear tightly. Throwing it, he immediately hit the monster, freezing its body while Ilo covered Niccolo. A loud thud was heard from the ground and one of the monsters burst out. The elf extended her hand with mana forward, telling the boys to leave the monsters to her and help the fallen line of defense, when suddenly Hubert turned around, shouting, "Okay." Russell spread his arms out to the sides and activated fire. Releasing a huge stream, he shouted, "Inferno." The monsters suddenly began to retreat, seeing the influx of fire. 15 days later, the boys along with the knights approached the Great Forest. The knights raised their hands up, shouting joyfully that they did it. Niccolo folded his arms over his chest, saying that they finally threw them back. Olsen looked ahead menacingly, asking if the protagonist felt the same, to which the guy nodded. Looking into the thicket, Olsen said that the monsters came from here, so he expected to see hordes of monsters. Looking around, he added that there were no monsters here, or any living creatures at all. Looking at the trees, he said that the entire forest was surrounded by thick dark smoke. Ilo approached her mother in fear, saying that she did not hear spirits, to which Erin knitted her eyebrows, answering that she herself did not understand what it was. Niccolo approached them, offering to wait for the Pira tribe, sent for reconnaissance, because they left yesterday, so they should return soon. They also took the projector that they invented, so they can clearly see everything. Curvo raised his hand up, shouting loudly that they were back. Looking at the video, Niccolo was indignant, saying that the recording was the same, no traces of monsters were visible. The protagonist raised his hand, asking if there was a recording of the Great Forest in its entirety, when the man suddenly asked what it was for. Russell pointed his finger forward, answering that the further they walked, the thicker the black smoke became. The feathered one turned his head to the side, answering that he was just about to say that. Opening a new recording, he said that it was from a bird's eye view, which greatly shocked everyone. Frowning, Niccolo asked in confusion what kind of dome this was. Erin looked ahead intently, asking in confusion how the beautiful Great Forest could turn into this. Russell widened his eyes, wondering if this was why he had a bad feeling, after which he said that it seemed like this was what started it all. Looking at the dome, the guy added that this was the source of the army of monsters. Inside it sat a huge monster, folding his arms across his chest. Its huge number of eyes suddenly began to glow. Opening them, the monster roared loudly. Nicola kept his eyes on the screen, saying that there could be 1,000,000 monsters there, and then asked Erin if she knew anything about it. The elf raised her hand to her face and quietly replied, perhaps adding that it had something to do with the legend of the appearance of the Great Forest. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and said to himself, "The legend of the Great Forest is the events that happened around the time the era of the gods was ending. The Great Forest began to grow due to the blessing of Gaia, the mother of life." After hearing the story, Nicola spread his hand to the side and asked if Gaia really created the Great Forest to seal the monsters. Then Russell suddenly stood up from his chair and said that something was bothering him. Raising his hand to his chin, he explained that when Gaia created the Great Forest, there were many gods, and they would have easily dealt with an army of monsters. Olsen stood next to him and quietly asked if he really wanted to say that. But before he could finish speaking, the guy looked at him and said that it was highly likely that Gaia was trying to seal away something other than an army of monsters. Emilia, who was flying nearby, looked up at those present and said that they should check it out. Turning her gaze to the commander, she ordered that a reconnaissance squad be formed immediately, adding that they should inspect everything and return before sunset. After a while, a man flew through the trees at incredible speed. There were 10 people in the reconnaissance squad. Yuzin looked ahead, saying that he could not believe that there was no sense of life in this forest, and Hubert, who was next to him, added that it did not seem like the forest had lost its properties, but rather that it was some kind of phenomenon. Nicola, who was in front, waved his hand and said that they were already quite deep, so it was time to rest. After a while, the protagonist approached Ilo, who was sitting on a log, and asked if she was okay, to which she replied, yes. Suddenly, the boy saw Arian, who was sitting with her eyes closed, surrounded by a powerful aura, and asked what she was doing. Ilo looked at her focused mother and replied that she was meditating now, and to be more precise, trying to talk to the spirits of the forest. Then she turned her gaze to Russell and said that he should know that there are other spirits besides the spirits of the 4 basic elements, to which he replied that there are spirits of thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Then Ilo closed her eyes and said that the spirits of the forest are also one of them, but they are a little different, so she wants to show them. A powerful magical energy began to accumulate on the ground. Hubert and Alan approached from behind the protagonist, saying that they had only heard rumors about this, and they did not think that they would see the spirit of the forest with their own eyes. The spirit of the forest appeared in front of Ilo. All 3 looked at it in surprise, wondering if it was really a doll made of earth and grass, adding that it was very cute. When suddenly the spirit of the forest, looking at the protagonist, asked what he was thinking, from which he asked in surprise if it was Ilo's voice. He looked at how his comrade sat down next to the spirit and wondered if she had shared her consciousness with him, adding that he did not feel that the spirit itself was conscious. After a short pause, Ilo opened her eyes and explained that the spirits of the forest are much smaller than ordinary spirits. They are created from several spirits, they do not have their own consciousness, so it takes time to use their power. Hearing this, Russell raised his eyebrows in surprise and, remembering the golems, said to himself that the methods differ, but it is similar. When suddenly the spirit of the forest turned into mud. Seeing this, Ilo put her hand to her forehead and quietly said that the forest is in bad condition, because it is difficult for her to summon even a small spirit. When suddenly her mother exhaled heavily, from which she sharply turned to her, asked if something worked. Arian lowered her head and quietly replied that she had tried many times, but all the spirits were very scared. Rising to her feet, she looked to the side and added that it was definitely related to the darkness in the center of the great forest. Hearing this, the protagonist looked in the same direction with glowing eyes and wondered what was in that darkness. Oliva stretched her hand forward, releasing wind mana. The boys quickly ran forward along the forest. Russell turned to the side, thinking that the black fog was slowly becoming thicker and it was affecting his consciousness. Remembering the 7th squad, he thought it was good that they did not go with them, because they would have fallen before they could do anything. Abruptly stopping, the elf said that they had arrived. Raising their heads, they noticed a huge clot of magic. From there, a stone suddenly flew out and stuck into the ground. Niccolo and Amelia were surprised, asking if these were really the locks of the magic seal and what they were doing here. Turning around, the man ordered to start the investigation immediately and to hurry to return before sunset. Suddenly, a strong energy began to emanate from the dome. The guys looked at each other in horror, asking what kind of trembling it was and where it came from, when suddenly Niccolo crouched down to the ground, answering that it was coming from the darkness. Holding his hands to the ground, he sensed something was wrong. Raising a frightened look forward, the man ordered everyone to retreat back. The dome was suddenly broken by a huge hand. Someone's palm landed on the ground with a loud slap. An enraged monster burst out. Atri opened his mouth wide, asking in horror how this was possible, while Oliva widened her eyes in horror, asking how it happened that a mountain appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist's pupils sharply narrowed. Looking at the approaching monster, he loudly screamed that this was not a mountain, but a living creature. Niccolo stepped back in horror, shouting that these were the Hekatonchires, and he did not expect to see the remains of the Titanomachy here when Amelia suddenly frowned, asking if this was not the events of a forgotten era. Lost in his memories, the man suddenly remembered, answering, "That's right, because the Hekatonchires wanted to seize the world's rule at that time, and he heard that the dragons borrowed the power of a certain creature and defeated them." Arian hugged her daughter in horror, shouting that the great forest was a prison for this monster, and she would never have thought that it was right below them. Niccolo raised his head up, saying that this monster devours everything in its path, and if it breaks out into their world. At that very second, a loud explosion and a bright beam of light were heard. Pushing themselves into the ground, the boys screamed loudly. Noticing a tree torn out by the roots, Niccolo screamed that even his roar was so strong. Gritting her teeth, Ilo said that she felt strong anger in his roar, to which Arian drew her eyebrows together, answering that it was not anger, but a desire to kill all living things. Frowning, Russell shouted loudly that they must stop him. Raising his head to the approaching monster, he added that they must stop it here. Without taking his eyes off the monster, the protagonist shouted that they had no right to lose. The man in the cloak stood at the edge, saying that this was incredible. Looking after the monster, he said that he could not even imagine such a thing, because it was a Hecaton chair, not a Titan. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said with a smile that this was the second coming of a god. Charon came out of the portal behind him, saying that this was what he dreamed of. Standing on the cliff, he spread his arms, saying that it was a pity that the guy was not happy to see him after so much time, because he even prepared a gift for him. Opening the coffin, he folded his arms across his chest and said that this was the key to the magic seal, and it was much more powerful than the one used on the altar. There were many pagan symbols inside the coffin. After that, Charon turned away and asked the man in the cloak if he at least knew whose seal he was removing, to which he replied that it was the Hecatoncheira, a race that lived during the Titanomachy. A huge monster rose into the sky, and Charon said that the name of this creature was Briareus. This is the general of the vanguard of the Hecatoncheira race. Once, because of him, the gods were on the verge of defeat. The protagonist and his comrades looked at their opponent in fear. The man in the cloak put the coffin on himself and said that he would tell about the death of her students, to which Charon, opening the portal, said that he was really looking forward to this moment, adding that one should not forget that any mistake will cost not only his life. After these words, he went into the portal. Huge fragments of the barrier flew in all directions, and Russell shouted that the seal had been removed, but they should not be afraid. The monster's foot stepped onto the ground. The protagonist and his comrades flew up to the eye level of their opponent, shouting that he was weakened because he had been sealed for a long time, and no matter what happened, they must stop him here. Then Emilia stretched out her hands and told him to come to her. Having said this, she released a powerful stream between the sky and the earth, which attacked Briareus. Suddenly, Russell heard a familiar voice in his head, from which he looked away in surprise. Emilia's power tied the monster's hand, when suddenly shock appeared in her eyes from what she saw. At the same second, Briareus hit his attacker with all his strength with his hand. As the flash of light faded, Oliver ran up to the girl, asking excitedly if she was okay, to which she quietly replied yes while kneeling, while saying in her head that she knew it was a mythical creature, but she thought that such an attack would at least work a little. Suddenly, Nicola slammed his hands into the ground and asked the earth to become a sandy swamp and collapse. After saying these words, the huge monster sank into the ground up to his knees. Seeing this, Nicola screamed with glowing eyes, ordering them to attack the enemy. His comrades stretched out their hands and directed powerful magical beams at the monster. Under the pressure of incredible power, Briars bowed his head. At this time, Ilo and her mother sat to the side, enveloped in powerful magical energy. A few seconds later, massive tree roots grew out of the ground. Along with them, something large began to appear. It was the great spirit of the forest, which towered towards the sky. At the same second, it grabbed the huge monster by the head, but Briars suddenly grabbed it with his hands. Atri, seeing this, smiled widely and said that now they seemed to have a chance, to which Emilia, standing nearby, replied that it was not enough to defeat him. As she said this, Briareus grabbed the golem's head. Grasping the body of the spirit of the forest with his hands, the monster squeezed it with all his strength, breaking the enemy's body into two parts, after which he ordered them not to stand in his way in a menacing voice. Briareus opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The boys grabbed their ears, trying not to go deaf. Olsen frowned, asking if this bastard could really talk. The monster took a step forward, calling the boys bugs. Coming closer to Niccolo, he growled that if they wanted him to eat them so much, then he would, when suddenly the man pressed himself to the ground in fear. Briareus came closer and closer to him, saying that he would tear them into pieces and enjoy the taste. The man smiled, asking if the monster had forgotten anything. Raising his hand up, the protagonist released a strong mana. Gritting his teeth, he remembered how he said that he would buy the guys time, so he asked them to prepare and use the strongest spell. The monster widened its eyes in horror, noticing the black hair. Still holding his hand, Russell activated the cloud ring and weather control. Frowning, he added a thunderstorm, when suddenly a strong blow hit the monster. Niccolo peeked out from behind cover, smiling, thinking that the guy was so strong, although he was still young and had just reached the 6th circle of mana. Emilia smiled, thinking that it was no wonder the master of the fire tower valued the protagonist so much. Continuing to look forward, Russell thought that this took a lot more mana than he expected. With wide eyes, the guy knew that he had hit the monster right on the head, so he did not think that he was unscathed again. Suddenly, a menacing silhouette appeared from the clearing dust. Hubert clenched his fists, saying that he couldn't believe the monster was still standing after such an attack, to which Olsen widened his eyes in surprise, adding that the enemy's resilience was simply astounding. Niccolo gritted his teeth, thinking that this was the only attack that had worked so far, and they certainly distracted the monster, and he didn't expect Russell to finish him off at once. Turning to the worried guy, he thought that the monster had taken too little damage. The monster frowned, asking if the protagonist was related to Henson, since he had black hair and magic that contained the power of dragons. Russell gritted his teeth, wondering if it was some kind of artifact. The monster clenched his fist, saying that it didn't matter since the pair had made him remember things he wanted to forget. Swinging his arm, he menacingly shouted that it was time to die. Olsen rushed forward, asking the protagonist to step aside. Russell was in shock, unable to move from his spot. The mages surrounded the monster, dealing multiple attacks to it. Looking at Alan, the protagonist wondered what he was doing since he could not really hear anything. Suddenly, Russell put his hand to his mouth. Looking at the black liquid on his palm, the guy thought that he had several severe internal wounds, and if he had taken the blow completely, there would have been no wet spot left. Turning around, he suddenly noticed Olsen, who was crawling out of the rubble with a cough, saying that this monster was really strong since it almost killed both of them with one blow. Atri quickly ran towards the guy, asking if everything was okay, when suddenly the protagonist turned around, starting to ask for help since Olsen was badly injured. The representative squatted down, saying that the boy seemed to have broken ribs, when suddenly Olsen smiled, saying that he would not be able to train physical strength for a while. Nicola suddenly asked if the boy was okay, when suddenly Russell stood up, saying that he was fine. After receiving a strong blow from the monster, the man asked if the protagonist could use that spell again, because if they hit the wound a second time, they would cause good damage. Looking down, Russell thought that if he hit accurately, he could cause a lot of damage, but he could not fully control the thunderstorm. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy replied that he could use another spell that would help defeat the monster. Hearing this, Nicola frowned and asked for another spell. The protagonist looked at the monster with glowing eyes and answered yes, but he needed time, about 15 minutes. Hearing this, Nicola stood up straight and told everyone that they needed to buy time for Russell and not let that monster lay a finger on him, after which all his comrades said okay in unison. The protagonist flew a long distance away, saying to himself that he couldn't go any further to attack him. Closing his eyes, he thought about restoring his mana first, and then used partial dragonification. A bright flash of flame appeared in front of him while he was saying in his head that the image that could finish off that demon once and for all, the Brahmastra, the spear of God, capable of piercing anything. When suddenly the monster abruptly turned towards the enemy and shouted that he was definitely the descendant of Henson and that lizard. After these words, his leg muscles increased. At the same second, he rushed to attack, shouting that he would tear the protagonist into pieces. But unexpectedly for him, Emilia's powerful magic grabbed the monster's leg. With her arms outstretched, she shouted loudly now, after which her comrades appeared behind her. With their arms outstretched, they sent powerful streams of flame and atmospheric waves at the enemy. Nicola also extended his arms from the side and shouted that they must protect the protagonist, must restrain the demon with all their might at any cost. Alan released an icy stream towards the monster. Ilo and her mother knelt down and, putting their hands to the ground, asked the spirits of the forest to give them strength for free. After that, powerful tree roots began to entangle Briareus's body. Nicola, gritting his teeth, said to himself that everything was already running out because they used many spells, and there was still a long time until 15 minutes. When suddenly the monster exhaled heavily, saying that they were all insects. Having said this, he destroyed everything that held him with one wave of his hand. His fist was enveloped in an incredibly strong dark aura. Briareus swung it, directing dark magical energy at the protagonist. Russell at this time stood with his arms outstretched towards the spear. Seeing this, Nicola frowned pitifully and screamed, "No." Alan raised his head with the last of his strength, looking at this. Tears flowed from Ilo's eyes. She suddenly remembered how she looked at the guy from behind bars, and said to herself that he had always protected her, so now it was her turn to do the same. The girl lowered her head in sadness, thinking that if she could stop this attack, even if she had to give up everything. Stretching her hand forward, the elf begged someone to give her strength. At that moment, everything around turned gray. Ilo looked around, surprised, asking if time had frozen. A girl appeared in front of her, smiling, saying that Ilo already had the power, she just couldn't accept it completely. Raising her head, the elf asked in surprise who she was and what she was talking about, to which the girl bowed, answering that Ilo already knew what power she was talking about. She smiled and added that in order to fully harness the dragon's power, she had to accept her fate, and if she accepted the fate of an elf and a dragon, she would no longer be able to live her old life. Ilo's eyes widened and she lowered her head. Clenching her hand into a fist, she said that for Russell's sake she would accept this power. The girl crossed her arms, answering that she knew the elf would make such a choice. Hubert stretched his hand forward in horror, calling out loudly to the boy. A bright flash appeared in front of the protagonist's face. A strong stream of wind suddenly appeared next to them, enveloping everything around. The monster opened its eyes wide in bewilderment. Next to Russell was a huge dragon, protecting him. Niccolo took a frightened step back when suddenly Emilia opened her mouth, saying that the last dragon was seen 7 centuries ago, and she did not think that they still existed. Arian looked forward in surprise. The monster swung, menacingly calling the dragon a lizard. Rushing forward, he ordered not to interfere with him when suddenly the dragon dodged with ease. His eyes lit up when suddenly he said that thousands of years had passed and the monster was still as terrible. Opening his mouth, he immediately activated the breath of the dragon. After receiving a blow to the chest, the monster smirked and said that the dragon had become much weaker. Standing on his tiptoes, he said menacingly that he would first tear off his wings. Stretching his arms forward, the monster added that he would then rip out his heart and swallow it. Suddenly, Ilo quickly rushed past his hand, saying that it seemed that this was all she could do, but it did not matter. Smirking, she added that she had already played her part. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that the power of a god that could tear even time had appeared in his hand. Alan looked up in surprise, saying that he felt a dense heat, after which Hubert frowned, adding that in the great forest there was heat in the desert. Emilia turned, saying that they had not wasted time in vain, to which Niccolo frowned, saying that he did not believe that this was a sixth circle spell. Looking closely at Russell, who was enveloped in fire, he said that if this power were not in the embodiment of the spear, the great forest would have disappeared without a trace. Looking around, the monster wondered if it was afraid. Opening its mouth, it screamed furiously that this was impossible because it was the general of the Titans. Swinging, the protagonist released a fire attack. It quickly rushed past the monster. Turning, he laughed, saying that he dodged. Russell suddenly appeared in front of his face, and the monster asked when he got so close. Crossing his arms in front of himself, the guy activated the weave of the Erect. A bright beam appeared near the monster's face. Turning around, it flew into his chest at great speed. Briareus' body was pierced through. Blood spurted from the monster's mouth, and he screamed that he finally got out after thousands of years of imprisonment, so he was furious. After shouting this, he fell to the ground with a crash. Blood spurted out of the protagonist's mouth, and he said to himself that the recoil was too strong, so he better not use such magic. Thinking about this, he began to fall down rapidly. In flight, he smiled and said to himself that he was able to protect everyone, after which a notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had completed the mission and received a reward. After a while, he was lying on the bed in bandages. The guy slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up on the bed, he said that he was in pain, and the elf who entered the room asked if he was okay. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked in response if everything was okay, to which she firmly answered yes, adding that only Ulson was still recovering, and the others had already come to their senses. Hearing this, Russell remembered how his friend took the blow on himself, after which he smiled and said that this was good news. Ilo suddenly took off her hood and asked if the boy could see it. Small horns appeared above her ears, and she said with a blush on her cheeks that on the day of the battle, she accepted the power of the dragons and learned that their destinies were connected. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered the huge dragon next to him and said to himself, so the dragon that protected him was her. Ilo sat down on a chair and asked if he knew what kind of fate this was, to which he replied that he was not sure of the details, but he had an idea. He imagined many dragons and told her about the next generation of dragons that lived under the emperor long ago, after which he said that he thought that this was the fate they shared. Raising his eyebrows, he asked the girl if she was ready for this, adding that she would now serve him and he did not know how the dragon's power would affect her. Ilo, closing her eyes, smiled and replied that everything was fine because she was still herself and it was her choice. She clutched the hem of her dress with her hand, saying to herself that this was the fate she wanted. She kept her eyes on Russell, adding that he already had a partner, but she could be with him. After a short pause, she raised her hand to her head and asked in confusion how she should address him now, since calling him the Dragon Emperor was a bit too much, to which the guy calmly replied that she could address him however she wanted. Then Ilo lowered her head and with a blush on her cheeks asked what about the master, to which the protagonist chuckled. Closing her eyes, he asked with a wide smile on his face, what about Russell? After thinking for a while, the girl, raising her hand to her chin, answered that they would do so then, simultaneously saying in her head that they seemed to have become closer now. The next morning, Nicola visited the protagonist, saying that he was grateful to him from the bottom of his heart, because if it were not for him, many people would have died. Russell looked at the man in response and said to himself that he had heard that he was still recovering his mana, but that he was already on his feet, and then asked himself if it was because he felt responsible as the leader of the squad. After thinking about this, he smiled and replied that if he were alone, he would not have a chance to win. Then he remembered how Nicola had saved him not long ago, and added that he had saved him too, so he could consider that he was simply repaying him. Hearing this, the man sighed in relief and thanked the guy for saying this, and then asked if he had spoken to the others. Then Russell remembered how all his friends were standing around his bed, and replied that they had all visited him, to which Nicola, with a smile on his face, said that it must have been quite noisy, so he should rest more. At night, the protagonist lay down on the star-shaped bed and said that he was very tired. A few seconds later, he sat up on the bed and added that it was time to continue. The third mask he received for defeating Briareus appeared in his hand, and it helps him stay conscious. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that it gives resistance to mind control magic, so it will be easier for him to fight dark mages who use curses and illusions. Looking at the two masks in front of him, Russell thought that the first one helps to calculate attacks, and the second one focuses on defense. Covering his face with his hands, the guy thought that he cannot wear three at once, so he should combine them. The system suddenly reported that the three masks were collected, so they returned to their true form when suddenly a bright light was heard. The system added that the guy created the Crown of Solomon, and it combines the effects of three masks, and since the crown is restored, its ability will work again. Russell knew that Solomon is the king of magicians who created a magical empire in the era of myths. With his eyes widened, he thought that he did not believe that this was his relic. Looking at the crown, the protagonist smiled, asking why it was so small. Embarrassed, he crossed his arms and asked if it was a summoning artifact. The crown suddenly stopped above the guy's head and began to glow brightly. Russell's eyes widened, thinking that he felt like he was being split into two bodies. Taking a lotus position, his body began to be enveloped in magic. Looking around, the protagonist admired the breathtaking view. Lowering his head, he wondered if there was something here that helped him with his calculations. Looking at the copy of himself, Russell thought that a part of him existed in the crown and helped him calculate the magic circles. Shocked, the guy turned to the side and asked if this was really a split consciousness. Coming to his senses, the protagonist held his hand to his face. Looking up, he read in the system window that his inner creation was exhausted, so some functions of the crown were unavailable. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that the crown did not contain his consciousness, but preserved it, and if his mind was affected by the curse, he could recover thanks to the crown. Looking at the crown in his hand, Russell smiled, thinking that he should learn more about the methods of use, but the artifact pleased him. The guy stood on the field, holding his hand outstretched. He suddenly activated a rain of fire arrows, after which a strong explosion was heard. Hubert looked up, saying that it was amazing that the protagonist recovered in 10 days, after which Alan adjusted his glasses, adding that Russell was even better at using mana and casting spells. Olsen folded his arms across his chest, smiling, saying that it was because he trained regularly. Rubbing his wrist, he said that the guy had already recovered, so he offered to fight, and asked not to use magic so that he could restore his body. When suddenly the protagonist turned around, saying that he was fine with it, and then asked if it would definitely help. At that moment, a strong blow was heard. Olsen smiled, saying that his bones were crunching a little, so it would be fine if he gave the guy a good beating. Suddenly, the guys turned around in surprise. Hearing the sound of the bell, they realized that something had happened, but most of the remaining monsters were defeated, so they did not know what could have happened. Both of them jumped up. Looking down, the protagonist saw an ambassador with a red flag, and this means an urgent message. Olsen's face changed, asking if they were really attacked by the bastards from the Empire. Niccolo looked back, saying that everyone was here. After all, this is a national emergency. Looking ahead from under his brows, he said menacingly that Bismarck had revealed his secret ambitions. Olsen put his hands on the table, asking if he had betrayed Endymion, to which the man nodded, answering that he had. Niccolo explained that the 5 magic towers, including Heatmore and Cargo, along with the 13th and 21st squads were helping him besiege the capital. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking that Bismarck had ridiculed his father and his family, and was he really related to the Archduke? Turning his head, Russell suddenly shouted, asking if the teacher and the master of the Blue Tower weren't in the capital. Lowering his head, Niccolo firmly answered that they had disappeared, when suddenly the boys' expressions changed. Turning to them, the man added that they had both disappeared. Hearing this, Olsen slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he couldn't believe that such a thing had happened in his absence. The protagonist leaned forward and said that the teacher definitely did not lose to them, because if she did, they would have announced it to demoralize their forces. Emilia folded her arms and said that she agreed with Russell, adding that Archduke Bismarck was just playing some kind of trick. The most he could do was keep them somewhere far away from the capital. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in excitement and said that if they were aiming for the throne, they needed to take care of the queen and princess, to which Nicola replied that Sir Gillian was currently with the king. The protagonist recalled the royal knights and the princess herself, while Nicola continued to say that the royal knights were guarding the princess, but if the enemy was at the level of the tower masters, she might be in danger. Immediately after that, the commander of the 7th squad hit his chest and shouted that they were heading there immediately, because he was ready to cut down their enemies. Hearing this, Nicola raised his hands and asked the knight to calm down, adding that he understood his feelings. Even if he left right now, he would not be able to arrive in time, and then asked Hubert what the fastest way to get to the capital was. The professor put his hand to his chin and replied that it would be great to use the teleportation gate, but there was a high probability that it was impossible, since the enemy must have done something to it to delay reinforcements. Then Hubert, without taking his eyes off the leader, said that in that case, they can only go through the Red Canyon as quickly as possible. Get to the magic tower closer to the capital and teleport from there. This will take at least one day, to which Nicola, turning around abruptly, said that they cannot waste time, so they need to move. The protagonist suddenly extended his hand and asked if he could return to the capital first, to which Nicola asked in surprise if he really knew any other way. Then the guy showed the ring of the Eros and Soul pair and explained that the owner of the Eros ring can teleport to the Soul ring. Emilia approached the guys and said that she understood him, but she thought it would be better if one of the masters used it, to which he replied that only he could use it because the ring is bound to the first owner. At that very second, Nicola put his hands on the guy's shoulders and said that Sir Gillian would be with the king, and he was leaving the princess to him, to which he firmly replied that he would protect her with his life. Having said this, he put on the ring and a bright flash blinded the entire room, after which a notification appeared in front of him which said that he had received a task, the safety of Princess Hecate. Guinevere's palace, the western gate, the knights were furiously going into battle. On the walls they waved their hands and carried their comrades on stretchers to shelter. Corpses lay in the streets, there was panic everywhere. The wounded knight lay on the ground in blood when suddenly a girl's voice asked him to be patient for a while. Princess Hecate was bandaging him. Thompson rose slightly and asked how she knew his name, to which she, having finished bandaging the wound, asked in response, shouldn't she, adding that they were the best swords in the kingdom. Suddenly, an unimaginable roar was heard, from which the girl turned around abruptly. Knights with shields ran to the gate, shouting that the western gate had fallen, so they must stop the traitors at the cost of their own lives. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. A man in a cloak came out of the fire, asking why he should be here if there was no one strong here. It was Arcarium, the first apprentice of the master of the Red Tower Blaine. He suddenly smiled and greeted the princess. Seeing the guy, Hecate frowned and shouted at him to shut up. Arcarium stopped and asked if she would not even call him sir, to which she replied that sir was only used for respected people. She raised the glowing sword and added that he, as a traitor, did not deserve it. Seeing the sword, Arcarium raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that it was erendite, given by the lake fairy, the sacred sword with which the fire dragon was struck, adding that he did not expect to find a royal relic here. The knight stood in front of the princess, shouting for her to leave, and that they would detain him. Baring his teeth, the guy suddenly said that this was her end. At that very second, a loud explosion was heard. A fiery stream of mana quickly carried towards the princess. Turning her head, Hecate mentally asked for forgiveness from her beloved. Strongly gripping the hilt of the sword, she hoped that she would be with him in the next life. A thick cloud of smoke covered everything around. Arcarium gritted his teeth, wondering if the space there was distorted. Looking at the knights engulfed in flames, he asked in fear if this was the spell of the master of the fire tower. Introducing Daria, the guy shouted that it was impossible because the master had definitely dealt with her. A calm voice was suddenly heard from Hecate, asking her for forgiveness for being late, after which the princess sharply turned her head. Russell was next to her, hugging the girl around the waist. Arcarium's teeth chattered with excitement when he thought that he did not know how the protagonist summoned the teleportation gate. But the Red Tower experienced so much shame because of him, and since everything turned out this way, he would bring the Archduke his head too. The boy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which Russell turned around, asking what he did to his teacher, to which Arcarium smiled, asking if they really had such a close relationship that he would tell about it. Gritting his teeth, he menacingly said that he would deal with the boy himself. Stretching his hand forward, the boy ordered his subordinates to grab the princess, and he did not care if she survived. Russell thought that they were all third and fourth circle mages, after which he turned back, ordering everyone to stand behind the summoned monsters. Activating a powerful explosion, the boy ordered the fire bustards to burn the traitors. Releasing a whirlwind, Arcarium menacingly asked how the protagonist dared to turn away during a fight, and he was too overconfident. Making a sharp dash forward, Russell thought that he needed to take the enemy as far away from Hecate as possible. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy activated a shock blow. Crossing his arms, Arcarium tried to block the attack. Gritting his teeth, he asked what kind of pathetic tricks were these. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that he would turn the enemy into dust. At that very second, both looked into each other's eyes and activated a fiery explosion. Having moved away from each other at a fairly large distance, a huge fire cloud formed in front of them. Covering his face with his hand, Russell thought about the incredible speed of using the spell and the destructive power, and Arcarium, of course, is not a superhuman, but the level of the Tower Master should be reckoned with. Looking at the fire in the enemy's hand, Arcarium thought that Russell quickly creates spells, but he lacked strength, and the guy clearly missed something in the formula to increase the speed. Slightly smirking, he thought that he will suppress the enemy with firepower. Spreading his arms to the sides, he released the Arcarium spell in a duet of red vipers. Beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face from excitement. Swinging, Arcarium threw an attack forward. With tears in her eyes, Hecate began to loudly call her beloved. The sky was shrouded in clouds. The guy in the cloak lowered his hands, saying that the student, of whom the teacher was so proud, was bothering them quite well. Looking at the cloak in front of him, he added that Briareus was just bait. Standing on it, the guy said that the two of them were his target from the very beginning. Smiling widely, he hoped that the teacher would have fun watching Endymion burn and his students die. The protagonist put up a barrier and said to himself that even though he made it multi-layered, there was still too much damage, which meant that the attack was strong not only magically, but also physically. Then he saw that his cloak was on fire and said to himself that another one had come to an end. At this time, the knights were taking the princess away, shouting that she needed to leave because it was too dangerous here. When suddenly, Arcarium's people rushed towards them. Russell glanced at this out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that the royal knights should deal with the minions. But while he was distracted, Arcarium attacked him with fire, shouting that he wanted to see how long he could last. An insanely powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist stood behind the barrier, saying to himself that if he continued to defend himself like this, he would not win. After thinking these thoughts, he spread his arms out to the sides and created a magical death spear above himself. Seeing this, Arcarium gritted his teeth and asked excitedly if he had been holding back all this time. Russell appeared right in front of him in an instant. His fiery spear pierced the opponent through and through. Blood spurted out of Arcarium's mouth. The opponent with the spear in his chest fell to his knees, quietly saying that he was preparing to counterattack, pretending to lose, so he abandoned the defense due to his overconfidence, and this led to his defeat. The protagonist turned away and said to himself that if he had kept a cool head, everything could have ended differently, after which an explosion was heard behind him. A battle was taking place in front of the castle, in which the knights were helped by the protagonist's creatures. Russell opened the doors to the palace, shouting the name of the princess. Upon seeing him, the minions of Arcarium asked in fear what had happened to the master. Fire appeared in the guy's hand, and he shouted that they could ask him personally about this. Having shouted this, he struck everyone in the hall with rapid attacks. When the protagonist reached the princess, she threw herself into his arms. She put her hands on his cheeks and said that he looked injured, to which he calmly replied that everything was fine. The girl remembered how Russell appeared and said that she did not even know what could have happened if it were not for him, because he saved her life, after which she asked if this was the power of the ring that he gave her. The guy put his hand on the hand of his beloved and answered yes, but now he cannot transfer power to her, he has little mana left. Having said this, he looked out the window, behind which the flames raged, and Hecate said that the king was there. The protagonist smiled and, remembering Jillian, told the princess that she didn't have to worry because he was with her and seemed to be doing well. Then he put his hand on the girl's shoulder and added that they needed to regroup now, because as soon as the enemies learned that Arcarium had lost, they would retreat. Then Hecate raised her sword and said in a bright light that she was the princess of Endymion, commanding the sacred sword Erendite to grant the valor of the founder king to all their vassals. A bright blue glow enveloped the people, their fatigue was gone. But as soon as the light died down, the girl lost her balance, because the king's sword distributes the owner's powers to allies. The guy picked up the princess in his arms and looked at her excitedly. Hecate smiled, saying that this was all she could help with now. Russell took her hand, ordering her to glorify their princess and show loyalty to the royal family. Suddenly, a rough voice came out of nowhere, saying that he was wondering why the guy was taking so long with one girl, when suddenly the protagonist turned to the window in horror. Grabbing the girl in his arms, Russell jumped back, ordering everyone to retreat. Raising his hand up, the enemy ordered the building to collapse, after which the roof began to quickly break. Behind his back, a sword was burning brightly. Behind the enemy's back was a red-hot Ragna blade. Blaine extended his hand forward, smiling, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at the guy who created an unusual barrier, the man thought that the protagonist withstood his attack, and it was hard to believe that he created it so quickly. He suddenly added that the guy had become even stronger since last time, when suddenly Russell frowned, thinking that the enemy destroyed the palace with one attack, which means he has incredible strength. Blaine looked down, asking if the protagonist had defeated Arcarium since he couldn't see it, since it had always told him that his overconfidence would cost him his life one day. Hecate put her hand to her chest and asked Blaine why he was doing this. Taking a step forward, she asked why innocent people were involved when he only wanted her. Clapping her hands, Blaine laughed, saying that it was touching and that she would definitely be a good ruler if she inherited the throne. He turned his stern gaze forward and asked if she had finished her last words, since he still had to meet her father. Russell shielded the girl with his body and ordered her to stand behind him, since it would be impossible to reason with the man. The knights rushed forward, excitedly asking if the princess was okay. Hecate turned around with a smile as the knight began to say that they came running as soon as they saw that the palace had collapsed and that the king was fine, so she didn't have to worry about him. Blaine frowned, saying that even more strangers were starting to irritate him. Waving his hand, the man ordered his subordinates to cut them down. A powerful explosion suddenly appeared in front of his face. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Blaine asked if Russell was going to confront him, to which the guy answered without hesitation, of course. Without taking his eyes off the angry protagonist, Blaine laughed, saying that from looking at the guy, it seemed to him that Daria was here and his teacher looked at him the same way the last time they met. Introducing the girl, the opponent menacingly said that now she was stuck in the land of darkness and emptiness and the guy would never see her again. The protagonist's pupil sharply shrank from shock. Blaine aimed a fire attack at the guy, asking him to show him what Russell had to protect her name. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy decided to activate the Crown of Solomon. At the same second, a loud, bright explosion was heard. Looking carefully down, Blaine thought that the blade of Ragna was faster than the speed of sound. Looking down, he asked himself in bewilderment how the bastard with the sixth circle could dodge it. Looking forward, the protagonist thought that he could break time into small pieces and track the enemy's attacks, and it would be close, but he would be able to dodge. Crouching, the guy thought that there were allies behind him, and if he dodged, they would all suffer. Looking up, Russell activated the magical spear of death in 5 times its size. Directing the blow forward, the protagonist confidently thought that he would take the enemy's attack. Activating the mana in his hand, Blaine smiled, saying that Russell was trying to protect his allies, and this was a direct road to the grave. Rising higher, the man abruptly threw out an attack. She landed next to the knights, and immediately a giant wall of earth began to grow. Suddenly, loud blows and explosions were heard. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist tried to find his enemy with his eyes, who said that he did not think that the guy could compare with him in the speed of his spell consciousness. Gritting, Blaine released mana, asking how long Russell would last. After these words, a powerful purple explosion was heard. The protagonist stood unwaveringly in the fire, and his opponent said that it was impressive, because he did not expect him to be able to stand on his feet. Furrowing his brows, he added that the guy was so good that he would have taken him as a student if Daria had not gotten ahead of him. Russell gritted his teeth and with burning eyes said to himself that his opponent was incredibly fast and strong, adding that he was also a master of the tower, but on a completely different level compared to Arcarium. Hecate suddenly rushed towards him from behind. She took his arm, and Blaine mockingly said that this was a very touching scene, so he would make sure that their graves were close to each other. After saying this, an incredibly powerful magical energy began to accumulate around him. The knight stood in front of the lovers, shouting at them to leave because they would not last long. Seeing this, the man raised his hand and said to himself that even the royal knights interfere, adding that it was annoying. Less than a minute later, Russell and Hecate hid behind a large rock. The guy bit his lip and said to himself that there was only one thing left. He must use dragonification, after which a notification appeared in front of him, stating that he needed to get the princess's necklace. Then he looked up and asked the girl if he could see what she was wearing. When he took the necklace in his hand, the princess told him that it was a keepsake from her mother. Hearing this, Russell frowned and asked if she could give it to him. The girl began to take off the jewelry, saying that she was sure that they would not ask for it just like that. Looking at the glowing necklace, the guy smiled warmly and thanked his beloved for her trust, after which a notification appeared in front of him, which said that he had completed the princess's treasure quest and if he filled the necklace with mana, it would show its true form. After reading the instructions, he filled the necklace with mana. The bright light became even brighter, after which a system screen appeared in front of the guy, asking if he wanted to absorb the dragon scales. After reading this, Russell tightly clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that he would absorb them. Blaine saw a bright glow behind the stones and wondered what this incredible mana was. Horror appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth wide and screamed, asking what was happening. The protagonist changed his appearance, and thanks to the dragon scales, his physical strength was increased, and the dragonification can be maintained longer. His body became stronger because of the dragon scales. His eyes began to change to dragons, and he said to himself that he could defeat him. Horns grew on his head, and he screamed, using dragonification. Blaine put his hand on his hip and said that he did not think that the rumors about him being from the dragon family were true. He remembered Macri and added that now he understood why he lost to him. Russell turned to the princess and asked her to go to the knights. Blaine's terrifying aura met the protagonist's aura, and he said that it was quite comparable to his. When suddenly he smiled madly and said to himself that if he received this power, none of the masters would be equal to him. At this time, Russell created a fireball in his hands and said to himself that his opponent was superior to him in magical powers, but he was stronger physically, so he would use this to quickly finish him off. After these thoughts, he used the Falling Sun ability. Stretching out his hand, he strengthened the skill with death spears. Then with a sharp movement, he threw them at the enemy. After that, he frowned and said to himself that he was sure that it was not enough. The floor broke under the pressure of his foot. Standing unwavering, Blaine looked at the approaching guy, asking if this was all he could do. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist menacingly activated overheating. The man raised his hand up, covering his face from the attack. Russell activated the fire cannon, and at that very second, a blow was heard. The protagonist swung with all his might, releasing a huge stream of fiery mana forward. Frowning, the guy slightly coughed. Landing on the ground, he braced himself with his hand, when suddenly Blaine said that the guy was definitely strong. Spreading his arms to the sides, the man came closer, saying that Russell's physical strength was simply at a superhuman level and he would surpass the man in 5 years. Raising his burning gaze forward, he said that therefore he would kill the protagonist here and now. Grabbing the spear, Russell rushed forward, thinking that he would attack until he found a weak spot. Having struck the enemy several times, the guy thought that a little more was enough. With eyes burning with anger, he screamed loudly, thinking that there was very little left. Throwing the spear, it quickly rushed past Blaine, hitting his hand. Russell grabbed the handle, shouted joyfully, "Opened up." Releasing an attack upward, the guy activated the Cloud Ring Weather Form and Lightning Sting. Putting his hand to his chin, Russell thought that the dragonification would soon end, and Solomon's crown was also already at its limit. Looking at the falling enemy, the protagonist spread his arms to the sides, thinking that this would be the last attack. Activating the magical Spear of Death, Russell immediately released it after the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Blaine menacingly called the guy a damn brat. Extending his hand forward, he activated the Blaine spell and Demonic Flame. A huge cloud of energy quickly approached the flying spear. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and a bright light. Lying on the stone, the protagonist thought that he could not gather strength and was starting to lose his sight. With his last strength, he slightly opened his eyes. Imagining the people dear to him in front of him, Russell thought that he must protect them. Gathering his thoughts, the guy squatted down, thinking that even if it cost him his life, he would still protect them, when suddenly a magic seal appeared in the air. Blaine's eyes widened, shouting loudly that this was impossible because the guy had risen a circle higher in the fight. Smiling, Russell said that this was the 7th circle. Falling to his knees, he began to scream loudly and mana began to quickly leave his body. The cloaked man appeared next to Blaine, saying that it was too early for Russell to enter the 7th circle, then turned to the man, saying that he looked terrible and that he seemed to have had a hard time in this fight. Blaine held his shoulder, then turned his head, ordering him to be quiet, and asked what was taking him so long. Taking off his hood, the man replied that the Fire Tower Master had broken the seal, but he had sealed it again securely. Russell slowly crawled towards them, menacingly asking if this cloaked man was behind all of this, when he suddenly turned around, saying that he had already spoken to Russell, but that this was the first time they had met in person. He smirked and said that he would kill the father and son of the Raymond family. The protagonist's eyes immediately lit up with rage. The protagonist asked in shock if it was he who killed his father, to which he, raising his hand to his chin, said that he died at his hands, but he was not to blame for his death, after which he asked Blaine if he agreed with him. The man held his severed hand, breathing heavily. Hearing this, Russell, with eyes burning with rage, turned his gaze to Blaine and screamed that it was he who stood by his father's death, after which he asked why he did it. The man smiled and said that he would answer this question at the end. The protagonist was kneeling, listening to his opponent say that his father had to die because he learned the connections between the plans of the Archduke and the cult of heretics. He knew too much, that's why he died. After saying this, Hypnos spread his hand to the side and said that he also had a parting gift for him. With his arms outstretched, a huge skull appeared above his head, and he said that this is the magic of the 7th circle, which contains all the diseases of the world. A pandemic. With a burning eye, he looked at the protagonist and added that he promised that he would die an easy death, even if he wanted to. Suddenly, Daria appeared in the sky. Spreading her arms, she screamed in the bright light of the fire that she would no longer lose loved ones because of him. Fire creatures burst out of the ground. Russell looked at the teacher with a smile on his face, said that she was here. The woman with burning eyes looked at the guy and said that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Blaine frowned in horror and screamed what was this, to which Hypnos turned to the woman and screamed that he sealed her in Tartarus. How could an ordinary person get out of there? Daria looked at the enemy with eyes full of hatred and said that she did not believe that he considered them ordinary people. That was his mistake. Everything around was burning. Suddenly, not far from them, a powerful and incredibly large column of magical energy struck the sky, and Hypnos screamed in horror, asking if the master of the Blue Tower had also gotten out. Daria landed next to the main character and said that he should rest, because soon everything would be over. A bright fire appeared in her hands, and she, turning to her opponents, said that she would make them pay for reminding her of what happened that day. A long time ago, a boy raised his hands and exclaimed that he wanted to become a magician like his mother when he grew up. Young Daria picked up her son in her arms and said that he would definitely become one. He was very talented and studied magic himself and showed his results to his mother, who admired him. He trained for days on end to show what he had achieved, and his parents looked at him from the side and saw all his successes. He also loved sweets very much, so he often ate them at any meal. One night, Daria had to urgently answer a letter from the royal palace, so she left home, and it changed her life completely. The letter was a trap set by the heretics to lure her out. That same night she hurried home at full speed, but it was too late. Among the ruins of the house were her dead relatives. Daria held her burnt son in her arms, who was still conscious. She cried and said that everything will be fine, he needs to sleep well, and everything will pass. After many years, she turned around with a smile on her face. In front of her stood her friends, the people who saved her when she lost the meaning of life. Currently, she was grinding her teeth and screaming, asking how they dared to do this, adding that they should not even dare to dream of getting out of here alive. At that very second, she summoned the Fire King of Giants, who rose before her opponents. She waved her hand and used the magic of the Eighth Circle, her spell Dream of the Fire Flower. Blaine and Hypnos raised their hands up, trying to hold the barrier in front of them. Daria smiled wickedly. Releasing mana, she activated Daria's spell and the Rotten Apple. The man turned his gaze back in horror. His mouth suddenly opened wide in fear. A fiery whirlwind rose in the air. Still hiding in the barrier, Hypnos turned his gaze to the burnt body of his partner. Looking at the approaching fire, he thought that he no longer had a choice. Making a dash forward, he decided to team up with the Archduke to kill the king first. Daria's magic suddenly bound his leg. Gritting his teeth, Russell held him tightly, saying that the enemy was not going anywhere. Hypnos angrily turned his head back. Suddenly, a strong fiery blow rushed past him, which he managed to dodge. Daria spread her arms out to the sides, menacingly telling him to cast aside any thoughts of leaving here alive. At that very second, a loud explosion was heard. Fire arrows pierced his body through and through, and the protagonist thought that this was to be expected from the fire of the Eighth Circle, which he could not get rid of. Looking at the mana in his palm, Russell thought that he would have to use all his strength to destroy him completely. The boy wrapped Hypno's body in fiery bonds and began to squeeze it. Daria approached him, saying that this was the end, and if he told them everything, she would grant him a painless death. Looking up, Hypnos with a smile on his face replied that she should not think that this was the end, because the true darkness was just beginning to appear. Raising his head up, with a malicious laugh, he screamed that he would cover this continent with blood and darkness. Daria looked at the puddle left by him in confusion, calling him a terrible person. Blaine's son walked along the wall, leaving traces on it, thinking that it was a complete failure. Frowning, the boy thought that it was not worth trusting the heretic cult, so he should hide and recuperate. With a tremor in his body, he came out from behind the corner where the main character was standing. His eyes lit up when suddenly he asked if it was Alex. Lost in his memories, Russell thought it was impossible because he had seen his death with his own eyes. Putting his spear forward, the boy dashed forward, recognizing the boy as his son. Having thrust the spear into his body with all his strength, the protagonist thought that Alex had won. Two whirlwinds were suddenly heard behind the wall. The knights ran in horror, asking when reinforcements would arrive. The old man smiled, saying that the traitors were scattering like ants. The knights ran, shouting that the fire tower had come to the rescue. Jillian, who had occupied the wall, was walking along it. Bismarck frowned, saying that they had managed to fight back right before the walls began to hover. Turning around, he menacingly asked how those two monsters had gotten free and where Blaine and Hypnos were. Someone's voice was suddenly heard behind him, to which the man turned around sharply. Daria stood before him, throwing the corpses on the ground, and said that in such a state they were barely recognizable, but she wanted to show them in person. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she smiled, and the guys appeared behind her. After a while, the knight's army led by Daria drove the opponents to the edge of the gorge. Bismarck swung his sword and showed his powerful aura, saying that he had been preparing for this for decades. At the same second, he rushed to attack, asking if they really thought that people like them could stop him. Fire appeared in the protagonist's hands after his teacher said that his opponent still did not understand anything, so he could take revenge. With a wave of his hand, the guy created a flame of destruction. It immediately engulfed Bismarck. The burnt man fell dead to the ground. The sun rose over the palace, and it was time to discuss its restoration. The king sat at his desk and said that before they could work on the palace, they had to restore the homes of ordinary people, and then asked the master of the Yellow Tower if he could take it upon himself, to which he bowed and replied yes. Then the king looked at Daria and asked if the words of the cult of Hypnos were true, to which the woman nodded and replied yes, because she had heard it herself, adding that he would cover this continent with blood and darkness. The man looked at the papers and, raising his hand to his chin, asked himself what the beginning of the truth of darkness was and who this Hypnos was talking about. After a short pause, he put the papers aside and said that he was entrusting the master of the fire tower with this matter, that she should form a squad to investigate the actions of the cult, to which she bowed and firmly replied that she would carry out his order. The king took out new papers and said that all that was left was to reward the heroes. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself that he stood in the same ranks with superhumans. The name of the main character was written on the sheet of paper, and the man did not even think that he would see such a young talent in his lifetime. At this time, Russell was lying unconscious on the bed. The princess was sitting next to him and saying that 10 days had already passed, and he still had not woken up. Daria looked at her with a smile on her face and said that there was no need to worry, because since he had recently become even stronger, his body was getting used to the new magic circle. She remembered how the student looked at her with tears in his eyes and said to herself that he had overdone it, being in a serious condition, but it was very good that the magic circle had not been destroyed. Leaving the memories, she began to take the princess away, saying that Russell would cope as always. The main character was left alone in the room. Night fell, the moonlight was shining into the room. Russell woke up and saw a fire next to him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in shock, realizing that it was Pepper, after which a notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the fire spirit had completely absorbed the power of the fire dragon. And now he was reborn as a fire dragon spirit, and below that, another notification appeared, informing him that his contract with the fire dragon spirit, Pepper, had been restored, and he could summon him using the gate to the spirit world. Less than an hour later, Russell was standing on the street. In front of him was the seventh circle, and he, looking at it, said to himself that before returning in time, he could not even imagine what would happen to him. He remembered everything that happened during that battle and, clenching his hand into a fist, thought about how he not only received the seventh circle, but used its power against his father's killer. But he will not stop there, because there are still remnants of the cult in the Empire, and he must become stronger, so he hopes that this place will be enough. Thinking about this, he turned around. A few seconds later, he raised his hand to his chin and, remembering Pepper, said to himself that before his size could be changed, so it would be a pity if he lost this ability. After these thoughts, he stretched out his hand and called the gate to the spirit world, and then called Pepper. Pepper's huge muzzle appeared in the portal. The huge dragon crawled out of the gate in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, the main character, spreading his arms, happily called his pet. He hugged him and stroked him, saying that a lot of time had passed, and he had become so handsome. He also noticed that the dragon's body had become transparent. Like spirits, it had not only changed in size, but now it looked completely different. The guy stroked the dragon's nose, thinking that he had the seventh circle, after which he asked himself if that was why he woke up only when he was able to reach the seventh circle. After these thoughts, he asked Pepper if he could shrink like before, to which he raised his head. A bright light made the protagonist close his eyes. Pepper turned into a small dragon. Seeing this, Russell clapped happily and said that he had not forgotten how to do it. The protagonist suddenly put up his index finger and asked if he wanted to have some fun. A few minutes later, he saddled Pepper and flew with him through the sky, saying to himself that even at such a speed, he had excellent maneuverability, adding that he had become much better at flying. The guy sat on the dragon's neck, holding on tightly to it. He smiled widely, thinking that if he could fly at such a speed in the form of a spirit, then. But before he could finish speaking, Pepper was covered in fire. He turned into a robe on his master's body, to which the latter, looking at his hands, laughed and asked if he had really read his thoughts, adding that now they were even more connected, so it was time to surrender to the call of the heart. Having said this, he rushed forward, leaving a bright trail behind him. Enveloped in powerful magical energy, Russell flew forward, saying to himself that it was a little slower than Pepper's flight, but at such a speed he would definitely not lose to anyone in the air. With these thoughts, he and Pepper left only a silhouette against the moon. 3 days later, the protagonist was sitting on the bed surrounded by his friends. He had a paper in his hands, and he asked in surprise if he was really a duke now. He imagined his friends and comrades under the coat of arms and said to himself that this title was only given to those who deserved to become part of the royal family. In the entire history of Endymion, no one from the Rathmos family had received this title. Then he remembered the first head of the Raymonds, a mage of the 8th circle and a vassal of the founder of Endymion, saying to himself that they were only marquises. When suddenly the princess patted him on the cheek and said that he still seemed to not believe what had happened, adding that she would also be surprised by such a decision of the king. Daria raised her hand and said that everyone was surprised. The whole hall fell silent after these words. Hubert smiled and added that no one was against it, because everyone knew that he deserved it, and Olsen laughed and said that of course he deserved it. The protagonist's teacher suddenly closed her eyes and mockingly asked if she should now address him as a duke, to which he, waving his hands negatively, answered, "Of course not." After that, he lowered his head and quietly said that he still did not believe it, but he did not need formalities, because he was still Russell Raymond. Raising his head, he firmly added, "her student and younger comrade." Hearing this, Daria smiled widely and said that if he wanted it, then fine. Suddenly, Olsen hit his friend on the back, exclaiming, "That's why he loves him." Night fell, the protagonist was lying in bed and said that since he was alone, it was time to check the rewards for the missions. Having said this, he took out a scroll. Opening it, he saw a map with the location of the dragon, which was marked with a red cross, and said that he was going to look for it himself, and that it would be much easier, when suddenly he raised his eyebrows in shock and exclaimed, asking if this place was really the Empire. A few seconds later, he was sitting on the bed with his hand on his chin. He remembered the colorful city of the Empire of Britain and said to himself that this was the only empire on the continent and an old enemy of Endymion. Imagining bloody and brutal fights, he said that the emperor's health was getting worse, so now the princes were fighting for the throne. People were allowed there by knights after checking, so getting there is not so easy. Russell fell on the bed, asking himself why exactly there, because this time it will be really difficult. Patting Pepper on the cheek, he told him not to worry, because the main thing is that it is possible. The guy with a smile on his face looked at the ceiling and added that it will be dangerous and take a lot of time, but it will definitely work. At this time, a ship full of black silhouettes was sailing on the sea. A girl with long white hair smiled and told the man to wait for her. The ship was full of humanoid monsters, and Muya, folding her arms across her chest, added that she was going to him. The sun's light penetrated the palace. The king entered the room, and the boys bowed to him. Sitting down at the table, the man said that he gathered them here because he wanted to help the elves and beastmen settle in new places. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered Muya and said to himself that so much time had passed, he forgot about them because of the uprising. The king continued to say that the master of the White Tower would help the elves, and Duke Russell would help the beastmen, to which Amelia and Russell bowed. After that, the protagonist smiled confusedly and said to himself that he was worried about Muya's aggressiveness, after which he asked himself if she was challenging him to a duel, why he had such a strange premonition. There were many ships sailing on the sea. The queen of the beastmen, raising her hand to her head, looked into the distance and happily said to herself that as soon as she met him, she would immediately challenge him to a duel. Her subordinates looked at her from the side and said that she seemed to be in a very good mood, because she had left the island for the first time. The man with the bull's head looked at his comrade and added that she was probably anticipating strong opponents on the continent, and most importantly that man. When suddenly a humanoid hair next to them shouted that the land of Endymion was right ahead. In the distance, a city was visible in front of them. The protagonist stood on the shore, meeting the ships. The knights fenced off people, and Russell said to himself that so many people had gathered to look at the beastmen, although they probably only heard about them. When suddenly he turned around sharply, feeling a familiar mana. Sir Alan was walking towards him. Coming closer, he bowed and said that he had come to provide support by order of the king, so he was ready to carry out his orders, to which the guy, raising his hand, said that he could address him without such formalities. Then Alan stood up and, putting out his index finger, asked if it was really possible to just say Duke Russell, to which the protagonist, raising his hand behind his head, answered, yes, that would be better. As soon as the ships arrived, the crew prepared to disembark. The beastmen walked through the crowds of people. The protagonist looked at them and wondered where Muya was, when suddenly a girl with white hair rushed towards them. Seeing her, Alan's eyes widened in shock and said to himself that she was at the level of the Tower Masters, and Russell was probably talking about her, the queen of the beastmen Muya. The girl folded her arms across her chest and, laughing, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist smiled and said that she hadn't changed at all, to which she, clenching her hand into a fist, cried out that he had become even stronger since their last meeting. Spreading her arms to the sides, she showed her powerful aura and said that his scent was already on a completely different level, and if he didn't mind, she wanted to check how much stronger he had become, to which he replied that he was still being treated. Hearing this, Muya exhaled sadly and said that nothing could be done about it, they would have to postpone the duel, and the guy, raising his hands, asked if she could calm her ardor. He turned his gaze to the animals and people who had fallen to the ground and added that they were all scared. After a while, the people reached the forest. Muya, folding her arms on her chest, asked with displeasure if they would really share the forest with the elves. No one had ever talked about this before. The main character looked at the girl and said with a smile that this forest is the largest in all of Endymion, so there is enough space even for 2 races. But the queen, frowning with displeasure, said that she was not talking about this because they are incredibly boring and she hates peace-loving people. Then the guy said that if they get along with the elves, he will bring her a worthy opponent, to which she, hearing this, looked at him with eyes lit up with excitement and exclaimed that this is good, and they agreed. When suddenly she sharply pointed her finger at Alan and said that if her opponent is not Russell, then he must at least be on his level, otherwise it will be completely boring. She suddenly began to sniff the guy, saying that it is very strange that at the first meeting he seemed quite strong, but there is no male smell on him at all, which surprised the main character very much. Remembering the dragon beast, he said to himself that if the first king of the beastmen Fenrir was really half dragon, then perhaps the queen smelled the dragon on him. He stared at the girl, who was surprised by his gaze, and said to himself that she was of the wolf race, and she had silver hair, just like Fenrir, and if she was his descendant, she might also have dragon blood in her. Suddenly, Muya nudged the guy with her elbow and asked why he was looking at her like that, to which he, closing his eyes, replied that he was not looking. Abbott Forest, the leaves of the massive trees were shining in the bright sun. Emilia flew up to Russell and said that she congratulated him on his new circle, adding that she also forgot about his request and appeal. Muya suddenly leaned towards her and said that this person, a woman, is quite strong. While the queen was sniffing Emilia, Oliva came out to meet them and said that they seemed to be their neighbors. Ilo bowed and greeted Russell, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Muya suddenly jumped up to the elves and said that they were also quite strong. Then she pointed her finger at Ilo and, looking at the main character, said that she smelled like him, to which she replied in confusion that she could not compare with him. Suddenly, the queen's eyes lit up, and she asked discontentedly if she really needed him too. Did she really think that she would give him away? Hearing this, Ilo's eyes lit up in response, and she replied discontentedly that he was not a thing. But the protagonist, folding his arms, said that their races would live in the same forest, but each would have its own territory, adding that they lived in different places and had different traditions. Conflicts would be inevitable, so a huge chestnut tree would be considered the center of the forest. The guy pointed his hand at the huge tree and added that everything to the north would belong to the elves, and everything to the south would belong to the beastmen. Oliva bowed and thanked for the land provided, and Muya raised her head and exclaimed that she agreed with this, but she should not forget the promise. After a short pause, the protagonist said that in 10 days a representative of each race must take part in a ceremony with the king, which made the queen smile broadly, and Oliva opened her mouth in surprise. The capital of Endymion. Several carts were traveling along the road. Inside, Ilo, folding her hands on her legs, turned to the protagonist, asking if there were any other duties besides meeting with the king. Russell smiled and replied that Muya would receive a title as the ruler of the beastmen, to which she, looking out the window, said that she didn't really care since she wanted to duel with someone. The guy raised his eyebrows and added that there would be a ball in the palace. It would be a good opportunity to show the rest of the countries how stable their kingdom was. Hearing this, Muya glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and asked if it was really possible to eat anything there. Suddenly, her eyes lit up brightly. Frowning, she shouted that a pair of incredibly strong creatures were coming here. They were Daria and the Master of the Blue Tower, about whom the Queen of the Beastmen said that she would not be able to defeat one of them, but she would also lose, and she would definitely not be able to stand up to the other one. Then Russell glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said that it was okay. He knew them, one of them was his teacher. Hearing this, the girl looked at the guy in shock and exclaimed, asking if he was really just saying this now. She suddenly began to wash her face, saying that she must look good if she met his teacher. After a while, they got out of the carriage, and Russell asked what brought the teacher and the Master of the Blue Tower here. Daria put her hand on her hip and replied that important guests had arrived in the kingdom, and the king ordered them to personally meet them. The Master of the Blue Tower stroked his beard and said that they were glad to see them, after which they both introduced themselves. Oliva put her hand to her chest and said that she remembered the Master of the Fire Tower and remembered how much she helped them. Together with her daughter, they bowed their heads, and Oliva added that she apologized for thanking Daria for saving her daughter so late, to which Daria, raising her hand, said that there was no need to thank her, because she did what she had to. Then she turned around and asked who this was, to which Muya, hiding behind the protagonist, quietly replied that she was the Queen of the Beastmen. When Daria said that she could address them without formalities, the girl stood up and confusedly said that everything was fine, and Russell, raising his eyebrows, said to himself that the beastmen choose their ruler based on strength, so it was not surprising that she was unusual to see someone stronger. Russell's teacher suddenly saw Isla looking away with great displeasure. Looking in the same direction, she saw the protagonist calming the Queen of the Beastmen. She smiled sarcastically at what she saw and, raising her hand, said to herself that he was pretending to be so innocent, but it seemed that some people would not like the ball very much. At this time, the princess, who was in the palace, turned around and asked herself what kind of cold wind it was, adding that she had some kind of strange feeling. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock at what he saw. He looked at the luxurious palace that had been built and said that he could not believe that while he was gone, they had already managed to restore it. Daria put her hand to her chin and said that Nicola and his students had been working without closing their eyes. Then she extended her hand and invited the children inside, because the king was already waiting for them. Inside, Russell knelt down and told the king that he had arrived. Without rising, he added that he had returned after completing his assigned mission, to which the man sitting in front of him asked him to rise, adding that he would not forget his contributions to the common cause. Oliva and her daughter bowed and said that they paid their respects to the ruler of Endymion, after which they introduced themselves, adding that the elves of the Great Forest would never forget his kindness and the territories he had presented. The king smiled warmly and said that he hoped that they would live in harmony with their neighbors until the Great Forest was restored. Muya was shaking with fear and could not put a few words together. Russell, putting his hand to his chest, apologized to the king for it, to which he replied that he understood everything. They could not ignore the culture of the beastmen. In addition to them, There were many people in the hall, and the king said that he wanted to hold a ceremony under his title during the ball. The boy leaned towards the girl and told her to repeat after him that she would follow the king's wish, after which she suddenly raised her hand to her chest and said in a trembling voice that she would follow the king's wish. The protagonist also told her to repeat her gratitude for the warm welcome, to which Muya, with her brows drawn together, did so in agitation. She then lowered her head in disappointment, and the protagonist, with a confused smile, said to himself that she would have to learn etiquette. 3 days later, clouds were floating in the sky above the palace. Muya, dressed in business clothes, knelt down and without a drop of doubt in her voice, firmly said that she was the queen of the beastmen and was now a representative of the nobility of the kingdom of Endymion, adding that she also swears to fulfill all her obligations. The protagonist and his teacher looked at her with a smile on their faces, and the people around said that they had never heard such an amazing speech from a beastman, and there were rumors that they were all barbarians. The king put a sword on her shoulder and said that he would grant her the family name of Lycas and the title of countess, and that she should forever remember the oath she had given today. Muya put her hand to her chest and thanked the king for his kindness. After that, she bowed her head. Less than an hour later, all the people were dancing. The queen of the beastmen brought herself pieces of meat and, exhaling heavily, said that she had done everything right. She still did not understand why everything was so complicated, to which Russell said that she had done everything right. Ilo, sitting next to her, looked at her friend and said that they were at a ball after all, and if he did not mind, she would like to. But before she could finish speaking, Hecate came up to the table in a very beautiful dress and said that it was her fault that she had not introduced herself earlier. Ilo raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw her, and Muya, chewing meat, said to herself that she smelled just like the king. The princess looked at the girls and asked if they could talk in a more secluded place because she wanted to tell them something. The protagonist stood up and said that he would go too, but Hecate, stretching out her hand, said no. Raising her hand to her face, she said with an ominous smile that this conversation was only for women's ears. Daria watched them with great interest and said to herself that 3 races competing for 1 man, it was very interesting. Entering the room, the maid bowed and asked the princess to pass. Hecate sat down in a chair and asked the girls to sit down too, adding that here they could not observe formalities and make themselves comfortable. She poured alcohol into a glass and said that she asked them to step aside because she wanted to ask one question. Having said this, the princess drank the contents of the glass in one gulp. Lowering her hand, she suddenly asked with shining eyes what they thought of Sir Russell, her fiancé. The queen of the beastmen coughed loudly, and Ilo, remaining calm, asked what she meant. Putting her hand to her chest, she added that if the princess wanted to know about her feelings, then she would say honestly that she liked the main character very much. Muya folded her arms over her chest and firmly replied that she was interested in this man, and that he was also quite strong. Hearing this, Hecate calmly replied that Russell was not an easy duke. She put the glass on the table and added that one day he would become king, so he could not have concubines. She looked at the girls from under her brows and added that she did not want to share him with other women as long as she lived. Hearing this, Ilo lowered her head in disappointment and said to herself that she fully expected this, and the beastman queen gritted her teeth, saying to herself that she was just a pathetic human. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Standing up, she asked in displeasure if she had really said while she was alive, to which she firmly answered yes. She recalled the storming of the palace that had happened no more than a month ago, and said that Russell had already become very strong, perhaps he would even become a divine being that they had not seen in myths, and since he had inherited the blood of dragons, he would definitely live much longer than her, and she did not want him to be alone when she left him. Hearing this, the girls raised their eyebrows in surprise. Hecate lowered her gaze in disappointment and added that they both lived longer than humans, so it was enough for her that he was hers while she was alive. Hearing this, the beastman queen leaned forward and said, "So." Before she could finish speaking, the princess stood up and said that something needed to be fixed. Putting her hand to her chest, Hecate firmly said that firstly, she was number 1 for him, and then asked who would be second. Hearing this, the girls looked at each other in confusion. As she was leaving, Hecate asked to be informed when they decided this between themselves. After a while, she was walking up the steps. Suddenly, losing her balance, she flew down. The protagonist appeared in front of her, catching the princess. Raising his eyebrows, he looked at her in surprise and asked why she drank, since she immediately gets drunk. The girl hugged her lover, asking if he knew the best way to keep enemies in sight, adding, to make them fight each other. The guy took his beloved by the hand and asked what she was talking about, to which she replied that she drank so much alcohol that she was now dizzy. Hecate smiled broadly and asked if she could rest in her room. The protagonist hugged her from behind and replied that she could of course do that. 3 months later, the fire tower, Daria was sitting with a paper in her hand and saying that everything had just calmed down. Looking up, she asked if he had told the princess that he was going somewhere again, to which the protagonist replied yes, adding that he had received her permission. The woman took a sip of the glass and added, That is, if he continues like this, then one day the princess will definitely be very unhappy, perhaps even limit the places he can go. Then she looked at the paper and said that in addition, he is also going to a third country, Akane, a country of trade, after which she asked if he knew what kind of place it was. Russell nodded and firmly answered yes. Then he presented chips, playing cards, and said to himself that this is a very small country that can be called a city-state, but gambling, hired killers, money laundering, and even slave owners are common there. It is the darkest country on the continent where everything is allowed. Daria lowered her hand and said that she said this out of concern. He must be careful, the darkness and the souls of people living in such places is much more terrible than usual. The protagonist took the paper in his hand and firmly answered, okay, he will remember her words. After a while, a ship was sailing on the sea, and a fog rose around it. The guy in the cloak was on the ship and said to himself that thanks to it, he would be able to get to Akane unnoticed. But there was one problem, this man had been watching him since the moment he sailed. He hid his presence and thirst for battle. Then, about this, the protagonist glanced out of the corner of his eye at the man in the cloak sitting on the floor. Russell saw his silver hair and said to himself that he was definitely strong, but if he thought that he could not fight at sea, he was very wrong. As soon as the guy finished speaking, he tore the dark cloak off the man in one motion and screamed, asking who he was and why he was chasing him. But before he could finish speaking, he froze in shock, seeing Muyo, who scratched her head in confusion and said that he had caught her. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why she followed him, to which she, rising to her feet, asked in response what he himself thought, adding that he promised a duel for visiting the capital, but she heard that he would leave the kingdom for a long time and followed him. Then the main character spread his hand to the side and asked her to go back, because it would be dangerous there, to which she, clenching her hand into a fist, firmly replied that she had heard everything about this country, you just need to beat everyone. Exhaling heavily, Russell said that in fact, Akai was just on the way, it was not the final destination, to which the girl asked in surprise what the final destination was. The main character, tightly clenching his hand into a fist, looked into the distance and shouted, the Empire of Britain, from which the Queen of the Beastmen opened her mouth in shock after hearing this.